In the original world of the protagonist, Tu Shaoyun, a catastrophic outbreak of a biochemical virus has plunged civilization into a sea of zombies, bringing humanity to the brink of extinction. After struggling for 15 years in this apocalyptic landscape, he witnesses the complete collapse of the world due to spatial rifts and the implosion of black holes. Upon his rebirth into the new world, Tu Shaoyun discovers that this seemingly peaceful modern society harbors hidden dangers, as spatial rifts continuously devour reality, vacuum zones proliferate, and even his own mirror image emerges. This apocalyptic upgrade unveils a deeper dimensional war, transforming the human realm into a battleground of the multiverse. Chapter 1. Aliens. In the pitch-black night, a brilliantly illuminated highway stretches endlessly into the distance, winding its way through the darkness. The road, aglow under the radiant streetlights, resembles a colossal dragon slithering across the landscape when viewed from above. That on this wide thoroughfare, a sleek and striking sports car speeds along, occupied by two young and beautiful girls seated in the back, while the driver's seat remains vacant. It is a self-driving vehicle. As they converse, one girl, Xiaoya, turns her head towards the window, her sentence abruptly cut short as she suddenly sits up, pointing excitedly outside. Ah, Rong, look. A shooting star. Rong, catching Xiaoya's enthusiasm, quickly leans in, muttering, Where? Where? In the distance, a small yet dazzling fireball streaks across the dark sky, trailing a long tail of flames as it hurtles swiftly through the night. With wide eyes, Rong exclaims, her voice rising several decibels in sheer delight. That's not a shooting star, it's a meteorite, and it's very close. Xiaoya, stop the car. Stop. If that meteorite contains any rare metals or lunar essence, we could strike it rich. Their laughter echoes within the car as Xiaoya, amused by her overly enthusiastic friend, reluctantly presses the parking button on the center console. Your family isn't poor, so why do you always seem like you're in a money pit? Humph. Miss Rich Girl, your family is wealthy, and you're showered with affection, so of course, you don't care about such trivial riches. You know our situation, you are well aware of my current plight. Let's hurry to check out that meteorite, Rong says, reaching for the door. Xiaoya grabs her arm, saying, Are you serious? We have no protective gear. Can you be sure that thing isn't harboring any viruses? Besides, it's the middle of the night, and I'm a bit afraid of the dark. Shouldn't we just stay put? Xiaoya starts to backtrack, but Rong brushes aside her concerns. Oh, what's the big deal? We can use the detection app on our phones first. You're not that old, why be afraid of the dark? If you're scared, just wait in the car while I go take a look. With that, Rong shakes off Xiaoya's grip and hops out of the car. Xiaoya, though claiming to be frightened, follows suit. Fear of the dark and age are unrelated. Sigh, since you insist on going, I can only accompany you into the fray. Rong runs ahead and plants a kiss on Xiaoya's cheek, laughing, Miss Huang is so generous. Let's go. Wiping the saliva from her face, Xiaoya feigns disgust, locks the car, and gazes at the highway's guardrail. The highway consists of 5 lanes, with a hard shoulder and median, stretching around 50 meters in width. Tall solar-powered streetlights stand over 10 meters high along the roadside, with 3-meter-high green metal guardrails preventing large animals from straying onto the highway. The meteorite's landing site lies beside the opposing lane, and to reach it, they must scale the guardrail. Rong glances at the road ahead, waving her hand confidently. No cars, let's go. With that, she dashes across to the opposite side. Upon reaching the guardrail, she declares, I'll go check for traffic. If it's clear, I'll call you to come over. Xiaoya nods in agreement. Standing at about 1.7 meters tall, Rong takes a few steps back, sprints forward, and effortlessly leaps over 2 meters high, landing securely on top of the guardrail. She peers down the opposing lane for a moment before announcing, No cars in sight. I'm going down, hurry up. As Rong jumps down, Xiaoya steps back slightly, mimicking her friend's movements. She too leaps onto the guardrail, and upon glancing at Rong, she sees her already at the other side. Xiaoya jumps, using the momentum of her descent to stride towards the edge of the guardrail. The two radiant girls, akin to deft heroines with unparalleled agility, gracefully scale the highway barrier and advance towards the meteorite's landing zone. After a brisk 10-minute dash, Xiaoya calls out to Rong, who is still racing ahead, Rong, slow down. We're almost there. Didn't we say we'd use the scanning app first? If you charge in like this, you might end up right in the meteorite's impact zone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiaoya calls out Rong's full name. Stopping in her tracks, Rong exclaims, Oh, I almost forgot. Yes, let's scan it with our phones. Your eyesight is better. Can you check how far we are from that meteorite? Having run for quite some time, the two girls stand without a hint of breathlessness. Rong fiddles with her wristwatch while Xiaoyun nods and taps a button, sending a brilliant beam of white light towards the distance. The light pierces through the night, illuminating an area over 50 meters away where a sizable black pit emits wisps of white smoke. At the center of the pit lies an indistinct dark object, the meteorite pit about 50 meters away. It's too far to discern its size. Doesn't it look like a humanoid figure? Rong squints at the distant pit. As they continue forward, Xiaoya's brow furrows deeper with concern. When they are approximately 20 meters from the pit, Xiaoya suddenly grabs Rong gently and whispers, Rong, something's off. That's not a rock in the pit, it's a person. Both girls are taken aback, and without a word, they retreat nearly 100 meters. Rong, trembling, says, how could that be? Did you see correctly? How could a person fall from the sky? Could it be an alien? Should we report it? If an alien fell from the sky, would be the first witnesses. Maybe there's a reward. Rong's eyes sparkle with greed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoya responds, we can't report it. We parked on the highway without reason and climbed over the guardrail. That's a serious offense. What should we do? Do you really think it could be an alien? Rong presses. Suddenly, Xiaoya slaps her forehead, exclaiming, there's another possibility. An astronaut. The two girls exclaim in unison. Chapter 2. From Earth, a dull cough shattered the stillness of the night. In the meteorite pit, a once motionless figure suddenly sat upright. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He remained silent, gazing blankly at the ground. The two girls, who should have departed, inexplicably approached the vicinity of the pit. Huang Xiaoya and Tianrong stared in astonishment at the man within the crater. The man's eyes were fixed on the earth, while the two girls observed him, each lost in their own thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Tianrong broke the stillness, whispering, falling from the sky, and yet not dead. Hey, are you all right? Who are you? Are you a pilot from Huagua? Suddenly, Xiaoya addressed the man in the pit. Tianrong, her expression fraught with anxiety, grasped Xiaoya's arm, silently urging her to remain quiet. Am I still alive? What about them? Are they all dead? Is Bado also gone? The man murmured softly from the pit. Sir, do you need assistance? Are you a pilot from Huagua? Xiaoya persisted, activating the flashlight on her wrist to illuminate the standing figure. The man, as if awakening from a dream, abruptly turned to face Xiaoya and Tianrong. With the help of the light, the girls finally discerned his features. He was bearded and indistinct, nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique. His long, dark hair was tied back, and he wore tattered, bizarre armor adorned with horns and spikes, reminiscent of a character from a video game. The harsh glare of the flashlight compelled the man to squint as he scrutinized the two girls. Huagua pilot? Huagua? Where's this place? Who are you? Upon seeing the man's attire, Xiaoya was certain of her conclusion. He was undoubtedly not a pilot, but rather a transcendent warrior. She stepped back slightly, pulling Tianrong with her. Sir, you must be a transcendent warrior. We are merely students. We saw you fall from the sky and came over. This is a highway leading to Shudi. If you head east for about 10 kilometers, you will find a small town. You can report to the police station there, and they will assist you with the necessary arrangements. The man's name was Tu Shaoyun. In Tianrong's words, he was an alien who had fallen from the heavens. Indeed, Tu Shaoyun hailed from another world, known as Earth. In 2012, Earth experienced an apocalyptic calamity when 2 moons appeared in the sky, hanging above day and night. After over 20 days, the originally pristine moons transformed into blood moons. On December 21, 2012, the moons emitted a peculiar wave of light that utterly annihilated the peaceful world. This wave of destruction, later referred to as the N-light wave, led to the demise of 6.99 billion of Earth's nearly 7 billion inhabitants in a single night, leaving a mere 7 million to struggle for survival. The survival rate was less than 1 in 1,000, and perhaps sensing the solitude of the 7 million, the 6.99 billion corpses that should have found peace rose once again, forming a global horde of zombies. Zombies evolved from the deceased, and they were soulless beings, aimlessly wandering as mere shells of their former selves. Fortunately, zombies lacked the ability to infect others. They did not carry viruses as depicted in films. Although they did not infect the living, any survivor who perished would naturally transform into a zombie. One similarity to cinematic portrayals was their primal instinct to feed. The digestive system of a zombie was remarkable. Upon resurrection, their internal organs rapidly decayed, only to be absorbed by the body as energy. Each zombie possessed only an esophagus and stomach, with food entering through the mouth and swiftly consumed by numerous tentacle-like extensions in the abdominal cavity, which absorbed everything needed for sustenance. Due to their powerful digestive systems, every zombie remained perpetually in a state of ravenous hunger, as fate would have it. Despite the myriad survival challenges faced by the remaining humans, the world provided a sliver of hope. Following the Inlight Wave, a mysterious spiritual energy manifested on Earth, imperceptible to most. In the fourth year of the apocalypse, all humans developed a peculiar cerebral universe within their minds. When separated from the skull, this cerebral universe resembled a walnut-sized orb, which humanity dubbed the brain nucleus. Through this brain nucleus, humans could communicate with this spiritual energy and manipulate the elemental forces of nature. Similarly, zombies also bore brain nuclei, which incited chaos among them, leading them to attack one another in a quest to obtain brain nuclei to enhance their physical capabilities. Astute humans, upon consuming the brain nuclei of zombies, discovered a significant enhancement in their ability to manipulate the elemental forces. The internecine strife among zombies allowed humans to navigate their existence with relative ease. However, this respite was short-lived. After years of infighting, many zombies perished, yet some with greatly enhanced abilities regained their intellect and souls. In 2024, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere began to dissipate rapidly, destabilizing the environment. Numerous spatial rifts, vacuum zones, and collapses filled the Earth until only the western regions remained stable, specifically the lofty Leia Mountains. By 2027, Earth faced its final apocalypse as the blood moon reappeared, crashing into the planet with the force of a desperate fugitive, ultimately diverting Earth's trajectory towards the sun. Tu Shaoyun looked up at the sky, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Biochemical, you scoundrel." Chapter 3. Tu Shaoyun bellowed in anger, closing his eyes to release his consciousness and peer into his mental universe. At that moment, his mind had transformed into a miniature solar system. In this post-apocalyptic world, survivors possessing elemental abilities at level 8 could emanate a form of mental vision akin to sight, allowing them to interact with tangible objects and incorporate them into their mental cosmos, reminiscent of the mystical process of assimilating the vast into the minute. Nestled within the sun of Tu Shaoyun's mental universe lay a delicate round mirror, the very artifact that guided all of Earth's survivors to this new realm. Among the nearly 100 survivors were a zombie king, humans, and a relentless predator known as Biochemical, who indiscriminately hunted both humans and zombies for their brain cores. In the final moments, uniting their strengths, the group of 100 managed to escape to this new world, only to face an unexpected calamity as they let down their guard. Biochemical attempted to forcibly seize the Tao Te Ching from the zombie king, but after being subdued by the others, he resolutely detonated himself. Tu Shaoyun distinctly recalled that at the moment of Biochemical's explosion, the small mirror transformed into a protective energy shield, absorbing the shockwave of the blast. Even as a level 9 master, Tu Shaoyun could not have emerged unscathed from such proximity to the explosion. The hope for the others was merely to evade disaster. Within the solar system of his body, the small round mirror floated quietly at the core of the sun. It had lost its former brilliance, now shrouded in a dull haze, with thin wisps of vapor slowly emanating from its surface. Tu Shaoyun softly murmured, "I have led you to great suffering." As he slowly opened his eyes, a furrow formed on his brow as he gazed towards the southeast, sensing a peculiar pull that beckoned him closer. This attraction felt different, as if 2 points had emerged in the distance, one nearer and the other more remote. Extending his palm, a fierce flame erupted from his hand, illuminating Tu Shaoyun's determined visage in a fiery glow. He marveled at the richness of the elemental force surrounding him. This world was more solid than the previous one, brimming with spiritual energy, and the elemental forces available for combat had increased exponentially. In the flickering light, Tu Shaoyun inadvertently glanced at his battle armor, now tattered and worn. With a flick of his wrist, the flames extinguished in an instant, and a flash of light signaled the disappearance of the battle armor. In this apocalyptic world, warriors could conjure various battle armors through their proficiency in elemental abilities, each type differing significantly based on the elemental power wielded. With the battle armor retracted, Tu Shaoyun revealed his true form, standing at a height of 195 centimeters, his face adorned with a beard. Clad in a loose, sleeveless linen vest and simple black trousers, his physique robust and muscular, he stood resolutely in the wilderness, gazing into the distance. The direction the two girls had fled towards was illuminated by a serpentine stretch of lights. He swiftly moved, striding towards the source of illumination, and before long, he arrived at the brightly lit area. The sleek sports car that had once halted on the highway was now nowhere in sight. Tu Shaoyun gazed in astonishment at the seemingly endless stretch of lights and muttered to himself, over 100 meters wide, and there are still streetlights at night. Is it truly necessary for a highway to be constructed in such a manner? After a moment's hesitation, Tu Shaoyun leaped into the air. A torrent of air swirling around him, propelling him swiftly towards the southeast, the source of the spiritual tug he felt. He resolved to explore this intriguing location and gain a better understanding of this world. Tianrong murmured, "Fortunately, we ran quickly. How is it that a transcendent martial artist who fell from such a height hasn't he perished?" Xiaoya, still feeling unnerved, replied, "Regardless of his level, he could certainly handle us without breaking a sweat." Xiaoya continued, "Why do you think he didn't pursue us?" "Well, I'm curious," Tianrong replied. "Everyone at school and home has warned us that transcendent martial artists are dangerous and should not be approached, but that man seemed rather benign." Xiaoya, driving while glancing at Tianrong, retorted, "Well, what would you classify as bad? Kidnapping us, perhaps?" Tianrong chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. The term transcendent martial artist held a terrifying connotation in this world, akin to the earthly admonitions against speaking to strangers or walking alone at night. The inky darkness of the night did not impede Tu Shaoyun's vision. As he soared through the air, he was awestruck by the sights of this world. After passing the area where he had fallen, he observed that the surroundings of the highway were no longer barren wilderness, but rather expansive greenhouses, with sturdy pipes visible between them, some emitting faint warmth. It was winter, and undoubtedly, these pipes were designed for centralized heating of the greenhouses, while those nearby likely supplied water. This world is truly affluent, Tu Shaoyun mused. Before the apocalypse on Earth, even basic heating coverage was unattainable, with each household in cities incurring thousands in heating costs annually. Here, they provided warmth even in the wilderness. After more than an hour, Tu Shaoyun approached a brightly lit city. Based on his observations along the way, he could surmise that this world was also technologically advanced, following a developmental trajectory akin to that of his former life, albeit with a superior level of technology and living standards compared to pre-apocalyptic Earth. He gently descended into a relatively secluded area of the city center. As he stepped onto the street, he was enveloped by a sense of surrealism. Towering skyscrapers surrounded him, their exteriors adorned with 3D projections casting vibrant hues. Although it was nearing 3 in the morning, the streets were bustling with people, and shops on the ground floors of the buildings remained lively and bustling. As Tu Shaoyun entered the throng, many pedestrians paused to observe him, their gazes more peculiar than his own scrutiny of them. He noticed the square characters flashing intermittently in the 3D projections and recalled the 2 young women who had spoken to him in Mandarin, filling him with warmth yet also a hint of curiosity. How wondrous the universe is that 2 distinct solar systems could nurture a culture so alike. Surely, there must be some profound connection between them. Chapter 4. The Outworld Warrior. Tu Shaoyun gazed at the characters on the screen, standing in a daze as a multitude of thoughts surged through his mind. The day I battled the horde of corpses was December 20th, 2027. After a tumultuous escape from that solar system, I arrived in this one, only to discover that the date here is December 23rd, 2027. The time in this world is astonishingly synchronized with that of the apocalypse. What connection could there be? Why do 2 entirely unrelated solar systems share the same timeline? If the timelines are indeed synchronized, does that imply that the technology is also parallel? Would Earth, had it not experienced that catastrophe, mirror the existence of this world? Tu Shaoyun fell into contemplation, a dreadful premonition rising within him. Suddenly, a police sports car, which appeared exceptionally cool in his previous life, screeched to a halt beside him. 2 officers swiftly exited the vehicle, both standing approximately 185 meters tall, seemingly in their mid-20s. They regarded Tu Shaoyun with a hint of caution. One of the older officers stepped forward and saluted the still-dazed Tu Shaoyun, exclaiming, "Good day, sir." "Sir." It took several calls for Tu Shaoyun to regain his senses. Slowly, he turned his head to face the officer, remaining silent and expressionless. The officer, upon observing Tu Shaoyun's demeanor, inhaled sharply. While Tu Shaoyun's height was unremarkable in this world, his rugged beard, towering physique, and the lingering scent of blood from his harrowing past gave him an intimidating appearance, akin to a ferocious beast. Late December had ushered in winter. Despite being in the south, nighttime temperatures plummeted to around -10 degrees Celsius. Yet, the man before them wore only trousers and a coarse vest. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing his long hair to dance wildly, and an aura of chill emanated from him. The officer cautiously took 2 steps back, maintaining a distance of 2 meters from Tu Shaoyun, his hand resting on his firearm. He warily stated, "Sir, please present your identity information card." The other officer, leaning against the car door, adjusted his glasses and pressed a button on the frame, reporting. "Calling headquarters, this is Nile Avenue, outside the Bay Building. We have encountered a suspected outworld warrior, preliminarily estimated to be above level 6. Requesting backup." The officer's ear was adorned with a small silver device, a sonar collector. Headquarters received. Teams 1 to 3 and 1 to 4 are en route to the Bay Building. Can you establish communication with the warrior? Do you require aerial support? Communicating at present. No aerial support needed. Over. Hearing the mention of an information card, Tu Shaoyun looked at the officer with curiosity. The officer seemed to realize something, quickly adding, "Sir, do you carry any identification that could confirm your identity?" Tu Shaoyun slowly reached into his trouser pocket, and as his hand emerged, a white card glimmered in his grasp. He handed the card over. The officer accepted the card, lifting his left arm to reveal a screen on his forearm. As his right hand approached the electronic display, his left hand froze in midair. What was this card? A second-generation identity card? The card bore a photograph resembling Tu Shaoyun on the right and displayed various details on the left. Name, Tu Shaoyun. Gender, male. Ethnicity, Han. At the bottom, the citizen identity number read 9202-27198708088XXXX. The officer, somewhat resigned, lowered his arm, holding Tu Shaoyun's ID. He retreated to his colleague and whispered, "This appears to be an old identity card. I've seen such cards in the database. It must be over a decade old." The second generation issued post-establishment of the state. Another officer snatched the ID from the first officer's grasp, remarking, "Using a card from over a decade ago. It's likely he is an outworlder, though we can't ascertain if he is a warrior or a superhuman." Leaning against the door, the officer observed Tu Shaoyun from a distance. Murmuring, -8 degrees, wearing just a vest. "I believe he must be a warrior." The other officer nodded in agreement. Just then, four identical police sports cars sped down the street, screeching to a halt near Tu Shaoyun and the two officers. Each vehicle disgorged two officers, encircling Tu Shaoyun and the other two officers. Four officers, with hands resting on their firearms, eyed Tu Shaoyun warily, while the remaining four approached the two officers, one inquiring. "Team Leader Wang, what is the situation?" The officer referred to as Team Leader Wang held up Tu Shaoyun's ID, stating, "He lacks an information card, but possesses a second-generation identity card. This is rather perplexing. The information cards have been updated 3 times since then, and our scanner cannot recognize such magnetic cards." Those gathered around Team Leader Wang appeared to have discovered something significant, eagerly passing around and examining Tu Shaoyun's identity card. A younger officer remarked, "A second-generation identity card? I remember my parents using these when I was a child." He glanced at the ID photo and then at Tu Shaoyun, exclaiming, "Born in 1987? According to the card, this man should be 40 years old." Team Leader Wang approached Tu Shaoyun politely, saying, "Mr. Tu, it appears you may have been away from society for quite some time. We understand that many outworld warriors have been returning in recent years. May I ask when you departed from the world?" Tu Shaoyun, possessing keen hearing, caught snippets of their hushed conversation. What did they mean by outworld? Chapter 5. Alarmed Tu Shaoyun furrowed his brow, pondering the notion of a grand evolution on December 21st, 2012. What prompted such a transformation in the world? What exactly are superpowers? Tu Shaoyun refrained from elaborating, merely nodding slowly, his mind teeming with questions. Based on his observations thus far, it seemed plausible that this world shared an enigmatic connection with another, identical languages, similar scripts. Humanity in this world evolved on December 21st, 2012. While that world faced annihilation on the same date, was this not enough to raise suspicions? Yes, Team Leader Wang, the team leader, opened the door to the passenger seat and addressed Tu Shaoyun. "Mr. Tu, please take my vehicle." Tu Shaoyun offered no verbal response, instead nodding slowly as he entered the police car. Wang signaled to the officer who had been leaning against the door, then started the vehicle and drove towards the police station. "Headquarters has received the message. Please upload your ID card and the law enforcement video," Luo Kai said, adjusting his glasses. "Calling headquarters now. The video and ID images have been uploaded. Headquarters has received them." Tu Shaoyun sat quietly in the passenger seat, eyes closed, not engaging in conversation. Despite the surreal nature of the police car, he felt no inclination towards it at that moment. He gathered from the earlier dialogue that this world had utilized a second-generation ID card prior to 2012, and all changes commenced after December 21st, 2012. What then? transpired in this world during the apocalypse? As Wang drove, he remarked, Mr. Tu, your surname is quite rare. By the way, what level of warrior are you? After a brief silence and seeing Tu Shaoyun's lack of response, Wang continued, Mr. Tu, that rudimentary ID you possess was phased out in 2016. With 99% of humanity having evolved, technology experienced yet another breakthrough. A basic ID card can no longer comprehensively record an individual's information. Consequently, our country transitioned to information cards. Naturally, due to varying degrees of evolution, the original identification numbers were restructured. Currently, we utilize a third-generation information card. Indeed, it was the 4th year since the apocalypse. And in this world, 99% of humanity had evolved. Tu Shaoyun's eyes, previously closed, slowly opened. The third-generation information card boasts formidable capabilities, encapsulating every detail about an individual, including their assets. I recall a time when purchases were made with cash. You must be familiar with that era as well. Nowadays, transactions are conducted via the information card. Akin to the early days of bank cards, cash transactions have largely become obsolete. Tu Shaoyun suddenly inquired, cash transactions have been eliminated? Are you implying that bank cards have also been discarded? Wang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they are no longer in use. The information card is universally accepted across all banks, rendering it unnecessary to manage multiple redundant cards. As their conversation unfolded, a call came through Wang's communication device. He apologized to Tu Shaoyun, lightly pressing his glasses. Captain Yang. Hello. A male voice responded through Wang's earpiece. Wang Xian, I have reviewed the video and images transmitted to the district headquarters by Luo Kai. Is this rogue warrior exhibiting any unusual behavior? Wang replied, his demeanor is quite stable. I am currently explaining some basic social knowledge to him. Captain Yang continued. As long as there is no conflict with humanity and society, there is hope for his integration. Your task now is to soothe his emotions and cater to his needs. Subsequently, escort him to the Special Patrol Team's reception area for accommodation. I will expedite the documentation and will meet him tomorrow. Keep the communication device on. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood, Captain. Tu Shaoyun overheard the conversation with clarity, feeling a tinge of confusion. Is a rogue warrior truly that formidable? After contemplating for a moment, Tu Shaoyun nodded gently. He sensed that this nation had become remarkably agile, with a swift response to emergencies. From the moment he was discovered by the police to now sitting in the patrol car, only a brief hour had elapsed. And the various personnel had organized matters with commendable efficiency, considering all aspects. Respect is mutual. When a nation honors its citizens, the citizens, in turn, will cherish and love their country. As Tu Shaoyun and Wang proceeded towards the police station, a splendid luxury sports car glided into an office building. This towering edifice, approximately 100 meters high, stood out vividly against the night, illuminated by its bright lights. The sports car circled the building before finally parking in the designated outdoor lot. Two women emerged from the vehicle, striding purposefully towards the entrance. These two women were Huang Xiaya and Tian Rong, who had discovered Tu Shaoyun's descent into the wilderness. After a 2-hour sprint, they reached the Qingyu area of Shudi. Following discussions, the pair resolved to report the incident to the police. Should the formidable rogue become uncontrollable and wreak havoc on the populace while they remained silent, although legally unaccountable, they would undoubtedly bear psychological burdens. Upon entering the lobby, two reception officers approached them. Ladies, how may we assist you? Tian Rong, outspoken, interjected before Xiaya could respond. We wish to report an incident. We encountered a rogue warrior on our way here. The officers exchanged startled glances, and one promptly pressed the communication button on their eyewear. This is the first-floor reception. We have two ladies reporting an encounter with a rogue warrior in the wilderness. Understood. Understood. I will escort them to the police station on the 27th floor. Chapter 6. Portraits team leader Wang drove at a swift yet steady pace, soon arriving at the grand edifice where Tian Rong and Xiaoya had just entered. Rather than stopping outside, he maneuvered directly into the underground parking lot. Given the expansive footprint of the building, the parking area was divided into numerous sections. Team leader Wang parked in the zone designated for the special training squad and led Tu Shaoyun into the elevator. As the elevator ascended, Team leader Wang elaborated to Tu Shaoyun. This building serves as the administrative hub for all governmental agencies in the district. Each city hosts a centralized office building according to its zoning regulations, facilitating efficient and prompt service for the populace. Our patrol unit, commonly referred to as the Special Patrol Team, is located on the 26th floor. Many colleagues have already left for the day, but I will arrange a room for you to rest. Tu Shaoyun nodded in acknowledgement as the elevator passed the 26th floor, stopping at the 30th. Exiting the elevator, Wang led the way while Tu followed closely behind. As they walked, Wang continued, the 30th floor accommodates living quarters and a dining hall, which operates 24 hours a day. Should you wish for a meal, you can simply bring your room card to the dining area for complimentary service. Navigating through a corridor, they arrived at the accommodation area. Each floor of the building boasts a height of 5 meters, allowing Tu Shaoyun, who stands nearly 2 meters tall, to feel unconfined. The design of the 30th floor embraces a minimalist and technological aesthetic, with walls predominantly clad in metallic materials and soft nanofabrics. Various 3D projectors intermittently adorn the walls and floors, primarily showcasing city promotions, public welfare initiatives, and cautionary messages. At the entrance to the accommodation area stood a lengthy reception counter, where several female attendants operated modern computers, each engrossed in their tasks. As Wang and Tu approached, one receptionist stood to greet them. Team leader Wang addressed her. Has Captain Liang given you his regards? Please provide me with a room card. Tu Shaoyun's attire contrasted starkly with the sophisticated environment, yet the receptionists maintained their professional demeanor, refraining from casting any peculiar glances at Tu's rustic appearance. After acquiring the room card, the duo located the accommodations. The room was spacious, nearly 100 square meters, adorned with various technological gadgets that Tu Shaoyun found somewhat perplexing. Wang did not enter, but gestured for Tu to proceed, saying, Mr. Tu, there is a computer over there for internet access if you wish to research some information. I will retrieve a few items and bring them to you shortly. Tu acknowledged with a nod as Wang closed the door behind him. Tu Shaoyun wandered about the room before settling gently onto the sofa. He felt a sense of bewilderment. The inhabitants of this world exuded tranquility, and the overall atmosphere was one of stability and peace. This was a stark contrast to the vigilance and apprehension he had grown accustomed to in his past life, where survival amidst chaos required constant alertness and swift reactions to any disturbances. Surviving 15 years in such dire circumstances was no trivial feat. Before long, team leader Wang returned, carrying a white 10-inch tablet. He illuminated the device and placed it on the coffee table before Tuesday. Mr. Tu, I trust you are familiar with this gadget? Tu nodded, and Wang explained, this tablet was produced in 2015. Although it has been phased out, its operation remains straightforward. I have connected it to the internet. You may find any unclear matters therein. Tu picked up the tablet and began to navigate its functions. At that moment, a call came through on Wang's communication device. Noticing Tu was engrossed in the tablet, he stepped out of the room to answer the call. Xiao Luo, have you obtained any results? The caller was Luo Kai, who had just relayed information to the headquarters. Yes, the identity card's information is authentic, but the ID itself appears to be forged. What do you mean? Wang inquired, intrigued. The original owner's information card is encrypted, and I lack the necessary permissions to access it, Luo replied. Wang expressed understanding and offered a few directives before ending the call. He subsequently dialed the special patrol team leader. At that moment, Captain Liang was on the 27th floor, hastening towards a meeting room. As he reached the door, Wang's call came through. Liang answered promptly. Wang Xian, is there an issue? Yes, Captain. We have results regarding the identity of the martial artist who has exited the world. Wang recounted Luo's findings, awaiting Liang's instructions. Understood, Captain. Just as he spoke, the meeting room erupted into commotion. A suspected 8th-level martial artist was reportedly present in Qingyu District. A wave of apprehension swept through the attendees. If nothing had transpired, all would rejoice, but should calamity strike, consequences would be dire. Liang's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding taking root. Director Wu, what course of action shall we pursue next? One officer in uniform queried. Director Wu, the individual leading the meeting, tightened his lips and responded, I have already reported the situation to the City Bureau. They will dispatch personnel within the hour. Our immediate task is to bolster our security measures and intensify the search for this martial artist. Everyone, pause your current tasks. This matter must be treated as our utmost priority. I will now assign duties. During the meeting, several individuals activated the projection capabilities of their communication devices, revealing a robust man within the conference room. Liang's heart sank at the sight. Chapter 7. Information card. The 3D imaging generated a striking image of a robust man with long hair and a thick beard, while the man's features remained somewhat indistinct. His tattered bronze armor was undeniably eye-catching. The very essence of the armor exuded an overwhelming scent of bloodshed. which rendered the expressions of the remaining officers in the room increasingly grim. The individual they were tasked with apprehending appeared to be a formidable character, unmistakably menacing by mere appearance. Moreover, the force assessment provided by the Provincial Bureau rated him at level 8. A few officers exchanged glances with Liang Yong, murmuring amongst themselves. Wasn't Liang Yong's brother rated at level 6? What are you saying? Let us go, let us go. Once the assignments had been distributed, the officers hastily exited the conference room. Liang Yong trailed behind, the last to leave. He glanced at Director Wu, who was massaging his temples with a furrowed brow, hesitating as if he wished to speak, but ultimately turning decisively towards the elevator. Outside the building, police cars surged from the underground parking, their roofs adorned with flashing red and blue lights, symbolizing alertness and order. The entire security force in the rain-soaked district sprang into action. As Liang Yong stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the basement, he immediately dialed a number. After several rings, a groggy voice answered. "Who is it?" Liang Yong replied softly, teacherly, "I apologize for disturbing your rest at this late hour. This is Liang Yong. An urgent situation has arisen, and I need to access an individual's identity information." He paused, lowering his voice further. "Unfortunately, my authorization is insufficient. Could you assist me?" After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end responded, "Liang Yong, you must understand that this is a violation of protocol. And look at the time. Please, teacher Li." A rustling sound indicated Li was dressing. Moments later, he spoke. "What individual do you need to investigate? What identifying information do you have?" Thank you. The person's name is Tu Shaoyun, registered in Modu, born on August 8, 1987. Tu Shaoyun? What has he done? Before Liang Yong could finish, Li interrupted. "Do you know him? Do you have the authority to access his identity card?" Liang Yong inquired. After a few quick keystrokes, a 3D profile appeared on the computer screen. Observing the rotating image, Li yawned and muttered, "Why has this kid gotten so overweight? He looks so much older now." "What did you say?" "Nothing. I'm just surprised at how different he looks compared to when he was a young lad. Please send me the information." There was another pause. "I can send it, but you must tell me what he has done. His mother and I have been neighbors and colleagues for years. I need to know what trouble he is in to ensure I'm not causing any further issues by disclosing this information." In response, Liang Yong sent a dynamic image captured from the Baiyun building video, explaining, "This individual is a transcendent martial artist who appeared in our region a few hours ago. He presented an ID card with Tu Shaoyun's details. I need to understand the connection between them, as the Bureau is currently pursuing him under charges of being unidentified and posing a public safety threat. I wish to assist him." Li sighed, another transcendent martial artist. "After all these years, you still can't let go of Liang Yu's case." As Li opened the image Liang Yong sent, he expressed surprise. "Isn't this the Tu kid? What more confirmation do you need? He looks just like I remember, though his height seems a bit off. Please send me his information quickly." Nodding, Li forwarded Tu Shaoyun's identity card to Liang Yong, who expressed his gratitude before hanging up. As the elevator reached the basement, he stepped out and found a corner to review the information card. A 3D image flickered to life from his wristwatch, displaying a middle-aged man of plump stature, rotating slowly in 360 degrees. The man, unkempt and with a vacant gaze, bore a disheartened expression. Below the image, a series of details appeared. Name, Tu Shaoyun. Height, 178 cm. Date of birth, August 8, 1987. Education level, university. Place of origin, Kyoto. Father, Tu Imin, senior geologist. Chief surveyor for lunar exploration. Mother, Qin Xing, professor at Kyoto Agricultural University. Graduate advisor. Occupation, none. Medical history, no hereditary diseases. No major illnesses. Human contribution value, 0. National contribution value, 0. Social contribution value, 128,000. Property value, 172. 850 Xinhua currency. Personal account, 80. 650 Xinhua currency. Marital status, divorce application in progress. Criminal record, none. Personal summary, unemployed. Soul not yet awakened. Remarks, no evolution for 10 years. Soul not yet awakened. Requires close monitoring. Expected to awaken soon. December 2023, noted by Yang Haitao. Additional details continued to flash at the bottom of the information card. Liang Yong frowned at the image, noting that the figure bore some resemblance to Tu Shaoyun from the image in Baiyun building. He turned off the projection system and began calling the leaders of the special patrol teams to organize surveillance tasks. All that had transpired moments earlier was to be forgotten. The following morning at 8 o'clock a.m., Tu Shaoyun set down his tablet, exhaling deeply. He rose to wash his face, standing at the window and observing the bustling crowd below, akin to ants in their hurried lives. What a precious sight this was. The seemingly mundane and stable existence was a profound yearning in a post-apocalyptic world. After a night of contemplation, Tu Shaoyun concluded that this world operated on the same timeline as the apocalypse, a parallel universe with an identical historical trajectory, the only divergence occurring after December 21st, 2012. Mr. Tu, are you awake? A knock at the door revealed team leader Wang. Tu Shaoyun replied with a slight grunt and opened the door. There's no need for that. I already know everything I need to know. I have matters to attend to and must leave. Team leader Wang appeared troubled. Mr. Tu, please don't make this difficult for me. There are protocols to follow. If I let you leave without oversight, I will be held accountable. Would you accompany me to meet Captain Liang? You can decide to stay or go afterward, all right? Tu Shaoyun nodded. Since arriving, the officers had left a commendable impression on him. If procedures were necessary, he would adhere to them. Team leader Wang refrained from mentioning meals and briskly led Tu Shaoyun towards the elevator. As they traversed the corridor, they passed a small lounge where two chattering young girls erupted into laughter. Upon spotting Tu Shaoyun, their eyes widened in shock as if encountering a ghost. Tu Shaoyun recognized them as the girls who had witnessed his fall into the wilderness, Huang Xiaoya and Tian Rong. He merely nodded at them, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, and followed team leader Wang into the elevator. Stunned, Tian Rong pointed at the already closed elevator doors, stuttering, that person. Wasn't he the transcendent martial artist we saw yesterday? Huang Xiaoya smacked Tian Rong's shoulder. Don't be so dramatic. If he is here, it means he has been deemed a non-threatening transcendent. That's a good thing. Let us go say hello to Uncle Wu before we leave. Tian Rong seemed to have come to a realization, and with a hint of trepidation, he patted his rather mismatched ample bosom and remarked, I was worried all night. Last night, I dreamt he transformed into a gorilla, rampaging through the city, wreaking havoc, and ultimately, he came to find us at the police station. Huang Xiaoya stifled a laugh and said, after you fell asleep yesterday, you kept raving about how delicious the pig trotters from Wang Ping's supermarket were. Smacking your lips all night. At dawn, you dragged me to the cafeteria. The two girls chuckled as they entered the room to pack their belongings. Once everything was ready, Xiaoya dialed Director Wu's number. Is that you, Xiaoya? You're awake? Have you had breakfast? Came Wu's somewhat fatigued voice on the line. Huang Xiaoya replied, Uncle Wu. We've already eaten. Since you've located that transcendent martial artist, my classmate and I will be leaving. After hanging up, Director Wu chuckled softly. Thinking to himself about the girl, he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes to rest, and rubbed his temples. After all, he hadn't slept in over 20 hours. The workload was exhausting, even for 10 people. Just a few minutes into his brief respite, he suddenly jolted upright and quickly redialed Huang Xiaoya. Uncle Wu, is there something else? She answered, Xiaoya, you mentioned that you found the transcendent martial artist. What do you mean? Who found him, and where is he? Director Wu asked, his urgency palpable. I just saw him enter the elevator with a police officer after leaving the cafeteria. Huang Xiaoya replied, somewhat bewildered. Chapter 8. Arrival of the Special Forces with a sharp click. The sound of a phone being hung up echoed through the communication device as Huang Xiaoya's voice faded. Director Wu ended the call abruptly, frantically dialing several numbers. After clarifying the situation with the command center and the accommodation reception, he forcefully yanked off his wristwatch and hurled it to the ground. Not yet satisfied, he stomped on the watch vehemently, roaring in a fit of rage, Liang Yong, you scoundrel. You are a failure at every turn. Your brother is a transcendent being. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the disaster you've unleashed? The provincial office just called. Those transcendent beings emerging internationally possess powers exceeding level 9. Do you grasp what exceeding level 9 entails? Damn you, Liang Yong. Having vented his fury, Director Wu collapsed onto the floor, panting as he began to contemplate. After a brief moment, he sprang to his feet, opened the drawer of his office, and retrieved another watch. After a few simple adjustments, he connected the watch to the sonar receiver on his ear and hastily dialed another number. The call was almost instantly connected, and an anxious voice emerged from the other end. Old Wu, do you have news? Where are they? The provincial reinforcements set out at 5 this morning. They should be arriving shortly. Remember, do not act rashly. Send me the coordinates of the transcendent being. I need to report it now. Director Wu paused, then suddenly inquired. Mayor, who exactly is coming from the province? How formidable is their level 9 destructive capability? If they attempt to apprehend him forcibly, Will it endanger the public? This was the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Could he not be concerned? The suspected transcendent martial artist was currently within their district's central office building. And if a confrontation were to erupt there, it was rumored that the martial artist's prowess could easily demolish the entire structure. Upon hearing this response, Director Wu gasped audibly, his lips trembling as he stammered, "Mayor, the transcendent being is actually in the central office building of our Qingyu district, specifically on the 27th floor." What? What did you say? How could he possibly be in your office building? The mayor's voice escalated several decibels. Fuming with rage, the mayor exclaimed, "This is absolute madness. I informed you of the characteristics of the transcendent being at the earliest opportunity yesterday. He has already taken residence in your accommodation area, and you, the district director, only just became aware of this? What on earth are you doing?" "I apologize, Mayor." Director Wu had no words to defend himself. It was evident that Liang Yong from the Special Patrol Team was aware of this and had failed to inform others. To put it bluntly, this was a blatant cover-up of the transcendent being. What good was an apology now? A heavy silence enveloped the call, neither party daring to speak. After a long pause, it was Director Wu who broke the stillness. "Mayor, how shall we proceed from here?" "Understood, Mayor." Sun Jian extended his hand to shake with Tu Shaoyun. Upon hearing the term psychologist, Tu Shaoyun raised an eyebrow slightly. Noticing Tu Shaoyun's frown, Liang Yong quickly interjected, "Mr. Tu, do not misunderstand. Doctor Sun is merely here to provide a brief emotional adjustment after you fully comprehend the societal structure. We are committed to assisting you in assimilating into society." Tu Shaoyun nodded and shook hands with Sun Jian. He observed Liang Yong, who donned a fitted dark blue police uniform, exuding a sense of competence and decisiveness. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the spacious corridor leading from the elevator, lined with 2 rows of rooms, the prominent doors marked with titles such as Surveillance Data Analysis Room, from which muffled sounds emerged, alongside various other labeled rooms. "Please, follow me." Liang Yong turned and strode forward. Soon, the four arrived at an expansive hall, approximately 500 square meters, filled with office cubicles for police personnel. They traversed the hall until reaching Liang Yong's office. He gestured towards the sofa, saying to Tu Shaoyun, "Mr. Tu, let us sit down and discuss." Tu Shaoyun looked at Liang Yong, gently shaking his head. "I will not sit. I came to greet you, but I must be on my way." At that moment, 7 uniquely designed twin-propeller transport aircraft rapidly approached the rooftop of the office building. As they hovered above, hundreds of cannon barrels suddenly emerged from the flat rooftop, aimed at the approaching aircraft. In the foremost transport craft, a tall, imposing man gazed solemnly at the building. His concern was not for the cannons, but for the individual inside. He pressed a button on his glasses and spoke, calling the Qingyu District Command Center. "This is Captain He Changhai of the Chuan-Du Special Forces. Qingyu District Command Center receiving. Please proceed." He activated the screen on his left arm, transmitting several commands to the command center. He continued, "There is now an extremely dangerous transcendent martial artist within your district's building. I have sent you my identity information, the flight clearance directive for the Special Forces transport aircraft, and the arrest warrant. We request permission to land." Command Center received. "You are cleared to land. Please evacuate all civilians and office personnel from the building immediately." Repeat, please evacuate all civilians and office personnel from the building. Understood. We have evacuated 70 of the crowd. Chapter 9. Open fire. Liang Yong was taken aback upon hearing Tu Shaoyun express his desire to leave. "Mr. Tu, is there anything we have overlooked? If you have any dissatisfaction, please feel free to mention it." Sun Jian and Team Leader Wang exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking. They silently turned their backs, pretending not to have heard anything. Tu Shaoyun maintained his stoic demeanor, recalling the lines of text on the tablet. On December 21, 2012, humanity unlocked the divine prohibitions, leading to an evolution of the human brain. The potential of 90 of the global population's brain regions increased by 500, resulting in an explosive emergence of talent within society. The year 2012 is thus referred to as the year of human awakening. In the 4th year of this evolution, signs of instability began to manifest in human life. 600 million individuals from a population of 8 billion perished overnight due to organ failures, some from heart issues, others from kidney failures. In a strict sense, humanity's true evolutionary journey commenced that year, with 2016 being labeled the year of human evolution. There are some matters I must verify. I am concerned about certain individuals and whether they exist in this world, Tu Shaoyun murmured softly. Liang Yong was perplexed by Tu Shaoyun's words. He did not comprehend their meaning and was at a loss as to how to persuade him. An 8th-level warrior, should he decide to leave, could not be retained against his will. As Tu Shaoyun listened to Liang Yang, his expression darkened. He furrowed his brow and gently sat on the sofa, his towering figure resembling an immovable iron tower. His chiseled features bore an air of cold severity, with thick hair tied back, and his muscular arms hinted at terrifying strength. Very well, they are still alive, yet they have begun to slaughter the populace, Tu Shaoyun muttered, turning his gaze toward Liang Yang. Do you have their images? I wish to know who these individuals are. Liang Yang answered a call, and the voice of Director Wu crackled through the receiver, a mix of fury and restraint. Liang Yang, you are quite something. I will settle this with you later, but for now, get out immediately. The provincial special forces are in position to capture that transcendent being. Do not interfere. Liang Yang's heart sank. Had their situation been compromised? Yet, Tu Shaoyun was cooperating without resistance. Why the sudden push for capture? Director Wu, please do not let them act recklessly. The situation is very stable. Tu Shaoyun has been cooperating since yesterday, and I believe he can integrate into society. He is not as dangerous as you imagine. Liang Yang, what do you intend to do? Liang Yu is dead. Dead. Do you understand? You are dealing with a transcendent being above level 9. A single punch could obliterate you. Do you grasp this? Director Wu's voice escalated in intensity. Director Wu, please help me. Urge the provincial special forces to refrain from rash actions. Their approach could establish a formidable enemy for our nation. Liang Yang pleaded. Cut the nonsense. What can a small bureau chief like me do? Liang Yang, what do you really want? Director Wu's voice turned desperate. Please, I beg you, get out now, or you will die in there. Suddenly, a beep interrupted the call, and another voice intruded. Officer Liang Yang, I am Captain He Changhai of the Chuan Du Special Forces. The individual you are in contact with has been classified as a terrorist by the province, with a danger level of SS. If you are not being held hostage, please vacate the premises immediately. We are about to proceed with his arrest. Upon hearing this, Liang Yang exclaimed, Captain He, do not act recklessly. He is merely a transcendent being. He has not committed any acts harmful to society or the nation. How can he possibly be classified as an SS-level terrorist? I am guiding him. He is not holding me hostage. Though He Changhai's voice was stern, he patiently explained to the junior officer, since yesterday, 17 terrorists have emerged globally, all resembling this individual. 16 are from the West and 1 from Asia, each with combat capabilities exceeding level 9. As of this moment, there are already thousands of casualties worldwide. The appearance of this terrorist in Huagua, in our province, poses a significant threat. The headquarters has already sought aid from Juding. He Changhai's tone shifted sharply now. Please leave the room immediately. I repeat, leave the room at once. Upon hearing the name Juding, Liang Yang's face drained of color. He glanced at the still calm Tu Shaoyun and, with gritted teeth, defiantly replied, Captain He, I will say this once more. Tu Shaoyun is a citizen of Huagua. He would never harm his fellow countrymen or the nation. I implore you to delay his arrest. I will communicate with him. Wu's furious voice cut through Liang Yang's plea. Liang Yang, do not be obstinate. Get out immediately. This is an order. He Changhai's voice softened. I cannot allow you to gamble with the lives of millions. Leave the area at once. In 10 seconds, I will initiate a forced assault. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Captain He, please, my officer is still inside. The call ended abruptly, and outside the Special Operations Team's office, an assault command was issued. Over 200 armed special police officers stormed in like a pack of wolves, kicking furniture aside, their weapons aimed squarely at Liang Yang's office. A man clad in tactical gear stepped forward and shouted, Everyone in the room, hands on your head, step out immediately. Tu Shaoyun slowly rose, casting a glance at Liang Yang, then surveying the armed officers aiming at him. He strode purposefully out of the room, seeing that Tu Shaoyun remained undeterred. The leading officer barked again, This is your final warning. Hands on your head, get on the ground, now. A glint of cold determination flashed in He Changhai's eyes as he observed Tu Shaoyun's movement. He swiftly raised an arm, and a torrent of black and yellow particles converged into his hand, forming a diamond-shaped black iron shield within moments. He swiftly pulled Liang Yang behind him. Open fire, he commanded. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets clanging against Tu Shaoyun's shield. He stood motionless behind it, impervious to the barrage. After several tense moments, the gunfire ceased, and He Changhai bellowed, switched to concussive rounds. The sound of gun actions filled the air as the officers changed their ammunition. Tu Shaoyun pushed Liang Yang aside, discarding his shield with a thud. Sun Jian, who had been struggling to move the shield, lunged for its grip, but found it immovable. Tu Shaoyun's hand slowly clenched, his expression darkening as he regarded the officers. A chilling aura emanated from him. Liang Yong, glancing at Sun Jian still grappling with the shield, and then at Tu Shaoyun's clenched fists, was struck with terror. He shouted frantically, "Do not fire. Please, Mr. Tu. Stay calm. We are not enemies." Chapter 10. The Combat Power of Warriors Above Level 9 Fire. The resolute voice of He Changhai echoed, prompting the officers to pull their triggers. Capsules resembling large grenades shot from the auxiliary barrels towards Tu Shaoyun. Upon witnessing the peculiar ammunition hurtling towards him, Tu Shaoyun's keen perception detected its unusual nature. He clenched his fist, transforming it into an open palm, as a faint layer of airflow began to coalesce in his palm. With a swift motion, he deflected one of the capsules aimed at him, sending it crashing against the wall. Upon contact, the capsule shattered into fragments, releasing a viscous, adhesive substance that clung stubbornly to the wall. A flicker of red within the sticky material signaled an impending explosion, which erupted with a deafening roar, leaving a massive gaping hole in the wall, through which glimmered silver alloy layers. Debris scattered in all directions. Immediately following, a barrage of ammunition surged forth. Tu Shaoyun cast a sidelong glance at the breached wall, and with hands reminiscent of 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, shadows of arms flickered as he batted away the capsules, causing them to collide with the walls on either side, the explosions resonating incessantly. The overwhelming power of the explosive rounds, combined with the limited carrying capacity of individual weapons, meant that each special police officer could only fire 5 rounds before ceasing fire. The once spacious 500-square-meter office was now unrecognizable, the walls pockmarked with gaping black holes that loomed like malevolent eyes surveying the officers. At some point, Liang Yong and Sun Jian had managed to position the discarded shield over themselves, while team leader Wang huddled in a corner, clutching his head to shield himself from stray bullets. He Changhai observed Tu Shaoyun, who remained unscathed amidst the chaos, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead and pooling at his neck. With a brooding expression, Tu Shaoyun slowly surveyed the special officers, instilling a chill in their bones. He Changhai stammered, "Switch to wave pulse laser." Before he could finish, Tu Shaoyun vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later, with the firearms of over 200 special police officers levitating before him. The officers gasped in astonishment. Even He Changhai, who had maintained his composure, was now horrified at the sight of the multitude of firearms before Tu Shaoyun. With a gentle wave of his hands, shimmering golden particles glimmered, and the suspended rifles fell limply to the ground like overripe cucumbers. Tu Shaoyun manipulated the floating weapons, soon forming a massive black metal sphere from the 200 guns, which he casually tossed to the ground. The dull thud echoed, and the officers held their breath, wary of drawing Tu Shaoyun's attention. Tu Shaoyun stood momentarily before the gaping hole, then suddenly turned, causing everyone to retreat in alarm. The once silent hall was now filled with the sounds of chairs and tables being moved. What was he planning? Was he going to throw us from the 26th floor? Without sparing a glance at the special officers, Tu Shaoyun approached a white panel, lifting it gently and addressing the still-crouched team leader Wang. Team leader Wang. "May I have this?" Wang recognized it as the tablet Tu Shaoyun had brought to the office that morning and quickly nodded. "Yes, of course." Tu Shaoyun acknowledged him with a nod and then turned to Liang Yong, who was pinned beneath the iron shield. "You are a police officer I respect. Rest assured, I will not harm innocent civilians, for I understand the value of life." With that, he leaped through the hole in the wall. Upon witnessing Tu Shaoyun jump from the 26th floor, Liang Yong gasped in horror. "No, Mr. Tu." He quickly overturned the shield covering him and scrambled to the edge of the hole, peering down, but Tu Shaoyun's figure had vanished. At that moment, an SUV resembling a Hummer screeched to a halt below the building, and 4 individuals, a man and 3 women, leaped from the vehicle, dashing towards the building without uttering a word. Staring blankly at the hole, Liang Yong suddenly shouted, almost instantaneously lunging towards He Changhai, who was 30 meters away. Before he could react, Liang Yong's fist, the size of a cauldron, struck his face, sending he crashing against the uneven wall. Seeing their leader attacked, a throng of special forces rushed to subdue Liang Yong. With no weapons left, they resorted to sheer strength. Liang Yong, undeterred, dispatched several officers with swift kicks. However, outnumbered, he was soon overwhelmed and pinned to the ground. With defiance, Liang Yong glared at He Changhai, exclaiming, "You fool, look at what you've done." He Changhai rubbed his injured face, furrowing his brow, and ignored him. Addressing the other officers in a low voice, "Are there any casualties?" "No, sir." The officers replied in unison. "Notify the other teams to assemble on the rooftop." He Chaohai commanded, his expression stern. A young officer suddenly spoke up. Captain, should we pursue him? The other special officers looked at the young officer as if he were foolish. He Chaohai's eyelids twitched slightly. No need. The situation has exceeded our capabilities. If this individual is truly ruthless, we would likely face casualties today. Pinned by several officers, Liang Yong shouted at Chaohai, don't flatter yourself. Mr. Tu spared you because you share the same nationality. If he had intended to kill, you would all be annihilated in an instant. He Chaohai waved Liang Yong off. I will report your actions to the headquarters. Yang Yong protested. Since when did the laws of our nation permit the execution of a transcendent being who has not violated any laws? Once classified as a dangerous entity, we have the right to use lethal force if an attempt to apprehend is made, He Chaohai replied. As the debate between He Chaohai and Liang Yong continued, a voice communication chimed in He Chaohai's communication glasses. Governor? What is it? He Chaohai's nose flared. Boss, we have truly felt the impact of this assessment. A special officer stationed on the first floor reported over the intercom, sir, for officials from Jioding have arrived. They are heading to the 26th floor. Chapter 11. The 9 provinces Heavyding Town. He Chaohai addressed the governor, stating, Governor, we have just initiated the apprehension. But that transcendent individual is exceedingly powerful and has already escaped. After a brief silence, the governor replied, Understood, and promptly ended the call. He Chaohai turned and strode purposefully towards the exit, commanding, Regroup on the rooftop. Yes, Commander. The special police responded in unison as they began to gather their equipment. A dozen officers surrounded the weapon, which had been crumpled into a metal ball by Tu Shaoyun, each lifting a corner and carrying it outside. At that moment, 4 individuals rushed out of the slowly opening elevator. Before He Chaohai could approach, they had already reached him. The leader, a man of merely 1.75 meters, demanded, Where is he? He Chaohai, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, He got away. The 4 showed no regard for He Chaohai's authority. The leader waved him aside and charged into the office hall, the others closely following. Upon arriving at the spot where Tu Shaoyun had vanished, the leader scrutinized the area for a moment and then turned to He Chaohai, instructing, Upload the real-time video from that moment to my neural interface. Casting a cold glance at He Chaohai, he added, You are incredibly foolish. Didn't he, your superior, inform you to wait for our arrival before taking action? Who authorized you to act independently? After speaking, he pressed a button on his wristwatch, projecting a 3D hologram of a man clad in a fitted police uniform and glasses. Appearing harmless and cultured, the man addressed the holographic figure, Director Qin. Is your subordinate suffering from a cerebral evolution that has resulted in a brain filled with concrete and glue? Upon hearing this, Director Qin's expression darkened. Group Leader Zhang, please choose your words more carefully. The governor of Shu province has already contacted your superiors in Jioding. This incident was caused by a misalignment of information and delays in interdepartmental directives. The special operations team responded immediately upon receiving the information, and the governor personally approved the arrest warrant, while your assessment of the situation was only issued 10 minutes ago. Has your department's leadership not communicated with you? He continued. Who is the highest-ranking officer present? The commanding officer here is a special police captain, and his superior is Director Qin of the Chuan Capital Police Bureau. I have established video communication with Director Qin. Put it on speaker, Zhang Yu instructed. He pressed a button on his sonar receiver, and Director Qin's voice resonated through his glasses. Director Qin, please have your subordinate cooperate with our efforts. This way, I can allocate personnel to assist in the future. If this continues, it will be rather tedious, don't you think? He Chaohai stood at attention and saluted, responding, Yes, Director. Yang Haitao, are you satisfied with my arrangements? Zhang Yu's glasses emitted Yang Haitao's hearty laughter. Director Qin, you are overreacting. Zhang Yu, please organize things. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. Understood, Director Yang. Director Qin also ended the video call. He Chaohai transmitted the real-time video to Group Leader Zhang's neural interface, who subsequently shared it with the other 3. They quickly reviewed the footage, gasping in shock. The lone female among them turned to the pensive Zhang Yu, stating, He is far more formidable than the other transcendent individuals, and his abilities are not to be underestimated. His mastery of elemental powers is extraordinary. I observed both metal and earth abilities, and possibly even teleportation. Zhang Yu, deep in thought, replied gravely, This is bullet time. He is a tremendously dangerous transcendent individual. If he truly left from the 26th floor, he possesses another ability, flight. If such an unpredictable factor enters society, Liang Yong suddenly interjected, addressing the contemplative Zhang Yu. Group Leader Zhang. Mr. Tu is a citizen of Huagua. He is not a heartless individual. Despite being attacked by numerous special police, he did not retaliate, nor did he harm a single officer. Please do not corner him into becoming an adversary to our nation. Zhang Yu looked up at Liang Yong, who was being restrained by several special police officers, and then turned to Yi Changhai, asking, who is he, and how did he come to be here? Yi Changhai replied, he is Liang Yong, the captain of the special patrol team here. It was his squad that discovered that individual. When I arrived, it appeared as if that person had taken him hostage. Liang Yong retorted angrily, you're talking nonsense. I was guiding Mr. Tu to help him integrate into society, and then you barged in with guns drawn. Zhang Yu scrutinized Liang Yong, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he inquired, do you have a brother named Liang Yu? The other 3 team members looked at Liang Yong with curiosity, while the female member began to recall a man who bore a striking resemblance to him. 3 years prior, a transcendent individual returned after a decade of absence, possessing formidable earth abilities. A minor dispute with several police officers escalated due to their relentless pursuit, ultimately leading to the individual injuring several officers and fleeing the scene. The police promptly issued a manhunt, and although he initially only harmed, he accidentally killed an officer as the pursuit intensified. In response, law enforcement escalated their efforts, but the individual grew increasingly defiant. The police suffered significant losses, ultimately deploying aircraft and tanks in a manhunt that lasted nearly a year. After the destruction of numerous ground tanks, he ultimately perished by suicide during a coordinated assault by the police, military, and Jioding. The group looked at Liang Yong with dawning realization. Liang Yong's expression dimmed, and he became exceedingly despondent as he stated, yes, that person was Liang Yu, my twin brother. His return was marred by a trivial conflict with a few officers. Zhang Yu nodded, instructing He team leader, collect the eagle eyes and neural interfaces of all personnel involved in this incident. Tomorrow, you may retrieve new equipment from your police department. This incident will be classified as top secret, and no information is to be disclosed. Wang Su, you remain to collect the equipment. The man referred to as Wang Su nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Yu pointed at Yi Changhai and instructed Wang Su. His equipment must also be collected. As Zhang Yu demanded the confiscation of his neural interface and eagle eye, Yi Changhai felt a surge of frustration. With a cold huff, he swiftly removed his glasses and neural interface, tossing them onto a table before turning to leave. Zhang Yu dismissed Yi Changhai's emotions, addressing the officers restraining Liang Yong. Release him. Come with me. I wish to better understand this transcendent individual. The officers released Liang Yong, who followed Zhang Yu and the others out of the disheveled Special Operations Team office. Chapter 12. The slovenly fat man Tu Shaoyun within the recesses of Tu Shaoyun's mind. 2 points persistently flickered, compelling him with an intense desire to merge with them. He soared to the pinnacle of a towering edifice, his gaze fixed upon the tablet in hand, his expression dark and foreboding. Tu Shaoyun's eyes pierced the heavens as he suddenly bellowed, Why? Why has my world transformed into a realm of calamity, while this realm flourishes with spiritual energy and stability? Why have the denizens of my world become mere shells of their former selves, while those here experience cerebral evolution? Why? By what right? What is my world, then? Is it merely fodder for this world? Tu Shaoyun regarded this world with cold detachment, observing the hurried humans below, taking in the tranquility and harmony that mirrored Earth before the apocalypse. Yet, he felt a profound strangeness and chill. With a determined leap, he ascended towards the direction that relentlessly beckoned him in his mind. The entire world owes me an explanation. Before him stood an antiquated residential building, a stark contrast to the modernity of towering 3D printed structures. This old edifice, consisting of 19 floors, bore the weight of superstition prior to 2012. The number 18 was associated with the underworld, prompting developers to construct a small attic atop the 18th floor as a token for buyers. In the topmost apartment, 3 young individuals sat quietly on a sofa. Opposite them lounged a disheveled man in his 50s, his visage marked by despair and unkempt facial hair. He sat listlessly, staring blankly at the trio, not uttering a word for a prolonged silence. Among them, a woman gazed at the torpid man, her expression tinged with helplessness. Reflecting on his current state, she felt a wave of sorrow and profound helplessness. 99% of humanity had awakened their cerebral potential in the initial stages. As time progressed, the remaining unawakened populace gradually followed suit over the past 15 years. Each subsequent awakener possessed elemental powers, with later awakeners demonstrating even greater prowess. Some exceptional individuals had even grasped extraordinary abilities, such as manipulating time, controlling lightning, or possessing psychic perception. 5 years prior, Tu Shaoyun had been evaluated by the Jioding organization as a potential luminary post-awakening. They had monitored him discreetly for 5 years. Unfortunately, reality was unforgiving. As the number of later awakeners dwindled, so too did his hopes. Recently, Jioding had culled the list of unawakened individuals in China, revealing that only a handful remained. Tu Shaoyun being one of them. Brother Tu, you've become increasingly despondent over the past 2 years. You must rally yourself. Awakening is a collective human endeavor. I believe your awakening is imminent, perhaps even within these few days. The woman spoke, her short hair framing her delicate features, concern evident in her bright, lively eyes. Nestled in the sofa, the man shifted slightly for comfort, lifting his weary gaze to mutter, "You needn't comfort me. I am acutely aware of my situation." The woman, Ren Xinyue, affectionately known as Lele, was petite and youthful, in her early 20s, with rosy lips and bright, expressive eyes. She recalled the inexplicable fondness she felt upon first meeting Tu Shaoyun 3 years prior, a simple, comforting connection devoid of romantic undertones. Seeing Tu Shaoyun's spirits plummet further, she hesitated before saying, "Brother Tu, just the other day, our unit discovered that of the remaining over 10,000 unawakened individuals in China, aside from you and a few others, everyone else has awakened. Their recent tests indicate they will possess remarkable strength in the future." Brother Tu, awakening is a shared human experience. From the initial awakening of billions to the gradual emergence of the remaining 7 million underscores the fairness in awakening potential. Those who awaken later are now surpassing those who once deemed them worthless. Upon hearing Ren Xinyue's words, a flicker of light ignited in Tu Shaoyun's dull eyes as he straightened up. "Everyone has awakened? Is this true?" Ren Xinyue, sensing his desperate grasp for hope, nodded vigorously. "Brother Tu, after all these years of knowing you, have I ever deceived you? It is indeed true." She paused, then regarded him curiously. "Brother Tu, haven't you always hinted that you may have awakened long ago?" Tu Shaoyun, taken aback by her sudden inquiry, offered a bewildered smile. "Where would you even begin with that? Do I appear to be awakened to you?" Ren Xinyue turned to a nearby man, gesturing for him to assist. He raised his wristwatch and pressed a button, projecting a 3D holographic image. The figure depicted was a tall man clad in a linen vest and black trousers, his long hair cascading behind him. His countenance was strikingly austere, with sharply defined features resembling those of Tu Shaoyun, particularly the thick beard that the latter could only currently muster as stubble. Why do I sense that this person's aura resonates with my own? Chapter 13. The identical tattoo on his arm. As Ren Xinyue observed the chubby man's reaction, her confusion deepened. When she received the 3D image earlier that day, she had been utterly stunned. She could distinctly sense that the man depicted in the image was indeed the chubby fellow who had remained dormant for 15 years. The inexplicable joy that surged within her upon seeing Tu Shaoyun felt more intense than her excitement when encountering the chubby man himself. She began to suspect that perhaps the chubby man had awakened long ago and had merely concealed it. However, witnessing the equally astonished expression on his face caused her doubts to waver. His reaction seemed genuine. Could it be that they were not the same person after all? Softly, Ren Xinyue addressed him. "Brother Tu, this image is not a model created by us. He is a real person, discovered earlier this morning in Suzhou. Coincidentally, he produced a second-generation ID card, and the information on it matches your previous details. However, records show that you have changed your ID. And the information regarding the destruction of your old ID also exists. This is the reason we sought you out." The chubby man quickly regained his composure, settling slowly onto the sofa as he gazed at the image of the man. His mind whirled with thoughts. What organization do you work for? Such matters cannot be accessed by an ordinary person. And who are those two? He inquired. Having known the chubby man for over 3 years, the topic he had never broached finally surfaced. Ren Xinyue sighed and slowly retrieved her work identification card from her pocket. The two men beside her likewise produced their ID cards, gently tapping them against their chests. A burst of colorful light flickered as the identity information of the three gradually materialized on the cards. The chubby man glanced at their identification cards and murmured, "Ren Xinyue, team leader of the 5th group in the 9th Ding Suzhou. You are indeed one of them. So, you have been approaching me intentionally for the past 3 years?" Seeing Tu Shaoyun's mind racing with speculations, Ren Xinyue hastily replied, "Brother Tu, it's not as you think. I was still an ordinary person when we first met. You know that I only found you to be as warm and friendly as an older brother, which prompted me to approach you. It was precisely because of our familiarity that the organization assigned me to observe you discreetly. Tu Shaoyun's expression gradually cooled, and he retorted coldly. Then could you explain why your organization is interested in me? Rin Xinyue felt a pang of hurt and sadness. Being questioned in such a manner by the brother she revered made her heart skip a beat. She took out a small device, slightly thicker than a button, from her pocket. This is a potential detector, specifically designed to assess the potential of individuals who have not yet awakened. Your potential was measured at 100,000 points 5 years ago, indicating that had you awakened then, your abilities would have been extraordinarily formidable, surpassing all who had awakened at that time. However, your potential has not increased in the past 3 years, prompting the Ninth Ding to assign me to continue monitoring you. Brother 2, the Ninth Ding harbors no ill intentions. The chubby man cast a glance at the potential detector on the old-fashioned coffee table, responding non-committally. Since it has been established that the person in the image is not me, may I ask you to leave? He issued an outright dismissal, a testament to how years of living in dormancy had imparted upon him a profound understanding of the world's myriad forms and the fickleness of human relationships. Betrayal from his wife, estrangement from friends, and the dissolution of his company had fostered within him a deep-seated aversion to the world and humanity. The inability to awaken had cost him almost everything he once cherished. Even the home he had painstakingly built now lay in ruins. As Rin Xinyue sensed Tu Shaoyun's increasingly frigid demeanor, her heart felt as though it had been tightly clenched, a rush of color flooding her cheeks. In desperation, she called, "Brother Tu." Suddenly, one of the men beside her interrupted, speaking sharply, "Tu Shaoyun, we suspect you have a connection to the man in the image. He used your ID, and there is a resemblance between you two. If you refuse to cooperate with our investigation, we have the authority to detain you for 48 hours. Rin Xinyue, taken aback by her companion's words, exclaimed, "Zhang Ting, be quiet." Zhang Ting retorted indignantly, "But sisterhead," once again, Rin Xinyue interjected, "Silence." Zhang Ting huffed, turning away in displeasure. Tu Shaoyun regarded the agitated and distressed Rin Xinyue with a twinge of compassion. Over the past 3 years, he had come to appreciate her genuine concern for him, and he had always viewed her as a younger sister. Yet, there was something of paramount importance that he needed to ascertain. I truly have never seen this person before. As for his resemblance to me in the matter of my ID, I am rather unclear, Tu Shaoyun replied without rising, exhaling a barely audible grunt. Refusing to meet their gaze, he glanced at her and blandly remarked, "Please close the door behind you." "Thank you." The man's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "You," and then slammed the door shut with a forceful stride. Once the three departed, a glimmer of determination sparked in Tu Shaoyun's eyes. He rose swiftly and approached the light control panel in the living room, gently pressing several buttons. The projector in the room instantly displayed the earlier scene of the four sitting together. The image of the man in Zhang Ting's watch was extracted and moved closer to the coffee table, where Tu Shaoyun meticulously magnified the image of the man, focusing intently on the left arm of the figure. As he observed the image, a crooked tattoo of the character gradually became visible on the man's arm. Tu Shaoyun abruptly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm in a frenzy, though his corpulence hindered him from rolling it up completely. He yanked his shirt down wildly. His gaze fixated on the side of his upper arm, where a similarly distorted tattoo revealed itself. In disbelief, the chubby man sank to the floor, his face a mask of incredulity. Chapter 14. The earthly parent Shaoyun, after ending the call, activated the video function to let his mother see him. "Mom, what is wrong? Why do you suddenly want to see me?" "My video imaging system is malfunctioning," replied a voice from the smartwatch, tinged with excitement and a hint of tremor. "Son, have you awakened?" Shaoyun clenched his teeth silently, glancing at the imposing figure of a man in the living room before feigning indifference. "No, Mom, who told you that?" His mother on the watch sounded somewhat disappointed. "Isn't that you?" Suddenly, the voice from the watch broke into uncontrollable sobs. "This person is clearly my son. How could it not be you?" The woman's voice rose sharply. "Son, please don't deceive your mother. Connect the video so I can see you." Listening to his mother's voice, Shaoyun felt a pang in his heart, tears glistening in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, his face contorting in anguish, but maintained his calm voice. "Mom, what did you see? Why are you asking me this?" His mother, still weeping, said, "Principal Lee sent me an email just now with a 3D image of someone. I looked, and it clearly looked like you. But Principal Lee insists it's a transcendent being and questioned whether I have 2 sons." Shaoyun composed himself, addressing the smartwatch. "Mom, that image is not me. I haven't awakened." After a lengthy pause, silence enveloped the conversation. A moment later, his mother's voice broke the stillness. Are you and the others doing well? I want to visit you next month. Anxiously, she continued, Shaoyun, do you still have money? Before she could finish, Shaoyun abruptly ended the communication. Feeling as if his soul had been lost, he sank slowly to the floor, resting against the side of the sofa, cradling his head with one arm. He held the smartwatch in the other, hiding his face in despair as unusual sobs echoed in the room. Far away in Kyoto, in a hillside villa, a middle-aged woman lay on the bed, weeping openly, while a middle-aged man sat quietly at the bedside, smoking a cigarette, deep in thought, not uttering a word. These two were Shaoyun's parents, residing in distant Kyoto. Through her tears, his mother cursed loudly, Wang Rue, that wretched woman. How heartless can she be? Shaoyun has suffered so much for her, and now she behaves in this manner after her evolution. How dare she shamelessly file for divorce? My poor son. Overcome with sorrow, she buried her head in her hands, lamenting, this child has always been stubborn, never confiding in us. How many disdainful looks has he endured? How much injustice has he faced? He hasn't taken a penny from us in years. Suddenly, she kicked her husband. You old fool. Say something. Caught off guard, her husband fell to the floor, scrambling to his feet. What are you doing? Seeing her husband resisting, she rallied with vigor. What do you mean? Our son is in this state, and you, as his father, show no concern? With a swift motion, he dismissed her, striding out of the room. Crazy woman. I'm not going to argue with you. Who are you calling a crazy woman? Stop right there. She leaped from the bed, barefoot, chasing after him. He fled to the sofa on the first floor, with her hot on his heels. You explain yourself. Who's the crazy woman? Our son is practically begging on the streets. You, a geologist, a renowned scientist, the chief surveyor of lunar exploration, what good is all that? Can't you find a way for your son? Pointing at her, he retorted. Be quiet. Your son has awakened long ago. He has been hiding it from you. Did you really think he is still that slothful boy? With his previous physical condition, where could I possibly place him? He lacks both strength and intellect. What position could I arrange for him? Startled, she pressed on. What did you just say? Repeat that. With no suitable position available, you know what the state of humanity's evolution is like. We're both over 60 now, with the vitality of 30-year-olds, while Shaoyun, at just over 40, appears as aged as someone in their 50s. Where do you expect me to place him? Nodding, he confirmed, it's likely Shaoyun has awakened long ago. In an instant, her demeanor changed. She rushed to his side, gripping his arm, her voice trembling. Old man, don't deceive me. I can't handle such emotional upheaval. Bring the communication watch down, he instructed. She nodded and hurried upstairs, returning shortly with the watch in hand. He took it, pressing a few buttons, and a 3D projection of Shaoyun appeared, captured at the White Cloud building. He manipulated the projection, rotating it until Shaoyun's profile faced the viewer. Gently, he paused the image, magnifying it to focus on Shaoyun's left arm. His mother's gaze was fixated on the projection, and upon noticing the familiar insignia on his arm, she gasped, covering her mouth. Do you remember this character? Shaoyun tattooed it on his arm at 14. I scolded him harshly back then, and yet you, a doting mother, dared to say it looked nice. Though he attempted to present a light-hearted tone, his mother was already in tears, overwhelmed with a mix of joy and sorrow. This foolish child, keeping such an important awakening from me. When I asked him, he insisted he hadn't awakened. It has been years since I last saw him. I held back because of his lack of awakening and the chaos surrounding him, fearing it would upset him. Now that he has awakened, he still hides it from me. As she seized the watch from him, intent on calling Shaoyun, he quickly restrained her. What are you doing? If he didn't tell you, it must be for a reason. What if he has a special identity, and your call exposes him? Stunned, she asked, then what should I do? I miss my son. It has been years since we last saw him. A little longer won't matter. You can communicate with him, but don't mention anything about his evolution, understood? She nodded seriously, the burdens of worry that had plagued her for years dissipating in an instant. Suddenly, she smiled foolishly at her husband. Old man, I'll go make you dinner. It's past 10. Are you making breakfast or lunch? He responded, watching his wife dash upstairs with a smile forming on his lips. Chapter 15. The headquarters of the 9 tripod. After a considerable time, the smartwatch in the portly man's hand emitted a series of beeps. He abruptly lifted his head, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He continued to grit his teeth fiercely, his cheeks bulging, his face marred with chaotic streaks of tears. Upon seeing the name Wang Rue displayed on his phone, his heart constricted painfully. He slowly exhaled the air he had been holding, taking several deep breaths before pressing the voice call button. A somewhat languid female voice emanated from the device. Tu Shaoyun, the portly man replied, devoid of joy or sorrow. What is it? Have you awakened? He maintained his composure. No. Wang Rui paused briefly before continuing. The divorce application expires in a few days. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Come to the Honko Administrative Building to sign. A flash of hostility crossed the portly man's face. He replied decisively, all right. As he was about to end the call, Wang Rui added, I transferred half of the house payment to your account last month. Please move out as soon as possible. I'll sell the house next month. He held his breath, inhaling deeply through his nose. Understood. Wang Rui, having finished her message, hung up before he could respond. He tilted his head back, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. The island was an artificial landmass, home to nearly 300,000 inhabitants. It was divided into various sectors by towering walls, including residential areas, training zones, research centers, and communication command centers. At the heart of the island lay a sprawling city, encircled by a massive base enclosed within alloy walls, resembling a great dragon coiled in slumber from an aerial perspective. Soaring high in the four corners in the center of the island stood 5 peculiar iron towers known as rift generators, designed to obstruct satellite and reconnaissance aircraft observation. In the heart of the city, a magnificent dragon-shaped edifice loomed, its entrance fashioned into a colossal dragon's head, the gaping maw serving as the entrance to the building. At this moment, in a conference room within the building, a man stood quietly at the center. Surrounding him were over 20 chairs arranged in the room. He gently pressed the watch on his wrist, and a series of video images began to emerge. Observing the vacant chairs around him, he softly announced, the video conference commences. Please connect the participants. A crisp female voice resonated in the room, connecting participants requesting to enter the room. Please hold on. A flash of light flickered across the seats, which had been empty moments before, now filled with people. All applicants have been connected. Please begin the meeting. The man expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The virtual projections of over 20 individuals sat quietly in the conference room. Without further ado, he activated all the 3D video imagery, revealing scenes of modern warfare, each depicting a long-haired man clad in armor battling groups of military or police personnel. The combatants displayed formidable personal strength, primarily wielding elemental abilities associated with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In one particular scene, a man of Asian descent sprouted a pair of bony wings from his back, transforming his arms into long, bone blades. With a deft motion, he effortlessly severed a fighter jet in half. The onlookers remained speechless, contemplating the surreal display of power. What manner of monsters are these? Modern military and police forces pose no threat to them. The individuals displayed elemental abilities at least at level 9. The known registrants of level 9 ability users were all accounted for. This new batch of awakened individuals could not have evolved to such heights so rapidly, let alone surpass level 9. As the 20-plus individuals scrutinized the war scenes, animated discussions ensued, rife with astonishment and confusion. The man addressed the assembly. These are the transcendent beings that appeared across the globe yesterday. They share common characteristics, lacking communication equipment, displaying immense personal strength, and valuing human life as mere weeds. Naturally, they also wear peculiar armor. He pointed to several images. These 4 were sighted in America, these 3 in Eagle Country, these 3 in India, this group in London, these 5 in France, and this individual from Asia appeared in our country. As he spoke, the footage of Tu Shaoyun's battle in Sichuan province was brought to the forefront. He continued, this man surfaced in our homeland. He added, in total, we have identified 18 transcendent beings surpassing level 9, each capable of annihilating a small city. Given their individual nature and exceptional mobility, their destructive potential rivals that of black weapons. Others are currently abroad. We shall not discuss them for now. I wish to focus on the individual who appeared in our nation. Based on information provided by officers who first encountered him, we can preliminarily deduce that he is indeed Chinese. A piece of good news. He is the only one among these transcendent beings who did not actively attack police officers or civilians. Zhang Yu raced to Sichuan province upon receiving the officer's report, but he was too late. The police had already attempted to capture this transcendent being, whose abilities were formidable, making their efforts all too predictable. Zhang Yu, please share the information you gathered in Sichuan with everyone. Zhang Yu, the leader of the 9-tripod team, addressed the assembly. When the officers discovered this individual, he presented a second-generation ID card. After verification, we confirmed the information was legitimate, regardless of whether the ID card belongs to him. We can estimate that his transcendent awakening must have occurred prior to 2012. Based on the data from this ID, we located the individual it identifies, revealing a peculiar resemblance between him and the man we found. albeit with significant differences in height and physique. At that moment, a holographic image of a woman slowly solidified in an empty chair. She softly apologized before quietly taking her seat. Zhang Yu, noticing her presence, remarked, "Just in time. The individual resembling this transcendent being is known to all of you. It is Ren Xinyue, who has been covertly monitoring the unawakened." Zhang Yu turned to Ren Xinyue. "Isn't Tu Shaoyun under your observation? Can you elaborate on the connection between him and the man in the footage?" Ren Xinyue nodded. "I just came from speaking with him. I asked a few questions and showed him the image of this person. He claims not to recognize him." With a hint of frustration, Ren Xinyue added, "Tu Shaoyun has not awakened for 15 years. His mental state has deteriorated significantly. He exhibits signs of withdrawal and aversion to social interaction. As for other irregularities, none have been detected so far. He remains under our observation, and I will continue to follow up." Suddenly, Ren Xinyue, taken aback, exclaimed, "Captain Yang, how can you?" The man interrupted her, shaking his head. "This is an order from the organization. We have already expended considerable resources on him. Given the urgency of the situation, it is no longer necessary to continue our focus. The organization has other tasks assigned to you." Ren Xinyue pouted, remaining silent in her indignation. The man surveyed the assembly once more. "What measures should we take regarding the individual who appeared in our country? Let us brainstorm. Any constructive suggestions or opinions are welcome." One man suggested, "He lacks communication devices, making it difficult to track him. I propose issuing an SS-level wanted notice. We could collaborate with 9 Tripod and Dragon Shield to capture him." Another man interjected, "It's the fault of the police. Their incompetence squandered an excellent opportunity for capture. You can't blame them. Even if my team had arrived on time, we wouldn't have been able to capture him. His power is simply too great. Captain Yang, I suggest we refrain from apprehending him, as he has not yet committed any acts that harm the nation or its people. Should we truly wait until he perpetrates an act that incites public outrage before we take action? A person with such destructive potential roaming among ordinary citizens poses a significant threat to our entire nation." The man who had previously voiced his complaints continued, "Old Zhang's proposal from our bureau is quite reasonable. We should locate him and eliminate him, thereby resolving the issue once and for all. This course of action is far too perilous, and I do not endorse it. Indeed, it is our duty at Jioding to extinguish threats and dangers in their infancy. I advocate for his capture, and should he resist, we must act decisively." Captain Yang, positioned at the center of the conference room, nodded towards Zhang Yu and stated, "All right, everyone, please be quiet. I have decided to adopt a strategy of monitoring him. Upon his reappearance, Zhang Yu's Team 4 and Ren Xinyue's Team 5 will engage him in communication. Our responsibility at Jioding is to diligently oversee the movements of domestic superhuman individuals. The emergence of these outsiders on the international stage necessitates our vigilant attention. Any instance of an outsider entering Huagua must be reported to headquarters immediately. No contact with these outsiders is permitted without authorization." Chapter 16. The Soul's Guidance in the Mind. Yang Haitao let out a bitter laugh and said, "Cousin, can you please refrain from calling me Yang Big Head? You truly worry me. After all, I am your brother. You can provide unwavering support to someone as irrelevant as Tu Shaoyun for over 3 years, yet I, your genuine elder brother, receive this treatment?" Yang Haitao scoffed, as if, "What is there about him that warrants my jealousy? A 15-year-old who remains unawakened, living like a beggar." Ren Xinyue retorted angrily, "What did you just say?" Furrowing her brow, Ren Xinyue continued, "What about the others who remain unawakened? That is beyond our concern." Yang Haitao shifted the topic. "Lele, I have kept you here to assign you a task. Last week, a physicist researching hovercraft was secretly abducted. Your mission is to rescue this scientist." "Hovercraft? Are you referring to the physicist Wang Yuan, who creates anti-gravity fields using only electromagnetic fields without relying on antiparticle materials? You've reserved a spot for me?" "Cousin, I can't shake the feeling that this is rather dubious. My expertise lies in mental manipulation. I doubt I can be of much assistance." Ren Xinyue hesitated. Yang Haitao reassured her. "Currently, the top-tier ability users are stationed in various cities, and the higher-level users have all gone out on missions. This mass awakening has also drawn a significant number of ability users for training and guidance, resulting in a temporary shortage of personnel in Jioding. This task does not pose great danger. The group that captured Wang Yuan is merely a small mercenary band. Although there is some risk involved, your capabilities are sufficient to handle it." Ren Xinyue replied, "It's not that I fear danger. I merely worry that my lack of strength may hinder others." Listening to Yang Haitao's serious tone, Ren Xinyue gradually realized that he was deliberately assigning her this task to help her gain experience. She promptly shook her head. I want to go. This is clearly deceiving the nation. Find someone else. I'm leaving, cousin. Finally, Ren Xinyue nodded slowly. All right, if you truly need me, I will go. As for the nation's rewards, let them be given to those who need them more. Ren Xinyue nodded again. Well then, I shall take my leave, cousin. Go ahead. With a flash of light, Ren Xinyue's image vanished from the chair, and a tender smile appeared on Yang Haitao's face as he turned and exited the conference room. Tu Shaoyun's figure swiftly soared through the high sky. By now, evening had arrived, and a faint darkness enveloped the city. Towering, conical buildings reached high into the clouds, while colorful lights illuminated the entire city as if it were daytime. Tu Shaoyun descended onto the rooftop of a skyscraper, gazing somewhat dazedly at the fantastical city before him. This was an extraordinarily prosperous city, far more splendid than any he had encountered along his journey. As he looked upon this strange yet familiar metropolis, memories began to flood his mind. Tu Shaoyun was a native of Kyoto. His father was a geologist, and his mother a teacher at an agricultural university. In 2008, having just completed his college entrance examination, he contemplated which university to attend. After nearly 20 years in the north, he felt somewhat weary and, despite his parents' and friends' objections, resolutely chose to apply to a university in the south. When the apocalypse struck, he had just graduated. During his freshman year, Tu Shaoyun had a girlfriend. And to facilitate their lives together, he purchased an apartment in Magic City at the beginning of his sophomore year. His relationship with his girlfriend, Wang Rui, was stable, and the two secretly obtained a marriage certificate in their junior year. However, since they had not yet graduated, they did not hold a wedding ceremony. Just as the apocalypse began, they were preparing to get married. At that time, Wang Rui still lived with her parents. After waking up, Tu Shaoyun risked his life to search for her, only to find that her entire family had already turned into zombies. In his grief and despair, he headed north in search of his parents. On the way, he met a group of like-minded brothers. Unlike them, who had developed their brain nuclei 4 years after the apocalypse, Tu Shaoyun had obtained his the day after the blood moon wave. This unique endowment granted him physical prowess far superior to that of others, earning him the rightful title of leader among his peers. After more than a year of wandering, Tu Shaoyun eventually arrived at the survivor base in Kyoto. There, he learned from his cousin Biochemical that his parents had long since become zombies. Leading his group, Tu Shaoyun had a falling out with the leader of the Kyoto base over resource disputes and attitudes, leading to a fierce confrontation. Biochemical's wife perished during this internal conflict, and he subsequently harbored a deep resentment towards Tu Shaoyun and the leader of the Kyoto base. To be more precise, after surviving a near-death experience, Biochemical had come to regard humanity as mere livestock. Having spent only half a year at the Kyoto base, Tu Shaoyun and his companions began their journey to search for their brother's relatives and friends. Eventually, they traveled across much of Huagua and encountered a man named Guopeng in Mongolia, where they established Tu Shaoyun's first base. However, shortly after its establishment, both humans and zombies evolved simultaneously, resulting in the base being besieged by zombies, forcing them to escape to other bases. As memories faded like smoke, Tu Shaoyun swiftly flew toward the guiding force in his mind, which was the very house he had purchased in Magic City. He began to feel increasingly confident in his suspicions. This world was constantly hinting to him that it mirrored another, parallel Earth. Whatever existed in one world must also exist in the other, perhaps even including humanity. If that were the case, what were the two guiding points in his mind? Could it truly be the self of this world? Yet, if that point represented himself in this realm, what then lay beyond it? All his doubts were on the verge of revelation. Chapter 17. The Dawn That Will Not Come. On December 22nd, 2012, the stout man gently lifted his head, squinting towards the northwest. A mobile point of soul attraction, which had been manifesting in his mind since dawn, was drawing closer to him. What could that point be? He strode purposefully to the rooftop of the attic. Unfortunately, for years later, the Awakeners underwent a monumental evolution, and the disparity between him and those Awakeners became starkly evident. At the onset of this grand evolution, Awakeners worldwide found themselves paralyzed, plunged into a state of near extinction. Naturally, the stout man's wife was not spared. Burdened with caring for Wang Rui, he neglected to seek answers about the point's allure in his mind. It wasn't until a decade later, following the stunning departure of Wang Rui, that he ventured to the location of that point. Standing on the rooftop, the stout man's gaze fixated on the direction from which the attraction was approaching. Moments later, a robust man suddenly descended from the sky, enveloped in a powerful gust of air. The stout man was knocked back several steps by the force of the wind, his back pressed against the wall. As he watched the man slowly straighten up, astonishment washed over him. Indeed, this was the very person from his visions. Although he had anticipated the existence of such an individual and confirmed this was the one from his memories, his heart raced uncontrollably upon facing him. Tu Shaoyun glanced around the rooftop, memories flooding back as if they had happened just yesterday. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the stout man before him, whose gaunt face and unkempt beard made him appear as though he were in his 50s. Is this truly what I will become in another world, 15 years hence? Tu Shaoyun gazed at the stout man in disbelief. Despite his own scruffy appearance, Tu Shaoyun looked merely in his mid-20s, while the stout man bore the weight of age. They were, after all, the same person, strikingly similar in features. An unsuspecting observer might easily mistake them for father and son. They stood silently on the rooftop of the 19th floor, an eerie atmosphere enveloping them. Hello, Tu Shaoyun finally broke the silence after a lengthy pause. Why you are? Where did you come from? It seems you knew I was coming. The stout man stammered, incredulity etched on his face. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the stout man nodded, gesturing toward his head, and then to Tu Shaoyun's exposed arm. There's a peculiar thing in my mind that has been pulling me. I can sense every path you took on your way here. The tattoo on your arm was something I inked on myself at 14. Tu Shaoyun looked at the weary, aged face of the stout man, a multitude of words swirling in his mind, yet he felt at a loss. Are you not doing well? A bittersweet smile crept onto the stout man's face. I was all right initially, but since the world changed, my life has been quite miserable. I cannot fathom why everything transformed so suddenly, why everyone else has changed, yet I remain unchanged. Now, there is even another version of myself. Where did you come from? The stout man spread his hands, a mix of resignation and mockery evident. Come inside. Noticing Tu Shaoyun's return to silence, the stout man's expression shifted, inviting him in as he turned to enter the room. Tu Shaoyun contemplated deeply as he followed the stout man. The sensation akin to the impending blood moon once again gripped his mind. On this very rooftop, he had collapsed under the impact of the blood moon, awakening to find his neighbors transformed into zombies. Every detail felt hauntingly familiar. Very familiar? Tu Shaoyun nodded gently. My home was like this too. The stout man's brow furrowed deeper. Where exactly do you come from? Tu Shaoyun turned slightly, addressing the other version of himself. I hail from Earth in another solar system, or rather, another parallel dimension. In my world, everything this world once possessed was also present in mine. All changes began on December 21st, 2012. From the moment I arrived in this world, a peculiar guidance emerged in my mind, leading me here to find you. Another parallel dimension? How could such a thing exist? The stout man stood in shock, staring at Tu Shaoyun. Is my whimsical speculation utterly absurd? You are not the future me, but rather a manifestation from another parallel realm. If that is the case, whether I can awaken in the future remains uncertain. I had naively believed that the future me had come to aid my evolution, but it seems it was merely my wishful thinking. The stout man pondered for a long time. From a parallel dimension? You are remarkably powerful. To what extent has your world evolved? Are you a super awakener from that realm? Surely, with such prowess, you must possess a way to help me awaken. The flicker of hope that had just been extinguished reignited within him as he recalled the commanding presence Tu Shaoyun exhibited when he descended. A fleeting expression of pain crossed Tu Shaoyun's face as he shook his head, speaking with a grave tone. I'm not an awakener. In my world, December 21st, 2012 did not herald global evolution. It marked the world's destruction. The stout man, filled with anticipation, was left dumbfounded by Tu Shaoyun's words. The world. Destruction? The stout man stammered, in your world. On December 21st, 2012, 99 of humanity perished in an instant. In my world, on that same date, 99 of humanity awakened instantaneously. Chapter 18. Killing you will awaken me. Hearing Tu Shaoyun's words, the heavy-set man fell into deep contemplation. The millions of surviving humans continue to perish. A vague understanding began to swirl in his mind. Your world dies in an instant, while mine awakens. In your world, millions of surviving humans are dying, while in mine, the millions who have yet to awaken inexplicably do so. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to Tu Shaoyun, realization dawning upon him. So that's it. I finally understand why I have not awakened for 15 years. A wild thought flashed through his mind. Tu Shaoyun continued his solemn narration. Just the day before yesterday, on December 21st, 2027, my world completely collapsed. That damn blood moon appeared once again, ultimately colliding with the Earth, which for unknown reasons veered off its orbit and hurtled towards the sun. The heavy-set man slowly stood, moving cautiously toward Tu Shaoyun, scrutinizing him with keen eyes. A dagger concealed in his sleeve, he inquired. Are all of you, the last surviving humans, truly this formidable? If you have never awakened, how have you become like this? Tu Shaoyun replied. In the 4th year of the apocalypse in my world, both zombies and humans' pituitary glands evolved into a type of brain core. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from Tu Shaoyun's chest, and he looked incredulously at the man mere inches away. Why? Tu Shaoyun's voice was devoid of emotion, chillingly calm. As he spoke, the heavy-set man had already pulled the trigger. The bullet struck Tu Shaoyun's forehead with a resounding clang. It did not penetrate his skull but ricocheted off onto a vase in the foyer, which shattered into pieces with a loud crash. The heavy-set man, seemingly possessed, disregarded whether the bullets could kill Tu Shaoyun, madly firing at his head and face. Bang, 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 bang. The revolver held only 6 bullets, and in an instant, the heavy-set man had emptied it. He continued pulling the trigger, the room filled with the dry clicks of an empty chamber. Tu Shaoyun's face darkened, the tension palpable as the intervals between the clicks shortened, finally halting the heavy-set man's frenzied assault. Staring blankly at the unscathed Tu Shaoyun, the heavy-set man dropped his gun with a thud and collapsed onto the floor. Tu Shaoyun's complexion had turned a deep shade of purple, and he regarded the defenseless version of himself on the ground, his voice chillingly cold. How can you be so certain that killing me will lead to your awakening? The heavy-set man chuckled bitterly, his laughter more sorrowful than a cry. To kill you, ha ha ha. I truly am the world's greatest waste. You stand there without a move, yet I can't even kill you. In truth, Tu Shaoyun had sensed the heavy-set man's intentions when he began to act against himself. He could not fathom why 2 individuals with the same life experiences would harbor such deadly animosity. Upon hearing the heavy-set man's self-destructive words, clarity struck him. You mean to say that there exists a connection between our worlds? When someone dies in my world, one of those who have yet to awaken in this world will awaken? My survival has prevented your awakening, leading you to live in despair for 15 years. And thus you wish to kill me? With a desperate gaze, the heavy-set man shouted, Just kill me. As long as you live, I will never awaken. Rather than living so pitifully, without a glimmer of hope, I would prefer to die swiftly. Tu Shaoyun sighed, ignoring the heavy-set man's plea as he slowly sank into the sofa. You are me, and I am you. How could I bring myself to kill my own self? You fear nothing in death, yet fear life? Is awakening truly that significant to you? Tears streamed down the heavy-set man's face as despair washed over him once more. As he neared the pivotal point in his mind, he speculated that this person might be the reflection of himself brought by Ren Xinyue. He had hoped this person could aid in his awakening because he was certain that this individual was indeed himself. If another version of himself appeared, the only explanation was that he was his future self. With technology advancing rapidly, the notion of time travel was no longer far-fetched. If his future self were to seek him out, what purpose could it serve? Not to help, but rather to kill him? Killing himself would erase the existence of that future self, which bore no difference from suicide. However, upon learning from Tu Shaoyun that he hailed from an alternate parallel dimension, the heavy-set man fell into utter despair. As he unraveled the secret to awakening, he realized that the only means to achieve it was to eliminate Tu Shaoyun. Yes, if he could only slay that version of himself from the parallel universe, he too could awaken like those who simply ate and slept. Awakening would allow him to walk the streets with the dignity of a human. Chapter 19. Do you possess that cerebral core? The hefty individual murmured to himself. It is crucial, indeed vital. Everyone in the world has awakened, and I remain in slumber. I feel as though I have been forsaken by the entire world. In my failure to awaken, I have lost everything I once strove for in pursuit of a better life. Now, all my efforts lie in ruins, forever beyond my reach. At present, even survival has become a challenge. I find myself cast aside by this world, akin to a discarded object, neglected and forgotten. Do you comprehend the anguish of being overlooked by all? To exist without a trace is a profound sorrow. Alas, I fear I am less than the deceased. At least the dead are remembered, while I am utterly forgotten by the cosmos. Tu Shaoyun sat on the sofa, his expression dark as he remained silent. In his world, every individual had endured countless trials to survive. The denizens of that realm would forsake all they possessed, even their humanity, for the sake of existence. Yet here, he lamented the loss of hope to continue living, ostracized and forgotten by the masses. Suddenly, the hefty man, resembling a lifeless fish, sprang up and rushed to retrieve a dagger discarded on the floor, aiming to plunge it into his chest. Tu Shaoyun swiftly unleashed a surge of energy, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Anger surged within him, and he bellowed, "You wretched fool!" With a swift kick to the hefty man's chest, he sent him sprawling onto the ground. Tu Shaoyun approached and seized the hefty man, delivering several resounding slaps to his face. How could you be so spineless? I never imagined that you, the embodiment of my world, would be in such a pitiful state. No wonder you wallow in despair. Even ants cling to life. Just because you were shunned and ignored, you seek death? The hefty man, bloodied and grinning through gritted teeth, retorted. You have no comprehension of the difference between awakening and remaining dormant. Tu Shaoyun flung the hefty man onto the sofa, declaring, nonsense. Even if cerebral awakening and secondary evolution are indeed extraordinary, that does not justify your self-destructive behavior. There are myriad paths to success. Awakening is not the sole avenue. As far as I am aware, in recent years, countless individuals in my world have survived. Did the tens of thousands in this realm who did not awaken all take their own lives? The hefty man smirked, dripping blood from his mouth onto Tu Shaoyun's hand. Those who have not awakened are merely subsisting on government assistance, each one awaiting the day they miraculously awaken. Because we have no way out. Even a janitor may possess more strength than an unawakened adult. Tu Shaoyun exhaled sharply, furrowing his brow as he regarded the hefty man. What precisely is this cerebral awakening? It seems humanity has evolved far too rapidly, too exaggeratedly. The hefty man reclined on the sofa, whispering, after awakening, the human brain operates at 10 times its original speed. Perfect recall is merely the most basic capability. We both studied computer science. If we liken an awakened individual to a computer, then cerebral awakening represents an upgrade to the CPU. Can you fathom the implications of a CPU enhanced by several multiples? If cerebral awakening is akin to a CPU upgrade, then secondary evolution parallels an upgrade to the computer's hardware. Secondary evolution enhances the human body with sufficient nutrition and exercise. An individual's physical capabilities can triple at the very least. Understand this. If one could lift 100 pounds before, they can now lift 300. This is merely the minimum. In reality, many have enhanced their physical prowess by tens or even hundreds of times. How can this be possible? Tu Shaoyun mused, astonished at the vast disparity between the awakened and the unawakened. The hefty man continued, during secondary evolution, awakened individuals worldwide fell into paralysis, while we remained unaffected. Initially, I felt a sense of superiority, believing the unawakened had their own value. However, I soon realized how foolish that notion was. The paralyzed were undergoing a secondary awakening. And after awakening, everyone began to practice martial arts. How absurd it is that in a modern society, martial arts training became compulsory globally. Without it, they faced death. Tu Shaoyun recalled the agile police officers he had encountered in Shu's province, initially believing the entire police force had improved in skill. It turned out that all of humanity had begun practicing martial arts. The hefty man continued, to ensure humanity's survival, nations worldwide introduced a physical training method. Essentially an inner cultivation technique, devoid of martial arts techniques but providing a means to harness one's energy. I possess a copy of this technique. Yet for those of us who remain unawakened, it is akin to an incomprehensible ancient text. Over hundreds of thousands of unawakened individuals. Not a single one has succeeded in mastering it within a decade, while awakened individuals can reach the third level within 2 months. Why can they succeed while you cannot? The hefty man shook his head. I do not know. There is one in the drawer of my bedroom. You may inspect it yourself. Tu Shaoyun's mind conjured the image of Guoping, the youth he had encountered in Mongolia. Only those who had truly faced his strength would comprehend its magnitude. Before the apocalypse, Guoping had single-handedly slain over 1,000 individuals in Australia, with more than 700 being armed gang members and the remainder government officials with protective forces. How had Guoping, devoid of a cerebral core, achieved such feats? Guoping was among those who had traversed into this world. By the hefty man's reasoning, Guoping in this realm had also remained unawakened. Could it be that he was now merely a welfare recipient awaiting awakening? Tu Shaoyun found this notion incredulous and scoffed. Heavenly principles drive the diligent to strive for self-improvement. A person who commits to physical training, even over a mere year or two, can enhance their physical capabilities manifold. Look at yourself. You are not yet 40. Yet you have allowed yourself to resemble a man in his 50s, while concocting a plethora of excuses. The hefty man's face bore the weight of bitterness as he sighed. I admit, I am lazy, and I have no further justification to offer. Do you know Wang Rue? Tu Shaoyun nodded. When the apocalypse struck, I sought her out. But alas, her family had transformed into zombies. The hefty man's visage contorted in anguish. Yes, in your world, her family became zombies. In this realm, they all awakened. When they did, they failed to grasp the disparity between the awakened and the unawakened. Thus, I married Wang Rui. However, after her secondary awakening, she chose to separate from me. Tomorrow, we shall divorce. Tu Shaoyun's brow furrowed. She has become such a person now? The hefty man shook his head. I cannot blame her. The offspring of awakened and unawakened individuals cannot awaken. They are destined to remain ordinary, forever incapable of awakening. Such children are viewed as aberrations in society. I can understand her choice. Did Wang Rui leave because of this? Was it her decision? Tu Shaoyun's expression darkened further. Tu Shaoyun scoffed. In this society, a child with intelligence and sound limbs is deemed an aberration? How absurd. It is this society that is truly distorted. The essence of life cannot be encapsulated merely by cerebral awakening. The hefty man fell silent, his gaze drifting to Tu Shaoyun's feet, where the dagger he had intended to use for his suicide lay abandoned. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. How did you achieve it? Tu Shaoyun was bewildered by the senseless question posed by the rotund individual. How did you manage that? The chubby man appeared almost neurotic. Moments ago, he was in despair. And now he seemed to be revitalized. Indeed, neither of them had perished, yet one could soar through the skies and remain impervious to harm. How was it possible? The chubby man suddenly gazed at Tu Shaoyun with urgency, rising to his feet, his face swollen like that of a pig, hands spread wide in anticipation. Do you still possess that brain core? Tu Shaoyun furrowed his brow tightly. The first experience of absorbing a brain core was exceedingly agonizing. If one could not withstand such torment, the consequences would be dire. Do you have it? The chubby man interrupted Tu Shaoyun's explanation, cutting straight to the crux of the matter. Chapter 20. The portly man without a brain core in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Tu Shaoyun's mind has evolved into a vast cerebral cosmos, resembling a diminutive solar system. When humanity attains level 8 abilities, the consciousness can extend beyond the body to lock onto certain stationary tangible substances. These locked materials instantly shrink to infinitesimal sizes, ultimately being absorbed into the earth of this cerebral universe. When the materials reappear on the cerebral earth, they expand to colossal proportions. A grain of rice, for instance, takes on the form of a towering skyscraper. As the sole survivor and leader of humanity, Tu Shaoyun carries an abundance of survival supplies, among which the brain core is indispensable. Presently, on the cerebral earth, an immense collection of brain cores accumulates, each one as grand as spherical aircraft carriers, densely floating at the planet's surface, reminiscent of the revered Buddha's top knot when viewed from afar. A radiant glow flickers in Tu Shaoyun's hand as a dark, walnut-sized brain core materializes. The portly man, witnessing the sudden appearance of this small orb, resembles an addict spotting his coveted fix. He snatches the brain core from Tu Shaoyun's grasp, scrutinizing it meticulously. The intricate patterns on the brain core, akin to those of the human brain, are arranged with extreme precision, resembling enigmatic runes. The portly man, who moments ago was steeped in despair, now beams with delight. He retrieves a dagger from the ground and places the brain core on the coffee table, angling the blade menacingly towards it. With a swift thrust, a resounding clash of metal rings out as the brain core is propelled far away. Rushing to retrieve it, he discovers that the brain core is entirely unscathed. Clutching it tightly, he strides into the kitchen, where he gathers an assortment of chaotic tools, preparing to drill into the brain core. Tu Shaoyun approaches and states, "This brain core was produced in the 6th year. Although it remains a level 1 core, it has attained the hardness of a level 2 core, making it impervious to ordinary tools." The portly man looks up at Tu Shaoyun and inquires, "What should we do then?" Tu Shaoyun takes the brain core from the portly man's hand and, with a gentle yet forceful pinch, cracks it open, revealing a multitude of fissures. He holds the core towards the portly man and warns, "If you cannot withstand the pain inflicted by the brain core, you will perish. Consuming it will lead to death and your transformation into a zombie. Do you understand? Give it to me." The portly man, witnessing Tu Shaoyun effortlessly shatter what he believed was unbreakable, feels an intensified urge to awaken, disregarding Tu Shaoyun's caution. Tu Shaoyun hesitates, contemplating whether this action is right or wrong. Observing Tu Shaoyun's stillness, the portly man suddenly calms down. He reaches for the brain core from Tu Shaoyun's hands and nonchalantly declares, "The worst-case scenario is merely death. If I die, you can take my information card and get a new one, looking after my parents. In that world, your parents must have perished long ago, as my parents awakened at the first opportunity. Tu Shaoyun, my parents are your parents. Over the years, I have shown them no filial piety. Therefore, if I truly die, I entrust them to you." Tu Shaoyun gazes into the portly man's eyes, seeing his own helplessness reflected back at him. The portly man clutches the brain core, his expression grave as he states, "I have lost everything more precious than my life. I am left with nothing. I must awaken for all that was once mine. To validate my existence, all the honors and hopes I was meant to have." Resolute, the portly man shoves the entire brain core into his mouth. Tu Shaoyun quickly grasps the portly man's chin, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" The portly man, caught in Tu Shaoyun's grip, spits the brain core back into his hand, perplexed. "Wasn't I supposed to swallow it?" Tu Shaoyun, exasperated, slaps his forehead, questioning the necessity of jest at such a moment. The portly man grins. "I was just playing a joke. How could I be foolish enough to consume this directly? By the way, how do I use it? Should I pour it into a cup and take my time?" The brain liquid evaporates rapidly upon exposure to air. I have already created cracks in the brain core. If you apply slight pressure, the liquid will seep out. The portly man tilts his head and squeezes the brain core tightly. A faint sound emanates from a crack, and a drop of milky white liquid slowly drips into his mouth. The brain liquid dissolves upon contact, and before he can savor its flavor, it instantaneously integrates into his being. He stands bewildered, wondering if this constitutes absorption. Just as the portly man contemplates, an excruciating pain surges from his innards, radiating through his limbs and bones. He lets out a pained scream and collapses to the ground. Tu Shaoyun swiftly catches the brain core as it is cast aside, his expression grave as he watches the portly man's body convulse violently. Something is amiss. The after effects should not initiate this soon. He crouches down, extending his consciousness to examine the portly man's condition. The portly man's body contorts into an agonized arch, his face paling to a ghostly hue, sweat pouring from him as if drenched by a deluge. After a moment of inspection, Tu Shaoyun suddenly recalls something crucial. He crushes the brain core in his grip, shouting in frustration, "How could I have made such a mistake?" He lacks a brain core. He has never undergone the cleansing of the blood moonlight wave. Though consuming a brain core is painful, it should not instantaneously claim a life. The portly man's condition clearly indicates imminent death. Tu Shaoyun's consciousness detects that the droplet of brain liquid has diffused through the portly man's bloodstream, transforming it into a murky green hue. It's over, this time. It's truly over. He forgot that the portly man lacked a brain core to suppress the absorption. The brain liquid, now mingling with the blood, has morphed into an unprecedentedly potent toxin. In a world where everyone possesses a brain core, such a toxic amalgamation had never occurred. As the brain liquid fully integrates with the portly man's blood, it turns the liquid into a toxic, dark green substance. Tu Shaoyun's consciousness firmly anchors itself to the portly man's heart and brain. With one hand, he forcibly opens the portly man's chest, pressing against his faltering heart, while his other hand, formed into two fingers, penetrates the back of the portly man's skull to connect with the pituitary gland. The green blood surrounding the pituitary gland is absorbed through Tu Shaoyun's fingers, while a trickle of crimson blood surges violently into the portly man's heart. He is attempting to transfuse blood into the portly man. The portly man gasps heavily, his formerly ashen face gaining a hint of color. However, the dark circles around his eyes deepen. He coughs up a mouthful of murky green blood, his gaze pleading as he gazes at Tu Shaoyun, whispering, "I feel like I'm about to die. Save me, please. I don't want to die. I still have so much to accomplish. Save me." Chapter 21. Death at the touch of the brain core. Tu Shaoyun's brow furrowed as if it could squeeze water from it. With the incessant intake of the green blood, waves of dizziness washed over him. He understood that even he had been poisoned. Gritting his teeth, he urged, "Do not speak. Focus your mind." After a quarter of an hour, the condition of the plump man showed no signs of improvement, yet his emotions had stabilized. His voice, barely audible, seemed to be both a warning to Tu Shaoyun and a soliloquy. "I can no longer feel my body, Tu Shaoyun. Am I going to die?" Tu Shaoyun remained motionless, like a statue, crouching beside the ailing man, intently absorbing the venom. "From the moment you entered, I perceived your unfamiliarity and aversion to this world. You will not perish. I will ensure your survival." Tu Shaoyun's expression grew grave as his mind raced with thoughts. This was his first encounter with such a situation, and he had no experience. Why had the brain fluid turned toxic? Moreover, how could this venom poison a being that was half human, half corpse? A smile of relief slowly crept across the plump man's lips. "Tu Shaoyun, death is not terrifying to me. What I fear is dying without anyone to mourn me. Thank you." Suddenly, the plump man summoned an unexpected strength, grasping Tu Shaoyun's arm tightly. "Please look after my parents for me. I miss them. And do not blame Wang Rui. She is not at fault. This world is." Tu Shaoyun gazed at the man on the brink of death, his demeanor shifting to one of desperation, as though he were witnessing his own demise. He fervently absorbed the continuously surging green blood from the pituitary gland, while his other hand forcefully injected his own crimson blood into his body. No, you will not die. Even if you cannot awaken, I will find a way to make you strong. Tu Shaoyun, do not close your eyes. Look at me. You have many unfinished tasks. Those you wish to care for, the things you long to accomplish, all await you. The smile on the plump man's lips grew serene as he gradually released his grip on Tu Shaoyun's hand. Initially, I believed you to be you, and I to be I. Now I understand. You are me, and I am you. Since another version of myself has returned, I can depart in peace. Help me ensure my other self lives on. The plump man gently closed his eyes, his arms falling limply to the ground. Tu Shaoyun stared blankly as the man's heart ceased to beat, yet his blood continued to flow rapidly. The plump man was on the verge of becoming a corpse. I do not understand your obsession with awakening. If this is the case, Tu Shaoyun let out a long, anguished howl, and his arm, which had entered the plump man's body, suddenly struck with force, piercing through entirely. Bestow your memories upon me. From this day forth, I am you, and you are me. Bioengineering technique. Devour. Tu Shaoyun's chest erupted with a multitude of black tendrils, which swiftly enveloped the lifeless body of the plump man. In an instant, the man was compressed and decomposed into a mass of flesh. A potent suction emanated from the tendrils, drawing the flesh into a torrent of yellow-brown blood, ravenously absorbed into Tu Shaoyun's being. Tu Shaoyun's head felt as if it would explode. The agonizing pressure contorted his expression into one of horror as he knelt on the ground, clutching his head. The guiding light that had always drawn Tu Shaoyun did not vanish after the plump man's death. A faint red soul orb floated above the spot where the plump man had perished. As it ascended, it was pulled apart by Tu Shaoyun and another force, dividing into two orbs. One orb contained a hazy image of the plump man, which drifted into Tu Shaoyun's mind, while the other soared through the building, heading eastward. To the east of the magic city in Huagua, there lay an island known as the Island Nation, where a vast military base was concealed underground. The base extended intricately into the depths of the earth. In the innermost cavern of this base, a man was bound by numerous iron chains, each as thick as an arm, connecting him to the walls and piercing through his skin to anchor at his ribs, neck, limbs, and spine. The man moved with excruciating slowness, as if it took an eternity to stir. His head hung low, tangled long hair obscuring his face. At the moment the plump man's soul manifested, the man's head shifted slightly, laboriously lifting to gaze southwestward. After a prolonged moment, a faint red light seeped from the ground, quickly materializing before him. Within this light was the other image of the plump man, which approached without pause and surged directly into the man's mind. Upon the orb's entrance, the man's previously rigid body became animated, the chains rattling violently. A ferocious gust of energy erupted from his mouth as he rose to his feet, collecting abundant spiritual energy around his knees to heal his grievous wounds. The restrictions of the Yuan Ying had finally loosened. Had the soul host appeared in this realm? It seemed the life host had perished, leaving only half of the life soul and central spirit returned. Rebellious disciple, dare you imprison me for decades? Tu Shaoyun slowly rose to his feet, spitting a mouthful of brown blood that instantly corroded the nearby table, creating a gaping hole as a hissing sound resonated from the surface. Wiping the blood from his lips, now tinged red, he gazed in horror at the table still being eroded by the brown blood. What a terrifying mutated corpse poison! While the zombies of the apocalypse were fearsome, they lacked infectious properties. Even if bitten, one could easily bandage the wound. However, after the plump man's contact with the brain fluid, Tu Shaoyun was certain that once he transformed into a corpse, he would become the sole zombie across two universes capable of infection. Tu Shaoyun's heart sank. It became evident that the people of this world could not come into contact with brain fluid. For them, it was a ticking time bomb, resulting in death upon contact. Not only would those who touched the brain core perish, but it could potentially turn this world into a zombie apocalypse. The brain core would become the hidden root of this world as destruction. They must be found swiftly, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 22. The complete being Tu Shaoyun focused his mind, closing his eyes to deeply perceive the changes within himself. A violent aura emanated from his body, and thick veins resembling small serpents suddenly bulged from his face, torso, and limbs. The blood coursing through him felt as though it were boiling, surging tumultuously throughout his body. Threads of spiritual energy began to gather naturally around him, and the bulging veins gradually receded under this soothing power. He raised his hand before him, slowly clenching it into a fist, a sensation of abundant strength flooding his being. As he casually threw a punch, A resounding explosion echoed in his ears. Opening his eyes, Tu Shaoyun found the world around him clearer and more luminous than ever. This, he realized, was awakening. The enhancement of his bodily functions had increased more than twofold, and his thoughts became remarkably lucid, as if the former version of himself had been incomplete, while now he felt utterly whole. Gazing eastward, he noticed that the pull towards the figure of the portly man had completely dissipated, yet the allure of the east intensified, stirring an overwhelming impulse to rush towards that direction. Suppressing this urge, he lowered his gaze to his abdomen, where a gentle warmth began to rise. Once more, he closed his eyes, channeling a fragment of his consciousness to explore his abdomen. In this meditative state, he perceived a swirling vortex of energy slowly rotating within him, with tendrils extending from the vortex, meandering through his body. Each movement of these tendrils elicited waves of warmth. Having acquired the portly man's memories, Tu Shaoyun surmised that this vortex represented his inner strength. No wonder the unawakened could not cultivate internal energy. It turned out that those who awakened would possess a trace of inner power from the very moment of their awakening. Indeed, it is said that while it is easier to grow stronger from having something, it is profoundly more challenging to create something from nothing. To aid the awakened in enhancing their physical prowess, the state distributed a manual on internal cultivation to every citizen. According to the portly man's recollections, this manual focused on the cultivation of qi. Tu Shaoyun strode purposefully to his small bedroom and retrieved an electronic tablet from the drawer of his nightstand. With a gentle touch, he activated the device, which projected a 3D image of misty mountains and rivers, ultimately coalescing into the characters, Wagwa Health Cultivation Method. Seated cross-legged on the floor, Tu Shaoyun attentively studied the health cultivation method. This manual, titled Health Cultivation, was essentially a guide to internal cultivation, emphasizing the significance of qi hidden within the body's meridians. The first level was straightforward. Anyone with a clear mind could grasp it, as it taught individuals about the meridians and acupoints located throughout the body. The second level instructed practitioners on the breathing techniques necessary for cultivating qi. The third level marked a pivotal point. Through consistent practice of breathing, a subtle flow of qi would emerge within the body's acupoints and meridians. Regardless of its magnitude, the mere sensation of this flow was sufficient. The fourth level discussed meditation and stillness, where, after the emergence of qi, one must continue to breathe and accumulate more qi while remaining in a meditative state to perceive the changes in the meridians. With time, this perception would evolve into a form of inner vision of the meridians. The fifth level elaborated on the application of qi, while the subsequent levels provided guidance on directing qi through the body's various pathways, ensuring that each acupoint developed a small qi flow, thereby continuing to connect the body's meridians. Tu Shaoyun lifted his gaze, exhaling slowly. No wonder the unawakened could not practice this method. Their very essence remained dormant, leading to a restless and unbalanced state that made the arduous cultivation of this method nearly impossible. Unbeknownst to him, the unawakened were, in a sense, lacking enlightenment. Under such circumstances, attempting to cultivate qi was nothing short of a fantastical dream. He rose from the ground and made his way to the rooftop terrace on the 19th floor, gazing out at the dazzling world illuminated by lights. Suddenly, an inkling of loneliness washed over him, as the memories of the portly man intertwined with his own, revealing subtle yet perceptible changes that he had yet to fully recognize. Since entering this world, Tu Shaoyun had been captivated by the moon, yet the timing was off, and the moon had not graced the sky in recent days. In the portly man's memories, the moon had always been distant and dim. For the inhabitants of this world, the moon did not hold the same significance as it did in a post-apocalyptic realm. It was merely a larger satellite. As he regarded the sky, Tu Shaoyun suddenly burst into laughter. Perhaps due to the merging of memories, his mindset had shifted, and a sense of lightness filled him. He resolved to assist the portly man in settling his affairs the following day before heading to Kyoto to reunite with his parents. No longer did he feel the same aversion towards this world. It had become familiar. Observing the flowing traffic below and the incessant crowds in the distance, Tu Shaoyun felt an unexpected warmth towards this world. Life, he mused, was akin to saving a game. When one world faltered, one could simply reload and start anew. In this realm, those he cherished, though lost in the other world, still lived on, patiently awaiting his arrival. Chapter 23. Entering the primordial realm, it was now past 3 in the morning. Tu Shaoyun lay in bed, tossing and turning, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts, some his own, others the echoes of the fat man's musings. He slowly propped himself up, lightly tapping his head with a self-deprecating smile. He had hoped for a deep, restful sleep. but instead found himself wide awake. Perhaps the fat man's obsession was indeed too profound, as the most vivid memories that surged forth were those of seeking the path to awakening, along with the name of a woman called Wang Rue. Tu Shaoyun illuminated the cultivation technique he had placed on his bedside. As he observed the flickering annotations, he gradually settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to practice according to the depicted method. Since he could not sleep, he might as well engage in this set of Huagua health exercises. Following the breathing pattern of 2 short breaths followed by 1 long one, he focused his mind and began to circulate his breath. Before long, an abundant flow of spiritual energy began to converge around his body. The 4th layer of the technique elucidated the sensation of air currents and meridians. At a certain point of concentration, one could internally observe their body's meridians. However, Tu Shaoyun possessed divine consciousness, allowing him to bypass this step and directly commence his practice at the 5th layer. 5th layer, entering the acupoints. Tu Shaoyun's divine consciousness delved within, meticulously observing the flow of energy through his meridians. A substantial amount of energy was drawn from the surface of his body and ultimately converged in his lower abdomen, where a vortex eagerly absorbed the external energy, spinning with increasing vigor. The text described this vortex as the lower dantian, the essence of life itself, where the original primordial essence resides. The 5th layer primarily focused on mobilizing the energy of the dantian, guiding it to the acupoint known as the tugu. The energy would circulate within this acupoint until it could operate autonomously, forming a new vortex akin to the lower dantian, gradually connecting to the subsequent 6th layer's Yoshue, which replicated the 5th layer's procedure, activating other acupoints all the way to the Qingjiang point beneath the chin. The 7th layer detailed the consolidation of this entire pathway, as it pertains to the Ren meridian within the well-known Du and Ren meridians. Tu Shaoyun skimmed through the explanations of the 5th, 6th, and 7th layers, scarcely absorbing the details. He directed the internal energy of his lower dantian straight to the Qingjiang acupoint beneath his chin. His unique physique allowed him to absorb an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy. And as the energy flowed, the acupoints from his lower abdomen to his chin began to illuminate. Was it possible that the methods designed for countless individuals were, in his case, exceedingly simple? As the energy traversed the Ren meridian, he separated several streams of energy, which began to weave through various acupoints atop his head. Each acupoint, upon receiving the energy, formed a minuscule vortex, and gradually, the number of these vortices multiplied across his body. Tu Shaoyun then extended the energy from the back of his head down along his spine toward his tailbone, traversing the 28 major acupoints, which corresponded to the Du meridian. 8th layer, small microcosmic orbit. The energy circulated around the body's Ren and Du meridians, completing a full cycle of the small microcosmic orbit. At this moment, the energy mass underwent a remarkable transformation, doubling in size compared to its initial operation. Tu Shaoyun observed his body with divine consciousness, discovering that every acupoint had been ignited during the recent circulation, each little vortex continuously supplying energy. He could feel a ferocious power emanating from these tiny vortices. The vortices at his lower abdomen, chest, and brow were noticeably larger than the others, transmitting a flow of warmth that permeated into his bones and muscles. As this warmth seeped in, his body's sinews and bones grew denser and more resilient. Overjoyed, Tu Shaoyun's previously restless mind became increasingly alert. He harnessed a surge of energy from his lower abdomen, propelling it to circulate wildly through the Ren and Du meridians. Countless cycles passed, unnoticed. As dawn broke in the east, a sliver of light crept into the room. Suddenly, the spiritual energy he had gathered mixed with strands of purple energy that flowed into his body. The energy vortex within him, now magnified numerous times, became dense, and a sensation of strain abruptly halted the furious circulation of his meridians. Realizing the transformation of the vortex, Tu Shaoyun surmised it was a qualitative change brought about by quantitative accumulation. Resolute, he pressed on, disregarding the implications. Perhaps no one who had conceived of this internal cultivation method had anticipated the existence of someone like Tu Shaoyun, part human, part undead, a being with a human form, liberated divine consciousness, and the regenerative abilities of a zombie. As he circulated the energy, he had repeatedly ruptured his meridians. Yet his divine consciousness paid no heed to these ruptures, continuing the flow, as the meridians healed autonomously due to his zombie-like recovery. With each circulation, his meridians grew more resilient, and Tu Shaoyun's speed of circulation increased markedly, completing 49 cycles in a single breath. Following the 49 cycles, the energy no longer required his deliberate prompting. The energy points at his brow, chest, and lower abdomen began to autonomously circulate along the two meridians. Slowly, Tu Shaoyun opened his eyes, releasing a long, continuous breath. His mind and spirit elevated to a new pinnacle. He raised his hand before his eyes as a beam of sunlight streamed through the window. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had arrived. It felt peculiar, as if he had only just closed his eyes to ponder a few thoughts, and upon reopening them, daylight had emerged. Perhaps this was what was meant by a cultivation practice devoid of day or night. He glanced at the electronic tablet, which detailed the cultivation technique. The 10th layer discusses unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, ensuring continuous flow of energy, thus entering the primordial realm. Feeling the changes within himself, Tu Shaoyun noted that the energy vortexes meandered freely through his two meridians. Was this not the very state of having unblocked the Ren and Du meridians? He shook his head and chuckled. What a technique, completed in just half a night. If this remark were to reach the ears of others in this world, it might very well lead to a collective demise. Chapter 24, Biochemical. Tu Shaoyun rose from his slumber, shedding his garments and discarding them carelessly upon the floor as he made his way to the bathroom. Reflecting on the fact that he had not bathed for half a year, he stood beneath the cascading warmth of the shower, a wave of tranquility enveloping him. The world seemed to embody stability and peace. There would be no sudden fissures in the fabric of reality, no hordes of the undead besieging the city, and no untimely demise of brothers or friends. All concerns vanished, and life appeared remarkably splendid. Furthermore, the prospect of daily showers, fragrant body wash, and shampoo revealed that happiness could indeed reside in simplicity. As Tu Shaoyun dried his hair after his refreshing wash, a melodic chime emanated from the watch resting on the shoe cabinet in the living room. Attentively listening for a moment, he realized it was the notification tone from Fatty's communication device. He hastily donned a pair of trousers, remaining bare-chested, and approached the shoe cabinet. The watch displayed the name Wang Rue, and Tu Shaoyun's expression darkened. Ah, a summons for divorce, perhaps. However, infused with Fatty's memories, Tu Shaoyun recognized the immense sacrifices Fatty had made for this woman. He pressed the answer key nonchalantly, and a synthetic female voice resonated from the smartwatch, detecting malfunction in the front-facing 3D imaging function, switching to single imaging mode. Moments later, a 3D projection materialized, revealing a woman with an innate air of languor. She leaned against a broad-bodied SUV, her height around 1.8 meters, with light blonde hair styled into an elegant bun. She wore a cropped white fur coat atop tailored black leggings that accentuated her elongated legs. This woman was none other than Fatty's wife, Wang Rue, who had also been his university sweetheart with whom he had obtained a marriage certificate after graduation. The second evolution necessitated that humanity's physique adapt to the abrupt nutrient extraction, leading to a second maturation in adults under ample nourishment. During their university days, Wang Rue had stood below 1.7 meters, but following her awakening, she had experienced another growth spurt. Tu Shaoyun, initially standing at 1.78 meters, had appeared well-matched beside her. However, the unawakened Fatty remained at 1.78 meters while Wang Rue had reached 1.8 meters. Time had not marred her youthful visage, but rather rendered her more mature and splendidly radiant. Wang Rue, unfazed by the notification of the watch's imaging malfunction, coldly addressed him. Tu Shaoyun, do you know how long I have waited for you? Where are you now? At home, he replied. Wang Rue's voice escalated sharply, her ire unmistakable. What time is it? You're still at home? Don't you know I detest tardiness? Listening to her unabashed reprimand, Tu Shaoyun was inexplicably reminded of the tumultuous history between Fatty and Wang Rue, a surge of unnameable anger rising within him. Why engage in idle chatter? Did she not know he despised incessant prattle? Tu Shaoyun, do you dare to speak to me like that? Tu Shaoyun retorted fiercely. Are you rushing to be reborn? Just wait. With that, he swiftly ended the call, donning the watch upon his wrist. The display indicated 9 missed calls, 8 of which were from Wang Rue, while another was from an individual labeled cousin. Pondering, he wondered who this cousin might be. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Was it not Biochemical? Indeed, the Biochemical of the apocalypse had perished in his self-detonation upon arriving on Earth. Yet this world's Biochemical was still alive and had likely awakened 2 days prior. Biochemical was the son of Tu Shaoyun's aunt, a member of the Mongolian ethnic group. Mongolian names do not follow the paternal lineage. Rather, they are chosen freely. For instance, if a father is named Hero, his name in Mongolian would be Bader, and should the son desire a name signifying bravery, he might choose Yurigi without adhering to the father's name. In the apocalypse, Badu was immensely formidable, but succumbed to extremism following the death of his wife. Humans could not consume the brain cores of their kind. for doing so would result in immediate death and transformation into a zombie. Bada's wife had been slain by Long Xingxing during a confrontation at the Kyoto base. Enraged, Batu, consumed by vengeance, ultimately killed Long Xingxing but sustained grievous injuries, nearing death. In a final act of defiance, he devoured the brain core of the deceased Long Xingxing, shattering it between his teeth. Everyone assumed Bada would transform into a zombie upon consuming a human brain core. However, to their astonishment, the dying Bada instead acquired the biochemical abilities of a zombie. Guilt permeated the hearts of those who had failed to protect Bada's wife, and they aided him in consuming several zombie brain cores, enabling his recovery. Regrettably, the resentful Bada did not forgive Tu Shaoyun and his companions for their failure to safeguard his beloved. He resolutely severed ties and departed to distant lands. Yesterday's vest had been torn to shreds by the muscle fibers that had erupted from his body. As Tu Shaoyun's hand shimmered with light, another linen vest materialized, which he donned in preparation for his exit. Just before stepping outside, he recalled the necessity of an identity information card in society. He retrieved Fatty's coat from the hanger and wore it, discovering a diamond-shaped, elongated chip within the inner pocket. This chip served as the identity information card in this society, facilitating all expenditures and transactions. Chapter 25. The Backward Dilemma. The corpulent man weighed 240 pounds, and ordinary jackets no longer fit him. Most of the clothing he purchased was in sizes 190 or 195. At that moment, Tu Shaoyun managed to squeeze into the corpulent man's jacket, which barely suited him. As he removed the jacket, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, and his unkempt long hair clung to his scalp in an uncomfortable manner. Tu Shaoyun shook his head and retreated to the bathroom. A mature photovoltaic cell had supplanted gasoline, natural gas, and the earliest lead-acid batteries. The full name of the photovoltaic cell is the new solar photovoltaic cell, an upgraded product of the previous solar panels. However, the materials used in photovoltaic cells were not the traditional semiconductors, but rather a novel synthetic substance. The conversion process of photovoltaic cells had evolved beyond the commonly known photothermal conversion to direct photoconversion, harnessing solar, ultraviolet, and infrared light to provide energy. These photovoltaic cells had found extensive application in daily life, such as in the intelligent watch used by Tu Shaoyun, electronic tablets at home, and a myriad of other electronic devices. In recent years, humanity had entered the space age. According to news reports, the United States had discovered a new type of photovoltaic material on Mars, a substance renowned for its capabilities in energy absorption and storage. The rapid technological advancements over a mere 15 years left Tu Shaoyun, whose knowledge had stagnated at the level of 2012, utterly astounded. It was undeniable that the world had indeed evolved, with the advancements in intellect leading to the emergence of talents across various fields and a remarkable surge in technological development. Tu Shaoyun hailed a seemingly luxurious taxi by the roadside, heading towards the Honko Central Office building. It was now 9:25 a.m. More than 20 minutes late compared to the appointment Wang Rui had made with the corpulent man the previous day. In the corpulent man's recollection, Wang Rui was quite accommodating in her interactions with others. She was exceptionally beautiful and, despite being born into a modest family, always exuded a refreshing charm in her manners. Unfortunately, when it came to her dealings with the corpulent man, Wang Rui seemed to lack that patience and tolerance, perhaps due to their familiarity or because she felt they had become different types of people. The agitated woman was indeed Wang Rui, who appeared to be entangled in a dispute with the driver of a formidable-looking SUV. The vehicle was persistently maneuvering in and out, the driver, a girl, sticking her head out, seemingly pleading with Wang Rui. Wang Rui's face displayed a mix of irritation and indifference towards the girl. Tu Shaoyun handed the taxi driver an information card and pressed his finger on the payment device. Once the transaction was complete, he exited the taxi and made a beeline for the parking lot. As he approached Wang Rui and the girl, he overheard the anxious girl repeatedly imploring Wang Rui, "Sister, my driving skills are not very good. I really can't get this car out. Please, could you move your car first? I can drive out, and then you can drive back in." Wang Rui, slightly vexed, let out a cold snort and turned away, ignoring the girl. Just then, she turned her head and saw a tall, imposing figure striding towards her. Upon seeing the man, a wave of familiarity washed over her, causing her heart to skip a beat and a blush to bloom on her cheeks. The man was tall, broad-chested, and strong, with a ruggedly handsome face and deep, dark eyes that seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul. Having long occupied a prominent position, Tu Shaoyun naturally exuded an aura of grandeur. After a night of cultivation, he carried with him a hint of an ethereal presence. This morning, he had deliberately shaved his beard and trimmed his hair, making him appear as a youthful man of 24 or 25. Wang Rui and the former Tu Shaoyun had shared genuine feelings. Otherwise, they would not have obtained a marriage certificate before graduating from university. Thus, at the sight of Tu Shaoyun, Wang Rui's cheeks flushed and her emotions surged. The girl, noticing that Wang Rui was completely ignoring her, furrowed her brows and exited the vehicle. As she prepared to seek assistance from the building, she spotted Tu Shaoyun approaching. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the robust young man, whom she perceived as a savior. She hurriedly appealed to Tu Shaoyun. "Excuse me. Could you please help me? I can't get my car out because my driving skills are lacking." Tu Shaoyun regarded the girl with a gentle smile and nodded. Observing Tu Shaoyun's willingness to assist the girl, Wang Rui felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy rise within her. A car enthusiast, Tu Shaoyun had driven countless luxury vehicles during the apocalypse, often working with his companions to modify large off-road vehicles for transporting supplies. Seeing Tu Shaoyun's affirmative nod, the girl expressed her gratitude and opened the driver's door. Tu Shaoyun adjusted the seat from outside before getting into the vehicle. The engine was still running, and he followed the standard operational procedures. However, the vehicle remained obstinately immobile. He gently tapped a few buttons on the central control panel, and the car's intelligent system projected a small 3D interface displaying a series of driver assist features. It was undeniable that the 3D display technology had matured significantly, with such 3D imaging and multi-touch input modes being extensively integrated into everyday life. Chapter 26. Signing for divorce. The manual mode is reminiscent of the earliest driving experiences, devoid of any intelligent prompts or interventions apart from the reversing camera, relying entirely on the driver's skill. Tu Shaoyun shifted the gear into reverse, and the intelligent system promptly displayed a 3D visualization of the surroundings and rear view of the vehicle. He mused softly with such visual assistance. What difference is there between reversing and moving forward? Thanks to the reversing camera, Tu Shaoyun scarcely needed to think, deftly maneuvering the car out of the parking space. Once parked, Tu Shaoyun inadvertently glanced at the fully autonomous driving option displayed beneath the intelligent interface. He gently clicked on Learn About Fully Autonomous Driving, and a brief 3D tutorial commenced. The tutorial explained that by simply setting a destination and selecting the fully autonomous driving mode, the driver could relax in their seat, enjoy music, watch a movie, or even lie back in the rear seat for a nap, as the vehicle would navigate without any driver intervention. With nearly 100 remote radars and satellite receivers monitoring the road conditions within a 300-meter radius, the intelligent system would safely transport the driver to their destination based on real-time data. Fully autonomous driving had been realized in just 15 short years. The girl, noticing Tu Shaoyun engrossed in the 3D video, felt a bit shy to interrupt him and opted to wait outside the car. After finishing the video, Tu Shaoyun silently reflected, only then recalling that he was assisting someone with parking. He opened the door and addressed the girl standing outside. "Apologies, I was completely absorbed. This vehicle has a powerful feature for automatic parking and exiting." He pointed to a button on the girl's steering wheel, which he had noticed earlier. The girl suddenly slapped her forehead in realization. "How foolish of me. This car was customized by my father. He must have known I struggle with reversing. Hence he set the reversing mode here. All right, the car is out now. I'll be off." She smiled sweetly at Tu Shaoyun, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, brother." With that, she hopped into the car, adjusted the seat, and after some fiddling, drove away. Once the girl had driven off, Tu Shaoyun turned to Wang Rui, who, upon meeting his gaze, shyly averted her eyes, filled with regret over the impression she had left on him. If only today had been a more pleasant day, she thought. Perhaps she would have yielded to that girl. Tu Shaoyun remarked, "I recall you used to be quite understanding. What has changed? Have you developed a princess complex?" Wang Rui was momentarily taken aback by his words, her expression frozen in disbelief as she looked at him with a flicker of confusion. "Let us go. We need to sign," Tu Shaoyun said with indifference, striding towards the building entrance. His words struck Wang Rui like a bolt from the blue, and after a moment of stunned silence, she suddenly came to her senses. "Tu Shaoyun, is it really you?" she stammered, pointing at him. Tu Shaoyun paused, glanced at her, and gave a nod for her to follow before resuming his stride. As she observed his imposing figure, a surge of anger welled up inside her, and she rushed after him. "Tu Shaoyun, what do you mean? You've awakened. Why didn't you tell me? You even deceived me saying you hadn't tea." Tu Shaoyun continued onward, heading directly towards the intelligent guide in the lobby. "Does it really matter?" he replied. The guide was a 3D interactive projection, and Tu Shaoyun lightly tapped on the marriage section. A series of options appeared, and he clicked on divorce, revealing 4 choices: divorce application, withdraw divorce application, divorce signing, and forced divorce. According to the current marriage laws in Huabua, a mutual divorce requires an application to be filed first, with a waiting period of 1 year. During this year, if either party has a change of heart, they can withdraw the application via the guide, stamping their fingerprints on the withdrawal button, thus nullifying the divorce request. Conversely, if they wish to pursue divorce again, they must reapply, starting the waiting period anew. If no withdrawal is made within the application period, the couple is required to sign for the divorce once the period elapses. Should one party fail to sign, the divorce will automatically take effect after 1 month, and the personal information card will reflect a change in marital status to divorced. Notably, the absence of one party's signature will result in a forced divorce notation, impacting their personal credit rating. Tu Shaoyun reached out to press the divorce signing button when suddenly, a slender, pale hand grasped his. Wang Rui, visibly anxious, implored, "Shaoyun, wait. Can we talk?" Hearts can change, but Tu Shaoyun was oblivious to Wang Rui's inner turmoil. For 15 years, she had harbored hopes. They had once shared a loving bond, yet he awoke while her feelings for the overweight boy faded from anticipation to disappointment and ultimately despair. As she evolved into a new phase of life, she encountered realms he could never grasp, and the shifts in her attitude toward him transformed from admiration to disdain. In the decade that followed, she matured significantly, understanding deeply that there exists a person in this world who harbors no ulterior motives and will never harm her, someone who indulges her unconditionally, the overweight boy. His love for her is unparalleled, even surpassing that of her parents. Yet, each time she witnessed his obsequious attempts to please her, a wave of anger at his lack of ambition only fueled her aversion. She longed for his awakening, yearning to see the man who once commanded her respect, the one brimming with vigor and purpose. Chapter 27. Wang Rui's heart. Tu Shaoyun gazed at Wang Rui's pitiful plea, yet his heart remained unmoved. The period for divorce applications had lapsed. Even if she refused to sign, it would automatically come into effect. Rather than tarnishing his personal credibility with a refusal, it would be more prudent to conclude this matter swiftly. Wang Rui shook her head vehemently, her urgency palpable. "Shaoyun, I have my reasons. Truly I do. You have always understood me. You must comprehend now as well, mustn't you?" A strange smile tugged at the corners of Tu Shaoyun's mouth. Reasons? What reasons could there be? Before her awakening, she had willingly toiled alongside the portly man, building their little nest piece by piece, like a swallow gathering mud. But after her awakening, her social circle transformed. With her second evolution enhancing her attributes, a plethora of charming and elegant gentlemen flocked to her. Meanwhile, the unawakened portly man remained meek and compliant, which left her with a profound sense of desolation, as if her cries fell on deaf ears. Ultimately, she succumbed entirely to the relentless advances of these men. Tu Shaoyun. Oh, Tu Shaoyun, look at what you've indulged this woman into becoming. With a soft sigh, Tu Shaoyun reflected on the sordid affairs between Wang Rui and the portly man. He had no desire to revisit them. Had the portly man been the one to sign the divorce papers, he might still have acquiesced to Wang Rui. Unfortunately, the individual before her now was a leader of human survivors who had endured 15 years of a world riddled with death and despair. Each decision he had to make in that apocalyptic setting was tethered to the lives of thousands. Had he retained even a hint of indecisiveness, humanity might have perished countless times over. With a gentle tap, Tu Shaoyun selected the divorce signing option. An electronic female voice emanated from the device. "Mr. Tu Shaoyun, Ms. Wang Rui, your divorce application period has expired. Please proceed to room 1025 for signing. Our dedicated staff will provide you with the most considerate service." After years of emotional emptiness and spiritual solitude, it was the imagined figure of the awakened Tu Shaoyun who had consistently accompanied her. Today, all her fantasies had materialized. He truly had awakened, bearing an uncanny resemblance to her dreams. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Why had fate been so unjust to her? Room 1025 lacked a door, and as they entered, a professionally attired woman regarded the couple with curiosity as they entered hand in hand to finalize their divorce. The man was tall and handsome, appearing to be in his mid-20s, while the woman, mature and beautiful, seemed to be around 30. Yet, at that moment, she was gripping the man's wrist desperately, her face a mask of pleading, while his expression remained indifferent. The professionally dressed woman, forming her own assumptions, presumed that the man must be a kept boy, who, with his flamboyant looks, had toyed with the woman's affections. ultimately abandoning her and coercing her into a divorce, an all-too-modern tragedy taking shape in her mind. After a few clicks on her device, she retrieved the divorce application information sent by the system. Rising, she bowed to Tu Shaoyun and Wang Rui. "Good morning, I am Yang Min, at your service. Mr. Tu. Ms. Wang, please present your identification cards." Tu Shaoyun produced his information card and handed it to Yang Min. She then glanced at Wang Rui, who still clung to Tu Shaoyun's hand, and stated, "Ms. Wang, the divorce application period has concluded. Even if you do not sign, the divorce will automatically take effect in a month. In modern society, marriage is a matter of freedom. Should you wish to remarry after the divorce, you may do so without hindrance." Wang Rui, still gripping Yuan Yi's wrist, bowed her head in silence, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Tu Shaoyun raised an eyebrow and turned to Wang Rui. "I need the information card from you." Wang Rui looked up at Tu Shaoyun through tear-filled eyes and, after a moment, uttered solemnly, "After all these years, can you truly let go? Can we not have an earnest conversation?" With a weary smile, Tu Shaoyun shook his head, pointing at Yang Min. "It is no longer up to me. It is her decision now." Yang Min inserted Tu Shaoyun's information card into the reader, revealing the portly man's identity information. She read the details aloud, her brows furrowing in confusion as she looked back at Tu Shaoyun. "Sir, your information card has not been updated for 2 years. You must have undergone a second evolution, for the image on this card does not match your current appearance. This card cannot temporarily verify your identity." Tu Shaoyun frowned slightly. "Am I unable to use the portly man's information card? This is indeed the card I used before my awakening. I have recently awakened and experienced some physical changes, but have yet to acquire a new card." Yang Min nodded. Wang Rui's eyes brightened as she quickly asked Yang Min, "Does that mean the divorce application is invalid?" With a hint of regret, Yang Min shook her head. "The divorce application is protected by law. Once successfully submitted, it is undeniably valid. Mr. Tu, there is a record of your information in the database. To confirm your identity, I will conduct a fingerprint, iris, and DNA comparison. I hope you can understand." Tu Shaoyun nodded in agreement. Yang Min produced a small device and placed it on the table, a rectangular glass panel. She pressed a button, and an image appeared, displaying outlines of 2 hands on either side, with a deep blue crystal in the center. "Mr. Tu, please place both hands on the fingerprint recognition device and align your eyes with the iris scanner." Tu Shaoyun positioned his hands on the virtual display. After a few seconds, an electronic beep sounded, signifying the completion of the fingerprint collection. Yang Min tapped a few buttons on the blue crystal, projecting a 3D image. Yuan Yi leaned closer to the screen, as a faint red light swept across Tu Shaoyun's eyes, followed by another electronic beep indicating the completion of the iris collection. Yang Min pointed to the device on the table. "Mr. Tu, please place your index finger on the blood extraction machine. The device has been sanitized. You may use it without concern. There may be slight discomfort during the extraction." Tu Shaoyun shook his head, indicating it was fine, and placed his index finger on the device. Yang Min pressed a button, and Tu Shaoyun felt a gentle prick, yet no blood flowed. Yang Min was taken aback, quickly exclaiming, "Oh, I apologize, Mr. Tuesday. Are you a martial artist? The device cannot penetrate your skin." Though Yang Min's tone remained calm, a tempest stirred within her. What level of martial artist could this man be? A device capable of piercing the skin of an 8th-level martial artist had failed to breach his fingertip. Chapter 28: A search warrant. The blood extraction device, capable of piercing the fingers of an 8th-level martial artist, surprisingly could not penetrate the fingertip of Tu Shaoyun. "Is it all right if I do it myself?" he inquired. Yang Min, taken aback, replied, It's no problem." Tu Shaoyun conjured a needle with a flick of his hand and gently pricked his index finger. Yang Min and Wang Rui did not catch his swift motion, but a drop of blood had already oozed from his fingertip. He let the blood fall onto the extraction machine, and the wound on his finger healed instantaneously. The machine emitted a soft beep. Blood collection completed. Yang Min picked up a small device and scanned Yuan Yi, tapping a few commands on the instrument before addressing the sonar receiver at her ear. "Database. This is the Redmouth Central Office Building, room 1025, the divorce signing area. A gentleman submitted a divorce application a year ago, and he has recently undergone a second evolution, resulting in significant changes to his physical appearance. I have collected his 3D image, fingerprints, iris patterns, and blood, along with his information card, and sent it to the database for comparison." The spacious office hall was lined with dozens of advanced computers. At one terminal sat a bespectacled young man, who clicked a few times on his screen. A 3D image materialized, displaying Tu Shaoyun's information card and his current likeness. The database has received the information you transmitted and is currently processing the comparison. Please hold on. Min turned to Tu Shaoyun. Mr. Tu, please wait a moment. The comparison results will be available shortly. Ms. Wang, may I have your information card, please? Wang Rui remained stubbornly silent. Min, feeling a bit helpless, said, Ms. Wang, if you wish to remarry Mr. Tu, you must first finalize the divorce. If you do not sign the divorce now, you will have to wait a month for the system to enforce the divorce before you can remarry. However, if you sign now, you could potentially begin the remarriage process tomorrow. Wang Rui understood the logic but was overwhelmed by a sense of resentment. Struggling to breathe under the weight of her emotions. After waiting 10 years for Tu Shaoyun to awaken, just as the divorce was imminent, Tu Shaoyun suddenly evolved. Was this a cruel jest of fate? Finally, Wang Rui handed her information card to Yang Min. Yang Min took the card, processed it through the reader, and Wang Rui's details appeared. After a few more clicks, a form was swiftly generated, which she printed. 2 electronic forms emerged from the printer, and she placed them before Tu Shaoyun and Wang Rui. At that moment, Yang Min's sonar device relayed the voice of a database staff member. Hello, Yang Min. The information you sent for comparison has been confirmed as the same individual. Thank you, Yang Min replied. You're welcome. Please remind Mr. Tu to proceed to the 3rd floor's household registration department to update his information card. Understood. Yang Min retrieved 2 pins and handed one to each, saying, Mr. Tu, your identity information has been verified. Please complete the necessary procedures here before heading to the 3rd floor to change your information card. She pointed to the bottom right corner of the form. Both of you, please sign here. Having been enlightened by Yang Min's earlier words, Wang Rui finally signed her name in the designated spot, followed suit by Tu Shaoyun. Was that all there was to it? Yang Min collected the forms, marking the marital status on both Wang Rui's and Tu Shaoyun's information cards as divorced. She nodded at Tu Shaoyun. You have successfully completed the divorce procedure. Should you wish to remarry, please select remarriage on the guide device. It will direct you to the new processing room. Mr. Tu, you have undergone a 2nd evolution. Please proceed to the 3rd floor to update your information card. Watching the 2 individuals exit in succession, Yang Min shook her head in contemplation as she sat down. Meanwhile, in the database, the technician who handled Tu Shaoyun's information comparison expressed confusion to a colleague. I just received a DNA comparison task for an awakened individual. This man's DNA has changed by nearly 29 since his awakening. Wait, how much did it change? The colleague suddenly seemed to grasp the significance, exclaiming, his DNA exhibits a similarity of 71. 2 when compared to normal human DNA, indicating nearly a 29 change. The colleague stared in disbelief at the data displayed on the screen. With such a substantial genetic alteration, can he still be considered human? The colleague murmured, wait, this person looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Prompted by the colleague's remark, the technician scrutinized the image on the screen and, after a moment, smacked his forehead in realization. Isn't this the transcendent being that the Huagua Police Department issued a search warrant for yesterday? He merely has shorter hair and no beard now. Quick, Lao Zhang, check if this is the same individual. Lao Zhang promptly retrieved the search warrant and, after some processing, presented the image of the individual without hair or a beard for comparison. After a moment, both men exchanged knowing glances. The technician quickly dialed the internal communication line of the local police headquarters. This is Wang Li from the Genetic Data Registration 3rd database at the Huagua Motor Red Mouth District Government Building. A sweet voice responded from Wang Li's sonar receiver. Hello. Wang Li, how may I assist you? Wang Li hurriedly replied. We have identified the transcendent being mentioned in yesterday's search warrant. He conducted business at the Redmouth Central Office Building at 9:55 a.m. today. The woman's tone shifted from calm and sweet to urgent. Please do not hang up. I will connect you to the chief's office immediately. Hold on. The man referred to as Hong Fei nodded at the woman. Rest assured, XINU. Your team has helped me resolve numerous issues over the years. We are all classmates. I wouldn't make a mistake with something so minor. Ren XINU suddenly looked at Hong Fei with utmost seriousness. Hong Fei, this is not a trivial matter. My older brother's mood has been increasingly bleak lately, and I genuinely fear he might do something foolish. Please, take this seriously. Hong Fei, observing Ren XINU's sudden gravity, saluted her. Understood. Captain Ren, I, Zhou Hong Fei, of the Redmouth District Special Patrol Team, assure you that I will fulfill this task. As Ren XINU was about to respond to Zhou Hong Fei's nonchalant demeanor, a message notification interrupted her. She pressed a button on her glasses. What is it? A deep male voice emerged from the sonar receiver. XINU, it's me. I just received a notification from the police department. They found the transcendent being using Tu Shaoyun's information card at the Redmouth Central Office building. He just impersonated Tu Shaoyun and his wife to finalize divorce papers. Since you know Tu Shaoyun, please check his home to see if anything has happened. Chapter 29. The out-of-control car. Ren Xinyue nodded slightly to Zhou Hongfei and softly uttered an apology. She quickly strode out of the room towards the elevator. Cousin. I am currently at the Lipstick District Office building. Is that imposter, Tu Shaoyun, still inside? How could he masquerade as him? I recall that the divorce signing requires verification of the information card. Yang Haitao hesitated for a moment. If you are with your team, you might attempt to make contact with him. However, if you are alone, do not engage with him at all. I have dispatched Zhang Yu's team to Modu. Has he truly not left the office building? And how did he manage to bypass such extensive identity verification? Yang Haitao continued. He possesses Tu Shaoyun's information card. When the staff processed the divorce signing, they noticed discrepancies between his appearance and that on the card. They took his fingerprints, iris, and DNA for comparison. And the results indicated he was indeed the same person. How can that be? Ren Xinyue had already descended to the first floor in the elevator, voicing her confusion. Yang Haitao suddenly spoke sternly. Xinyue, do not attempt to make contact with this individual while alone. He is exceedingly dangerous. Do you hear me, Xinyue? Ren Xinyue severed the call with Yang Haitao and walked briskly towards room 1025, from which Tu Shaoyun had just departed. Inside, Yang Min was tidying up documents. Upon entering, Ren Xinyue greeted her. Hello, Mississippi. Yang Min looked up and replied, Greetings, madam. How may I assist you? Ren Xinyue displayed her identity card, stating, I am Ren Xinyue from the Special Incident Handling Center. Did a couple come in to process a divorce signing earlier? The man was named Tu Shaoyun? Yang Min appeared somewhat bewildered. Special Incident Handling Center? Oh, yes, they were here, but they have already completed the procedures and left. I notified that gentleman to proceed to the third floor for a card replacement, yet he did not go there. I saw them exit through the front door. Ren Xinyue uttered a quick thank you before vanishing from Yang Min's sight. Yang Min stared at the empty room, perplexed. Wang Rui watched as Tu Shaoyun suddenly produced a key, and it was as if she had seen something dreadful. She instinctively stepped back, tears still evident on her face. Shaoyun, please don't do this. Are you truly not willing to give me even a sliver of a chance? They say a night together as a couple brings 100 days of affection. We have been married for 15 years. Upon hearing Wang Rui mention their school days, Tu Shaoyun's body froze momentarily. Wang Rui quickly positioned herself in front of him, saying, Shaoyun, I know you still love me, right? I have never forgotten your kindness. You promised to love only me in this lifetime. During my second evolution, when my organs failed, you were always there, caring for me and my family. I have never forgotten. A cold glint flashed in Tu Shaoyun's eyes as he gazed at Wang Rui, declaring, You know I have only ever loved you since our school days. Wang Rui recalled countless memories from years ago, tears once again welling in her eyes. Yes, I know. All the past was my fault. Please forgive me. We can start anew. I will change, I beg you, just this once. Shaoyun, I am humbling myself before you. Please forgive me. There is no future. Tu Shaoyun suddenly bellowed, stunning Wang Rui. He stared at her, the memories of her betrayal etched painfully in his mind. The anguish of that betrayal left an indelible mark on his soul. He spoke softly, there truly is no future. Live well with your man. The topic Wang Rui had always shied away from was finally voiced by Tu Shaoyun. She clutched her heart and stumbled backward, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as vivid memories of their time together flashed before her. She envisioned the tall, handsome figure who had once taken her around the world, sharing both joy and sorrow. Wang Rui stood there as if she had lost her soul. No, it is not as you think. It truly isn't. Wang Rui completely broke down, collapsing to the ground in tears, shaking her head in vehement denial. Just as Tu Shaoyun had not walked far, a blaring car horn suddenly pierced the air. He turned to see a large, grotesque SUV speeding towards Wang Rui, who knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, staring blankly at the oncoming vehicle. With a swift motion, Tu Shaoyun charged towards the car aiming for Wang Rui. As he approached, he recognized the panicked woman inside. His kick aimed at the car transformed into a lift, and time seemed to slow. As his foot connected with the vehicle's undercarriage, it tipped sharply. One hand grasped the side of the chassis while the other dove beneath, using his strength to lift the massive vehicle. Wang Rui, stunned by the approaching car, stood frozen in despair until a figure suddenly emerged. The car that had been hurtling towards her seemed to defy gravity, soaring into the air. She gazed in astonishment at the man who effortlessly lifted the 5-ton vehicle, his jacket straining against his bulging muscles. In that moment, Wang Rui found herself entranced by the formidable figure before her. This man had once been her husband. Chapter 30. All in manual mode. Upon witnessing Wang Rui's dazed expression, Tu Shaoyun shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Move aside." Startled by his exclamation, Wang Rui quickly scrambled to her feet and rushed towards him. Tu Shaoyun, observing the car's 4 tires still spinning wildly, instructed her, "What are you doing here? Step aside." Wang Rui, filled with concern, asked, "Shaoyun, are you all right?" The commotion had attracted a crowd of onlookers gathered around the scene, where a robust man effortlessly supported a large vehicle with one hand, conversing with the woman in distress. Several concerned spectators pulled Wang Rui away, while others inquired if Tu Shaoyun needed assistance. He shook his head, signaling that help was unnecessary, and forcefully slapped the underside of the car. "Stop! Stop the car!" The woman inside the vehicle, curled up in the driver's seat, finally released the gas pedal after a deafening crash, her heart sinking with despair. Moments earlier, she had seen another woman sitting on the road and, in a panic, lightly tapped the brake. Instead of halting, the car lurched forward, leaving her utterly terrified as it hurtled towards the seated figure. Frantically, she slammed the brake pedal, but the car only accelerated, and in a state of helplessness, she buried her head in her arms, honking the horn in anticipation of the impending disaster. When Tu Shaoyun noticed that the car's tires had finally ceased their frenetic spinning, he gradually lowered the vehicle. Pulling on the door, he discovered it was locked from the inside. He knocked on the glass, and the woman, like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand, finally sat upright, bewildered by the crowd surrounding the car. After several more knocks on the window, she snapped back to reality, hurriedly unlocking the door and nearly tumbling out of the vehicle. Tu Shaoyun caught her, assisting her down. Overwhelmed with emotion, the girl cried out, "Big brother, did I hit someone? Is she all right?" Tu Shaoyun glanced into the vehicle and reassured her, "She's fine, just a bit startled." "You mistook the gas for the brake, didn't you?" With a confused expression, the girl replied, "What's the gas pedal?" Tu Shaoyun, amused yet exasperated by her naivety, pointed to the 2 pedals beneath the driver's seat, explaining, "The left is the brake, and the right is the gas, the power output pedal." Wide-eyed, the girl exclaimed, "This is the power output pedal? Isn't the power output controlled by the steering wheel? That pedal has always been locked. I've never used it." Tu Shaoyun surveyed the dark control panel and realized that when he had assisted her in reversing, he had inadvertently switched her car's intelligent driving mode to manual. In intelligent driving mode, the gas pedal is locked, only activating when switched to manual mode. Recalling her earlier panic as she pressed the gas pedal, a cold sweat trickled down her back. She cautiously glanced at the pedals again, nodding in understanding. Modern intelligent vehicles deliver power through the steering wheel when in intelligent mode. A gentle push on the wheel initiates movement. For convenience, the brain system usually controls the power output, leading novice drivers to view the gas pedal as mere decoration. Nevertheless, for true automotive enthusiasts and professional drivers, manual driving is the pinnacle of the experience, allowing one to truly savor the joy of driving. Tu Shaoyun patted the car's roof and advised the girl, "Fortunately, a disaster was averted. Be careful when driving in the future." She nodded, approached Wang Rui, and apologized. Wang Rui waved it off, indicating it was all right. The girl then returned to her car, rummaging through her bag before producing a small chip and handing it to Tu Shaoyun. "Big brother, this is my business card. My name is Huang Xiaomei, and I'm a freshman at Modi University. If you have time, come visit me." After a brief wave goodbye, Huang Xiaomei drove off, cautiously gripping the steering wheel as her car smoothly maneuvered away. The crowd gradually dispersed as she left. Yuan Yi, watching her car disappear, turned to Wang Rui, who had been observing him intently, and asked, "Are you all right?" After a brief moment of processing the events, Wang Rui approached Tu Shaoyun and softly inquired, "Shaoyun, where are you headed? Let me accompany you." Chapter 31. Yang Haitao. Just as Wang Rui was about to say something, a sharp reprimand suddenly pierced the air behind them. "Tu Shaoyun, stop." The voice startled Tu Shaoyun into a momentary daze, not because it contained any particular malice, but due to its owner, a relatively petite woman who, like the wind, swiftly appeared before him. Her gaze was complex as she looked at the tall man before her, filled with surprise, confusion, and a hint of forced bravado. Tu Shaoyun's heart surged with joy upon seeing the woman who had suddenly materialized before him. This unexpected figure was none other than Ren Xinyue. The memory of her had flashed through his mind when he had consumed the fat man the previous day. Yet the impact of seeing her in person was far more profound than mere recollection. He took a step forward, overwhelmed with the urge to embrace her. But upon noticing the utter strangeness and wariness in her eyes, he realized with a start that this world's Ren Xinyue was not the same as the one he had known. His impulsive gesture would surely frighten her. As Tu Shaoyun beheld Ren Xinyue, who had drawn her weapon against him, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Indeed, this girl was not his Ren Xinyue. She belonged to this world. A shadow of melancholy flickered in his eyes. In December 2016, the 4th year since the apocalypse had begun, the proud Tu Shaoyun returned to the Magic City with a group of brothers after journeying from the north to establish a base. Little did they know that upon their approach to the Magic City, subtle spatial fissures emerged, capable of severing a person in twain without a sound. Upon careful investigation, they discovered that the closer one moved to the south, the more severe the spatial cracks became. Consequently, they decided to turn back north toward Mongolia to establish a base. As they were about to leave the confines of the Magic City, they encountered a sizable horde of zombies attacking a young man whose appearance was exceedingly peculiar. His head was disproportionately large, and his body hunched, resembling a giant tortoise. In March 2016, during the awakening of spring, both humans and zombies manifested brain nuclei simultaneously. With the emergence of these nuclei, humans began to activate their extraordinary abilities. The large-headed man had evidently mastered the metal manipulation ability within the 5 elements. By December, a mere 9 months after the emergence of the brain nuclei, the onlookers were astonished to find that he had cultivated this metal ability to a 6th level, equaling Tu Shaoyun, who had trained for 4 years. The metal ability was renowned as the most formidable among the 5 elements, invulnerable and versatile for both offense and defense. When they encountered him, the large-headed man had already fully transformed into metal, desperately trying to escape the encirclement of the horde. However, with nearly 10,000 zombies assailing him, escape was impossible. He was like a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, ensnared by the relentless tide of the undead. Every ability has its limitations when pushed to extremes, often at the cost of one's life. The large-headed man's complete transformation into metal was a desperate measure of his power. By the apocalypse's later stages, even 7th and 8th level ability users hesitated to fully metalize their bodies due to the exorbitant cost of life energy. An 8th level user, for instance, would exhaust their vitality entirely after just 50 minutes of full metallization. As they witnessed the man nearing the end of his life force, the group sprang into action, slaughtering zombies to save him. Ultimately, Tu Shaoyun and his comrades managed to rescue the large-headed man, but he could only utter a plea before succumbing to death. After his passing, the shell-like hunch on his back gradually dissipated, revealing a girl of no more than 10 years who tumbled out from behind him. It was then they realized that the large-headed man had not been hunchbacked. Rather, he had transformed his back into a protective metal shield for the girl. The girl was named Ren Xinyue. When the apocalypse erupted, she was 13 years old, but the hardships she had endured over the years made her appear much younger. According to her, the deceased man was her cousin, Yang Haitao. After the apocalypse began, Yang Haitao and his girlfriend had sought out Ren Xinyue, who had gone days without food. The three had relied on one another to survive in the Magic City for 4 arduous years. However, in June of that year, during a food search, Yang Haitao's girlfriend inadvertently stumbled into a spatial fissure with tragic consequences. After her death, Yang Haitao sensed the increasing peril of the spatial rifts, which had grown more numerous and terrifying with time. After enduring for a couple of weeks, he resolved to lead Ren Xinyue northward. At that time, the Magic City was overrun by zombies, and the roads were choked with abandoned vehicles, making their escape immensely challenging. Yet, endowed with the metal ability and years of survival experience, Yang Haitao had become remarkably resilient. After nearly 6 months of evasion, the siblings finally reached the outskirts of the Magic City. Tragedy was inevitable. Just as they were about to leave, they encountered a smaller group of zombies. Having mastered his metal ability, Yang Haitao fought through the horde as if it were a mere formality, but his younger sister lacked any means of self-defense. As he battled to protect her, the number of zombies continued to swell, and before long, they found themselves encircled. Realizing escape was impossible, Yang Haitao resolutely hoisted his sister onto his back and shielded her with his power, transforming his body into metal in a desperate bid to carve a path to safety. However, fate was unkind. Despite his efforts, he perished without breaking free. Nevertheless, he managed to wait for Tu Shaoyun and his companions. sacrificing his life to grant his sister a fleeting chance of survival. Shortly after his demise, Yang Haitao transformed into a zombie, a cruel law of this world from which no one could escape. He was a man deserving of admiration had he chosen to abandon Renxin Yue and flee alone. The smaller horde would likely have posed no threat to him. Filled with respect, Tu Shaoyun and his comrades gazed at the zombified Yang Haitao, unwilling to witness the impending tragedy. Yet, as the leader, Tu Shaoyun had no choice but to act. Consequently, he and his companions took Renxin Yue with them as they journeyed northward. The 13-year-old Renxin Yue, still grappling with her emotions, harbored resentment towards Tu Shaoyun for beheading her brother. It was only much later that she came to understand the deep-seated helplessness and sorrow that accompanied Tu Shaoyun's actions. Chapter 32. The stubborn Renxin Yue. In the year 2024, amidst the apocalypse, Tu Shaoyun had established a vast human base in Mongolia's Erdos. However, due to spatial constraints and the relentless hunts led by Badam Monk against humanity, Tu Shaoyun resolved to relocate the remaining survivors of the base to the western Raya Mountains. 8 years had passed, and the little girl, Renxin Yue, had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Although her abilities were not particularly remarkable, her resilient and understanding character shone through. Throughout nearly a decade, Tu Shaoyun had cherished Renxin Yue as if she were his own daughter, and she, possessing exceptional wisdom, gradually began to comprehend Tu Shaoyun's helplessness and anguish. As the situation for humanity deteriorated further in the apocalypse, Tu Shaoyun wore a constant frown, relying on alcohol to numb his sorrows. Clever and perceptive, Renxin Yue recognized the heavy burdens he bore and became a source of warmth for him. Akin to a comforting quilt, their bond deepened with each passing day. Renxin Yue found joy in clinging to Tu Shaoyun, often coaxing him into aimless flights amidst the skies, claiming that it allowed her to feel the essence of freedom and temporarily forget that the world was a decaying realm filled with the living dead. Each time Tu Shaoyun caught a glimpse of the innocent hope in her eyes, his heart ached, further solidifying his resolve to create a worry-free environment for his family and comrades. However, during this final migration of the base, Renxin Yue became the source of Tu Shaoyun's lifelong anguish. Shortly after departing from the base, the convoy encountered a horde of zombies numbering in the millions. By that time, Level 5 and above zombies had generally awakened their intelligence, qualifying them as advanced zombies. This zombie assault was a premeditated attack. With no fewer than 100,000 Level 5 zombies, thousands of Level 7 zombies, and dozens of Level 8 zombie kings, the elite fighters from the base, including Guoping, were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and tactics of the Level 7 and 8 zombie kings, leaving them unable to assist others. As Tu Shaoyun was besieged by the zombie kings, he witnessed Renxin Yue being captured. Consumed by rage, he pursued the zombie king into the horde. The surrounding zombie kings swiftly encircled him, but in his desperation to save her, Tu Shaoyun unleashed his elemental powers, scattering the zombie kings in chaos. Under normal circumstances, Tu Shaoyun's strength would have allowed him to rescue Renxin Yue and retreat unscathed. However, at this critical juncture, Badam, the instigator, appeared as if sent by a plague. Tu Shaoyun found himself ensnared by Badam Monk, leaving him no time to rescue Renxin Yue. As the zombie kings realized they could not contend with Tu Shaoyun, the one holding Renxin Yue raised his bone blade towards her. Tu Shaoyun could only watch in horror as the blade pierced through her chest. In that instant, his eyes turned crimson with fury. He violently cast Badam aside and, in a frenzy, charged at the encircling zombie kings. Sensing the transformation in Tu Shaoyun, Badam, satisfied with the chaos he had sown, retreated, allowing Tu Shaoyun to unleash his wrath upon the zombie kings, tearing them to shreds. Yet, the death of Renxin Yue had become inevitable. In her final moments, she gazed at the monstrous visage of Tu Shaoyun, now fully transformed, her heart aching for him. Aware that she would become a zombie after her death, she wished to spare Tu Shaoyun the agony of both her demise and her transformation. Summoning her strength, she attempted to end her own life, but Tu Shaoyun prevented her, understanding her intentions to shield him from pain. Holding Renxin Yue tightly, he felt as though he could not breathe, his heart enduring the torment of 1,000 daggers. Tears streamed down his face, falling upon hers, while Renxin Yue, equally tearful, slowly closed her eyes. In that moment, her expression conveyed profound reluctance towards Tu Shaoyun and an overwhelming disdain for the world. Tu Shaoyun sat alone on the cold ground, one hand cradling Renxin Yue's lifeless body and the other clutching a blood-stained golden brain core, as if he had lost his very soul. When Renxin Yue saw Tu Shaoyun suddenly flee, she did not fire the gun she held. Instead, she holstered it and pursued him. her heart racing with a familiar yet unsettling sensation, compelled to seek clarity. Tu Shaoyun's pace was deliberately slow, likely to accommodate her as she chased after him. Upon reaching a corner, he slipped into an alley, and soon after, Ren Xinyue followed. As she entered the alley, she found Tu Shaoyun calmly waiting for her. She approached him cautiously and asked, "Why did you bring me here?" Tu Shaoyun composed himself and replied softly, "Consider your brother dead. Do not come to my home again. I am leaving for Kyoto." "What do you mean? Who are you, really?" Tu Shaoyun shook his head slowly. "Do not ask, girl. Just live well, and do not dwell on this. I am about to depart, and I only want to bid you a proper farewell." Tu Shaoyun forced a smile, knowing she would persist in her inquiries. It was always the same, her insatiable curiosity. He said, "I possess the ability to shapeshift. This is my true form after awakening. The image of that fat man was a transformation of yours. You awakened long ago." Ren Xinyue gazed at him, filled with bewilderment. Tu Shaoyun activated the cells within his body, and after a moment of intense writhing, he transformed into the figure of the fat man. This unique zombie skill allowed him to temporarily store the cellular traits of those he had devoured, enabling him to fully mimic their appearances, a power he had awakened long before. Chapter 33. A reasonable explanation. Ren Xinyue gazed, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, at the once slim Tu Shaoyun, who had now transformed into a portly figure. Although the Great Evolution era had dawned, encountering a shape-shifting ability was a first for her. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly drew her gun once more, pointing it at Tu Shaoyun, exclaiming, "Impossible. If you truly are Tu Degu, then how can you simultaneously be in Shuqing and Modu?" When Tu Shaoyun first arrived on Earth, he was unfamiliar with this world. To facilitate his acquisition of information, he established connections with the national agencies. Upon his appearance, he produced an identification card from another realm. Given the current efficiency of governmental operations, the police department in Modu would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation into the information on that ID. Ren Xinyue narrowed her eyes, tightening her grip on the gun. She suddenly shouted, "You're lying. Ever since the emergence of the Transcendent in Shuqing, our team has been monitoring Tu Shaoyun here. Shuqing is over 2,000 kilometers away from Modu. If you truly are Tu Shaoyun, how could you have traversed this distance without any means of transportation in mere hours? What are your intentions? Why are you impersonating my Tu Degu?" Her gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes upon Tu Shaoyun. "Stay still. Do not move. You shall not leave until this is clarified today." Upon hearing her words, Tu Shaoyun chuckled. This girl, despite being in two different worlds, possessed a seriousness that mirrored the Ren Xinyue from his original realm. "You have always been this stubborn," he mused. "Fine. I shall explain how I managed to cross 2,000 kilometers in just a few hours." As he spoke, his body began to undulate, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared right before Ren Xinyue. Before she could react, he seized her hand that clutched the trigger. A sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, and as she adapted to it, she was astonished to discover that she was soaring through the air, held tightly by a strong arm around her waist. Dazed, Ren Xinyue watched as the ground below shrank rapidly, her body ascending at an alarming rate. With the ability to fly, Tu Shaoyun drifted aimlessly through the skies, relishing the sensation of flight. The air in this world was infused with an astonishing essence, allowing him to soar gracefully without external aid. Some people and events can only be perceived clearly when one is not awakened, Tu Shaoyun seemed to imply. Ren Xinyue perceived a tremor in his voice. In truth, she had already confirmed their identities as the same person the moment she first laid eyes on him. Yet, certain observable phenomena eluded explanation. To quell her confusion and enable a harmonious future interaction, she felt compelled to seek clarity on some pressing matters. Tu Degu, are you secretly serving some organization? Regardless, please refrain from engaging in activities that could harm our nation. I do not wish to see you become an enemy, she expressed with concern. Tu Shaoyun shook his head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I am not affiliated with any organization, neither in the past nor in the future." Ren Xinyue pondered further and inquired, "Tu Degu, 2 days ago, 17 powerful transcendent beings appeared worldwide. Their emergence coincided closely with your arrival in Shuqing, and they bore a striking resemblance to you. Do you know them?" Tu Shaoyun paused. "I was aware of their presence when I was in Shuqing. Have you located them? Where are they now?" Shaking her head, Ren Xinyue replied, "They surfaced abroad, while you remained in our country. After being apprehended by various nations, they have since vanished without a trace." After a moment, she asked, "Tu Degu, who exactly are they? Are they secretly cultivated super experts from some organization?" Tu Shaoyun remained silent, lost in thought. From the expression on his face, Ren Xinyue realized he was familiar with those transcendent beings, and she continued, they possess immense power, and upon being discovered, they began indiscriminately attacking humanity, slaughtering the innocent. Now, they have been classified as SSS-level wanted criminals by global anti-terror organizations. Had you attacked humanity upon your arrival in Shuqing, you too would likely have been labeled an SSS-level wanted criminal. Tu Shaoyun gently descended with Ren Xinyue onto the rooftop of a plump man's residence. Releasing her, he furrowed his brow deeply. Upon grounding herself, Ren Xinyue felt an inexplicable desire to continue soaring through the skies. She stood silently beside the taciturn Tu Shaoyun, awaiting his next words. Attacking and slaughtering humanity? Who are these 17 individuals? Ren Xinyue pondered. Survivors of the apocalypse had finally arrived in this complete world. Having endured the catastrophic self-detonation of Batu, they should cherish this new reality. Yet why had they chosen to wreak havoc upon their arrival, and in such numbers? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tu Shaoyun looked up at Ren Xinyue and asked, May I see the video footage you obtained? Ren Xinyue hesitated. That footage is classified. I do not possess the authority to access it. You have been concealing your awakening. If you do not mind revealing your abilities to Jioding, I can contact their higher-ups to grant you access to the materials. Tu Shaoyun initially pretended to hide his awakening to facilitate Ren Xinyue's acceptance of his identity as the same person as the plump man. With their misunderstandings resolved, he saw no issue with Jioding discovering his abilities. He nodded, that is fine. Please contact them. Ren Xinyue agreed, activating the electronic screen on her arm to reach out to Jioding. As she operated the device, she explained, I am affiliated with Jioding in Suzhou. My cousin is the commander there, and many directives come directly from him. We only became aware of the transcendent video during a meeting he convened. Tu Shaoyun's eyes lit up. Your cousin? Who is he? Does he happen to have an exceptionally large head? Ren Xinyue looked at him in astonishment. How do you know my cousin has a particularly large head? Recalling the iron-willed man who sacrificed his life to save his sister. A faint smile appeared on Tu Shaoyun's lips. He shook his head. It's nothing. I was merely guessing. You should check in on your cousin more often. You owe him a great deal. Ren Xinyue rolled her eyes at him. He has bullied me since we were children. I believe it is he who owes me. Chapter 34. Return to Kyoto before long. A 3D projection materialized on the screen of Ren Xinyue's arm, revealing an anxious man with a large head. Xinyue, are you all right? Where are you? You haven't gone to confront that transcendent being, have you? Ren Xinyue replied to the intelligent brain, Brother, I'm fine. I need to discuss something with you. Could you send me the video footage of the transcendent beings that appeared globally the day before yesterday? Yang Haitao furrowed his brow. What do you need that footage for? After a moment of hesitation, Ren Xinyue glanced at the nearby Tu Shaoyun. Actually, the transcendent being discovered in Shudi the day before yesterday is Tu Shaoyun, whom I've been observing for 3 years. He awakened long ago but has kept his identity hidden. He wanted to see these transcendent beings. Yang Haitao was taken aback. What? That fat guy is a transcendent being beyond level 9? Tu Shaoyun remained impassive, ignoring Yang Haitao's words. Ren Xinyue expressed her discontent. How can you talk like that? He's right here beside me. Tu Shaoyun stepped closer to Ren Xinyue's screen. Yang Haitao, seeing the tall figure suddenly appear on the screen, felt a jolt of apprehension and silently chastised Ren Xinyue for her recklessness. Mr. Tu, hello? Ren Xinyue mentioned that you wish to borrow our video materials. This information is confidential, and I cannot simply send it to her. Please hold on. I will send someone over. Or you and Ren Xinyue could wait for me at the Honko District Office Building. I will come over immediately. Yang Haitao was bewildered. What do we have to discuss? How about this, Mr. Tu? Please wait a moment. I will take a transport plane over. As long as you are still in Modu, I will definitely arrive within an hour. Ren Xinyue frowned in impatience. Brother, why are you being so tedious today? I'm just asking for some video footage. Yet you're making this a drawn-out affair. What are you even coming for? This is really wasting time. Goodbye. Yang Haitao was taken aback when Ren Xinyue abruptly hung up the call. He muttered angrily, that stubborn girl. Yet, his concern for Ren Xinyue's safety took precedence. He quickly contacted the technical department to locate her whereabouts and reached out to Zhang Yu and others, instructing them to rush to Tu Shaoyun's residence. After hanging up, Ren Xinyue felt a twinge of regret and said to Tu Shaoyun, I'm sorry, Brother Tu. I can't help you with that. But your information card hasn't been updated. You'll be required to change it when buying a plane ticket. All right, Sister Head. I've already booked it. The ticket information has been sent to your intelligent brain. Please check. Thank you. That will be all. All right. I'm busy now. After ending the call, Ren Xinyue made a few adjustments on her watch, and a ticket information was transmitted to Tu Shaoyun's device. This ticket was issued from the Jioding internal booking system. Requiring no real name registration, one could board the plane simply by verifying at the gate. The small piece of ice in Tu Shaoyun's hand was condensed using his water-based abilities, containing a trace of divine consciousness. When Ren Xinyue shattered this ice, he would be able to locate her through the emanating consciousness. Intrigued, Ren Xinyue examined the delicate ice fragment. What is this? A locator? It's such a thin piece of ice. Won't it melt? Tu Shaoyun hailed a cab and affectionately patted Ren Xinyue's head. Let us go. Ren Xinyue watched the taxi gradually disappear into the distance, holding the ice fragment and lost in thought. Just then, Yang Haitao's call came through. Xinyue, are you alright? What could possibly happen? Ren Xinyue tucked the ice fragment away and said nonchalantly, Where is Tu Shaoyun? He left. Xinyue, are you out of your mind? Do you realize how dangerous that person was? I'm telling you, if you continue to act so recklessly, do you believe I won't punish you? Where did he go? Yang Haidao's frantic voice echoed through the sonar receiver. I don't know, cousin. I'm a bit tired, so I'm hanging up. With that, Ren Xinyue ended the call again. Yang Haitao stared blankly ahead, pondering what was wrong with her today. Ultimately, he concluded that her safety was paramount, though he still felt a lingering unease. When Tu Shaoyun arrived in Kyoto, it was already 3 p.m. Stepping out of the airport, he strolled through the streets of Kyoto, observing the bustling pedestrians with a sense of wonder. This was a world of advanced technology, in Tu Shaoyun's imagination. The future should be filled with towering highways and swiftly moving vehicles, with people hurrying about. However, the reality contradicted his expectations. The sky was pristine, with only dense skyscrapers, devoid of highways or elevated bridges. The air quality in this world was exceptional, as abundant spiritual energy continuously dispelled harmful gases, rendering the sky bright and clear. The streets had not changed significantly over the past 15 years. They were simply cleaner and more orderly, with very little traffic. The wide vehicle lanes, measuring over 10 meters, had only a few cars moving slowly, while pedestrian pathways that were once a mere 3 meters wide had expanded to over 10 meters in this era. Chapter 35. Purchase a pair of smart glasses. As Tu Shaoyun walked past the intersection of the pedestrian street, he continued onward. Although this area was not within the confines of the pedestrian zone, the ground floors of the nearby buildings were equally lined with shops. Several youths stood at the entrance of a store, demonstrating some 3D projection devices to passersby. Tu Shaoyun paused at the doorway of one shop, his gaze drawn to the projection device in a boy's hands, showcasing a pair of technologically advanced glasses. The glasses continuously rotated and disassembled, with various functions clearly enumerated and explained. After a brief observation, Tu Shaoyun was astounded by the capabilities of these glasses, which integrated a complete entertainment, communication, and practical system. Noticing Tu Shaoyun's intense interest, the boy responsible for the demonstration approached him and softly inquired, Sir, would you be interested in learning more about our smart eagle eye? Tu Shaoyun glanced at the boy, who stood nearly 1.8 meters tall. However, the boy's youthful features revealed that he was merely a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Tu Shaoyun suddenly remarked, You aren't of legal age yet. Why are you working at such a young age? The boy looked up at the towering figure with curiosity and replied, Is it forbidden to work before adulthood? Is it allowed? Tu Shaoyun countered. The boy chuckled, Sir, please don't jest with me. How else would one make a living? After a moment, he added, If you are interested in the Eagle Eye device, why not step inside and try it on? We have over 30 styles available, and we can also offer customization based on your facial features and preferences. Tu Shaoyun appraised the boy briefly before nodding slowly and stepping into the shop. The boy followed him inside, striding towards the counter. This establishment was a typical electronics store, divided into 7 or 8 sections, with the Eagle Eye area located right at the entrance. The boy told Tu Shaoyun to wait momentarily, and Tu Shaoyun, uninterested, surveyed the electronic devices around him. The boy called out to another young man in the store, who then took over the demonstration duties. Turning back to Tu Shaoyun, the boy introduced himself. Sir, may I ask your name? I am Han Guichin. You can just call me Xiao Han. Tu Shaoyun replied, Oh, hello, Mr. Tuesday. Han Guichin greeted Tu Shaoyun politely and laid several pairs of glasses on the counter before him. Based on your facial structure, I have selected these eagle eyes for you. This model is equipped with the updated 9.0 system from September this year. This new system allows the eagle eye to function independently, no longer operating merely as an accessory to other smart devices. As you may know, earlier versions of the eagle eye could only be considered smart wearables, requiring pairing with smartwatches or other devices. However, the 9.0 system has granted this model a standalone operating mode, allowing it to truly be classified as a smart device. Han Guiqing casually put on a pair of glasses and pressed a button on the frame. A small projection device illuminated a 3D interface, through which he continued his explanation. The Eagle Eye is a wearable device designed for the eyes. Traditionally, its operation required pairing with smart devices, but our model incorporates 3 input technologies. One is the previous screen input technology, which has limitations in selection due to its small screen size, making operations time-consuming and cumbersome. The second method is the pairing with smart devices I mentioned earlier. Tu Shaoyun remained silent, intently watching the boy demonstrate the Eagle Eye device. The third method is the latest 3D projection input technology one I'm currently using. This technology completely overcomes the drawbacks of the previous 2 modes. With this Eagle Eye, you can retire your other smart devices. All you need to carry is this pair of glasses. Now, allow me to demonstrate the newly added features. This is the navigation system. Input your destination here, and the Eagle Eye will project the route onto the lenses. This is the entertainment system, allowing you to enjoy VR movies while working. Although I would advise against watching VR films during work, as the immersive experience can significantly hinder your productivity. Of course, you can select an option to switch the film to standard playback mode. This is the Skynet storage drive, which allows information to be uploaded directly to the cloud and downloaded as needed. Han Guiqing continued, the basic recording and communication functions of the Eagle Eye remain intact, operating in a user-friendly manner. A simple press of this button captures a photo, and pressing it twice initiates video recording. I assume you are familiar with these functionalities, so I want to elaborate further. With sincere eyes, Han Guiqing asked, Mr. Tu, do you have any questions? As the new year approaches, we are currently offering substantial discounts. Would you consider purchasing a Huaxian Eagle Eye? Tu Shaoyun observed the enthusiastic boy before him. Is this level of dedication typical in your society while working? He asked. What do you mean by discounts? Han Guiqing promptly walked to a nearby display area, presenting several small boxes before Tu Shaoyun. Purchase an Eagle Eye and receive the latest sonar collector for free. This sonar collector can pair with up to 15 smart devices simultaneously, establishing a localized communication area within 1,000 meters, independent of Skynet. Tu Shaoyun picked up a sonar collector, noting its earring-like size. Isn't this essentially a walkie-talkie? How is it charged? Han Guiqing appeared momentarily flustered. What do you mean by charging? Tu Shaoyun closely examined the sonar collector, which had a curved bridge shape, thin and roughly the size of half a fingernail. The inner curve was composed of a soft material, somewhat resembling silicone, designed to alleviate ear discomfort when worn for extended periods. At its center, a tiny black crystal was embedded. Was this a battery? Realization dawned on Han Guiqing. Oh, Mr. Tu, were you referring to charging the sonar collector? It doesn't require charging. This sonar collector's solar-powered battery can last over 50 years. It comes charged from the factory. And these little devices are quite inexpensive. Even if one breaks, you can simply buy another. The Eagle Eye also features a solar-powered battery, so you need not worry about that. Tu Shaoyun frowned, pondering what the pudgy man had been up to in recent years, as none of this technology was present in his memories. Mr. Tu, would you like to purchase a pair of Eagle Eyes? Han Guiqing inquired tentatively. Tu Shaoyun nodded. I'll buy a pair. Han Guiqing's face lit up with a smile. The original price is $13.99. However, during this promotional period, it's available at an 88% discount, bringing the price down to $12.31. I can waive the small change, so you can take it for $1,200, and I'll throw in a sonar collector. Our store can assist you with network integration and pairing with all smart devices. Very well, Tu Shaoyun responded. The enthusiasm of the young man was almost overwhelming, and it felt somewhat inappropriate to leave without making a purchase. Moreover, the price was not exorbitant. Nearly everyone he had encountered thus far had been wearing such devices. To seamlessly integrate into this society, it seemed prudent to familiarize himself with its technological advancements. Chapter 36. The necessity of work for minors. The boy nodded enthusiastically, swiftly producing several pairs of innovative glasses. Ultimately, he selected a pair with notably broad lenses and handed them to Tu Shaoyun, saying, Mr. Tu, please try on these Eagle Eyes. Han Guiqing signaled to Tu Shaoyun, who pressed the button indicated by Han. Instantly, the glasses transformed to a warm brown hue. Tu Shaoyun pressed a few more buttons, and the colors continued to shift. The Eagle Eyes offered 10 fixed color options, and users could directly input their preferred shades or install software for custom adjustments. Tu Shaoyun nodded, removed the glasses, and returned them to Han Guiqin, asking, "You mentioned a positioning and navigation system. Could you set that up for me?" "Certainly, Mr. Tuesday. The eagle eyes require network access for official use. Please provide me with your information card, and I will assist you in connecting to the network and downloading some software," Han replied. Tu Shaoyun complied, retrieving a plump information card and handing it to Han. "Please hold on. I will promptly facilitate your network registration." Observing Han's industriousness, Tu Shaoyun added, "Please ensure that the payment is settled as well. Young man, I recall that previously, the law prohibited minors from working. Has that regulation changed? Thank you for your trust. I must complete all settings and have you verify them before charging you," Han replied. "I apologize, Mr. Tu, but I am not a law student, so I am not well versed in the previous laws of Huagua. Under the current regulations, citizens aged 12 and above are required to engage in social work weekly. They must document their daily activities using portable recording devices and upload them to the Growth Bureau to earn social contribution points. I have recorded all the work I have done since turning 12. So far, I have accumulated over 30,000 social contribution points and more than 8,000 huabi." Tu Shaoyun inquired, "You dedicate a significant amount of time to work instead of attending school?" Tu Shaoyun nodded slightly, reflecting on the necessity of fostering self-reliance from a young age to alleviate the struggles of adulthood. Establishing one's life value amidst societal existence is essential. Humanity is a peculiar race. Living aimlessly can lead to confusion, and when such a state becomes deeply entrenched, a tide of negative emotions may ensue. Without a peaceful mindset, the outcomes of daily encounters may turn unfavorable. Han Guiqing handed Tu Shaoyun his information card and the eagle eyes, stating, "Mr. Tu, everything is ready." Tu Shaoyun accepted the glasses and gestured to the information card, saying, "I will also settle the payment with you." Han nodded in acknowledgement, retrieving a payment machine and inserting Tu Shaoyun's information card. Moments later, the screen displayed the payment options. After inputting the amount, Han gestured for Tu Shaoyun to confirm. Tu Shaoyun placed his left and right index fingers on the fingerprint scanner to complete the transaction successfully. Tu Shaoyun stored the information card, and Han handed him a packaged headset from the counter, saying, "The sonar collector is now paired for you. If you wish to pair it with other intelligent brain devices, simply press this button while activating the pairing function on the devices." Indeed, with so many navigation options displayed, I find it difficult to choose. "Does this system include satellite mapping?" Tu Shaoyun inquired. Han shook his head with a smile. "This is the heart of Huagua, where satellite detection is prohibited. Moreover, our Kyoto branch houses 17 crack generators, preventing satellite detection in this area. Currently, the eastern sixth ring is entirely agricultural zones. You only need to input eastern planting area to retrieve specific travel routes." Tu Shaoyun remarked, "Agricultural zones? In Kyoto, where land is exceedingly precious, how could such areas exist? What species of plants could be deemed valuable enough to cultivate near the sixth ring?" Through their conversation, Han learned that Tu Shaoyun was a transcendent martial artist. Upon government recognition, transcendent martial artists typically enjoy elevated social status upon reintegrating into society. Despite his somewhat aloof demeanor, Tu Shaoyun was generally amiable. Han patiently explained, "It seems you have been away from the world for a considerable time. The eastern planting area cultivates spiritual herbs, while the northern planting area grows spiritual grains. These two spiritual materials are vital raw ingredients for the second-generation nutrient solution, which can only be cultivated in these two regions throughout Huagua." Faint memories of the second-generation nutrient solution surfaced in the boy's mind. It was a rare substance specifically designed for awakeners, significantly enhancing their physical capabilities. Originally developed as a remedy for organ failure during humanity's second evolution, the boy had never paid much attention to these nutrient solutions meant exclusively for awakeners, as he was not one himself. Tu Shaoyun nodded appreciatively at Han Guiqing, saying, "Thank you, young man." Han bowed respectfully, replying, "It is my honor to assist you." As Tu Shaoyun exited the store, Han Guiqing called after him, "Mr. Tu, if you wish to visit the eastern planting area, you can take the No. 6 hover train directly. The station is just across the street." Following Han's direction, Tu Shaoyun observed a prominent, open, protruding structure to the southeast across the road. Its fan-shaped design prominently displaying the words, "Number 6 hover train station." Grateful once more, Tu Shaoyun strode confidently toward the station entrance. Chapter 37. The Girl in Green traversing the pedestrian overpass. Tu Shaoyun arrived at the entrance of the train station. Upon entering, he surveyed the interior, which bore a striking resemblance to the subway systems of 15 years prior, with various notices and guidelines prominently displayed at the entrance. The entire maglev station was devoid of service personnel, featuring only a few fare machines and a 10-meter-long entryway. Given society's predominant reliance on information cards for payments, ticket machines had become obsolete. Tu Shaoyun tapped his information card against the fare machine at the entrance, followed by a fingerprint scan, and the machine permitted his passage. He then proceeded through a secure corridor, which, after detecting that he bore no hazardous items, allowed him to pass through the iron gate at the end. The maglev train, developed according to Linz's law, operated on principles distinctly different from those of physicist Wang Yuan's anti-gravity vehicle concept. The maglev train employed a unique magnetic system, requiring a specialized electromagnetic track where magnetic repulsion at the junction between track and train enabled it to levitate. Wang Yuan's revolutionary approach sought to simulate the capabilities of antiparticles through electromagnetic fields, enabling matter to resist Earth's gravity without relying on repulsive magnetic forces, thereby achieving agile and free movement. His significant breakthroughs had drawn the attention of Hill Technology, which ultimately abducted him to steal his research. The widespread adoption of maglev trains stems from their amalgamation of the advantages of all transportation modes. They are efficient, convenient, silent, and safe. Constructed from titanium alloy, each seat features an individual protective barrier. The magnetic constraints of the track minimize derailment risks. The maglev train glides above the tracks, eliminating friction, allowing it to reach speeds of up to 500 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, aside from air resistance, it faces no other impediments, resulting in remarkably low noise levels during high-speed travel. According to the Eagle Eye navigation system, the compact city of Kyoto boasts 22 short-distance lines and 14 long-distance lines, making such a convenient and economical mode of transport exceedingly popular among the masses. At this moment, the station was filled with passengers awaiting their trains. The platforms no longer resembled those from over a decade ago, devoid of any safety measures. In this world, a transparent tempered glass barrier, known as the Magnetic Radiation Isolation Board, now separated passengers from the tracks, effectively shielding them from potential hazards. Imperfection is inherent in all things. While maglev trains offer efficiency and safety, they are not without flaws. Despite enhancing the convenience of transportation, the magnetic repulsion inevitably generates some degree of magnetic radiation. Fortunately, humanity has undergone a significant evolutionary leap, resulting in remarkable enhancements to physical resilience, thus minimizing the impact of magnetic radiation on human health. Nonetheless, the government has devised a satisfactory solution regarding magnetic protection. The radiation-isolating glass effectively mitigates magnetic exposure, preventing passengers from falling onto the tracks, and, when installed inside the train, forms a tempered protective shield, ensuring passenger safety even in the event of a severe derailment. Attention! The maglev train will arrive in 1 minute. Please prepare for boarding, announced the station's PA system. Tu Shaoyun glanced around at the densely packed crowd, realizing that the earlier curiosity about the sparse street traffic was due to the influx of people into the underground station. As human physicality improved, walking had become a fundamental habit. Public transportation infrastructure in every city had become exceedingly developed, leading most individuals to naturally forego driving. Passengers were engaged with their entertainment devices, quietly awaiting the train's arrival. Tu Shaoyun found the silence among the throng somewhat disconcerting, unable to fathom how hundreds could stand together without a single sound. Adjusting the display mode of his eagle eye glasses, he explored their myriad features. This seemingly trivial pair of glasses enriched modern life significantly, enabling communication, movie watching, music listening, news browsing, and keeping abreast of current events. Exiting the entertainment system, he navigated the map of Kyoto. Just as Tu Shaoyun was perusing the map, a young woman clad in green brushed past him. Instantly captivated by her fleeting presence, he closed his eyes and, almost instinctively, began to follow the alluring scent that wafted from her. He found the green-clad girl standing amidst the crowd, a subtle aroma of wine emanating from her. With his eyes still shut, he inched closer, drawn by the fragrance. In this new world, the general quality of humanity had improved remarkably. Although the station was bustling with waiting passengers, a respectful half-meter distance separated them. Now facing the girl, Tu Shaoyun took another step forward, nearly enveloping her in his embrace. Startled, she recoiled a few steps and glared at the tall, imposing, yet entranced man before her. Perhaps Tu Shaoyun's overt actions drew unwelcome attention, as those nearby regarded him with disapproval, ready to intervene should he make any further inappropriate moves. Despite his robust physique and handsome features, which typically left a favorable impression, He now resembled an infatuated train enthusiast, openly and shamelessly inhaling the scent of the girl before him. An air of disdain spread through the crowd. The girl quickly retreated, glaring at Tu Shaoyun, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You look like a complete scoundrel." Tu Shaoyun's reverie was abruptly shattered by her reprimand and watching her walk away. He felt a twinge of astonishment. It seemed his fondness for wine truly required reevaluation. The onlookers continued to cast judgmental glances his way, while a few fashionably dressed women nearby whispered among themselves, some even casting expectant glances in his direction. Though he contemplated approaching the girl to clarify the misunderstanding, he ultimately resigned himself to the fact that he had indeed been somewhat impolite. He turned away from the crowd, patiently awaiting the train's arrival. The scent of wine was oddly familiar. What kind of wine was it? In this evolved world, had winemaking techniques also advanced? In the journey of life, one is bound to develop certain obsessions. In the post-apocalyptic world, Tu Shaoyun had become enamored with winemaking and tasting, eventually evolving into a full-fledged alcoholic. During the apocalypse, he once ventured alone to South River for business, passing through Dukong Village in Lut City, where he rescued an eccentric man who survived by drinking. At that time, all the villagers had succumbed to their undead forms. After eliminating the zombies, Tu Shaoyun had assumed no survivors remained, believing that after 6 years of the apocalypse, anyone left would have perished from starvation. However, as he approached a waterhole in the village, he was greeted by an intoxicating aroma of wine wafting from one of the nearby houses. Upon entering, he was suddenly attacked by a man who leaped from near the stove. After a brief struggle, he subdued the man, and upon revealing his intentions, they formally introduced themselves. The man is named Fu Zihan. After the cataclysm, he remained hidden in the dark cellar of his home, relying on the waters of a nearby pond and the wild fruits of the forest to endure for 6 long years. In the course of their acquaintance, due to Fu Zihan's profound fondness for alcohol, Tu Shaoyun affectionately referred to him as the little drunkard. Although Fu Zihan possessed limited abilities, his skill in brewing was unparalleled. The Dukong wine he crafted was crystal clear, smooth, and fragrant. After Tu Shaoyun tasted Fu Zihan's Dukong wine, he found that no other beverage could compare. Chapter 38. The power of life amidst the myriad tribulations of the apocalypse. Tu Shaoyun found his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Each time he was engulfed by profound despondency, he would indulge in a couple of jugs of Dukong liquor. Over time, Tu Shaoyun, much like Fu Zihan, became a connoisseur of fine spirits. Despite his fondness for alcohol, he did not abandon the craft of brewing. He sought out hundreds of survivors skilled in the art of winemaking within the base. With their collective efforts, they managed to produce several commendable varieties of liquor. However, the opportunity to savor Fu Zihan's Dukong had eluded him. Though deprived of Dukong, the other brews were not inferior, prompting Tu Shaoyun to alternate between them. Driven both by nostalgia for his drinking companion and a desire to drown his sorrows in alcohol. In the final years of Earth's disintegration, Tu Shaoyun finally discerned the core issue preventing the proper brewing of Dukong. He bravely ventured back to Dukong Village alone and ultimately succeeded in crafting authentic Dukong liquor. The brewing process demanded a pristine water source, and it became evident that only the spring water from Fu Zihan's family could yield genuine Dukong. Tu Shaoyun's fixation on Dukong stemmed from Fu Zihan's oft-repeated adage, "What alleviates sorrow? Only Dukong." Now, wherever Tu Shaoyun roamed, he carried an ample supply of spirits. The moniker once held by Fu Zihan was now ascribed to him by the denizens of the base, transforming him into an unabashed drunkard. Before long, the maglev train arrived at its station. Once it came to a complete halt, the protective glass barrier rose, and Tu Shaoyun cast a glance at the green-clad woman in the distance before merging into the throng entering the carriage. The seating on the maglev was designed for individual occupancy, as standing while it traversed at high speeds was strictly prohibited. Tu Shaoyun casually selected a seat, and after a brief wait, a transparent dome enveloped him, signaling the commencement of the train's journey. In the 15 years of his memories of home, none had faded. Rather, they intensified. Perhaps it was an amalgamation of 2 lifetimes' recollections, but the closer he drew to home, the more exhilarated he felt. Having not seen his parents for over a decade, the apocalyptic Tu Shaoyun could not bear to consider what they might have become. Now at 40, his father would be 65, and his mother 62. The maglev train sped through Kyoto at a velocity of 340 miles per hour, stopping for 5 minutes at each of the 8 ring roads. Despite the constant stops, it reached the 5th ring station in a mere 45 minutes. Rising from his seat, Tu Shaoyun noted that the fragrant green-clad woman remained in the front carriage. A twinge of regret pierced him as he glanced back at the green-clad girl. Had he not been so enamored with the sin of liquor, he might have inquired about the exquisite aroma she exuded. As Tu Shaoyun walked along the rural path, he surveyed the withered trees around him, raising an eyebrow at the desolation that lacked any semblance of festivity. "Bring forth life," he commanded, with a flourish of his hands. A surge of wood energy emanated from him, enveloping the nearby trees. In an instant, tender shoots sprouted forth, transforming the landscape within 1,000 meters into a vibrant tableau of early spring. Trees and flowers blossomed in abundance, and birds, previously hidden, flitted about, chirping joyously in the space Tu Shaoyun had revitalized. In that moment, he was oblivious to his identity, age, and all that had transpired. After a spell of running, Tu Shaoyun gradually came to a halt, the power of wood still radiating from him. The lifeless trees around him were now aglow with verdant hues. He composed his expression and adjusted his clothing to appear more presentable. As he turned onto a country lane, he realized he was nearing home. Just as he reached the intersection, a smiling green-clad woman emerged from the opposite path. Upon catching sight of Tu Shaoyun, her smile abruptly froze and vanished, replaced by a look of wariness as she took several steps back. Tu Shaoyun regarded the girl with curiosity, having initially thought he had missed out on a fine spirit, only to unexpectedly encounter her here. This sudden apparition was none other than the fragrant woman he had seen at the maglev station. The girl glared at him with suspicion. Retreating further, "Why have you been following me? What do you want?" she demanded, her tone laced with trepidation. Tu Shaoyun's mind raced as he deduced her misunderstanding. He glanced at the road behind him and then at the path she had taken. "Little girl, you must be mistaken. I disembarked at the 5th ring station, and you were still aboard the train when I left. How could I possibly be following you? I live right here." She rolled her eyes dismissively, muttering something about ghosts, before hastily darting to the left. As she fled, she called back, "Do not follow me." Tu Shaoyun watched her retreating figure with indifference. This was indeed the only route home. As he approached a guard post, the sentinels spotted him from a distance. Several guards aimed their rifles at Tu Shaoyun, and one shouted, "Halt. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately." Chapter 39. The Yu sisters, upon noticing the guard across from him suddenly aiming a firearm in his direction, Tu Shaoyun slowly raised his hands, signaling that he bore no weapon. His expression remained impassive as he nodded slightly before turning to exit the area. Han Guiqing mentioned that the plantation was located in this vicinity. Wasn't he this his family's home? Tu Shaoyun moved into a section concealed from the guard's view and swiftly dashed away. After running a kilometer, he leaped into the sky, soaring upward. The woman referred to as Miss Yu by the guards lightly tapped one on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, "No need, just a mere lecture. Thank you for your assistance earlier. I shall take my leave now." With that, she frolicked into the plantation. The guards exchanged glances but did not impede her. As she ambled along the pathway of the plantation, she muttered under her breath, "Humph. A pervert, wasting such a good appearance, yet claiming he was following me. If the guards had stopped him, he would have truly followed me home." Just as she was lost in her musings, a small black dot rapidly descending from the sky caught her attention. Upon recognizing it was a person, her heart raced, prompting her to dash away. In no time, the girl arrived at the center of the plantation, where a secluded courtyard awaited. With a graceful leap, she effortlessly landed within. As soon as she touched down, a voice rang out from the house. "Who is there?" She bent over, hands on her knees, breathing heavily, and called out, "Xian, it's me." The door to the main house swung open, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman whose delicate features resembled jade. She glanced at the disheveled girl in the courtyard and scolded, "Yiwen, why don't you ever use the front door? What has happened? Did a wolf chase you?" Yiwen rolled her eyes at Xian, thinking, of course, it was a hulking beast that could fly. She quickly recounted, "I encountered a perverted man at the maglev station. He looked quite normal, but his eyes were filled with a predatory glint, and he was sniffing me like a dog. If I hadn't hidden in time, I fear I would have been consumed." Xian shook her head in disbelief. The plantation has long been designated a restricted area. There are no residents nearby. It seems he indeed had ulterior motives. However, entry into the plantation is not granted to just anyone. Let it be. But he has entered. I saw that fellow flying in the sky just now. Yiwen insisted urgently to Xian. As they spoke, a loud knocking echoed at the courtyard door. "Is anyone home?" A deep, magnetic voice resonated through the air. The sisters exchanged glances. Could it be him? Without answering, Yiwen abruptly seized a stick from a nearby support and strode toward the entrance, swinging the door wide open. Tu Shaoyun stood quietly outside. Having observed that the plantation had been entirely redeveloped, with only his family's house remaining intact, he intended to inquire who resided within and seek information about his parents' new whereabouts. Just then, the door flew open. Before Tu Shaoyun could utter a word, a stick swung toward his arm with great force. He stepped back instinctively, frowning as he regarded the aggressive girl. Unyielding, she pressed forward, brandishing the stick toward his chest. Tu Shaoyun sidestepped, narrowly evading her attack. Yu Yiwen, glaring at him as if he were a notorious villain, swung again. Tu Shaoyun, anticipating the strike, swiftly disarmed her, seizing the stick and applying a bit of pressure, causing it to shatter with a series of cracking sounds. Yu Yiwen let out a surprised cry, indignantly retorting, "You rogue. A skilled fighter in my home? How dare you? Aren't you afraid I'll call the police?" Xianxian hastily moved to Yu Yiwen's side, urging, "Let us discuss this calmly. No need for violence." Yu Yiwen insisted, "Sister, this lecher has followed us home from the station." Tu Shaoyun gently shook his head. Addressing the two young ladies, "Ladies, may I inquire when you acquired this courtyard? Where have the previous owners relocated?" Yu Yiwen scoffed derisively, clearly skeptical of Tu Shaoyun's story. However, Xianxian tugged at her sister's arm, responding, "Sir, this is a plantation area. This courtyard was donated to the state by a lady, and it currently belongs to our nation." Tu Shaoyun paused, taken aback. Donated? Was the former owner not named Tu Yimin? And the donor, was she not Qin Qing? The sisters exchanged glances, realizing they might have misjudged him. Xianxian affirmed, "Indeed. The previous owner was Old Man Tu, and the donor is Ms. Qin. Where have they moved now?" Tu Shaoyun pressed. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxian replied, "Old Man Tu has relocated to the northern district. Who might you be in relation to him?" Upon hearing that his father had moved north, Tu Shaoyun recalled the chubby friend's mention of his parents' relocation. Realizing he could simply call for clarification, he decided it was pointless to linger with these two girls. As he turned to leave, Yu Yiwen suddenly shouted, "Hey, you lecher. What is your relationship with Mr. Tu?" Recalling the intoxicating scent that lingered around the girl, Tu Shaoyun paused and turned, stating, "Tu Yimin is my father." Upon hearing this, Xianxian's demeanor shifted. Her previously cordial expression turned frosty, while Yu Yiwen regarded him with disdain, coldly laughing. Confused by their reactions, Tu Shaoyun asked, "What's wrong? Tu Yimin is 65 years old. How could he have a son in his 20s? Even with the second awakening of humanity slowing aging. Have you ever seen an evolved being whose appearance remains unchanged for 20 years? If Tu Shaoyun were indeed Tu Yimin's son, wouldn't he be aware of his parents' relocation? And if he didn't know, he should certainly recognize that this area is now a state-designated plantation. What purpose could he possibly have here?" Yu Yiwen continued to regard Tu Shaoyun with scorn. As she prepared to close the door, he stepped forward, saying, "Miss, the fragrance you carry." At the mention of her scent, Yu Yiwen's face flushed with embarrassment, and she exploded in anger, hurling the other half of the broken stick at Tu Shaoyun's face. Having previously shown restraint with Yu Yiwen, as her strikes were not aimed at his head or vital areas, he recognized the seriousness of her anger this time. But what had transpired to cause such a sudden shift in the demeanor of these two young women? Tu Shaoyun lifted his leg to kick away the incoming long staff. Yu Yiwen seized the opportunity to launch an attack on him. Tu Shaoyun swiftly retreated, attempting to evade Yu Yiwen's strike. At that moment, Xianxian leaped into the fray, joining the battle. Tu Shaoyun deflected Yu Yiwen's incoming punch and raised his hand to block Xuanxuan's blow. Observing the movements of the two women, he furrowed his brow, pondering whether a misunderstanding had occurred. "Misunderstanding? My foot," he thought. "Allow me to demonstrate the formidable strength of the Yu family's hard monkey fist." Chapter 40. The hard monkey fist. At this moment, Yu Yiwen suddenly dropped to the ground, her hands flailing up and down, swaying side to side. Tu Shaoyun cast her a peculiar glance, wondering what this spirited young girl was up to, rolling about as if mimicking a monkey. With a swift push of her feet, Yu Yiwen leapt several feet into the air, aiming to pounce on Tu Shaoyun. The two girls held no deep-seated grudge against Tu Shaoyun, and he was reluctant to use excessive force, opting instead to retreat. However, as he stepped back, a sudden gust of wind rushed from behind. Tu Shaoyun turned just in time to see Xianxian thrusting her palm toward his chest. He instinctively raised his hand to deflect her strike, but in that instant, Yu Yiwen had already descended upon his shoulder. To be frank, Tu Shaoyun had never allowed a woman to ride on him before. He grasped Yu Yiwen's legs, attempting to fling her off. Pushed back by Xuanxuan's blow, Tu Shaoyun took 2 steps back, while Yu Yiwen, sitting atop his shoulder, began to rain down blows on his head and shoulders, striking and pulling at him with wild abandon. Irritated by the antics of Yu Yiwen perched on his head, Tu Shaoyun let out a low growl, summoning a surge of strength that coursed through his shoulders. Seeing him become agitated, Yu Yiwen leveraged this energy to propel herself high into the air, landing a fierce kick on his shoulder as she attempted to escape. Tu Shaoyun squinted at the girl leaping away, unwilling to let her flee. He concentrated, momentarily binding her in midair, then reached out to grasp her delicate calf. Xianxian, witnessing Tu Shaoyun's intent to capture Yu Yiwen, shouted, monkey style. Tu Shaoyun's other hand swiftly reached back, seizing Yu Yiwen's entire thigh. In a panic, Yu Yiwen began to bounce frantically on Tu Shaoyun's back, and with a tearing sound, the pant leg he held was ripped apart at the thigh. A long, fair leg was exposed to the air without any cover. Tu Shaoyun halted his assault, staring at Yu Yiwen's exposed leg, momentarily frozen. After losing a pant leg, Yu Yiwen swiftly joined her sister, and the two sprang up, jumping around Tu Shaoyun, scratching their heads and glaring at him fiercely from the ground. Yu Yiwen's eyes were reddened with anger, while Tu Shaoyun maintained a composed demeanor, awkwardly concealing the torn pant leg behind his back. Is this the martial art of Huagua? How could two enchanting young ladies adopt such a monkey-like demeanor? Yet, their pursuit techniques are rather novel, albeit lacking in strength. I mean no offense. I shall take my leave, Tu Shaoyun stated as he turned to depart. Xianxian, with a frown, fixed her gaze on him, evidently no longer inclined to obstruct him. Having endured her attack without a scratch, it was clear he was a formidable opponent. Yu Yiwen, her face flushed with embarrassment, exclaimed, "You think you can just walk away after tearing my pants?" Tu Shaoyun turned to her earnestly. "What do you want? Should I compensate you for a new pair?" "Humph." Daring to joke at a time like this. "Sister, keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. I'm going to fetch some wine." With a cold huff, Yu Yiwen dashed towards the courtyard. Initially intending to leave, Tu Shaoyun's interest was piqued at the mention of wine, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "What kind of wine do you drink?" he finally inquired. Xianxian charged at him once more, but Tu Shaoyun, no longer interested in combat, was entirely consumed by thoughts of Yu Yiwen's wine. With urgency, Xianxian leapt to Yu Yiwen's side, who handed her a jar of wine. With a sharp motion, she broke the seal, declaring, "Little thief, are you family S hard monkey fist pairs perfectly with monkey wine. Its power flows effortlessly, combining softness and strength. You shall meet your end. Monkey wine." So that's the source of the intriguing aroma, Tu Shaoyun mused, as Yu Yiwen prepared to drink. Xianxian similarly struck the seal on her jar. Tu Shaoyun, catching a whiff of the intoxicating fragrance, felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. Just as the two girls were about to indulge, Tu Shaoyun vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, both jars of wine were in his hands. Supporting one jar in each hand, a rare smile broke through his typically indifferent expression. The two girls stood, hands raised in disbelief, staring at the fleeting figure of Tu Shaoyun. What just happened? How did he disappear and reappear so suddenly? Is this the legendary bullet time from the realm of superpowers? Yu Yiwen, noticing Tu Shaoyun's smile, felt a surge of indignation. He possesses such formidable strength yet toyed with us for so long. He must have been playing with us from the start. With her voice raised, Yu Yiwen declared, "No, I want to leave. If we're to perish, we shall do so together." Tu Shaoyun, still savoring the aroma of the wine in his hands, was suddenly reminded of Yu Yiwen's fervent declaration. It dawned on him that his indulgence in wine would likely never change. Holding the 2 jars of monkey wine, he spoke softly to the 2 girls. "Ladies, my apologies. I am a seasoned wine enthusiast, and upon catching a whiff of that distinctive aroma from you at the subway station, I intended to engage you in conversation, but was mistakenly perceived as a lecher." Yu Yiwen was taken aback. "You were sniffing me at the hover station because of the wine scent?" "Indeed," Tu Shaoyun confirmed, his expression returning to one of seriousness, though to Yu Yiwen it seemed rather teasing. Yu Yiwen pointed accusingly at him, while Xianxian quickly restrained her. "Since that is the case, we shall gift these 2 jars of wine to you, sir. Please refrain from seeking us out again." Tu Shaoyun shook his head. "What price do you set for these 2 jars of wine?" Chapter 41. Wine for wine, there's no need for that. Since you have a fondness for wine, let us forge a positive connection. This wine is a gift for you. This is a restricted area, and no outsiders are permitted. I kindly ask that you proceed inside swiftly. Tu Shaoyun, unpretentious, placed 2 jars of monkey wine on the ground and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. May I inquire why this estate has left our family's courtyard untouched? What purpose does this courtyard serve?" "The entire field of spiritual herbs was cultivated by my father. Can the spiritual herbs thrive without care? My father, Xian hastily restrained Yu Yuan, saying, why engage in such lengthy discourse with someone of dubious origins? I apologize, sir. This courtyard is allocated to us by the state for managing the herbal garden. It serves no other purpose. Tu Shaoyun nodded, recalling the nearly 2 decades spent living in this courtyard with his parents. His heart stirred slightly at the memory of the room he once inhabited. I have a modest request. Yu Yuan scoffed. If you are aware it is a modest request, why continue your prattling? Xian quickly intervened, positioning herself in front of Yu Yuan. I apologize, sir. My sister is still young and naive. I hope you can overlook her behavior. The monkey wine is not easily brewed, and our stock is limited. Even if you desire more, we may not be able to provide it. Xian frowned, and before she could speak, Yu Yuan sprang forward, pointing accusingly at Tu Shaoyun. You lecher, have the audacity to take advantage of us. You think you can just waltz in and rummage through our home after taking 2 jars of our monkey wine? Tu Shaoyun's expression turned icy. This brazen girl repeatedly called him a lecher and a pervert. He thought to himself, if he were to give her a modicum of respect, she might consider him made of clay. Sir, this courtyard belongs to the state. I hope you can be reasonable. Tu Shaoyun narrowed his eyes. What if I insist on entering to take a look? What would you do? Then you shall step over our dead bodies. Yu Yishuan declared resolutely. Tu Shaoyun cast a glance at the 2 jars of wine on the ground, his tone softening slightly. Very well, I shall respect my mother's wishes. However, Tu Shaoyun's countenance darkened, as his nostalgia and pleasure for the exquisite wine were overshadowed by the 2 women's unreasonable demeanor. A surge of impulse to shatter the jars arose within him. Though monkey wine was delightful, it was not the pinnacle of wines, being a fruit wine. It could become cloying with excess. His deep obsession with wine was profound, and such a character would never squander these remarkable brews. He addressed the iron gates with a commanding voice. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Yuan's voice resonated through the courtyard. Don't act coy after benefiting. If these 2 jars of monkey wine were auctioned, you might not be able to afford even a sip. Yu Yuan, please refrain from speaking. Indeed, our family's monkey wine is world-renowned, worth its weight in gold, and you've taken 2 jars for free, yet you still dare to make snide remarks. Tu Shaoyun inhaled deeply, suppressing his darkening mood. He raised his palms, a flash of blue light flickering within, and 2 silver metal gourds appeared in his hands. He glared at the jars of monkey wine on the ground, and the liquid within suddenly transformed into a silent stream, flowing back into the gourds. Once the jars were entirely drained, the blue light flickered again, and the gourds vanished without a trace. Tu Shaoyun kicked the empty jars aside, and bending down, gently swept his hand across the ground, revealing 2 transparent glass jars in the very spot where the monkey wine had been. These are 2 jars of Xinghua village wine, mixed with monkey wine to enhance its flavor. Consider it a fair exchange for your 2 jars of monkey wine. As he spoke, Tu Shaoyun turned to leave. But Yu Yuan's voice, laced with disdain, echoed through the courtyard. Xinghua Spring? That commonplace thing dares to be compared with our family's monkey wine. Short-sighted. Tu Shaoyun scoffed. And in an instant, he soared into the sky. Who was short-sighted? The divine spring of the horse-treading gods, the exquisite nectar of Xinghua village, is among the finest sweet brews of Fingio. What do you know, little girl? His voice thundered across the sky. Xian and Yu Yuan both covered their ears. And it was some time before Tu Shaoyun's resonant voice faded. Yu Yuan, watching him rapidly depart from the courtyard, patted her chest in disbelief. I didn't expect this lecture to be so formidable. Xian smacked Yu Yuan on the head. You foolish girl. Why provoke someone so powerful? Thankfully, he harbors no malice towards us. Otherwise, we might not know how we would perish. Yu Yuan grimaced, rubbing her head, and retorted petulantly, Xian. That hurt. Serves you right. A young lady should learn better than to simply indulge in drink. You nearly brought disaster upon us. Xian huffed, stroking her sleeves as she retreated indoors. Yu Yuan rolled her eyes at Xuan's back and then eagerly dashed towards the main gate. May I inquire where the tavern is? The shepherd boy points to Xinghua village. Let me see if this lecher's words hold any truth. Pushing open the gate, Yu Yuan hurried to the spot where Tu Shaoyun had placed the wine. Upon seeing the 2 transparent glass jars on the ground, disappointment washed over her face. Glass jars? Such inferior bottles could hardly contain exquisite nectar. Who would believe that? As she spoke, she lifted her foot to kick the empty jars away. Her attention had been entirely captured by the 2 jars of Xinghua village wine, and now, in her disappointment, she suddenly noticed the 2 empty jars of monkey wine lying haphazardly on the ground. She halted her foot's motion and quickly picked up one of the monkey wine jars. She shook the light jar, astonished. Empty? How can that be? Lifting the other jar, she found it equally devoid of contents. Yu Yuan shook both jars upside down, incredulous. Not a drop left? How could they drink so much? Just moments ago, I was so composed, saying fruit wine would become cloying, and now, in just a few minutes, they finished both jars. Wait a minute. Didn't he arrive empty-handed? Where did this wine come from? Yu Yuan cast aside the two empty jars and hurriedly dashed back towards the courtyard with the 2 jars of wine in hand. Chapter 42, it was the essence of the chubby man that influenced him as he soared away from the eastern suburbs plantation. Tu Shaoyun gradually alighted in an expansive wilderness, just a step away from the 6th ring road. Although Kyoto was adorned with an abundance of verdant foliage, its overall architectural style still leaned towards modernity. Tu Shaoyun, a native of Kyoto, found himself a stranger in his own city after 15 years of urban development that had wrought profound changes. Without a precise address, he struggled to locate his residence in the northern district. He activated his smartwatch and selected his mother-S number from the list, preparing to dial. Suddenly, the watch vibrated with an incoming call from Wang Rue. Indifferent, he almost dismissed the call, but an inexplicable emotion surged within him, causing his heart to lurch. Raising an eyebrow, he squinted at the name displayed on the watch. Could the emotions of the chubby man truly affect my body? No wonder I assimilated into society so swiftly. My sense of alienation dissipated in just one day. If it weren't for the profound resonance stirred by Wang Rue's name, I might have remained oblivious to this subtle influence. Tu Shaoyun pressed the button to decline the call and took a few steps forward, gently massaging his temples. I share no connection with Wang Rue in this world. All my emotional ties to her stem from the chubby man. Why then do I feel such an intense stirring? Could it be that after assimilating the chubby man, I have not only inherited his memories but also his very soul? With a flick of his wrist, a silver gourd appeared in his hand. He uncorked it and took several hearty swigs, yet the turmoil within him remained unassuaged. Initially, upon absorbing the chubby man, I believed I had become my complete self. However, if his essence continues to influence my emotions, can I truly consider myself whole? Taking a few deep breaths, Tu Shaoyun resolved to explore this matter further at an opportune moment. His soul consciousness must remain independent, impervious to the encroachment of any other emotions. He rose, stowed the gourd, and gently tapped on his mother-S number in his contacts. At that moment, Qin Qing was in a laboratory at the Agricultural University, conducting new spirit grain cultivation experiments with several Master S students. Her smartwatch buzzed incessantly. Usually, she would not answer calls during her research. When Tu Shaoyun's call came through, she furrowed her brow, thinking, who could this be? Don't they know my schedule? It's 4:30 p.m. Prime class time. Who is so thoughtless to contact me now? But when she saw the words precious son flashing on her smartwatch, she instantly erupted into a flurry of excitement, pushing open the laboratory door and, as soon as it closed, eagerly answering Tu Shaoyun's call. Shaoyun, is that you? What a surprise to hear from you. Qin Qing attempted to keep her voice steady and gentle, yet Tu Shaoyun could discern the tremor of her unease. Was this the voice I hadn't heard in 15 years? The last time I heard it felt like a lifetime ago. Lost in contemplation, Tu Shaoyun fell into a deep silence, while the sonar collector relayed Qin Qing's anxious voice. Shaoyun, are you still there? Have you encountered any difficulties? Please tell me. Don't keep it to yourself. Shaoyun, speak up. Her repeated urgings resonated with both excitement and anxiety, as though she feared losing him. Tu Shaoyun felt a pang in his heart, an unfamiliar emotion flooding in. How deeply familiar this was. He inhaled silently. Another tremor coursed through him. This woman always placed him first in her thoughts, for she was his mother. Yet, Mom, I'm 40 years old. Do you still see me as a child? HM. You've donated the house at the eastern suburbs overpass? I just met 2 girls at the old house. They currently reside there. Do you know them? You mean Wenwen and Xian? I'm not sure what they're called. These 2 girls were practically half-students of hers. They were the daughters of Yuan, a close friend of your father. Cultivating spirit herbs was a research topic of mine in the past. I apologize, my son, for donating the yard without informing you. It was done to facilitate the cultivation experiments. Yuan and his daughter Xian are in charge of managing the plantation. Tu Shaoyun's memories from 2 lives intertwined as he recalled his relationship with Wang Rue before the apocalypse. Initially, Qin Qing had been exceedingly kind to Wang Rue, approving every condition proposed by the bride-to-be during their marriage discussions. In the chubby man's memories, Qin Qing had ardently supported Tu Shaoyun and Wang Rue's union. not only agreeing to all the bride's requests, but also generously doubling the bride price. However, the stipulation was that they must reside in Kyoto after marriage. Wang Rue insisted on living in the magical capital, while Tu Shaoyun, born into privilege, had been oblivious to the complexities of society and the struggles of ordinary people. He couldn't fathom why he had arrogantly declared his desire to succeed in the magical capital on his own merits, without relying on his family's background. Chapter 43. The wine infused with brain liquid. I have already divorced Wang Rue, and am now living the life of a single individual. Tu Shaoyun's words sounded somewhat stiff. What? You two have divorced? Such significant news, and you didn't mention it to me or your father. It's all in the past now. Everything is quite well. Tu Shaoyun replied in his usual tone. He took another sip of the monkey wine, the fruity aroma bursting forth, smooth and refreshing on the palate. As it settled in his stomach, a faint warmth surged within him. Excellent wine. Tu Shaoyun could not help but exclaim. Yet after the initial effects faded, he sensed that something was lacking in the drink. A glimmer of light flickered in his hand, and a black wine gourd materialized. He uncorked it, releasing a rich aroma that filled the air. Just by inhaling the fragrance of the liquid within, he realized what the monkey wine was missing. How could such a rare vintage neglect the essential additives that every wine should have? Perhaps it was due to the fact that he did not brew it himself. Another flicker of light in his hand revealed a thumb-sized 6th-level zombie brain nucleus. Carefully, he crushed it, allowing the milky, translucent brain liquid to drip slowly into the monkey wine. Once all the brain liquid was incorporated, he gently shook the mixture. The brain liquid not only enhanced the flavor, but also transformed the wine into a celestial brew rich in spiritual energy. The inherent spiritual force within the brain liquid would absorb the essence of the wine, intensifying the spiritual aroma through fermentation, far surpassing the effects of consuming the brain nucleus alone. From then on, Tu Shaoyun made it a point to add brain liquid to every batch of wine he brewed. He carefully stored the emptied brain nucleus. The memory of the fat man's demise lingered in his mind. This substance, when in contact with individuals from this world, would provoke a violent chemical reaction, capable of turning a normal human into a contagiously toxic being. If this empty brain nucleus were to be lost and found by an unsuspecting person, it could unleash an uncontrollable calamity. Tu Shaoyun shook the wine gourd, uncorked it, and took another satisfying sip, though he noted it was still somewhat uneven. If added during fermentation, the flavor would be even better. He sealed the bottle and gave it a gentle shake. As he prepared to shake the gourd again, his hands suddenly froze mid-air. Oh no! The 2 jars of Xinhua village. With a serious expression, Tu Shaoyun stomped his foot, and a pair of wings, several meters long, unfurled from his back with a whoosh. He vanished in an instant, darting towards the eastern plantation. Yu Yuan rushed into the living room, carrying 2 jars of Xinhua Chan. She placed the jars on the table and retrieved 2 heart-shaped glass cups from the kitchen. With a pop, she removed the cork sealing the jar, and a refreshing aroma instantly filled the room, enticing her senses. Suddenly, a head peeked out from the inner room, looking at Yu Yuan and asking, Wanwen, is this the wine left by that person? It smells delightful. Waving the glass cup triumphantly, Yu Yuan replied, Hee, an exquisite vintage. A middle-aged male voice suddenly called out from the room, what exquisite vintage? Dad, it's the wine left by that person I mentioned earlier. I feared he would covet the spiritual herb seeds, so I gave him 2 jars of monkey wine to send him on his way. He left behind 2 jars, and I just opened one. It smells so rich, Yu Yuan explained, as a 3D projection displayed the image of a stout, older man with a sharp face resembling that of an old monkey. Anyone would find it hard to believe that this beautiful young lady was indeed the daughter of such a man if not for her calling him dad. Oh, what kind of wine is it? Wanwen, do not waste that wine. Save some for me. The man in the projection urged. Don't worry, Dad, there's plenty left. Yu Yuan assured him, carefully pouring the wine into the glass cups. Dad, someone is speaking to you. Could you behave properly? Yu Yishuan chided the man in the projection playfully. Right, send me the real-time recording you just captured, he instructed. Yu Yishuan complied, transmitting all the footage of her interaction and skirmish with Tu Shaoyun. The old man scrutinized the video while inquiring, did he claim to be your Uncle Tu's son? Yes. He said Uncle Tu is his father and Aunt Chin is his mother, but he looks to be only in his 20s. I suspect he is impersonating Uncle Tu and Aunt Chin's son to seek the spiritual herb seeds, Yu Yishuan expressed her doubts. The old man paused the video, examining Tu Shaoyun's visage closely. Your Uncle Tu indeed has a son. If I am not mistaken, this person is not lying. He must be your Uncle Tu's son. This is impossible. He looks barely in his 20s. I remember you saying Uncle Tu's son is older than me by a decade. Even if he is a powerful ability user, he should appear to be in his 30s, Yui Xuan protested. The old man straightened himself, silly girl. The male peak physical condition occurs between the ages of 22 to 28. While external martial arts experts are physically robust, their appearance cannot maintain youthfulness. Some exceptionally powerful internal martial arts masters and wood-type ability users can appear to be around 25 years old for an extended period. From what I observed in the video, he effortlessly withstood your attack. I can ascertain he is indeed a formidable internal martial arts expert. Chapter 44, Purity of Moon Essence 1375 with a weary sigh. Yu Xian tapped her forehead, gazing somewhat speechlessly at the projection of her father, who was earnestly lecturing her. I understand, she declared, before the old drunkard abruptly cut off the video call. Yu Yiwen, carefully balancing a full cup of wine, pushed the door open and entered. Yu Xian stood to take the glass from her sister's hand, saying, Dad wants you to save some for him. Don't drink it all. With a hearty laugh, Yu Yiwen replied, Relax, relax. There are 2 large jars of wine, and it looks like they're over 6 pounds. How much can we possibly drink? I'm off now, hee. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the courtyard, causing the entire area to tremble. Yu Yiwen, holding her wine cup, felt her hand shake, spilling some of the liquid. Who the hell is that? She shouted angrily. Before she could step outside to investigate, a tall man with wings burst into the room. Hey, what do you mean by this? Yu Yiwen exclaimed in disbelief. This unexpected intruder was none other than Tu Shaoyun, who had returned. Yu Yiwen glared at him, her face flushed with anger, while Yu Xian rushed out from the inner room. Sir, why have you intruded upon my home without cause? Yu Xian questioned sternly. Seeing the 2 sisters unharmed, Tu Shaoyun's murderous intent began to dissipate. He had prepared himself for a ruthless act but remained silent, surveying the jars of wine on the coffee table. In a flash, he approached the table, removed the cork, and pressed it back onto the jar, simultaneously crushing both jars with a faint shimmer of light, making them vanish in an instant. Yu Yiwen and Yu Xian stared in disbelief at the wine that had disappeared from Tu Shaoyun's grasp. Before they could react, he swiftly snatched the wine cup from Yu Yiwen's hand. Startled by his actions, Yu Yiwen looked at her empty left hand and furiously pointed at Tu Shaoyun, shouting, You big liar! What are you doing? Where did you take my wine? Tu Shaoyun ignored their questions and strode out of the room, pouring the wine from the cup onto the ground, the rich aroma instantly wafting through the courtyard. Yu Yiwen, witnessing the exquisite wine being wasted, shouted in exasperation, Ah, my wine! You bastard! I haven't even tasted it yet. You owe me for that. In a frenzy, Yu Yiwen lunged at Tu Shaoyun, who sidestepped her. With a swift motion, he leapt into the air, hovering above her, and stated with a serious tone, I was careless. The wine I gave you earlier was poisoned. I will brew a new batch soon and visit to apologize. Farewell. Yu Xian pulled her still fuming sister back, saying, All right, Yiwen, he has gone. Where did you learn such harsh words for a young lady? Yu Yiwen stomped her foot in frustration, her voice thick with emotion. That scoundrel. I felt guilty for suspecting him earlier, and now he's shown his true colors. My exquisite brew, that big liar. He clearly didn't want to share it with us, claiming it was poisonous. Yu Xian gently shook her head. If it were truly poisoned, we could simply test it. Yu Yiwen, looking at the wine spilled on the tiles, frowned, but it's soaked into the ground now. Should we scrape up the tiles and grind them into powder for testing? Watching her sister's despondent expression, Yu Xian chuckled softly. You little wine enthusiast. Did you forget we still have a cup at home? Yu Yiwen paused, realization dawning. All right. I just brought a cup for you. She bolted towards the inner room like the wind. Yu Xian followed closely behind. Upon entering the room, Yu Yiwen picked up the cup, seemingly ready to take a sip. Yu Xian quickly intervened. What are you doing? Didn't you hear what that man said about the wine being poisoned? Yu Yiwen made a face, her pinky finger raised as she insisted, just a tiny bit. No way. What if it really is poisoned? Where would we find an antidote? Then hurry up and test it. Yu Xian retrieved 2 pairs of isolation gloves from a drawer, tossing one pair to Yu Yiwen and putting on the other herself. Taking the cup from Yu Yiwen's hands, she strode out of the room, with Yu Yiwen following her to the west room. Once inside, Yu Yiwen pressed a button on the table, causing a cabinet on the wall to slide open, revealing an elevator door. The 2 of them entered the elevator and pressed a button, initiating its descent. They arrived in a spacious underground laboratory filled with various experimental apparatus. Yu Yiwen activated the central intelligence system and retrieved a set of laboratory glassware from a drawer, while Yu Xian took a long-necked flask, pouring all the wine into it. She then used a smaller flask to extract a small sample, sealing the long-necked flask and placing it in the cold storage. Yu Yuan placed the long-necked flask in the cold storage while Yu Xian took a pipette to extract a drop of wine, dropping it into a test tube before activating the liquid analyzer. Yu Yuan opened a lid on the intelligence system, revealing a row of test tube slots. As Yu Xian placed the test tube within, after a few clicks on the interface, the system displayed liquid analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Yu Yuan pointed in bewilderment at the analysis list, which contained hundreds of components. There are so many things in just a drop of wine. Yu Xian sifted through the first several dozen components, carefully examining each one. The wine inherently contained hundreds of substances. These were all normal ethanol, acetic acid, and esters, without any toxic components. Yu Yuan scoffed. You believe that big liar? I knew all along the wine was tea poisoned. He just didn't want to share. Yu Xian's eyes widened as she scrutinized the data on the screen, noting several substances that were the primary components of moon essence. How is this possible? Upon hearing Yu Xian mention moon essence, Yu Yuan gasped. This wine contains moon essence? Yu Xian did not respond, instead isolating the last several pieces of data to analyze the purity of the moon essence. The purity was displayed as a percentage, and as the numbers climbed higher, Yu Xian's brow furrowed deeper, finally stabilizing at purity 1375. Sister, is this machine broken? Purity 1375? Is it malfunctioning? Stay here in the laboratory. I'll go inform Dad. Without answering Yu Yuan, Yu Xian hurriedly exited the lab. Chapter 45. Weary birds returned to the nest as Tu Shaoyun soared through the sky. He gazed at the empty wine glass in his hand. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had come perilously close to causing a catastrophe. The wine contained the brain fluid of zombies, a fact he had been oblivious to when offering it to others. While this brain fluid served as a potent tonic for the remnants of humanity in the apocalypse, it was a lethal poison for the inhabitants of this world. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Tu Shaoyun flew swiftly and soon spotted the tracks of the number 13 maglev train. He followed the tracks northward and, after a few minutes, reached the intersection of the number 13 train and Ansi Road. In the distance, he noticed a winding road branching off into the mountains, leading to a secluded villa nestled on a hillside. The villa, harmoniously built against the mountain, displayed a graceful architectural line, with its courtyard seamlessly integrated with the natural slopes and artificial retaining walls. The villa's design leaned towards a rustic simplicity, accented by modern elements. Located in a predominantly flat region of Kyoto, the villa stood on a higher slope towards the northwest. Tu Shaoyun descended into the villa's courtyard, carefully surveying the structure. Facing south, the villa overlooked the Xian Forest Park below. Tu Shaoyun recalled that 15 years ago, the area near Xian Road had been a vast cemetery, which had since been relocated to make way for a new reservoir named Xian Reservoir. From the villa, one could admire the lush greenery and distant waterscapes, a true embodiment of the ancient notion of a feng shui treasure spot. After circling the courtyard, the distant roar of an engine caught his attention. He watched as a red sedan sped down the mountain road, and he instinctively stepped into the corner of the yard. Moments later, the car stopped outside the villa's gate. Tu Shaoyun, hidden in the corner, observed the middle-aged woman in the driver's seat, his heart racing uncontrollably. The woman behind the wheel was none other than his mother. Qin Qing. Qin Qing pressed a button on the remote control, causing the gate to open automatically as the car slowly entered the courtyard. Slender and dressed in a smart black casual outfit, Qin Qing hurriedly retrieved a large bag of groceries from the back seat. In her haste, the bag tore open, scattering its contents across the ground. Not one to complain, she quickly knelt down to gather the scattered items. As Qin Qing busied herself, Tu Shaoyun stepped out from his hiding place, but she remained unaware of his presence. Just as she was engrossed in picking up the groceries, a pair of long, broad hands suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Startled, Qin Qing froze and slowly raised her head to face the person before her. Upon recognizing him, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She covered her mouth with one hand, astonished and overjoyed to see her son, whom she had not seen for 15 years, both a stranger and yet so familiar. Their eyes met, and Tu Shaoyun embraced Qin Qing, quickly wiping away her flowing tears. Qin Qing held him tightly, as if fearing that if she let go, he might vanish again. Overcome with emotion, she wept silently, gazing at her tall son, and murmured, "Son, have you truly awakened?" "Yes, I have awakened. Please get up. The ground is cold," Tu Shaoyun urged, helping her to her feet. As Qin Qing stood, she wiped her tears and fixed her gaze on him, her heart swelling with joy and maternal affection. Tu Shaoyun bent down to gather the scattered items into the torn grocery bag. But as he rose, Qin unexpectedly slapped his face, the sound echoing sharply in the air, leaving him momentarily stunned. Another slap followed, and Tu Shaoyun silently sank to his knees. Qin, in a frenzy, continued to strike him, each blow piercing his heart like a steel blade. After what felt like an eternity, observing her son kneeling silently and enduring her wrath, Qin's heart ached. She raised her hand, trembling, unable to bring it down again. With tears streaming down her face, she gently cupped Tu Shaoyun's cheek, lamenting, "Son, does it hurt? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Tu Shaoyun wrapped his arms around her tightly, as if afraid she might disappear again. "Mom, I want to leave. I will stay by your side forever," he replied, his voice low and hoarse. A haunting melody seemed to drift through the air, resonating in Tu Shaoyun's ears. The night deepens. Beneath the bright moon, the moonlight shines brightly, traversing the world. Leaving home, I gaze at the moon with sorrow, smiling at the bright moon, its light reflecting on the pond, illuminating joyful reunions, warmth, and delight. From afar, I gaze at the clouds, 1,000 miles away. Thinking of the heartache of separation, how could one not miss home? Every night and every dawn, I embrace my worries and sleep, wandering in sorrow. The old homeland is unforgettable, waiting in vain. In late autumn, the ground is covered with frost, the heart aches most, the autumn winds send the willows swaying. The bright moon shines. People drift far and wide. Where is the shore? Leaving wife and children, longing for home, gazing from afar, smiling at the bright moon. Its light illuminating the pond, illuminating the warmth of parents and children, joyfully together. The sorrowful autumn wind, wandering alone, how can one bear the desolation? Heartbroken in solitude. Time is merciless, drifting and wandering. When will the weary bird return to its nest, by the spring willow's edge? In deep autumn. The longing for home is most heart-wrenching. Grateful for the chance to live in this world, thankful for the opportunity to return once more. A faint smile finally graced Tu Shaoyun's otherwise stoic face as he stood quietly at the kitchen door, watching his mother busily prepare food. "Go sit in the living room and watch some television. It will be ready soon. The kitchen is a place for women. What business do you have standing there like a big man?" Qin chided him lightly. "I'm just watching you cook, wondering if your skills have deteriorated," Tu Shaoyun replied. Knowing that the dead old man his mother referred to as his father, Tu mean, "Is Dad still at the Geological University?" he inquired. Qin placed the cleaned fish into the steamer and, without looking up, replied, "Your dad resigned from the Geological University a few years ago. He now works at Suhang." "Suhang? What do they do there?" "It's Su-style aerospace technology. You know what aerospace technology is, right? Spaceships, satellites, familiar with those?" She explained. "I know about aerospace, but I thought you meant something else. How did Dad go from being a geologist to working in aerospace? Are the two fields related?" Qin chuckled, shaking her head. "Silly son, geology might not have had anything to do with aerospace in the past, but now the connection is significant. Su-style aerospace successfully established a base on the moon in 2024. The construction of the base relies heavily on geological surveys. Once established, lunar mineral exploration will be closely tied to geology. Your dad is now the chief engineer for lunar exploration at Su-style. He was among the first geologists to set foot on the moon." Tu Shaoyun furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. Humanity had already set foot on the moon of this world. What connections could there be between the two worlds' moons? What awaited him on the moon? His expression darkened. Qin placed the chopped vegetables into a clean small basin, then turned to retrieve a whole chicken that had been soaking in a larger basin of water. Indeed, the second-generation nutrient solution was developed using the moon crystal sourced from the lunar surface. This contemporary second-generation nutrient solution is now known as the essence of the moon. Beneath the moon's surface lies a wealth of precious minerals. Were it not for the interference from various factions, the resources of the moon would likely have been completely exploited by the Soviet-style conglomerate by now. "Moon crystal, essence of the moon," murmured Tu Shaoyun softly, pondering. Is this Soviet-style conglomerate truly formidable? Isn't aerospace technology state-owned? Seeing his mother hesitate with the knife over the whole chicken for quite some time, Tu Shaoyun strode over and deftly took the knife from her hands. Qin observed her son skillfully dismembering the chicken and smiled. "I didn't realize my son possessed such talent." "Mom, I'm 40, he replied. Qin gently patted Tu Shaoyun on the head and remarked, "In the future, refrain from mentioning your age when you go out." "What does it matter?" he retorted nonchalantly. "It matters greatly. You'll eventually marry and have children. If you tell everyone you're 40, won't you frighten the young ladies away? Chapter 46. The heart-wrenching sorrow from the depths of the fat man's soul. Tu Shaoyun shook his head with a light smile at his mother. Mom, what are you talking about? Does the Su group have some kind of background? Qing poured out the water from the basin that had just held a whole chicken. Then placed the minced chicken meat that Tu Shaoyun had prepared into the basin. After the great evolution of humanity, four prominent families emerged in Kyoto. The first was the Su family, renowned for their advancements in aerospace technology. The second was the Wang family, who defended Huaguo with military force during humanity's second evolution and the ensuing calamity. The third was our Tu family, with half of the military leaders in Huaguo being disciples of your four grandfathers, and the fourth, the Long family, is somewhat of a mystery to me. Though I hear they are leaders in the online realm. The Su group is a venture of the Su family. Your father mentioned that they used to engage in heavy industry in the Northwest, but then, I don't know who they got involved with. And they shifted their focus to aerospace technology. In just over a decade, the Su family's aerospace technology has reached world-class standards. As Tu's mother and Tu Shaoyun conversed, the front door creaked open, and a man in his 50s entered the room. Tu Shaoyun emerged from the kitchen, gazing at the man who appeared somewhat aged, and said solemnly, "Dad." The man who entered was indeed Tu Shaoyun's father, Tu Yimin. He surveyed his son and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, you've awakened. You are determined to achieve your goals, just like our Tu family." The bond between father and son was not as emotional as that between mother and child. A mere nod of silence conveyed mutual understanding. Tu Yimin removed his shoes and placed his briefcase on the shoe rack. Tu Shaoyun stepped forward to take his father's coat and hung it on a rack. Tu Yimin strode purposefully towards the second floor. "Come, let's have a good talk." "Okay," Tu Shaoyun replied, following his father upstairs. Tu's mother called from the kitchen. "Dinner will be ready soon. What are you two talking about? Can it wait until after the meal? It's been years since I've seen my son. Let me have a moment alone with him, and I'll be right down." "Hurry up, the food is almost ready." In the study on the second floor, Tu Yimin pointed to a chair beside the desk. "Sit." He then took his seat on the opposite side. After a moment of contemplation, Tu Yimin looked at Tu Shaoyun and asked, "What have you been doing all these years?" Tu Shaoyun replied gravely, "I've been searching for a way to survive with a group of friends and brothers." "Did you find it?" "Only a few of us did. The others have perished." After a moment of silence, Tu Yimin inquired, "Have you joined any organization?" Tu Shaoyun shook his head. "I haven't joined any organization. I've already signed the divorce papers. We are living our separate lives now." Tu Yimin looked at his son in surprise. "You can let her go? Back then, you stubbornly insisted that she was more important than your own life. How can you let go now?" As Tu Shaoyun pondered how to respond, the fat man's memories surged violently within him, overwhelming him with profound sorrow from the depths of his soul. He was abruptly engulfed by these emotions, feeling an unusual heaviness. Anger. In his memories, in a dim corner of an underground parking lot, the fat man held a phone, weeping as he pleaded with a woman on the other end. Her cold, emotionless voice rejected him, her words as harsh as those of a stranger. After hanging up, the fat man knelt on the frigid ground, still holding the phone, unleashing a pained cry of despair that echoed through the parking lot, filled with suppressed sobs. He felt unwilling, furious, hopeless, and helpless. He wept bitterly, lost in darkness. But who would care? Tu Shaoyun narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. Indeed, the fat man's spirit had not dissipated. He was influencing me. Tu Yimin had been watching Tu Shaoyun closely. Suddenly, Tu Shaoyun's eyes ignited with a cold light, and Tu Yimin felt a surge of pressure within his head, nearly causing his blood vessels to burst. The chair he was in crashed against the windowsill as he slumped back, clutching his chest in pain. "Father!" Tu Shaoyun exclaimed, rushing to his father's side. A torrent of wood energy surged into Tu Yimin's body, and after a while, his pale complexion began to recover. "Dad, how are you?" Tu Shaoyun continued to channel his wood energy. Tu Yimin's color improved, and he shook his head, pushing away Tu Shaoyun's hand from his chest. Enough, stop. I'm not dead." After receiving the abundant wood energy from his son, Tu Yimin had fully recovered from the earlier shock. He spoke robustly, "Stop now. If you continue to output your abilities like this, it will harm you greatly. I truly am fine." Tu Shaoyun sent a sliver of his consciousness to check on his father's condition, then withdrew his hand. "I'm sorry, Dad." Tu Yimin shook his head. "What kind of ability is this? A single glance almost took my life." Tu Shaoyun, feeling regretful, slapped himself. Tu Yimin stood and patted his son's shoulder. "It's fine, see. I'm all right." Tu Yimin assumed that Tu Shaoyun was still unable to let go of Wang Rui, and that the emotional turmoil had inadvertently triggered such a psychic outburst. In this era, abilities vary greatly, so he was not surprised. Son, if you can't let go, then don't. After all, you have nearly 20 years of feelings. People inevitably make mistakes. You've matured now. Approach your marital issues with reason. Give her a chance, and give yourself a chance. Tu Shaoyun remained silent. Tu Yimin continued. With your unique ability, I believe that if Wang Rui is not blind, she would never have voluntarily divorced you. Was it your decision? Tu Shaoyun shook his head. Last year, we applied for a divorce agreement together. Just a few days ago, the application was finalized. Regardless of who initiated it, once the time limit is reached, the Civil Affairs Bureau will rule our divorce. Seeing that Tu Shaoyun was reluctant to discuss Wang Rui further, Tu Yimin hesitated before saying, never mind, regardless. Handle your own matters. I won't mention it again. In a few days, I have a lunar landing mission. What are your plans for the future? Tu Shaoyun slowly shook his head. I haven't decided. I just want a simple job, something that allows me to stay close to you too. Tu Yimin nodded. Well, in life, no matter how capable you are, you must have a legitimate profession. How about I arrange a job for you at the Su Group? Whatever you arrange is fine. I have no objections. Good, it's settled then. I'll contact them tomorrow. If you have anything to take care of, do it quickly. The father and son discussed other matters, and soon they heard Tu's mother's voice from downstairs. Son, old man, stop chatting and come down for dinner. Tu Shaoyun solemnly embraced his father's shoulders. You and Mom hold equal weight in my heart. Chapter 47. The anomaly of Huahang technology. As the father and son descended from the upper floor, they discovered the dining table lavishly adorned with an array of dishes. Qin Qing pulled out chairs for them to sit, then turned and retreated to the kitchen to serve the food. Tu Shaoyun rose to assist his mother, while Tu Yimin took a seat at the table and switched on the television to watch the news. Tu Mu, balancing dishes, inquired of Tu Shaoyun. What were you discussing with your father? Reluctant to mention Wang Rui, Tu Shaoyun felt an inexplicable surge of discomfort whenever the name was brought up. It was as if the essence of that rotund figure sought to invade his thoughts. This sensation was unsettling. Having recently returned from a post-apocalyptic world, Tu Shaoyun was already burdened with a heavy aura of resentment. If the influence of that man's spirit were to overwhelm him, causing harm to those he held dear, he would be left in turmoil. It was imperative to eliminate this latent threat. The feeling of a fragmented soul was simply too passive. My father mentioned arranging a job for me at Suong Group, he replied. Tu Mu nodded in agreement. Suong is indeed commendable. Presently, humanity's primary trajectory lies in aerospace technology. Early exposure to this field will undoubtedly benefit your future endeavors. With both parents by his side, Tu Shaoyun found his previously weighty mood alleviated as he gradually embraced the familial atmosphere. A blind date? Well, she must be beautiful, he jested. Tu Yimin, while navigating through the news, commented, what use is beauty? Can it fill your stomach? Better to find a lady of refinement and intellect. Looks are secondary. Qin Qing brought the final dish to the table, affirming, your father speaks the truth. When seeking a partner, it is essential to prioritize character. You need not worry. My university classmates are all remarkably cultivated. Unbeknownst to him, a smile crept onto Tu Shaoyun's face at his parents' banter. What began as a jest had taken on a serious tone. As Tu Mu and Tu Shaoyun resumed their seats, Tu Yimin gestured to the spread before them, saying, what are you dawdling for? Eat. With the advancements in genetic technology, there are no unattractive women anymore. Such worries are unfounded. As Tu Shaoyun gazed at the fruits of his mother's labor, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat in silence. Having traversed from an apocalyptic realm to this world, it had been over 10 days since he had last eaten. With his cultivation having progressed, he could now derive sustenance from the elemental energies present in the air. Strictly speaking, he could survive an entire year without food and feel no hunger. Old man, which department are you planning to assign our son to? Qin Qing inquired. Tu Yimin looked at his son, whose robust physique was a testament to his years of training. Shaoyun, have you been focusing on physical conditioning all these years? Have you retained any knowledge of computer science from your studies? With his mouth full of rice, Tu Shaoyun continued to sweep his chopsticks across the table. When his father posed the question, he swallowed his food, set his chopsticks down, and replied earnestly, what computer science? Seeing her son, who had been devouring his meal, suddenly adopt a serious demeanor, Qin Qing felt a pang of sympathy. She placed a piece of fish on his bowl and wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. In our household, there are no rigid rules at mealtime. You should eat well. Your father is asking how much of your computer science knowledge remains. At her words, Tu Shaoyun swiftly cleared his bowl of rice and meat, then meticulously gathered the scattered grains on the table back into his bowl before swallowing them. Don't eat what falls on the floor, Qin cautioned. In the apocalyptic world, where peace and stability were mere illusions, every grain of rice and morsel of food was precious. That realm was fraught with peril, where one had to remain vigilant against the sudden emergence of zombies, even during meals. Over time, those who survived in such a world developed a habit of treating mealtime as a battleground. University? Such a distant memory. If not for my father's mention, I would have thought it belonged to a past life. Before the apocalypse, we were so naive, so ignorant. Our daily lives revolved around mere indulgence, leaving us devoid of profound knowledge. Now, after so many years, any remnants of that knowledge have likely been repaid in full to our teachers. His academic knowledge had all but faded. Dad, perhaps it's best if I don't join your company. I feel physically capable but mentally unprepared. I did not know what I could contribute, Tu Shaoyun said heavily. In the post-apocalyptic world, he had honed only his skills in combat, and now, as he sought to reintegrate into society, he felt it would be immensely challenging. Apart from his capacity for violence, he possessed no other skills. Is physical prowess prioritized over expertise? He pondered. Humanity had undergone two evolutionary awakenings. Today's individuals boasted intellect and memory that surpassed previous limitations. Specialized knowledge had standardized answers, easily grasped by the awakened. Suang Group was engaged in spacecraft manufacturing, new energy applications, satellite operations, and the production of lunar crystals. Each of these roles demanded robust physical capability. Tu Shaoyun slowly nodded. If that's the case, why inquire about my computer knowledge? Humanity sought to leverage the moon as a launch pad to escape the solar system, even if immediate escape were not feasible. They aimed to land on the remaining 7 planets as swiftly as possible. Thus, the most sought-after departments were those focused on lunar development. I intend to place you in the Lunar Information Analysis and Detection Department. If your computer knowledge remains intact, you will simply need to familiarize yourself with information integration, and you will soon be capable of independent work. However, if you've lost that knowledge, you will inevitably need to learn alongside others for about a year. That's fine. I can learn from others for now. I have ample time. Dad, is Suang Technology a private group? Tu Yimin confirmed. Suang Technology is part of the Su family, one of the 4 prominent families in Kyoto, operating under a family-run model. Its predecessor was the Su-style Western Heavy Industry Group, which primarily produced military and mechanical components for the state. Post-2012, Su-style Heavy Industry officially transitioned into the aerospace sector, initially manufacturing civilian aircraft for foreign airlines. As the company grew, it evolved into a colossal entity capable of independently producing satellites, launch vehicles, and spacecraft. Tu Shaoyun pondered for a moment. Is Suang a private group of the Su family? Does Huang not possess its own aerospace technology? Upon hearing Tu Shaoyun mention Huang, Tu Yimin scoffed disdainfully. Monopolies are the greatest impediment to human progress. Without competition, there can be no advancement. Huang technology has become arrogant and insular, long since rendered obsolete on the world stage. Over the years, Huang has consistently engaged in monopolistic practices, stifling competition, leading to stagnation in technological advancements and a lack of significant breakthroughs. In this domain, they have lost their voice. Tu Shaoyun felt perplexed. Has Huang made no progress in aerospace while simultaneously suppressing Suang? Based on his observations of Huagua's societal dynamics and the functioning of its governmental machinery, the country had undergone a complete transformation in its operational style. How could such dissonance exist within the aerospace sector? Dad, could it be that your understanding of Huang is incomplete? Sensing the gravity of his father's opinion, Tu Shaoyun felt compelled to remind him of what he perceived to be a misjudgment regarding Huang. With over 1 billion people in Huagua, in this era of exceptional talent, the entire globe was advancing. How could Huang technology, backed by national strength, have achieved nothing in such a crucial field as aerospace? There must be an underlying reason for this. Chapter 48, The Solar System as a Constructed Prison. Upon hearing Tu Shaoyun's words, Tu Yimin let out a deep sigh, his voice tinged with indignation. As a citizen of Huagua, is it not my desire to see our nation thrive in every domain? A strong nation leads to a strong populace. Yet, the unfortunate reality is that Huang has stagnated in its aerospace research, remaining fixated on missile systems, specialized vehicle manufacturing, and high-end automotive components. Tu Shaoyun listened quietly to his father's discourse, choosing not to interject. The relentless march of technology signifies that humanity's future lies in the exploration of celestial resources beyond our world, a trend that is undeniably unstoppable. Hua Hong's lack of ambition and repeated obstructions against Suang Technology's lunar exploration endeavors are nothing more than the machinations of despicable politicians lurking in the shadows. Regrettably, the tide has turned, and they can no longer hinder the progress of mankind. Rising, Tu Yimin poured himself a glass of wine, disregarding Tu Shaoyun as he continued. In 2020, Suang applied for research protection from the World Federation. After 2 years of preparation, we successfully landed on the moon in 2022. At this juncture, a hint of pride graced Tu Yimin's expression as he downed his drink. I am the leader of the geological exploration team following this lunar mission. This endeavor is not merely a routine orbit around the moon. We have meticulously prepared for a singular purpose, to establish a lunar base. Indeed, as you can see, we have established a base spanning 1,000 square kilometers on the lunar surface in just 2 years, without any impediments. Furthermore, we have uncovered substantial quantities of lunar crystals containing valuable materials within the moon's subterranean ores. Suang Technology now stands at the pinnacle of the global aerospace sector, and I firmly believe that, in the near future, we shall leverage this lunar foothold to reach Pluto, and perhaps even venture beyond the confines of our solar system. The more Tu Yimin spoke, the more fervent he became, as if he were on the brink of embarking towards Pluto tomorrow and breaking free from the solar system the day after. In contrast, Tu Shaoyun silently shook his head. It seemed humanity remained blissfully unaware that this solar system was merely a fabricated prison. What expression would his father bear when humanity's technology finally advanced to the point of escaping the solar system? Speaking of the solar system, one cannot overlook the bizarre journey of Tu Shaoyun and his companions. Just as his world was on the brink of annihilation, something descended from the heavens, a circular mirror inscribed with celestial secrets. It symbolized variables and uncertainty. Thus, this mysterious object was perceived as a glimmer of hope left by the cosmic order. The front of the celestial mirror depicted the Luo Shu diagram, where the sums of numbers in horizontal, vertical, and diagonal alignments all equated to 15, a representation of the cosmic balance. The extremes of yang culminate in 9, while the extremes of yin culminate in 6. Together, they yield 15, illustrating the principle of life begetting life, which in turn gives rise to myriad forms. Conversely, the back of the celestial mirror showcased the He-Tu, featuring an ancient turtle with 4 directions, north, south, east, and west, symbolizing the revered creatures of the Chinese zodiac, Shke, Xuanwu, Qilong, and Baihu. These directions also embody the 4 elemental attributes, metal, wood, water, and fire, with the associated numbers representing the earth. The celestial mirror, with its dual representations of the He-Tu and Luo Shu, encapsulates the essence of the universe, encompassing the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements. In the 8 trigrams, truly a complete world. Tu Shaoyun experimented extensively with the mirror, yet it remained unresponsive until he infused it with his consciousness, at which point the truths began to unfold. As his awareness penetrated the mirror, an outline of the solar system materialized in his mind, leaving him awestruck and unable to articulate his shock. In the final moments before the apocalypse, the solar system's planetary orbits had devolved into chaos, with celestial bodies meandering drunkenly towards the sun. Among the disarray, a cerulean planet captivated Tu Shaoyun's gaze, as a massive crimson sphere hurtled towards it. In that instant, he comprehended that the celestial mirror served as a vantage point, connecting him to an unseen force, allowing him to observe the solar system's shifting dynamics from a godlike perspective. Through the mirror's extraordinary capabilities, he discerned that there were no other planets or star systems beyond the periphery of his solar system. The dazzling night sky perceived from Earth was merely an illusion, a tapestry woven to ensnare the minds of the unsuspecting. The reality of their existence was merely a small, enclosed space fabricated by others. Tu Shaoyun utilized the celestial mirror to expand his consciousness infinitely, ultimately locating the current solar system. He then pierced through its barriers using Guo Peng's Taishu sword, enveloping everyone in the Tao Te Ching of the Corpse Emperor, guiding them to unite their strengths and break into this similarly enclosed solar system. Thus, the denizens of the apocalypse were reborn. After a simple meal filled with familial banter, Qin Qing began to clear the table while addressing Tu Yimin, who was lost in thought. All right, every time the moon is mentioned, you never seem to tire of talking. It's time to stop drinking. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Tu Shaoyun's mind conjured the image of an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s, who bore a resemblance to Tu Yimin. Tall and robust, his voice resonated with authority, exuding a sense of competence and dominance in his demeanor. Does Hua Hong's reluctance to advance in aerospace technology imply that they are aware this solar system is merely a sealed enclosure? reflecting on the intricate relationship between Suong and Huahang. Tu Shaoyun shook his head softly, saying, "Dad, I do not wish to work at Suong. Tomorrow, I shall seek other opportunities." Taken aback, Tu Yimin stared at his son, then narrowed his eyes. "No way. I hold 9 of the shares in Suong. Once you establish yourself there, I will transfer the entirety of my shares to you." Holding 2 plates, Qin Qing paused in her steps towards the kitchen, urging Tu Shaoyun, "Son, why the sudden change of heart about Suong? It's a remarkable company. The only one in the world capable of rivaling Mihang in aerospace technology. Working there, combined with your father's connections, your future prospects are boundless." Tu Shaoyun chose not to elaborate further. He nodded to his parents and ascended the stairs, saying, "Dad, Mom, I am feeling a bit fatigued. I shall retire for the night." The couple exchanged glances, and as Tu Shaoyun's figure disappeared at the staircase, Tu Yimin remarked to Qin Qing, "Dear, what is wrong with our son?" Pondering for a moment, Qin Qing replied, "Could it be that the vastness of Suong Group has intimidated him?" Tu Yimin nodded slowly, acknowledging the possibility. Suddenly, Qin Qing hesitated, prompting Tu Yimin to inquire, "What is it?" "It seems as though our son has transformed into a different person," she sighed. "Upon entering, I sensed it. He has become quiet and reserved over the years, and it is evident that he is indifferent to everything around him." Chapter 49, The Living Dead in the Cultivation Tank. After exchanging a few more words, Tu Yimin walked to the sofa in the living room and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected, revealing an elderly man with a ruddy nose and a face full of wrinkles. Tu Yimin addressed him, "Brother Qishui, what are you up to?" The old man, his nose flushed, poured himself several gulps from a small, flat wine flask. "Tu Yimin, what brings you to call at this late hour?" Upon learning that Tu Yimin sought his assistance in arranging employment for his son, the old man took another sip and remarked, "What do you think? You have shares in Suhang, yet you still need to come to me for arranging your son's position? Don't you know I'm an old man who struggles to sleep at night?" Observing the old man's nonchalant demeanor, Tu Yimin replied solemnly, "My son is a second awakening ability user. Following in my footsteps, he can only survey the moon, and while I won't speak of his future, the dangers are too great. Therefore, I wish to arrange for him to be in another department." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression turned troubled. Noticing his discomfort, Tu Yimin suddenly adopted a teasing tone. I got a jar of monkey wine from Lao Yu today. But it's strange the jar is sealed with clay. Yet the aroma still escapes. Is there something wrong with this monkey wine?" At the mention of monkey wine, the old man perked up, his previously slumped form straightening with excitement. He tossed aside the flask he had been holding and leaned closer to the screen, his face alight with eagerness. "Monkey wine? You really got it from that old monkey?" Tu Yimin, with a smirk, replied, "I did acquire the monkey wine, but I'm concerned about its quality. You see, despite the seal, the fragrance wafts out. Isn't it curious? The scent of aged monkey wine cannot be contained by mere clay. I'm coming to your house right now. Wait for me." The old man exclaimed, clearly unable to contain his impatience. Tu Yimin quickly interjected, "Hold on, Brother Qishui. When did I say I would share this jar of monkey wine with you? And is it really appropriate to come over at such a late hour?" He emphasized the word late. The old man's expression shifted from excitement to a pained grimace. "Tu Yimin, I never involve myself in matters of Suhang technology. Seeking my help is futile. Besides, Chi-Chi is a very opinionated girl. If you, the chief lunar surveyor, cannot manage it, what makes you think I can? Since you say there is no issue with the wine, I'll invite a few friends to taste it tomorrow," Tu Yimin replied, sidestepping the old man's concerns. The old man glared at him through gritted teeth, anger etched on his face. "Tu Yimin, you're quite something. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. But save that monkey wine for me." Tu Yimin laughed heartily. "I'm just joking with Brother Qishui. There is no need to take it so seriously. Chi-Chi is your beloved granddaughter. I know her well. That girl is very filial. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow, and regardless of the outcome, the monkey wine will certainly be yours." Flatterer. "All right, I'll contact you tomorrow," the old man replied. "Then I shall await your good news." Tu Yimin emphasized the words good news. After the call ended, the old man hung up, still pondering the uncertain outcome. That night, Tu Shaoyun sat atop a rooftop, gazing at the brightly lit Kyoto below. He slowly uncorked the jar of monkey wine and took a gentle sip. The sweet, crisp flavor invigorated him. To share a peaceful meal with his parents had been his long-cherished wish for 15 years. While today's mundane life offered comfort, it also felt strangely out of place, as if he truly belonged only in a world of chaos and bloodshed. "While my parents are here, I shall not wander far. Any journey must have purpose." He wondered how Guoping, Wang Bo, and Xiaoying were faring now. It had been 2 days since they had departed. Had they integrated into society? This world was so beautiful, devoid of slaughter, zombies, and spatial crises. Everything evoked a sense of peace. He resolved to call young Haitao tomorrow, asking him to investigate who among Huagua had not awakened. Finding those unawakened individuals could lead them to their brothers who had followed the apocalypse. With that thought, Tu Shaoyun slowly closed his eyes, hoping for a peaceful night's rest. The following morning, in a vast laboratory, a balding middle-aged man stood before a glass cultivation tank, observing the living dead within with keen interest. The reason they were referred to as living dead was due to the fact that the individual inside was reduced to only the upper half of their body. The lower half had vanished. Yet, the vitality displayed by this living dead creature astonished the bald man. The remaining half was bound within the tank, snarling and baring its teeth at him. If Tu Shaoyun could witness this scene, he would surely recognize the creature as an 8th-level warrior under the command of the Corpse Emperor. The bald man turned to a workstation where a microscope rested. Under its lens lay a strand of flesh cut from the living dead. Though detached from the creature, the flesh writhed violently, akin to a snake thrashing after losing its head. Such formidable vitality. Even 3 days post-separation, the piece of dead flesh remained so vibrant. Remarkable. Who could have created such a being? The man murmured softly, but suddenly his brow furrowed as he turned to gaze eastward. Is it approaching me? Is this the point in the mind that Shaoyun spoke of? I recall him mentioning that this point was stationary. Why then is mind continuously moving? He walked back to the cultivation tank and pressed a button nearby. A torrent of freezing gas erupted from 2 tubes in the tank, causing the previously thrashing living dead to become sluggish within seconds. Although the creature had ceased its struggles, the middle-aged man remained oblivious to the fact that beneath its chest, flesh buds began to stir. Seeing the living dead quiet down, the man exited the laboratory. In a dual-purpose bedroom with an attached bathroom, the room's decor mirrored that of Tu Shaoyun's original space. This was a room that Tu's parents had kept for him and his wife after moving. Yet they had awaited their return for over a decade. Despite the room remaining empty, Tu's mother would often come to tidy it up, perhaps reflecting her deep hopes for her son. While Tu Shaoyun was cleaning the room, a phone call came in. He glanced at the contact name displayed on the screen, his cousin, and slowly answered the video call. Biochemical? Chapter 50. Beware of the points in your mind. The watch of Tu Shaoyun projected a 3-dimensional image of a middle-aged man clad in a white coat. His appearance was unremarkable and his age seemed to align with that of a rather corpulent individual, characterized by a slight baldness on his forehead. As Tu Shaoyun gazed at this simultaneously familiar yet unfamiliar figure, a shadow of gloom enveloped his countenance, plunging him into a profound silence. In this apocalyptic world, the relationship between Tu Shaoyun and Biochemical was steeped in complexity. Once mere cousins, their paths crossed in the Kyoto base during the cataclysmic upheaval. Bada's personality was fiercely competitive, bordering on extremist. After enduring a series of chaotic events, he became increasingly narrow-minded and vengeful. Following the untimely death of his wife, Shirley, Bada withdrew to distant lands. By a twist of fate, while abroad, Tu Shaoyun was ambushed by an ability user and besieged by zombies, sustaining severe injuries. It was Bada Monk who risked his life to rescue him. However, Tu Shaoyun disapproved of Bada's methods. This divergence ultimately severed their bond, transforming them into adversaries. Are you Tu Shaoyun? Upon hearing his name called directly, the man in the projection expressed mild astonishment. The communication watch belonged to the corpulent man, but its front scanning mechanism was malfunctioning, allowing Tu Shaoyun to see Badu, while Badu could not see him. Bada remarked, "It seems you have awakened? I can sense a newfound confidence in your voice." In the past, the corpulent man referred to Badu as his cousin, yet after years of conflict in the apocalypse, the tangled nature of their relationship rendered the term unutterable. "Indeed, you have awakened as well?" Tu Shaoyun replied. "I have learned from my sources about the global awakening. Yet I remain unawakened," Bata responded, his tone heavy with a hint of regret, though predominantly indifferent. Upon hearing that Bata had not awakened, Tu Shaoyun felt a weight settle in his heart. "You have yet to awaken?" he asked gravely. Bata smiled faintly. "What is the fuss? Did you not tell me that awakening is a random occurrence, not to be forced? Moreover, what does it matter if one cannot awaken?" He paused, his voice trailing off. "Whether awakened or not, we all meet our end eventually. A century from now, what remains will merely be a solitary grave. If one could achieve immortality, does it truly matter if awakening eludes us?" An air of intense confidence emanated from him. "Shaoyun, I sense the point you mentioned in your mind," Bata suddenly interjected. "Point? What point?" Tu Shaoyun inquired. Just then, a memory of the corpulent man flooded his mind. long before his awakening. He had confided in Batu about a point in his mind, akin to a guiding coordinate. Years ago, out of an overwhelming desire to awaken, he had embarked on a costly quest to find this point, located in a secluded area of Japan, which no one could approach, leading to the fruitlessness of his search. A fleeting glint of cold light flashed in Tu Shaoyun's eyes. The point in his mind? It was clearly a form of soul tethering. 2 days prior, upon arriving in this world, he had discovered 2 such tetherings, one belonging to the corpulent man, although the other remained unknown. It could be inferred from the corpulent man's memories that it was undoubtedly someone intricately connected to him. If one dared to speculate boldly, this other soul tether could likely be another version of himself from a parallel dimension, one that had appeared in this world 15 years prior to him. So, who was the soul tether manifesting in Biochemical's mind? Could it be the Biochemical from the apocalypse? Impossible. That Batu had perished in a self-detonation witnessed by Tu Shaoyun himself. Moreover, had it not been for Biochemical's self-destruction, how could he have obliterated over 100 of the most formidable individuals in that world in one fell swoop? Where are you located? Tu Shaoyun asked directly. In my Genesis hospital. Shaoyun, after years of research into awakening, tell me honestly, what is this point? Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to merge with it? Batu questioned earnestly. Tu Shaoyun understood the gravity of the situation. He had experienced a similar urge for unification when seeking the soul tether. Following the demise of the corpulent man, he had indeed acted upon that impulse, employing a biochemical technique he deemed taboo, forcibly absorbing the corpulent man. Although necessity had driven his actions, an innate desire for fusion could not be dismissed. After the amalgamation, his physical prowess had surged exponentially. According to the theories of parallel dimensions, when one perishes in the apocalypse, another awakens in this world. Thus, when individuals from 2 worlds meet, a reunion is unlikely to culminate in a joyous resolution. Tu Shaoyun remained silent for a moment before stating gravely, I cannot ascertain the true nature of this point, but I advise against encountering it. It is perilous. If possible, seek refuge in populated areas or request protection from governmental forces. Provide me with your hospital's address, and I shall come swiftly. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that this point signifies a person who intends to harm me? Batu squinted, seeking clarity. Tu Shaoyun nodded solemnly. How far is the point in your mind from you now? At his current pace, Batu estimated he would arrive in approximately half an hour. I have sent my location to your communication device, he informed. Tu Shaoyun acknowledged this and hung up the call, turning to race towards the indicated location. Who could the tether in Biochemical's mind be? 2 days prior, the Biochemical in this world had not awakened. Could it truly be the Biochemical from the apocalypse? A surge of killing intent suddenly welled up within Tu Shaoyun. I hope you are truly dead. Otherwise, I shall ensure your passage to the depths of hell. After concluding the call with Tu Shaoyun, Biochemical promptly dialed another number. Moments later, a man with an oversized head appeared on the line. Dr. Batu? What is the matter? Yang Haitao, I need to apply for asylum from Jioding. Someone intends to steal my experimental findings and may inflict personal harm upon me. That individual is dangerous and is expected to arrive at my hospital within half an hour. Batu fabricated with ease. Though uncertain of Tu Shaoyun's claims, he believed in the principle of preparedness. If he did not exaggerate the situation, the powerful ability users representing Jioding would surely refrain from intervening. Yang Haitao raised an eyebrow. Where did you obtain this information? Who would pose a threat to you? That is not your concern. I have my own channels of information. Just tell me whether you will assist, Batu insisted. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Haitao replied, given the recent global awakening, my resources are severely limited. Perhaps I could inform the military in Kyoto to dispatch a special operations team for your protection? Useless. This individual possesses terrifying strength. Ordinary second awakening users cannot make a difference. Yang Haitao, after diligently serving our nation for over a decade, do you truly intend to stand idly by and watch me perish? Batu continued to amplify the urgency of his words. The most critical aspect was to extinguish the unknown danger before it could manifest, a strategy forged from years of survival experience. Chapter 51. The 4 Paths of Human Evolution. You stay at the hospital in peace. I will send someone over now. Yang Haitao hung up the phone with Biochemical and pondered for a moment before dialing Zhang Yu's number. Zhang Yu, along with his team, was en route to the bustling metropolis. Upon seeing the video call from Yang Haitao, he quickly answered, Yang, what's the matter? Have you arrived in the city yet? Zhang Yu nodded. We have just landed in the metropolis. The plane is about to touch down. Do not land just yet. Immediately take your team to Kyoto and ensure the safety of Biochemical at the Genesis Hospital. I will send you his information and destination shortly to your onboard intelligence system. Zhang Yu was puzzled. Genesis Hospital? That doctor? What happened to him? Yang Haitao replied. The specifics are still unclear, but he has made significant contributions to our nation, and we must ensure his safety. Activate rapid mode and head to Kyoto at once. This mission may involve certain risks, so assess your capabilities and prioritize safety. Suppressing his curiosity, Zhang Yu acknowledged and ended the call. After contemplating, Captain Yang sent a voice message, and shortly after, a man's voice emerged from the intelligence system. Yang Haitao? Haha, what a surprise to receive a message from you. The man's voice carried a hint of mischief and arrogance. Yang Haitao took a moment to respond. Young Master Long, I wouldn't disturb you without good reason. I require your assistance with a certain matter. Oh, the commander of Jioding from Shuzhou actually seeks help from a scion. How rare. What is it? I'm all ears. The man, referred to as Young Master Long by Yang Haitao, jested. Young Master Long, I am currently extremely short-handed. There is a geneticist in Kyoto being pursued, and we at Jioding need to protect him. You are the local authority in Kyoto. Can you lend me this small favor? A burst of laughter erupted from Yang Haitao's communicator. Commander Yang, your dragon shield has just received over 20,000 awakened individuals, and you claim to be short-handed? Don't jest. Yang Haitao's patience began to wane. Long Xingxing, spare me your banter. I have no time for it. Will you help or not? Upon hearing this, Long Xingxing wiped the smile from his face but maintained a nonchalant demeanor. How could I refuse the favor of Commander Yang? However, when will you grant me the techniques of the 11th level? Yang Haitao sighed. Why must you always bring that up whenever I seek your aid? The 11th level techniques are not something to be carelessly shared. Over the years, you have provided me with scant useful information. How can I reciprocate? Long Xingxing chuckled. All right. I concede. My past information was trivial. However, I now possess accurate details regarding future technology. How about I trade this information for the 11th and 12th level techniques? Upon hearing the term future technology, Yang Haitao's urgency increased. Information on future technology? What is it? Long Xingxing shook his head. You haven't even said if you wish to exchange for the techniques yet. Yang Haitao, contemplating, replied, let's set that aside for now. I will send you the details of the person you need to protect. First, handle this matter for me. Long Xingxing shrugged nonchalantly. No problem. After concluding the communication, Long Xingxing surveyed the room filled with several individuals and chuckled softly. The 11th and 12th levels of Huagua's techniques are within reach. A tall man with a buzz cut responded in a deep voice. Fourth brother, it seems you are becoming unreliable. We have assisted Yang Haitao with several difficult matters. Yet he has never granted us the 11th level techniques. Now, we can supposedly obtain both the 11th and 12th levels just for a bit of information about future technology? Long Xingxing merely smiled at the giant, his gaze shifting to a handsome man among them. The man smiled slightly and replied, this world, following the awakening of the mind, has become a realm for martial artists and awakened beings. Yet future technology has forged a third path of human evolution. In recent years, future technology has developed new armaments, and the newly discovered metal gun on Mars has elevated the technological capabilities of the future company to unprecedented heights. Future technological armaments may one day rival ancient martial arts and awakened powers. The handsome man continued, martial arts, lacking inner strength, are merely a facade. In recent years, humanity has easily cultivated inner strength, and what was once disregarded has become highly sought after. A normal person with inner strength, after learning advanced martial techniques, can far surpass a typical awakened being. The buzzcut man interjected, as one of the world's foremost powers, Huagua possesses abundant resources. If we elevate all military and police personnel to level 5 warriors, why should we fear the technological armaments of the future company? The others shook their heads, smiling at the man's words. A long-haired man in the room meticulously polished his long knife, effortlessly sheathing it behind his back, and remarked to the buzzcut man, fifth brother, did we not agree on awakening? Why do you still possess such a foolish mindset? The fifth man glared at the long-haired individual, raising his fist in a mock threat. Third brother, are you itching for a fight? Be careful, I might just beat you. The third man laughed heartily. Fifth brother, it is not I who speak ill of you. Have you not heard the saying, the poor cultivate literature while the rich cultivate martial arts? Do you think that becoming a level 5 warrior is as easy as buying a basket of vegetables for a few coins? Each of us has trained for over a decade, with an average expenditure of around 10 billion. Yet, we barely reach level 9. If we were to cultivate millions of military and police personnel to level 5, consider how many resources that would consume. The handsome man chimed in, indeed. The technological armaments produced by future technology are formidable. When paired with a martial artist or awakened being, it is akin to adding wings to a tiger. This future technology is elusive. Only a handful of nations have managed to establish trade relations with them. Long Xingxing nodded. Huagua does not fear future technology. Rather, our relationship with them is intricate. With a vast population, Huagua's achievements in technology have been rapidly advancing, closely trailing that of the United States. In recent years, numerous scientists who have made significant breakthroughs have mysteriously disappeared, only for new technologies to emerge shortly after. Though these innovations are not directly attributed to future technology, a closer investigation reveals their fingerprints on nearly every occurrence. Would you say Huagua does not value future technology? The fifth man suddenly realized. If future technology is so crucial to Huagua, then offering them the techniques of both levels seems too trivial. Long Xingxing laughed. You simpleton. The information we possess is worth only the 11th level techniques. Jioding is not foolish. I am merely setting a high price, anticipating Yang Haitao's arrival to negotiate. With this task he has entrusted to me, I believe securing the 11th level techniques is nearly certain. The others seemed to grasp the crux of the matter, while the fifth man remained bewildered. He shook his head and exclaimed, You all handle these affairs. I am only responsible for killing. With a beep, a message arrived on Long Xingxing's intelligence system. He opened it, revealing a 3D image of a balding middle-aged man. Gazing at the information about the balding man, Long Xingxing muttered, So it is this fellow, the one attempting to unlock the fourth path of human evolution. The four turned their attention to the man in the image. And the fifth man asked, Fourth brother, who is this? Is he formidable? The handsome man replied, This individual is Biochemical. He is an ordinary person who has not awakened for 15 years. However, his achievements in the field of genetics are truly remarkable. His hospital has developed extraordinary medical techniques, such as limb regeneration and organ cultivation. Numerous military and police personnel from Huagua have received treatment at his hospital. His public declaration states that the genetic locks of humanity have all been unlocked, heralding the imminent arrival of an era of eternal life. Chapter 52, Preparedness with a Scoff. The fifth brother remarked, Eternal life, you say? It's been 15 years without brain awakening, and he looks quite aged. Perhaps he should first rejuvenate himself before discussing immortality. The handsome man responded, His gene bank has long since cultivated all the organs he uses. He simply doesn't wish to replace them at present. I've heard he is currently researching the genes associated with automatic repair. When humans suffer physical trauma, the body gradually heals over time. His research aims to amplify the human body's own repair genes so that, when faced with fatal injuries, one need not replace organs, but can instead repair them at the genetic level. Long Xingxing interjected, This individual harbors grand ambitions. Many believe he has strayed from his path. A few years ago, some biohumans appeared in Guanghui, and based on certain data, it is speculated that he was the one who created them. He continued, Let us set that aside for now. Second brother, take a few individuals to Genesis Hospital. Yang Haitao has requested our protection of Biochemical for a day. If we handle this well, it might smooth my discussions with Yang Haitao regarding the 11th layer of martial arts. The handsome man nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, a distinguished middle-aged man approached from the corridor. The doorman bowed respectfully, addressing him as Sir. The man inquired, Where are the fourth brothers? They're all inside, came the reply. The middle-aged man nodded and entered the room, where the four men stood and greeted him. Long Xingxing smiled. Elder brother, what brings you here unexpectedly? Is there something amiss? Long Xingxing relayed Yang Haitao's request for their protection of Badu to the middle-aged man, who pondered for a moment before responding. This matter is likely more complicated than it seems. Everyone knows who Biochemical is. Any assassin sent to kill him will undoubtedly be formidable. Here is the plan. I will accompany the second, third, and Batian. You needn't arrange for anyone else. Long Xingxing hesitated. Elder brother, doesn't this seem a bit excessive? 3 ninth-level warriors, plus you, a congenital warrior, merely to protect one person? The others nodded silently, evidently feeling that such a formidable lineup for one individual was overkill. The elder shook his head. The intricacies of gene research are profound. I wish to learn more about Biochemical and see if there is a chance to obtain his research findings. Furthermore, I have a feeling this situation is not as simple as it appears. Caution is advisable. Long Xingxing contemplated briefly. Very well. I appreciate your willingness to go. The stout, crew-cut man, known as Batian, grinned broadly. Another fight? Let us go. Huh? What good things are you talking about? Why don't you keep them for yourself? They're of no use to me, replied the fifth brother. blithely unaware, as the others regarded him in silence. Batamunk took the warning from Tu Shaoyun seriously. Despite living in a lawful society, countless individuals had coveted his scientific achievements over the years. His meticulous caution had thus far shielded him from harm. Setting aside other matters, the defenses of his underground laboratory were not something just anyone could breach. Batamunk's hospital spanned approximately 210,000 square meters, divided into 6 zones. The first 5 comprising the medical area, while the final zone at the southern end housed the research and scientific building. Floors 1 to 70 served various departments for normal research, while levels -1 to -6 constituted Batamunk's private research facility. At that moment, on the second basement level of the research building, Batamunk was examining the blood analysis of the undead. As his research deepened, the analysis began to astonish and excite him. A man in his 40s entered, saying, "Doctor, 4 individuals from the Long family in Kyoto have arrived to protect you. They appear to be martial artists." Batamunk glanced up at the man, then lowered his head in contemplation, muttering, "The Long family? I have no ties to them. Why would they suddenly send people to protect me?" He then considered, could it be that Yang Haitao sent them? Just a family dispatching a few warriors? He looked up at the man. "If they are indeed here to protect me, let them guard the entrance to the negative levels." The man nodded and was about to exit when Batamunk added, "Assistant Joe, after you leave, I will activate the defense mode of the underground laboratory. If anything arises, contact me through the intelligence system." Assistant Joe looked at Batamunk in surprise. "Doctor, is something happening that necessitates my alerting the authorities?" Batamunk shook his head. "No. Just some clowns. Notify the security team to monitor the first floor, detaining any suspicious individuals for transfer to the police. As for the 4 from the Long family, let them remain in the lobby. If they wish to enter the negative levels, prevent them." Assistant Joe nodded and exited the room. On the first floor, researchers hurriedly entered and exited the elevators. The elevator designated for the negative levels opened, and a cultured man stepped out, pressing a button on his earpiece. "Chenlei, lead the security team to seal off the first floor of the research building and evacuate the researchers. All internal elevators are to be halted for maintenance." Assistant Joe made several phone calls to relay instructions, and shortly after, a fully armed security team of around 200 entered the first floor lobby, swiftly securing all access points. A dozen men positioned themselves outside the building entrance. The researchers still in the lobby looked on in confusion at the armed security. Had the research building come under attack? Ding dong. An electronic notification sounded. "All research personnel in the building, please use the external elevators to enter the facility. Internal elevators are under maintenance and temporarily unavailable. We apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you for your understanding." The announcement repeated 3 times, and the researchers began to exit, while those wishing to enter used the 20 external elevators set up. Assistant Joe approached the lobby entrance and spoke briefly with a burly man before they both headed toward the 4 individuals in the lobby. These 4 were none other than Long Xingxing's elder brother, second brother, third brother, and fifth brother. At that moment, the 5th brother was holding a hefty iron rod, while the elder brother carried a long, wide box on his back. The handsome man, second in line, grasped a sheathed longsword, and the long-haired third brother bore a short sword in a silver sheath on his back. Their attire clearly indicated they were high-level martial artists. Assistant Joe addressed the 4. "Gentlemen, Dr. Bata has stated he does not know you, but he is nonetheless grateful for your assistance. If you are here to protect the doctor, please guard the entrance to the negative levels." The 5th brother's voice boomed like a morning bell. "What did you say?" "We came specifically to protect him. And he wants us to stand guard?" Nearby security members immediately aimed their weapons at the 5th brother. His expression darkened, and he stepped forward as if to retaliate. But the elder brother restrained him, saying, "Let it go, Batian. It's just for 1 day." The 5th brother replied to the elder brother, "Look at the attitude of these guards." The 2nd and 3rd brothers shared similar cold expressions as they regarded the armed security personnel. The elder brother turned to Assistant Joe. "Tell your men to lower their weapons. We can stand guard at the entrance to the negative levels." Chapter 53. The arrival of Batamunk from the apocalypse. Assistant Joe signaled with a glance, prompting the guards to lower their weapons aimed at the 5th member. "Thank you for your cooperation. The entrance to the negative layer is behind. Please follow me," he instructed. The 4 followed Assistant Joe to a relatively secluded alleyway, where no fewer than 20 guards stood in tight formation. Joe pointed to a metallic automatic door and said, "This is the pedestrian entrance to the negative layer. If any issues arise, you may consult Captain Shun for resolution. I entrust this place to you." The leader nodded, "Understood. We will stand guard at the entrance." Zhou acknowledged with a sound and turned to Chun Lei beside him. No one is permitted to enter the negative layer during this state of emergency. You are authorized to eliminate anyone attempting to approach or breach the entrance. I will notify you when the alarm is lifted. Yes, Captain Chin responded sharply. Zhou nodded to the four before exiting the building. The fifth member watched Zhou depart with cold disdain, scoffing as he slammed the iron rod he held onto the floor, producing a thunderous sound that shattered nearby tiles into fragments. The guards once again aimed their weapons at him, and Captain Chin barked, "What are you doing? Looking for trouble?" The fifth member regarded the guards with a deadpan expression, while the leader shook his head disapprovingly at him. Spitting towards them, the fifth member dismissed the guards entirely. Seeing him turn away, the captain gestured for his men to lower their weapons and approached a few guards to issue quiet instructions. The guards nodded in response, remaining silent. Meanwhile, in the distance, a small black dot rapidly approached the research building. Soon, a towering figure over 2 meters tall appeared, swaying as he flew through the sky. A pair of 10-meter-long flesh-colored wings unfurled behind him, creating a powerful gust of wind. The man silently descended onto the rooftop of the research building, shaking his back as his wings folded and shrank, finally transforming into 2 writhing lumps of flesh that nestled into his shoulder blades. He scanned the building's upper level with curiosity, glancing downwards before suddenly chuckling. Interesting, they've hidden underground? What on earth is this? It's been drawing me in since I entered this world. Let me see. With that he leaped, his arms morphing into blades as he spun rapidly, resembling a human drill as he forcefully penetrated through the roof. A deafening roar erupted as debris flew from the 71st floor. In no time, a hole large enough for a person to enter had been created, and his body smoothly followed through it. This unconventional individual was none other than Biochemical, who had traversed from the apocalypse alongside Tu Shaoyun and others. Bada's eccentric personality was evident. Rather than using the proper entrance, he opted to break through the ceiling. In the apocalypse, Bada roamed the world alone, having long embraced a reckless and unrestrained nature. Some say that a person becomes whole and immensely powerful through attachments. Yet it is the unattached who wield true strength, or perhaps audacity. Bada was no fool. He had noticed the entrance to the building while on the rooftop, but chose to forego the extra effort, opting instead to breach the structure directly. Now that he was inside, there was no need to continue breaking through floors. The 71st floor housed a relatively obscure medical research facility. Although the number of people there was limited, the noise created by Bada's entrance was colossal, prompting a dozen individuals to emerge from their laboratories towards the source of the commotion. Yet, upon witnessing Bada's descent, none approached. Instead, they fled in panic towards the external elevators. Since the world had evolved, most people had unlocked the cerebral regions referred to as the God's Forbidden Zone. While a select few not only accessed this zone but also gained superhuman abilities, often committing acts of violence against civilians in the early years of their awakening. This led the state to emphasize safety education, instructing citizens to avoid confrontation with inexplicable superhumans or rogue warriors, prioritizing their own safety. Thus, when the crowd saw Bada crash through the roof, their instinct was to flee. Bada was momentarily taken aback by the crowd's reaction, pondering why they were so quick to run. He strolled leisurely in the direction they had fled, soon spotting several external elevators. "I knew you would be making a hasty retreat," he chuckled, selecting one of the elevators and waiting patiently for it to arrive. Meanwhile, Captain Chin and his team remained vigilant at the underground entrance, watching the 4 warriors closely. A local communication message reached Captain Chin's ear. "Captain, several researchers just descended from the top floor, reporting that an unidentified individual broke through the roof." "Understood. I'm on my way," Chen replied solemnly. The 4 turned their gazes towards him, with the 5th member loudly inquiring, "Hey, what's going on?" Captain Chen merely glanced at him, remaining silent as he instructed his team. "Keep a close watch on them. If they approach the entrance, shoot on sight." The guards acknowledged, and Captain Chen strode purposefully towards the exit, gathering dozens of guards stationed in various corners behind him. The 5th member grumbled under his breath at Captain Chin's retreating figure and turned to the leader. "Brother, should we go out and take a look?" After a moment of contemplation, the leader shook his head. "Let's just hold the entrance. Leave the rest to others." Badu, guided by his instincts, selected the first floor. Since the research building had no patients entering or exiting, the elevator descended swiftly. The transparent external elevator allowed those outside to see its occupants, and as several researchers from the 71st floor descended, they pointed at one of the elevators, exclaiming, "That's the one." Captain Chin shouted to the surrounding researchers, "All personnel, evacuate immediately." The researchers, realizing a confrontation was imminent, retreated symbolically only a few meters. adopting a morbid curiosity about the unfolding drama. Batu, observing the nearly 100 armed personnel gathering below, leisurely admired the scenery outside the elevator as he waited for it to lower. As the doors opened, a row of firearms was aimed at him. Captain Chen raised his weapon, commanding, "Do not move. Raise your hands and step out." Seeing his fallen comrades, Captain Chen's voice grew fierce. "Open fire. Open fire." The guards, suddenly jolted into action, unleashed a barrage of bullets at Batu. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the elevator's entrance. As the guards' gunfire riddled the elevator with holes, transforming it into a battered shell amidst flying debris and shattered glass. Nevertheless, the guards continued to relentlessly pull the triggers, switching out empty magazines to continue their assault. Chapter 54. Underestimating the heroes of the world. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. Captain Chen's urgent commands pierced through the chaos. Fear was contagious. The frantic gunfire mirrored the deep-seated terror within the hearts of the crowd. As the dust settled, they anxiously turned their gaze toward the elevator, eager to ascertain whether the creature capable of unleashing bizarre tendrils had met its demise. A soldier positioned at the rear, like his comrades, leaned forward to scrutinize the mangled elevator entrance. In his moment of confusion regarding the creature's whereabouts, an icy chill crept up his neck. To his horror, he discovered he was being propelled skyward, and in the distance, a headless corpse, gushing blood, crashed to the ground. In that instant, he comprehended his own fate. He was already dead. Suddenly, Batu, who had just been at the elevator, materialized. His arms transformed into two elongated, glistening blades. And with a swift motion, he dispatched a guard. Without pause, he struck again, severing another life, then leaped into the throng of guards. The guards, now akin to startled birds, were no match for Batu. He moved through them like a wolf among sheep, swinging his blades with abandon. Surrounding sentinels witnessed their comrades being cleaved in two, decapitated, or bisected, and panic ensued. They screamed and fled in all directions, while some, having lost their wits, indiscriminately fired their rifles, inadvertently striking nearby researchers. Batu moved with an ethereal grace, each strike claiming a life. He reveled in the carnage, laughing heartily as he observed the guards fleeing in mindless terror, akin to panicked poultry. Slicing through a guard who stumbled into his path, he stepped into the building's entrance, realizing that the coordinates guiding him were still deep underground. Hiding underground, are we? Playing a game of hide and seek? He chuckled. Inside, several guards, witnessing the rampaging demon wielding dual swords, cowered into corners, stifling their cries in fear of attracting his attention. For men, each distinct in appearance, gradually approached Batu. With a mocking gaze, Batu addressed them. "What brings you four here? Street performers?" His tone dripped with scorn. In this apocalyptic world, even the most ordinary individuals possessed powers beyond measure, utilizing ancient techniques to defy gravity or manipulate the elements as if it were second nature. In contrast, the people of this realm appeared weak, like sheep awaiting slaughter. The four men regarded the sinister figure clad in peculiar golden armor before them with growing apprehension. "Who are you? You grotesque aberration?" Old Five bellowed, pointing his staff at Batu. Batu's eyes narrowed, a glint of menace illuminating his gaze. Old Five recognized the unspoken challenge and struck first, swinging his massive staff toward Batu's head, channeling his inner strength to enhance the weapon's weight. The sound of his approach preceded the impact. Batu observed the incoming staff, calculating its trajectory. Rather than confront it head-on, he deftly sidestepped, evading the blow. In a fluid motion, he repositioned himself beside Old Five, delivering a powerful kick to his side. Old Five's weapon, though aimed to counter, met Batu's foot instead, sending him stumbling back, his grip on the staff faltering. Such brute strength, Old Five thought, his expression shifting to one of concern. As Batu prepared to launch an attack, Old Three, swift as lightning with hair flowing in an unseen wind, swung a long knife toward Batu's waist. The blade shimmered with lethal sharpness, prompting Batu to retreat hastily. He leapt, narrowly avoiding the strike as the knife sliced through the wall with ease, leaving a deep gash. Batu cast a glance at the wall, noting the 3-meter-long scar, 2 meters deep. Against an ordinary person, such a cut would rival his own bioweaponry. The four men quickly surrounded Batu, their expressions grave. The leader, with a swift motion, activated a peculiar wooden box, from which a long, black sword sprang forth, adorned with the yin-yang symbol. The blade shimmered ominously. The remaining 3 men charged at Batu in unison. As Batu's arm shimmered with a faint golden light, he prepared to defend himself. The leader's black sword floated before him, and with a decisive gesture, he commanded it to strike. The the sword darting toward Bata's head. However, the black sword returned empty-handed. The leader quickly repositioned his hands, channeling energy for another strike. The trio surrounding Bata suddenly felt a shift, and in the blink of an eye, Bata had vanished, reappearing 10 meters away. The four men exchanged wary glances, their resolve firm. What is this creature? A bioweapon? Old 5 exclaimed. Old 2, with a cool demeanor, replied. A bioweapon with the ability to manipulate time. It was evident that Tu Shaoyun and his companions had grossly underestimated the heroes of this world. After 15 years of relentless combat and growth, could it be that the inhabitants of this realm had been complacently slumbering? 15 years prior, spiritual energy had begun to manifest, and ancient martial arts resurfaced, with some martial enthusiasts even retreating from society for decades to hone their skills. If, in such a dire environment, no exceptional martial talents had emerged, it would signify a grave flaw within this world. Batu surveyed the scene, the marks of battle etched across his armor, bearing witness to the fierce encounter. This was his first true challenge in this realm, not against modern weaponry, but against warriors possessing agility and formidable combat prowess, much like himself. Chapter 55. The arrival of the 9 cauldrons. The second-in-command gazed at Batu, whose arms had transformed into blades, and murmured, a bioengineered individual endowed with bullet time. The leader shook his head silently, while the third member cautioned, be wary, this fellow is peculiar, riddled with flaws, yet capable of instantaneously compensating for his physical vulnerabilities during offense and defense. It appears he possesses no knowledge of martial arts techniques, relying solely on instinct and speed to fend off our assaults. This individual is not to be underestimated. The leader raised a hand to stop the 5th member, subtly signaling him to refrain from provoking Batu. Batu, too, regarded the 4 men with a serious demeanor, pondering their origins. Since his arrival in this world, they were the most formidable group he had encountered. What was that energy coalescing around their weapons? It felt akin to elemental abilities. Yet it did not belong to any of the 5 elemental categories. Could it be Chinese martial arts? Could such flamboyant techniques wield such power? Little did Bata know how accurate his assumptions were. They were indeed employing authentic Chinese martial arts. The leader inhaled deeply and clasped his hands in salute towards Batu, stating, Friend, we bear no grudges from the past nor grievances from the present. Why must we engage in a mutually destructive confrontation? We are merely entrusted with a task. Since you are determined to eliminate that individual, we shall not hinder you. We will take our leave. The 5th member looked at the leader in astonishment. Why the sudden retreat? He exclaimed, filled with indignation. The 2nd and 3rd members simultaneously restrained the 5th, urging him to remain silent. The 5th member, oblivious to his brother's intentions, could not comprehend the leader's decision. The leader observed Bata's enigmatic smile, realizing the peril they faced. Bata was not an easy adversary. As the leader had surmised, they were merely here to protect another, and confronting such a formidable foe over an unrelated individual would be sheer folly. Thus, the leader resolved to retreat. However, it seemed Bata had no intention of letting them go so easily. With a sinister chuckle, Bata morphed his blade-like arms back into hands, summoning a searing flame that gathered in his palms. The leader shouted, Scatter. The 4 complied, swiftly dispersing. Bata hurled the fireballs at them, his hands weaving through the air as he conjured more flames. The 5th member gripped his staff, creating a fiery barrier to deflect the incoming projectiles. Yet the heat began to sear his hands, the ends of his staff glowing red from the flames. The temperature of those fireballs is too high. I cannot hold them back. The 5th member cried out. The 2nd and 3rd members avoided the oncoming fireballs, while the leader charged at Batu with determination. As Batu unleashed a barrage of fireballs toward him, the leader wielded his black sword, slashing and parrying with ferocity. One fireball split in 2 upon contact with his sword, scattering sparks that melted the walls and floor of the hall, creating numerous small black holes. The leader lunged at Batu, aiming his sword at his heart. Batu kicked the sword aside, leaving the leader vulnerable. Before the leader could recover, Bata's other leg struck him fiercely in the chest, sending him sprawling. As he fell, the leader flung his sword toward Batu, who narrowly evaded it. Seizing the opportunity, the other 3 closed in on Batu. The 5th member, brandishing his searing staff, roared as he swung it down with tremendous force. On the ground, the leader focused intently, channeling energy into his sword, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He gritted his teeth, suddenly directing the sword's energy back towards Batu. Just as Batu dodged the black sword, the 5th member's attack arrived, and Batu was caught off guard. A layer of earth-yellow light flickered around his hand as he seized the descending staff with one hand. While his other hand swelled in size, delivering a crushing blow to the fifth member's chest. The fifth member, clutching his staff, was struck by Bado's punch, coughing up blood. Just as Bado prepared to deliver another blow, an ominous sound pierced through the air from behind him. The sound was silent, and had it not been for Bado's heightened perception, he would have never noticed. Without turning, he summoned bone armor to withstand the impending assault. With a dull thud, the dark sword pierced through Bado's golden armor, then through his bone defense, the tip protruding from his chest. Stunned, Bado looked down to see the sword's point emerging from his body. How could it be so sharp as to penetrate both layers of his defense? What powers did these individuals wield? Momentarily dazed from the breach in his defenses, Bado was caught off guard as the second-in-command seized the opportunity and thrust his sword into Bado's heart. Blood erupted from Bado's mouth, and the third member swiftly aimed a dagger at Bado's neck. Contrary to expectations, Bado's other hand transformed into a heavy iron fist, gripping the blade tightly. Blood seeping from his palm. Seeing Bado's repeated failures to counterattack, the fifth member rallied himself, laughing maniacally as he shook his staff, forcing Bado's grip to loosen. Then, he leapt into the air, aiming to bring the staff crashing down on Bado's head. At the top of a building in the Genesis Hospital, Tu Shaoyun stood quietly, observing the five men engaged in a fierce battle across the street, his expression as cold as ice. Meanwhile, a gray twin-propeller transport aircraft rushed towards them, emblazoned with a large black dragon emblem, its eyes glowing red. Inside the aircraft stood 3 men and 1 woman, gazing down at the chaos below. Before long, the aircraft approached Genesis Hospital. The pilot inquired of the 4 occupants, "We are now above Genesis Hospital. Where should we land?" Team leader Zhang. The 4 were none other than Zhang Yu and his team members. Zhang Yu scanned the area below and suddenly furrowed his brow. "Has that assassin arrived?" he asked. A man beside him looked out the window as well. "The police have surrounded Genesis Hospital," he noted. Zhang Yu nodded. "They are evacuating the crowd but have yet to launch an attack. It seems they are encircling the last building. What lies beneath that building?" As Zhang Yu spoke, the others peered out the window, and their faces fell upon seeing the ground littered with countless black specks. Upon closer inspection, they realized the grim truth. Those specks were human remains. How many lives had been lost? Such a large-scale act of violence had not occurred in the country for a long time. A message crackled through from the police communication vehicle below. "This is the Kyoto Anti-Terror Squad. Are you members of the 9 Cauldrons? Please present your identification." The pilot quickly entered commands, and the communicator relayed, "Identity confirmed. You may land in the nearby area." Zhang Yu promptly took the co-pilot's seat, issuing commands. "I am Zhang Yu, team leader of the Suzhou division of the 9 Cauldrons, requesting to speak with your commanding officer." A low, icy voice responded from the communicator. "I am Commander Baijiu Zhang, handling this emergency situation. Does this incident have a direct connection to you?" Chapter 56. Intense battle. Zhang Yu exclaimed sternly, "Baijiu Zhang, please mind your language. We are here to resolve the issue at hand, not to engage in a futile contest with you. I suspect that the terrorists are still within the building. To prevent further casualties, I implore you to withdraw your team from the last building immediately." Turning to the pilot, Zhang Yu instructed, "Land on the rooftop of the last building. We are going down now." He then spoke into the communicator, "Commander Bai, we have only received orders to protect the founder of this hospital. We are unaware of anything beyond that. If you do not value your subordinates' lives, you may proceed as you wish." Baijiu Zhang fell silent, though the terrorists numbered only 1. The descriptions from those who had escaped painted a grim picture of that assailant dispatching the hospital's security personnel as if they were mere vegetables. Although the police force's capabilities exceeded those of such personal security, he still harbored concerns about potential heavy casualties among the officers. Every life matters. If one must perish, it should be for a worthy cause. It would be unwise to send them to their doom when the odds are starkly against them. After a moment's contemplation, he issued an order through the local communicator. "All anti-terror team members, evacuate Genesis Hospital immediately. Repeat, all anti-terror personnel, evacuate Genesis Hospital." After giving the retreat command, Baijiu Zhang added, "I must remind you, the assailant in this incident is singular, yet his power is formidable. He is currently on the 1st floor, engaged in combat with 3 9th-tier martial artists and 1 innate martial artist." Zhang Yu was taken aback. 3 9th-tier warriors and 1 innate warrior? Was all the carnage on the ground caused by this individual? "Thank you," Zhang Yu said earnestly to Baijiu Zhang. The transport aircraft descended slowly toward the research building. Before it had fully landed, Wang Su yanked open the aircraft door and leapt onto the rooftop, followed swiftly by the other 2. Zhang Yu stood at the door, advising the pilot, "Lu, Find a safe place to land. We will communicate shortly. Understood. Please be careful, Liu replied. Zhang Yu nodded and jumped from the aircraft, which swiftly ascended toward the anti-terror team outside the hospital after the others had disembarked. Having spotted the gaping hole in the rooftop from the aircraft, Zhang Yu nodded and rushed toward it. That individual must have entered through this opening. Let us go, Zhang Yu exclaimed as he leaped into the void, with the other three following closely behind. Upon entering the building, Wang Yao pressed several buttons on the elevator panel, but to no avail. The elevator had been entirely disabled. Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, accelerated towards the glass doors of the lobby. As he ran, fragments of debris and dust coalesced into a swirling earthen dragon that followed him closely. Find an external elevator to descend. I shall proceed first, Zhang Yu instructed as he kicked through the glass on the 70th floor. The earthen dragon transformed into an irregular platform, swiftly lowering him toward the ground. The other three dispersed to search for a usable elevator. Before long, one of the men shouted, "The external elevator is operational." Wang Yu and Wang Su hurried toward him. Zhang Yu surveyed the gruesome scene of shattered bodies, his expression darkening. With a fierce swing of his fist, the veins in his arms bulged prominently. Letting out a furious roar, he dashed toward the lobby on the first floor. Meanwhile, Dr. Badu, who had been hiding on the fourth basement level, stood in a room surrounded by dozens of 3D projection monitors. Two of the screens displayed the external view of the building and the lobby, magnified for closer inspection. The sight of dismembered corpses scattered outside was shocking, but what truly astonished him was the image within the lobby, where a long-haired man clad in light golden armor was locked in combat with four martial artists. Pushing aside the external view, he focused on the lobby, magnifying the image until he could scrutinize the armored man's features. A flicker of seriousness crossed his otherwise composed visage as he recognized the familiar face. How could this happen? Was I cloned? A clone of a being without cerebral awakening, without secondary evolution? Yet, how could this clone possess such formidable combat prowess? Doctor. Bada's mind raced as he deduced that the man with long hair was the focal point of his research. Lao Wu leaped high, a tremendous force emanating from his staff as he swung it down, aiming to strike Bada dead. Bada lowered his head slightly as the building's fire sprinklers unleashed torrents of water, soaking everyone. To compel me to this extent, you must be quite proud, he murmured. Suddenly, Bada raised his head, his previously pure white eyes now a blood-red hue. His expression shifted as his face darkened to a bronze color, a fissure appearing in his brow. As it opened and closed, a golden eye emerged, glaring ominously at the airborne Lao Wu. The moment Lao Wu met that gaze, his body went limp as if his very soul had been siphoned away, plummeting to the ground. A thick, black tendril shot forth from Bada's chest, striking the unconscious Lao Wu with a resounding crack, sending him flying several meters, his staff flying from his grip and crashing into a wall, demolishing it. Lao Wu's body rolled in inertia, his head lolling, leaving his fate uncertain. Badu. The three individuals before Bada gasped in horror, yet they did not dare approach. Bada's transformation continued. His height had surged to 2 meters and still grew, two fangs protruding from his mouth. With a grunt, he kicked away Lao Air and Lao San. The sword embedded in his heart by Lao Air remained lodged, while the long knife held by Lao San was still firmly gripped in Bada's hand. Though Batu appeared imposing, he had suffered a grievous wound. How could he be unscathed? The earlier strike had exacerbated his injury, and he could feel the pressure in his chest mounting. Blood gushed from his mouth as he struggled to kneel on one knee, droplets cascading from his chest and back. Casting aside the long knife, he gripped the hilt of the sword still embedded in his heart, extracting it inch by inch while emitting primal growls. Two bulging tumors grew larger upon his shoulder blades. And with a clang, Bada discarded the extracted sword as if it were refuse, glaring fiercely at the three staggering before him. Lao San and Lao Air shielded the incapacitated Lao Da, their expressions filled with disbelief. How could he remain unharmed with a pierced heart? Chapter 57. Biochemical devouring. As Badu faced the three individuals, they refrained from obstructing him. With a flick, he sent a tendril of flesh to coil around the leader's dark sword. This peculiar sword, upon piercing flesh, relentlessly disrupted his bodily functions. Had it not been for the heart's paramount importance, Bada might have extracted the blade from his back. A low, anguished roar erupted as the leader's obsidian sword was gradually being pulled free. The second and third members watched in frantic agitation, akin to ants on a hot stove. This creature, even with its heart pierced, remained alive, and the palm that had bled profusely moments before was now miraculously healing. If Bada were to manage extracting the dark sword, would this battered quartet survive? From the fourth sublevel, the doctor's gaze upon the monitor grew increasingly intense. a flicker of fervent desire igniting in his eyes. The automatic healing of wounds and the creature's survival despite a pierced heart. Was this not the very genetic research he sought to develop? Rather than fear. The doctor felt an exhilarating urge to escape the underground lab. As the dark sword was slowly drawn out by Batu, the second and third members exchanged a glance. Almost in unison, leaping toward the long knife and sword discarded by Batu. A sinister smile crept across Batu's twisted visage as he retreated, hastening the extraction of the sword. The fallen leader, seeing Batu on the verge of removing the dark sword, formed a sword finger with his right hand. He bit his tongue. A jet of blood sprang onto his fingertip. Just as the sword was about to be completely withdrawn, under the leader's control, it plunged deeply once more into Batu's back. Caught off guard, Batu coughed forth a mouthful of blood, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. The tendril that had been gradually extracting the dark sword suddenly became reckless and yanked it out in an instant. Batu spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The wound where the dark sword had pierced him expanding several times over, leaving him limp and motionless on the ground. The already weakened leader, succumbing to the backlash from his forced exertion, also coughed up blood and fainted. The second and third members rushed at Batu with their weapons raised. This was the opportunity purchased with the leader's life. Batu was on the brink of death, and if they failed to vanquish him now, they might have no choice but to take their own lives. Batu tilted his head, revealing a fearsome grin filled with jagged teeth as he regarded the approaching duo. Suddenly, a glimmer of glassy light emanated from the pouch at his waist. The light, almost imperceptible, swiftly dispersed into Batu's wounds, causing the injuries concealed beneath his armor to heal at an astonishing rate, while a lump on his shoulder abruptly surged. The two assailants charged with blinding speed, reaching Batu within mere seconds. Their target was his neck. They believed that if they severed his head, he could not possibly survive. With two muffled thuds, the attackers halted just a meter from Batu, incredulously staring at the bony protrusions from their chests. This monster had wings. It was the tips of his wings that had pierced them. How could he still possess the strength to retaliate? Was this a cheat? No, this was no cheat. It was clearly a glitch. The second member gritted his teeth, disregarding his own heart's puncture, resolved to perish alongside the beast. His sword flared with light as he swung it towards Batu's neck. Batu rolled to his feet, and before the sword could close in, he seized the second member by the throat with one arm while grasping the third member's neck with the other. Zhang Yu burst into the hall, horrified by the scene before him. A 3-meter-tall monster with dual wings held two warriors by their throats, and before Zhang could react, the creature violently slammed both into the ground. The two warriors, barely conscious, coughed up blood, but the beast was relentless. With renewed strength, he pounded their heads and chests, succumbing to a frenzy of violence. The two were reduced to bloodied heaps, devoid of any sound, as blood and entrails splattered across the floor. The ensuing spectacle would be etched in Zhang Yu's memory forever. Batu absorbed the essence of the second and third members, and suddenly he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in agony before prostrating himself on the floor. The wings that had once protruded from his back withdrew seamlessly, while his grotesque face reverted to its original form. He resembled a dying beast, emitting only labored breaths with no further roars. Devouring. This was a unique biochemical skill belonging to Batu and Tu Shaoyun, a capability even the hordes of zombies in the apocalypse lacked. The act of consuming another was excruciating, far from a mere acquisition of memories or a siphoning of flesh. It entailed assimilating an entire lifetime of memories in mere seconds, akin to a computer's CPU operating at 1,000% capacity. Batu's head throbbed painfully. Even breathing became an arduous task as he absorbed the memories of the two individuals in a matter of seconds. The overwhelming flood of conflicting memories rendered his mind a void, blood streaming from his orifices as he lay motionless in the muck of the floor. A computer may crash under excessive processing, and the brain may perish from overload. Batu's breath grew faint, gradually becoming solely exhalation without inhalation. Unbeknownst to him, the colorful stone in his waist pouch, which had accompanied him from the apocalypse to this world, was now riddled with countless tiny cracks. He withdrew a strangely shaped handgun, cautiously aiming it at Batu's head. Zhang Yu prodded Batu's shoulder with his toe, the gun still trained on Batu's forehead. Batu lay still, and Zhang Yu remained vigilant. With one hand on the gun and the other gesturing, the shattered stone fragments in the hall disintegrated into a cloud of dust, mingling with the water cascading from the ceiling, forming a massive earthen dragon that surged towards Batu. Moments later, Batu was entirely enveloped in soil, leaving only his head exposed. The earth continued to gather around Batu, thickening and solidifying until a colossal mud sphere materialized before Zhang Yu, with only Batu's head visible. strands of hair entwined within the stone, causing his head to droop. Batu appeared in a pitiful state. At this moment, Wang Yao, Wang Su, and others finally arrived. Rushing in to find Batu ensnared within the stone sphere, unconscious. Their worries eased. Wang Yao looked at Zhang Yu with admiration, saying, "Team leader Zhang, impressive. In just a few minutes, you've managed to subdue him like this." The other two regarded Zhang Yu with equal curiosity. He shook his head, recalling the scene he had encountered upon entering. His expression turned grave as he said, "It wasn't me. When I arrived, they had already mutually destroyed each other. This individual had no resistance left, and I merely contained him. Enough of this. We must tend to the injured and see if there are any survivors." Thank you to the editor for the classification recommendation. For the upcoming week, I will update thrice daily. Many thanks to my loyal supporters for their generous contributions. To those who quietly sent me red envelopes and voted for recommendations, I am truly grateful. I can only repay you through diligent creation and fervent updates. Chapter 58. Batu awakens. The tallest of the four men nodded slightly and proceeded towards the eldest and the fifth in the hall. Wang Yao stuck out her tongue without uttering a word, while Wang Su chuckled. In any case, this terrorist has been subdued. This fellow dared to kill recklessly in our homeland. He should experience the might of our martial artists. Wang Yao inquired, "How shall we deal with him? Should we hand him over to the police in Kyoto?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "This individual is extremely dangerous. The Kyoto police may lack the capacity to control him. Wang Su, contact the chief immediately and inform him that the terrorist is under control. Ask him for instructions on how to proceed." Wang Su nodded, activating his smartwatch. Moments later, Yang Haitao's image appeared before the three. Upon seeing them unharmed, he exclaimed, "Where are you now? Have you entered Genesis Hospital?" Wang Yao leaned forward to obscure Wang Su's figure, feigning surprise. "Chief, we are at Genesis Hospital. What is the rush?" Yang Haitao replied gravely. "The terrorist who infiltrated Genesis Hospital has been confirmed as a transcendent being from the island nation. He is exceedingly dangerous. You must evacuate the hospital immediately." Zhang Yu and Wang Su exchanged alarmed glances. Realizing why this individual could contend against 3 ninth-level martial artists and 1 innate martial artist, he was a being beyond the 9th level. Wang Yao, seemingly carefree, burst into laughter, stepping aside to reveal a muddy sphere she had shielded from the camera. "Chief Yang, look at this." Yang Haitao stared in disbelief at the clay ball, exclaiming, "You actually captured him." Wang Yao proudly replied, "It wasn't us. It was our team leader who did it. Isn't he impressive?" Zhang Yu playfully flicked her forehead, causing her to yelp in surprise. He then stepped forward, addressing Yang Haitao, "Chief, don't listen to their nonsense. When I arrived, this person was already gravely injured from battling several martial artists and was unconscious. I merely took advantage of the situation. What should we do with him now? Hand him over to the Kyoto police or send him to the headquarters in Yenzhou?" Yang Haitao nodded at Zhang Yu, his eyes filled with admiration. "You did well, Zhang Yu. I was startled to receive the comparison notification from the Kyoto police. I was worried you would confront this monster directly. I've already contacted the Yenzhou headquarters. They should arrive shortly." Zhang Yu agreed, nodding. The term monster perfectly encapsulated this individual. As Yang Haitao reflected, his eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted, "Be careful." Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the clay sphere Zhang Yu had formed shattered, sending debris flying in all directions. Bata stood in the hall, shaking his head, frowning as the memories he had absorbed began to flood back into his mind, though this time it was not as violent as before. His first encounter with devouring memories had occurred during the apocalypse in Europe, where he battled an 8th-level Corpse King. At a critical moment, Bata inadvertently consumed the equally injured Corpse King, and his injuries were instantaneously healed upon absorption. The Corpse King's awakening of intelligence was brief, and its memories were pure, lacking the convoluted nature of human recollections. However, that instance of devouring nearly caused Bata's head to explode. This time, he had recklessly consumed the memories of 2 humans, an action that almost led to his demise. The sensation of his mind bursting, with countless events and characters forcibly crammed into his consciousness, was agonizing. Bata gasped, hoping such an occurrence would never happen again in his lifetime. Wang Su and the nearby Wang Yao jumped back in shock from the explosion as Yang Haitao's voice echoed from Wang Su's smartwatch, urgently commanding, "Do not be reckless. Evacuate the area immediately." Hearing Yang Haitao's voice, Wang Su dared not linger, grabbing Wang Yao and sprinting toward the exit. Batu observed the fleeing pair without concern, narrowing his eyes at the spot where the eldest had collapsed, only to find no trace of him remaining. He swiftly turned to look at the fifth, who was now covered in blood, lying motionless on the ground with nothing but a large stick beside him. Bata gritted his teeth, muttering, "This world still has a dragon star. I must eliminate a few dogs to collect some interest and obtain the memories of the second and third." In that moment, he discovered that this world also possessed a figure known as Dragonstar. His arm transformed into a broadsword once more as he swiftly struck towards the back of the fifth's neck. With a thunderous sound, a large hole erupted where the fifth had been, yet Bata did not strike true. A tall man emerged before him, branches and vines swirling around him. Bata narrowed his eyes at the man, who resembled an octopus with his long limbs and grasping fingers, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. The unconscious fifth and the missing eldest were ensnared by twisting vines. The man stood silently opposite Batu, observing him intently. The power of the wood element. I am increasingly enamored with this world. In the apocalypse, the wood element was a rather useless attribute, yet here it possesses such formidable capabilities. A faint golden energy enveloped the sword's blade as Bata lunged towards the man. The man did not evade. Instead, the ground around him erupted with a multitude of vines, animated under his control and shooting forth wildly. Bata swung his sword, effortlessly slicing through the vines as if they were mere tofu. Realizing the vines posed no hindrance to Batu, the man's expression changed dramatically as he retreated, dragging the unconscious duo with him in a desperate attempt to escape. Batu, unwilling to let him flee, swiftly redirected his sword, and in a flash, it was poised at the man's back. At that moment, a surge of thick spikes erupted from the ground beneath Batu. He leapt lightly into the air, aiming again at the towering man. Zhang Yu, waiting at the entrance, observed that the spikes had failed to harm Batu. He summoned a flash of yellow light. Just as Batu was about to land, another spike surged forth, abruptly halting Batu's descent mid-air in an eerie manner. After a brief pause, he resumed his pursuit of the towering man. Seeing Zhang Yu ahead, the man loosened the vines encircling the unconscious figures, sending them flying toward Zhang Yu. "I'll confront him. You take the others and leave." Chapter 59. One last call to cousin. I shall confront him. You take the others and leave, Zhang Yu instructed, seizing the two men thrown by the stranger. Yuping, do not engage him. You are no match for him. Yuping, the man addressed, pivoted to face the oncoming Batu, who charged at him like a vengeful specter. Yuping grounded himself in a stable horse stance, his hands moving in a cross pattern as numerous small objects scattered around him. These were seeds of the beech tree, known for their robust trunk, dense strength, and resilience against impact. As soon as the seeds touched the earth, they sprouted vigorously, with stout, sturdy beech trees erupting from the ground in a frenzy. Batu had already breached the circle of beech trees when one of them shot up directly towards him. Narrowing his eyes, Batu swung his massive blade to deflect the tree, but before he could react, more beech trees ascended rapidly from the ground. Batu struck another tree fiercely, but the anticipated ease of severing it did not materialize. Instead, he struggled to cleave it diagonally. The relentless onslaught of beech trees finally restrained Batu's swift movements. Glancing at Zhang Yu and Long Xingxing, who were on the verge of escaping, he bellowed in fury, unleashing a torrent of golden light from within, which enveloped his arms, transforming them into gleaming blades. Yuping commanded the chaotic growth of beech trees to surge towards Batu. In response, Batu crossed his blades before him and began to spin like a whirlwind, the trees colliding against him, only to be reduced to splinters by his ferocious strength. After this fierce clash, Yunping's face turned pale. He was clearly exhausted and dared not linger further, turning to flee towards the exit. Just as Yunpeng leaped through the doorway, the ground at the entrance trembled violently, and a surge of earth erupted, forming a thick stone wall that sealed the entrance entirely. Zhang Yu shouted desperately at Yunpeng, "Take them and leave. I will hold them back." Yuping cast a reluctant glance at Zhang Yu, gritting his teeth to refuse. "The people from Yinzhou are on their way. You are too weak to assist me now. Hurry and take them away. Do not complicate matters," Zhang Yu urged vehemently. With a reluctant shout, Yunpeng seized the first and fifth men left by Zhang Yu and dashed away. Zhang Yu continuously manipulated the earth to barricade the entrance, but he remained uncertain if he could withstand the monstrous force. Then, an irregular rumble erupted from the mound of earth at the entrance, and in mere seconds, a figure burst through the wall. Zhang Yu swiftly retreated, drawing his pistol and firing several shots at the charging Batu. Each bullet, a pale blue projectile, shot forth, but Batu adeptly dodged them with nimble movements. Zhang Yu adjusted the thumb on the grip of his gun. Firing once more, Batu lightly tapped his toes, evading the shot. Just as the bullet whizzed past him, it exploded with a resounding bang, ensnaring Batu in a shimmering blue electric net. Caught off guard, Bata trembled momentarily before tearing the net apart with fierce intensity. In a fit of frustration, Zhang Yu hurled his entire pistol at Batu and fled without hesitation. What sort of creature was this that could stun an elephant yet barely fazed him? Batu, teeth bared, roared in rage, stomping down hard and propelling himself towards Zhang Yu with blinding speed. Zhang Yu, startled by the rush of air, Bay Chapter 60. Loathing, loathing, loathing. Tu Shaoyun clenched his fist with vehement intensity, causing a multitude of earth and stone fragments in the vicinity to defy gravity and descend languidly into the air. Bata gazed upon the spectacle of Tu Shaoyun with astonishment. How could this be? He was not of such immense power. Could it be that the elemental essence of this world was indeed so concentrated? Did the biogenetic techniques of zombies, in this realm, constitute a mere pittance? An overwhelming surge of truculent animosity manifested upon Tu Shaoyun's countenance. He could no longer restrain the pent-up fury within his heart. He had endured Batu for far too long. Allowing Bata to persist would only portend perpetual unrest for the entire world. Bata had devolved into an utter degenerate, devoid of moral compass and unrestrained in his actions. From the moment he acquired extraordinary abilities, he had regarded human life as utterly inconsequential. Dust and stone, arise. Tu Shaoyun bellowed in apoplectic rage. From the ground and the air, an immense deluge of earth and stone cascaded towards Batu, obscuring the very firmament. Bata hunched over, swiftly metamorphosing into his biogenetic form. His towering, 3-meter frame dashed towards the grand hall behind him. Tu Shaoyun would not permit Bata's escape. He delivered a thunderous stomp upon the ground, causing a substantial surge of ochreous energy, tinged with spectral azure, to emanate from beneath his feet. The earth beneath Bata suddenly transformed, without warning, into a vast mire. The mud tenaciously crept up Bata's legs, immobilizing his feet within the quagmire. He plummeted to the earth with a resounding thud. The airborne earth and stone had coalesced into a colossal vortex, interspersed with jagged rocks. Bata's prone form, before he could even rise, was engulfed by the onrushing cyclone. His legs were severed at the shins. From within the vortex, Bata's agonized screams echoed, only to be silenced moments later. Zhang Yu, with eyes shut tight, struggled to withstand the tempestuous gusts. Through a slit in his arm, which shielded his face, he beheld the all-encompassing maelstrom. He was transfixed by the spectacle, rendered speechless. Could this be the ultimate manifestation of earth-based abilities? Was this truly a power that a human could wield? Zhang Yu stared at Tu Shaoyun's back in a daze, his gaze imbued with profound reverence. The lingering airborne earth and stone, centered upon Batu, began to gyrate frenetically. Bata's body, subjected to the churning earth, was reduced to a mangled, fragmented state. Tu Shaoyun furrowed his brow, sensing Bata's condition. He exhaled deeply, then uttered a soft command. Disperse. With a resounding whoosh, a violent gale arose, gradually dissipating the earth and stone. Bata's ravaged form plummeted to the ground with a dull thud. Copious amounts of viscous, russet blood seeped from Bata's body. His condition was utterly deplorable. His limbs were severed, and the skin and muscle on his body had been flayed away by the cyclone, leaving a bloodied husk lying prostrate upon the earth, gurgling blood from his mouth as he lapsed into unconsciousness once more. Tu Shaoyun had ultimately spared Bata's life. Thanks to the unique constitution of a biogenetic being, such ostensibly mortal wounds could potentially heal within a month. In late 2020, after securing a human base, Tu Shaoyun ventured alone to Europa to seek out survivors. During a rescue mission, he was ambushed by high-ranking survivors, suffering grievous injuries before escaping. Subsequently, he was targeted by the local zombie king and ultimately besieged by a horde of the undead. In his prime, Tu Shaoyun was a formidable master of earth, metal, and water elemental abilities. However, despite his formidable strength, the gravely wounded Tu Shaoyun was no match for the relentless, boundless tide of zombies. An unending battle loomed, poised to culminate in Tu Shaoyun's demise. Tu Shaoyun, having exhausted his elemental essence, endured a series of brutal blows, with a grade 8 zombie king even piercing his heart. With a shattered heart and devoid of aid, his death seemed inevitable. Yet, at this critical juncture, Bata descended like a divine savior, valiantly fighting his way through the carnage to rescue Tu Shaoyun. After escaping the zombie horde, Tu Shaoyun lapsed into a near-death coma. Lacking the self-healing capabilities of zombies and having not yet mastered the healing arts of the wood element, a shattered heart was a death sentence for Tu Shaoyun. Batu, ambushed and critically wounded by Long Xingxing at the Kyoto base, retaliated fiercely before his demise, killing Long Xingxing. Long Xingxing had previously orchestrated the murder of Shirley, igniting an unquenchable hatred in Batu. In his dying moments, Batu unhesitatingly devoured Long Xingxing's brain core. Contrary to expectations, Bata did not transform into a zombie. Instead, he evolved, gaining the unique regenerative and metamorphic traits of the undead. Although Bata survived, the loss of his beloved left him despondent, leading him to wander afar. In recent years, Bata had been preying upon the local survivors, as human brain cores possessed tenfold the potency of zombie brain cores for him. This explained why Tu Shaoyun, upon arriving in Europa, had not only failed to rescue survivors, but had also been ambushed. The locals harbored deep resentment towards those of Asian descent. Empowered by his unique zombie regenerative abilities, Batu continued to hunt human elites. 2 months prior to Tu Shaoyun's arrival in Europa, he had endured an exceptionally harrowing life-or-death struggle. During this ordeal, he captured an 8th-level female adept. Perhaps divine providence, in its pity for his devotion to Shirley, led him to capture a woman who bore a striking resemblance to her. Batu, stirred by compassion, refrained from killing the woman and instead kept her by his side. Faced with his dying brother and a woman who resembled his beloved wife, Bata made a choice. To save Tu Shaoyun, he ruthlessly slaughtered the woman, extracting a golden brain core from the back of her head and feeding it to Tu Shaoyun. Now, Tu Shaoyun was in a similar state of near-death. He employed the same method, a desperate gamble, hoping that Tu Shaoyun might survive as he had. A miracle unfolded. Driven by an indomitable will to live, Tu Shaoyun ultimately survived. Not only was his life spared, but he also evolved, inheriting the unique traits of zombies, just like Batu. Empowered by the potent regenerative abilities of the undead, Tu Shaoyun swiftly recovered. Batu, witnessing Tu Shaoyun's rapid recovery, suppressed the agony of killing the woman, for it was a sacrifice worth making. Regardless of the cost, his brother lived. Upon Tu Shaoyun's awakening, Bata briefly recounted the events that had transpired to save him. Bata eagerly anticipated that the two brothers, having both evolved with zombie abilities and retaining the human capacity to wield the 5 elements, would be able to traverse the world without fear. However, the outcome Batu awaited was not to be. Upon learning the truth, Tu Shaoyun was plunged into profound silence. He remained speechless, for his life had been purchased at the cost of another's. Now, he had become a half-human, half-zombie monstrosity. How was he to reconcile with this reality? He remained lost in thought. Batu, witnessing Tu Shaoyun's descent into the same detestable state of moral rigidity, rebuked him with vehement disapproval. Tu Shaoyun, vexed and distraught, retorted that Bata was inhumane and disregarded human life. Tu Shaoyun's character had possessed significant flaws in his early years, as the early days of the apocalypse were not as brutal or as conducive to human hysteria as they would later become. Moreover, surrounded by a group of loyal, powerful comrades, he had experienced a relatively smooth journey of survival. Tu Shaoyun's somewhat naive heart was excessively compassionate in the apocalyptic world. At times, he preferred to endure injury and hardship himself rather than involve innocent individuals. Upon learning the truth, he was consumed by shame and remorse. He could not accept the fact that another had given their life to save his. He had always aspired to establish a peaceful sanctuary for humanity. Yet he had implicated another, whose life had been sacrificed for his own. Batu, aghast and enraged, stared at his younger brother. He felt that all his efforts had been in vain, a futile endeavor, like drawing water with a sieve or boiling ice. The price he had paid was utterly worthless in Tu Shaoyun's eyes. Tu Shaoyun's benevolence was nothing more than self-destructive weakness in this apocalyptic world. All his expectations had inexplicably transformed into self-inflicted humiliation. In a fit of rage, Batu assailed Tu Shaoyun. Tu Shaoyun was recovering from grievous injuries. While Bata's wounds from the battle 2 months prior had not fully healed, he had also sustained injuries during the rescue of Tu Shaoyun. Both combatants, after 2 battles, were battered and bruised. Cloud was defenseless against Bata's feeble yet fierce assault. Such was the perfection of the bioengineered physique that Cloud endured Batu's spent fury. In the end, the brothers parted in silence and discord. Bata wordlessly bore the woman's corpse into the distance, 2 streams of remorseful tears tracing his face. Cloud never glimpsed the woman's face, which was turned downward. From the day of Bata's departure, Cloud began to comprehend the brutality of the post-apocalyptic world, realizing the futility of compassion, kindness, and forbearance. After slaying those individuals, Bata finally expelled the pent-up resentment that had been festering within him. His cultivation, which had been stagnant, broke through to the 8th level. Emboldened by this breakthrough, Bata acted with even greater impunity. He remained near Cloud, specifically hunting down the elite members of Cloud's base. He wanted Cloud to understand the true nature of the world and the immense price of betraying others. Over the course of a few years, Bata decimated a base of 300,000 people, reducing its population to a mere 200,000. Xinu met her demise when Bata disrupted Cloud's decision to relocate the base. Cloud was gradually molded into a competent leader by Bata's relentless torment. Chapter 61. The indomitable cockroach. Under the persistent incursions of Batu, the base of Tu Shaoyun descended into chaos, with every soul gripped by trepidation. His feelings towards Batu evolved from silent disdain to deep-seated animosity. Thoughts of eliminating Bata consumed him. Yet, Bata had ascended to the 9th level, wielding formidable fire abilities alongside the immortality of a bioengineered human. Although Tu Shaoyun possessed bioengineering capabilities, he stubbornly refrained from utilizing them. As the energy in the space dwindled, his powers were significantly diminished, rendering the task of vanquishing Batu exceedingly arduous. From a distance, Zhang Yu approached Tu Shaoyun. "Greetings, are you Mr. Tu Shaoyun?" Tu Shaoyun, his expression stern, gazed at the unconscious Batu. A man of principle, he believed that Bata's heinous crimes warranted no redemption, yet he recognized the distinction between grace and grievance. Debts owed must be repaid. Batu had slain many of his brothers. Could their lives be the currency to settle the debt owed to Batu? Sparing him this time would merely serve to honor the life-saving favor of the past, but once this matter was resolved, even if it meant traveling to the ends of the earth, he would ensure Batu's utter destruction. Turning to Zhang Yu, Tu Shaoyun acknowledged him as an old acquaintance from the apocalypse. Zhang Yu, Wang Su, Wang Yao, Li Yunping, along with Kai Na and Su Tang, had established a modest base in the north. After Tu Shaoyun set up his base in Mongolia, these 6 had come to join him. Ironically, they were the very ones Bata had eliminated. "I am Tu Shaoyun," he stated impassively, but Zhang Yu failed to detect any hint of remorse in his tone. Zhang Yu, filled with excitement, extended his hand towards Tu Shaoyun. "If it weren't for you, I would have fallen victim to that monster's blade." "Thank you, Mr. Tu." Tu Shaoyun grasped Zhang Yu's hand firmly. "My young brother, your enemy stands before you. Yet today, I cannot avenge you. Rest assured, I shall make amends in the future." "Are you a soil-based ability user?" Zhang Yu inquired, his heart racing. As a user of Earth abilities himself, he marveled at Tu Shaoyun's ancestral prowess in this domain. His excitement was palpable upon meeting Tu Shaoyun. Tu Shaoyun released Zhang Yu's grasp, then lightly patted his shoulder. "It has been a long time, Zhang Yu." Zhang Yu, thrilled that Tu Shaoyun called him by name, grasped Tu Shaoyun's hand once more. "Mr. Tu, how do you know my name?" "Do you know me?" Tu Shaoyun hesitated, momentarily confusing the apocalyptic world with this one. In the apocalypse, Zhang Yu had been his younger brother. However, in this reality, it was their first encounter. "Do you know Ren Xinyue?" Zhang Yu pieced it together, realization dawning upon him. "Oh, it was Xinyue who mentioned you." "Yes, senior. May I ask what level your Earth abilities have reached?" Tu Shaoyun shook his head. "I am not merely an Earth user. I have explored all 5 elemental abilities." "Then, your Earth abilities must have reached their pinnacle," Zhang Yu remarked, hope glimmering in his eyes. "I hope you can guide me in the future." "My Earth abilities have stagnated recently," Tu Shaoyun replied. "No need for such formalities. Just call me Tu Shaoyun. Let us set aside other matters for now. This person has lost his capacity to resist." As he spoke, Tu Shaoyun turned his gaze back to Batu, only to find that the once unconscious Bata had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a puddle of brown blood. Zhang Yu, equally bewildered, searched for Bata's presence. They had been so engrossed in conversation that this monster had disappeared in mere minutes. Moments later, Zhang Yu's expression shifted suddenly. "This world's Batamic." Tu Shaoyun surged forward, racing towards the hall sealed by earth and stone. Batu, meanwhile, lingered in the basement, now clad in golden armor, his severed limbs having regenerated. His arms had transformed into gleaming blades. Unbeknownst to him, Bata's body had fully healed, and he was now madly burrowing into the ground. The floor of the 3rd basement was forged from a special alloy, yet it could not impede Bata's relentless advance. He plunged into the 3rd basement and continued his reckless excavation into the 4th. Tu Shaoyun cleared the rubble at the hall's entrance, surveying the scene. By now, Bata had penetrated the 4th basement, no longer excavating downward, but instead attacking the walls ahead. Ignoring all obstacles, he barreled forth in a frenzy, demolishing every wall in his path. In the control room, the doctor observed Bata's relentless progression through the surveillance footage, excitement illuminating his face. Perfect, simply perfect. His remarkable healing and bizarre transformation abilities. If I can study his genes, it will propel my research on immortality to new heights. No, the completion of this project is imminent. The doctor seemed oblivious to the impending danger, animatedly gesturing as he speculated on the genetic mutations that granted Bata his extraordinary energy. What could possibly allow his wounded body to heal so rapidly? Boom. Bata finally shattered the last wall. The point drawing him closer resided just beyond. And as he stepped into the room, he found himself in a spacious hall, approximately 200 square meters in size, filled with advanced computing devices. At the center stood a bald old man in a white lab coat, his face alight with enthusiasm. The old man's eyes bore no trace of fear. Instead, they glowed with a fervent intensity, akin to that of a long-repressed man witnessing a naked beauty. Bada furrowed his brow at the old man's unsettling gaze. Having absorbed the memories of the second and third, Bada surmised that this world was a parallel dimension to the apocalypse, and after a brief moment of astonishment, he accepted the truth. There was indeed another version of himself in this world. With narrowed eyes glinting coldly, Bada noticed the doctor remained oblivious to his intentions. Unhurriedly, the doctor pressed a button on the control panel. Suddenly, the room was engulfed in darkness. A sinister smile crept onto Bada's lips. Zombies possessed night vision. What this world needed was only one of them. Unbeknownst to Batu, as the doctor pressed the button, power was cut throughout the entire Chaoyang district of Kyoto. Simultaneously, a low humming sound emanated from the room they occupied, and moments later, a shimmering blue energy shield materialized around the doctor. Startled, Batu retreated several paces. He had suffered too many losses today and could not afford to let his guard down. Chapter 62. The geneticist enveloped in a dimly lit chamber. The blue glow of the protective shield illuminated the room as the doctor cast a look of elation towards Batu. Batu, however, eyed the shimmering barrier with suspicion. After a brief pause, and witnessing that the shield posed no immediate threat, he approached it cautiously, extending his blade to tentatively poke at the luminous surface. Zzzt. The moment Batu's sword grazed the shield, a violent surge of electricity coursed through him, causing his body to convulse, his hair standing on end. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly retracted his sword from the shield's grasp. As he escaped the electric current, the numbness dissipated, yet he remained apprehensive, pondering the magnitude of the electric force he had just encountered. A wave of defiance surged within Batu. Was today destined to be his day of calamity? Having narrowly escaped death multiple times, now he found himself powerless against even an ordinary adversary. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions reverberated through the room, the shield's oscillations growing ever more pronounced, and a grin spread across Batu's face. With every fireball he unleashed, Batu's pin-up frustrations found a momentary release. The previous gloom began to lift. Drawing upon the memories of his companions and his own deductions, he speculated that perhaps by vanquishing the man before him, he might awaken his true potential. How could Tu Shaoyun have grown so formidable? It must be more than just the abundance of elemental energy in this realm. Perhaps he had slain another version of himself in this world. The azure glow of the shield began to dim, igniting a sense of urgency within Batu. He conjured several larger fireballs, striking the shield with increasing ferocity. The barrier trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Batu laughed maniacally, forming an even larger and denser fireball in his grasp. Just as Batu was about to unleash his fiery orb, a fierce gust of wind whirled past his ear. Startled, he raised his elbow defensively, only to be hurled sideways by a resounding explosion. The fireball in his hand dissipated instantly. Tu Shaoyun glanced at the elder within the shield and leapt towards Batu. In a moment of humiliation, Batu roared, his arm transforming into a blade as he lunged at Tu Shaoyun. With a swift kick, Tu Shaoyun struck Batu's blade, seizing his opportunity to grasp Batu's neck. Batu writhed in desperation, narrowly evading capture as he retreated towards the breach in the wall, desperate to escape. Tu Shaoyun pursued relentlessly. How was it that Batu could recover so swiftly from his injuries? Upon first arriving in this world, Batu had self-destructed in front of everyone, only to reconstitute himself. Could this be an ungrasped biochemical ability? No, Tu Shaoyun dismissed this notion. While biogenics were indeed extraordinary, immortality was not among their gifts. Tu Shaoyun expelled a sphere of water that collided with an approaching fireball, extinguishing it in a cascade of steam. Having honed his mastery over the 5 elemental forces in the apocalyptic world, Tu Shaoyun had absorbed the essence of his counterpart in this realm, doubling his physical prowess. Following that, he cultivated inner strength, enhancing his meridians. Coupled with the relentless influx of spiritual energy from the cosmos in his mind, his personal combat capabilities had increased tenfold. This was why Batu, once an equal foe, now found himself utterly overmatched. As Tu Shaoyun soared into the hall, he saw only Batu's fleeing silhouette. Ah! A series of anguished cries echoed from outside the building. Tu Shaoyun rushed out to find a man and woman sprawled on the ground, their throats grotesquely mangled, blood gushing forth while their bodies convulsed, teetering on the brink of death. Beside them knelt a man, frantically wailing, his own clothing tattered. Clearly, the three had encountered Batu in a violent clash. After a moment's hesitation, Tu Shaoyun resolved to intervene. He focused his energy to examine the victim's injuries. The man grasped Tu Shaoyun's hand as he reached for the woman's neck, demanding, "Who are you? Get away." With a swift motion, Tu Shaoyun hurled the man aside, his fury preventing any semblance of civility. The urgency to save the two was paramount. Without immediate attention, they would surely perish. After a brief assessment, Tu Shaoyun's tense expression softened slightly. Fortunately, their spines were intact, though their windpipes had been ruptured. He unleashed his wood elemental abilities, encasing their necks, cleansing the blood from their tracheas, while rapidly repairing the damaged tissue. The man who had been thrown aside recovered, his face contorted with rage. Upon witnessing Tu Shaoyun's efforts to save the two, his expression shifted to one of concern. He scrambled to Tu Shaoyun's side, inquiring, "How are they?" Within a minute, the color returned to the victims' faces, their wounds beginning to heal. Tu Shaoyun turned to the injured man and demanded, "Where did the one who harmed you go?" The man suddenly recalled Batu, springing to his feet in a fury. "That bastard. I will kill him." Tu Shaoyun gripped the man's shoulders, insisting, "I need to know where he is. I didn't see clearly. He moved too quickly." The man replied, humiliated, without waiting for further explanation. Tu Shaoyun bellowed and soared into the sky, his consciousness expanding to encompass a radius of 10,000 meters, scanning the populace below. "I will find you, Bata." The man, filled with indignation, recognized that they were all skilled fighters in the realm of Yinzhou, yet they had been ambushed without even catching a glimpse of their assailant, nearly resulting in a fatal encounter. He was grateful for the enigmatic figure before him. Without Tu Shaoyun, his friends would undoubtedly have perished. The man wished to voice his gratitude, but as he witnessed this mysterious individual ascend into the air, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This person could defy gravity? Who was this enigmatic figure? The wood-based healing abilities had restored them in mere moments, and now he could soar through the skies. Why had he never heard of such a being before? The man watched, bewildered, as Tu Shaoyun disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, within the subterranean laboratory, the doctor observed the dimming glow of the protective shield. He pressed a button once more, silencing the hum that filled the air, causing the shield to vanish. At that instant, power surged back into the Chaoyang district. The doctor activated the communication button on his glasses, placing a call. Soon, a woman's voice responded, "Dr. Bata? What is it?" The flush of excitement that had colored the doctor's face faded as he replied in a calm tone, "Ms. Yong-Ying, I agree to join the genetic team at Future Technology and to submit all research findings. However, in addition to the conditions previously promised, I have one more stipulation. Chapter 63 Uncle, I agree to join your company's genetic team and will submit all my research findings. However, in addition to the conditions you previously promised me, I have one more stipulation," Yong-Ying said softly. "Please, go ahead, Doctor," he replied. "I want one person," Yong-Ying continued. "Oh? What kind of person does the doctor require?" Yong-Ying chuckled lightly. "This matter is quite simple. I can take the liberty to agree to it," Dr. Bata scoffed. "But do not be so hasty in your agreement. If you cannot deliver, it would only diminish my regard for you. I will send you his video now. This individual is exceptionally skilled. If you cannot locate him, you may contact me. I possess a locator for him. Regardless of where he hides, I can track him down." What Dr. Badu referred to as a locator was, in truth, a point of mental tethering. The woman was momentarily taken aback and replied softly, "Dr. Badu, perhaps it is due to your unfamiliarity with our company that you harbor some doubts regarding our technological prowess. Here is my proposal. Before the sun rises tomorrow, we will deliver the person you seek to your specified location to assuage your concerns." How does that sound? Dr. Bata noncommittally grunted in response and hung up the phone. After a few deft maneuvers on his smartwatch, the surveillance footage concerning Badu had been copied. He then transmitted the video to the liaison of Future Technologies and exited the room. Above Genesis Hospital, helicopters and fighter jets swarmed the skies. Tu Shaoyun soared rapidly, his consciousness scouring the heavens and the earth below. Yet, not only did he fail to locate Badu, but he also attracted a barrage of aerial assaults. Several fighter jets relentlessly pursued him, unleashing a furious hail of gunfire. Tu Shaoyun's expression grew increasingly somber. The inability to find Badu was already infuriating enough. Now, this swarm of aircraft buzzed around him like pesky flies. With a sense of frustration, Tu Shaoyun made another loop in the air, his figure gliding above the research building. How could he have evaded my mental search? In merely 2 minutes, how could he vanish without a trace? At the entrance of the research building, a significant number of SWAT officers and medical personnel had gathered. The perimeter of the building was cordoned off with warning tape. and numerous officers stood guard to deter journalists and the public from prying. In the plaza, medical staff busied themselves gathering severed limbs, while several police communication command vehicles were parked nearby. Zhang Yu, along with a group of individuals who were clearly not part of the medical or police teams, clustered around a police vehicle. Zhang Yu anxiously glanced at the situation above and then barked sternly at someone inside the vehicle. By Jiang, revoke the attack orders immediately. That person in the sky is not the enemy. By Jiang, with a grim expression, jumped down from the command vehicle. He glared at Zhang Yu, saying, "Then tell me. Who is he? He is neither an officer nor one of your Jioding people. What is he doing here? Today, nearly 100 people have died. You Jioding must provide an explanation." Zhang Yu shook his head, his expression one of despair. "This is a terrorist attack. Your police force has suffered no casualties. Yet you demand an explanation from us?" The assailant is classified as an SSS-level terrorist. He has infiltrated Huagua and made his way to Kyoto. It seems your police force is the one that owes the nation an explanation. Bai Jiang snorted derisively. Jioding is tasked with safeguarding Huagua and monitoring all ability users. Now, one has wreaked havoc in Huagua. That is your responsibility. Stop casting blame on us. This ability user has caused significant harm, and it is a dereliction of duty on your part. Bai Jiang's arrogant demeanor visibly diminished as he regarded the man before him with apprehension. He addressed him gravely. "Tu Shao, I implore you to exercise restraint. The identity of this man in the sky remains uncertain, and his strength is formidable. I feared he might let loose some ill-intentioned individuals, which is why I issued the attack orders. The terrorist has vanished, and I suspect it is related to this man above. Stop talking nonsense. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter is not yours to meddle in. Quickly revoke the attack orders. We will handle the rest ourselves." Boom. As they spoke, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the sky, a fireball blossoming above. Tu Shaoyun held the pilot of a fighter jet in his grasp, his expression icy as he regarded the nearby aircraft. "A bunch of incompetent fools," Tu Shaoyun muttered. The explosion sent shockwaves through the crowd below, and after a moment of stunned silence, Bai Jiang, infuriated, pointed at Tu Shaoyun and shouted, "Look at that. What else could that be if not a terrorist?" Boom. Another explosion rang out as a second aircraft targeting Tu Shaoyun met its end. "Bai Jiang, you fool. If it weren't for your reckless orders, things would not have escalated to this point. Revise the attack orders now." Tu Shaoyun roared at Bai Jiang. "Fine. Well done, Jioding of Yinzhou." Bai Jiang's face was taut with anger, a sarcastic smile creeping onto his lips as he turned and jumped back into the communication command vehicle. The fighter jet surrounding Tu Shaoyun, upon receiving the order to retreat, swiftly disappeared from sight. The pilots felt as if cold water had been thrown over them, beads of sweat trickling down their faces and backs. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Several officers standing guard, already spooked by the scene of severed limbs, were startled by the sudden arrival, instinctively aiming their weapons at the figure. A few officers with weaker nerves fired their weapons in panic. "Stop!" Zhang Yu shouted. The bullets halted just shy of several officers' foreheads as Tu Shaoyun released the two fighter pilots onto the ground. The bullets, now free from Tu Shaoyun's control, clattered harmlessly to the ground, leaving the officers who had narrowly escaped death trembling and collapsing to the ground. Tu Shaoyun scanned the chaotic plaza before shifting his gaze to a group of well-equipped individuals gathered nearby. The menacing aura emanating from Tu Shaoyun caused the crowd to take a step back. Zhang Yu exchanged glances with Tu Shaoyun and approached, asking, "Have you found him?" "He got away," Tu Shaoyun replied solemnly. One of the men stepped forward, clasping his fist in respect. "I am Tu Feihu from Jioding of Yinzhou. Thank you for your assistance just now." In his haste to find Badu, Tu Shaoyun had not closely observed this man. Now, upon hearing the introduction, he squinted and scrutinized him. Tu Feihu, feeling somewhat uneasy under Tu Shaoyun's gaze, finally exclaimed, You are Shaoyun, uncle?" Tu Feihu stepped forward and embraced Tu Shaoyun with excitement. "Little uncle, you have awakened. How have you become so youthful?" Chapter 64. At 40, in the wake of a monumental evolution of the world, the average human lifespan has transcended the century mark, with some conservative medical experts estimating that within the next 30 years, this average may soar to 150 years. Before me stands Tu Feihu, the son of Tu Shaoyun's cousin, Tu Shaofeng. When the apocalypse struck, this young lad was merely 12 years old. At that time, Tu Shaoyun ventured north in search of relatives, scouring all of Kyoto without finding a single kin. By the time he established his own power, it is likely that all his family had perished. for survival in the apocalypse was akin to an insurmountable challenge. At the onset of the apocalypse, Tu Shaoyun was 26 years old. 15 years later, he remains physically unchanged, still appearing as he did at 26, while Tu Feihu has matured and is now 27. In this new world, humans experience an exceedingly slow aging process once they reach 30. Thus, an individual who appears to be in their 50s may actually be over 60. Naturally, cases like Tu Shaoyun's, where a man in his 40s retains the visage of one in their 20s, are exceedingly rare. Tu Shaoyun clapped Tu Feihu on the shoulder, indicating that any matters of discussion could wait, as this was not the place for reminiscing. Tu Feihu released his embrace and inquired, "Uncle, what brings you here? Do you know that extraordinary ability user?" Tu Shaoyun pondered briefly. This group of individuals from the apocalypse holds a unique status, and the information regarding the two solar systems is nothing short of astonishing. Should the events of another parallel world be revealed to the public, they would likely be dismissed as delusional. Tu Feihu nodded in understanding, recalling that the founder of this hospital was his uncle's cousin. The creator of this hospital was named Biochemical, a relative on his mother's side. Tu Shaoyun likened the apocalypse to a harsh training ground, attempting to provide a rational explanation for the origins of this group, whether others believed it was beyond his control. Suddenly, a voice from behind Tu Feihu teased, "Tu, aren't you going to introduce us to your uncle?" The man emphasized uncle, eliciting laughter from Tu Feihu's companions, who found it amusing that he had such a young uncle. Tu Feihu playfully slapped the top of the man's head, laughing, "You rascal, my uncle is nearly 40. He has cultivated his formidable wood-based abilities to the point of near rejuvenation, while you all, despite your youth, appear prematurely aged. The wood ability signifies vitality." It was precisely this ability that Tu Shaoyun employed to heal the two injured individuals earlier. Tu Feihu considered it to be Tu Shaoyun's extraordinary powers that enabled him to maintain his youthful appearance. The group gazed in astonishment at Tu Shaoyun, and the man who had been playfully struck by Tu Feihu remarked dramatically, "Uncle, you're really almost 40? The atmosphere lightened by the jovial banter of the younger crowd. Tu Shaoyun merely shook his head in silence. Recognizing his uncle's reluctance to elaborate, Tu Feihu promptly introduced, "Uncle, allow me to present our team. Wang Long, by you. Lu Yongming, and Hao Sha." He gestured to the four individuals before him. Tu Shaoyun acknowledged them with a nod, and Tu Feihu continued, "We belong to the first squad of Jioding. The two injured individuals are Wang Rong and Ren Ishiong. We arrived here after receiving a distress signal from colleagues in Shuzhou, only to be ambushed before we could even see our assailants." As Tu Feihu spoke, his embarrassment grew, and the light-hearted expressions of his companions faded. Zhang Yu, standing beside them, remarked, "Tu Feihu, there's no need for self-reproach. That creature's power surpassed our comprehension. When I entered, I witnessed it absorb two ninth-level warriors from the Long family directly into itself." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Tu Shaoyun raised an eyebrow, finally grasping the situation. No wonder he had searched fruitlessly for Batu. It turned out he had shape-shifted to evade Tu Shaoyun's mental probing. Tu Shaoyun and Batu shared a unique characteristic in their devouring abilities. Once a target was absorbed, they could assume the form of that individual at will. This transformation was not merely superficial but involved alterations at the genetic level. Thus, once transformed, they would entirely embody the absorbed individual, with memories, fingerprints, irises, and DNA all matching. No device could discern the truth from the facade. Tu Shaoyun had previously used this very ability to clarify Ren Xinyue's doubts. Tu Feihu, perplexed, inquired, "Absorb? What does that mean? Did you eat them?" Zhang Yu recalled the terrifying scene and seemed reluctant to elaborate further. "There are surveillance cameras in the building. You can review the footage later to understand." Tu Shaoyun shook his head. "Bata Monk is still inside. I must check on him." He nodded gratefully to Zhang Yu and the others. "There is no need for formalities. I must thank you for your timely assistance." Tu Shaoyun acknowledged Zhang Yu with a nod before turning to enter the hall. As Tu Shaoyun walked away, Li Yunping, standing next to Zhang Yu, whispered, "Zhang, didn't you say his earth abilities were at their peak? How come Team Leader 2 said he specializes in wood abilities?" Zhang Yu shook his head, remaining silent. Tu Shaoyun had already informed him that he had mastery over all 5 elemental abilities. The two groups followed Tu Shaoyun into the hall. The interior of the hall, having endured several fierce battles, lay in ruins. A security line had been erected, and the operational indicators for over 20 internal elevators were illuminated. Just as Tu Shaoyun and the others entered, the door of one elevator slowly opened. This elevator, located at the far right, was exclusively for the lower levels. and a bald man clad in a white lab coat emerged. Tu Shaoyun approached the man briskly, observing the middle-aged figure whose visage was aged and sallow. His previous wariness toward this Badu lessened slightly. After all, the Badu of two worlds was not one and the same. Are you all right? The doctor scrutinized Tu Shaoyun closely, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. When did you awaken? How have you become so youthful? Tu Shaoyun refrained from responding to Badu's inquiry. We shall discuss that later. Is the point of attraction still nearby? It's no longer close. I sense it has moved northward at a swift pace, Badu casually replied. Tu Shaoyun nodded. Badu is of Mongolian descent, born in Mongolia, and his wife, Shirley, is also Mongolian. It seems Badu intends to head north in search of his world as Shirley. An unexpected thought struck Tu Shaoyun. If there exists a Badu in this world, then does Shirley reside in Kyoto? Badu, how are you and Shirley? Badu paused, his voice barely above a whisper. We've been divorced for nearly 10 years. It's been a long time since we last communicated. She may have remarried. I believe she has been living in Mongolia. Despite our separation, I am grateful for her family's support over a decade ago. Without their assistance, I would not be who I am today. Chapter 65, Tu Shaoyun, possessing 2,000 cc of blood, nodded with a sense of relief. Regardless of the world one inhabits, reality oftentimes proves to be far more pragmatic than fantasy. Badamlink, much like the portly individual, had remained dormant for 15 years. Science from prestigious families might adhere to familial arrangements regarding personal unions. Tu Shaoyun surmised Badu's transformation into a disillusioned individual after Shirley's demise in the post-apocalyptic realm, projecting a similar narrative for this world's Badu and Shirley. Little did he know that Badu's separation from Shirley stemmed from his disdain for her perceived burdensome nature, leading him to relinquish her willingly. Not wishing to dwell on Shirley, Tu Shaoyun advised, I shall remain in Kyoto from now on. Should you need me, reach out without delay. The doctor, with a placid expression and a fleeting glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, remarked indifferently, by the way, Shaoyun, I require a sample of your blood for a study on your evolution. The image of Tu Shaoyun battling Badu outside the building flashed through the doctor's mind. He believed the young man's cells held significant research value. My blood? Tu Shaoyun frowned. From the memories of the portly man, he learned that Badu had similarly remained dormant throughout the years, not obsessively pursuing awakening methods, but rather focusing on genetic studies to unravel the secrets of human DNA. The doctor nodded and pulled Tu Shaoyun towards the elevator. After a moment of contemplation, Tu Shaoyun acquiesced and allowed himself to be drawn into the lift. The brain cores of the zombies could infect individuals from this world, transforming them into contagious undead. Being half human and half zombie, one would assume that his blood would possess a toxic quality for the people here. However, when attempting to save the portly man, Tu Shaoyun had unwittingly employed a blood transfusion method. Although it did not revive him, the portly man's condition had noticeably improved upon receiving his blood. What secrets could his blood possibly conceal? After Badu and Tu Shaoyun entered the elevator, Zhang Yu and Tu Feihu intended to follow. Badu inquired, who are they? Stepping forward, Tu Feihu replied, Dr. Badu, we are from Jioding. The casualties from this incident are substantial, and we require access to your laboratory surveillance footage. The doctor, with a raised brow, reached for the communication button on his glasses, but Tu Shaoyun restrained his hand, stating, they are my friends. Had they not intervened, you would have met with misfortune. Badu nodded non-committally, lowering his hand from the communicator. He stepped back, granting space for the others to enter. Zhang Yu and Tu Feihu, along with their respective team members, filed into the elevator. Before long, they arrived at the lower level. The doctor led the way into a room, followed by Tu Shaoyun and the others. Badu instructed, you all should leave, it's too noisy. Tu Shaoyun nodded, please wait outside. Zhang Yu and Tu Feihu exchanged glances and guided everyone out of the room. Recalling the blood sampling incident in the office lobby, Tu Shaoyun intentionally softened his skin to facilitate the needle's entry. He felt his blood being drawn in a continuous flow. After nearly a minute, the machine showed no signs of stopping, and he felt the substantial loss of blood. Frowning, he asked, Badu, how much blood do you intend to draw? Enough, just 2,000 cc. Badu replied casually. 2,000 cc? Surely you jest. Tu Shaoyun's expression darkened. The doctor turned off the machine and retrieved a large sealed bottle from the back of the apparatus, placing it in a nearby cold storage unit. Ignoring Tu Shaoyun, who remained restrained, Badu busied himself in the cold storage, preparing test tubes to collect blood. Tu Shaoyun slightly furrowed his brow. Despite being the same individual across two worlds, Badu's action of drawing blood revealed a shared trait of selfishness between the two versions. Tu Shaoyun freed his arms from their bindings, flexed his wrists, and remarked to the engrossed Batu, "It has been years since we last met. Shall we find a place to sit and talk? Tomorrow, we will have results," Batu replied, his gaze locked on the blood in the test tubes. Not shifting for a moment, Tu Shaoyun exited the room, glancing back at Batu one last time. "I shall take my leave. I will return tomorrow." Batu looked up at him and said, "Go on. Inform the geoding personnel. I will have someone send the surveillance footage shortly." Tu Shaoyun acknowledged with a nod and approached Zhang Yu and the others. As he strode towards them, they regarded him with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Tu Feihu remarked, "Little uncle, Zhang Yu claims your earth-based abilities have reached their pinnacle, allowing you to transform a space into a realm of soil and stone, even summoning earth and stone tornadoes to vanquish foes. Is this true?" Noting the nature of their conversation, Tu Shaoyun responded, "It is not as exaggerated as he claims. I am unaware of how your levels are categorized, so I cannot provide extensive explanations. Let us step outside. Dr. Batu will send the surveillance footage to geoding shortly." When Tu Shaoyun wielded his earth power, it was not merely a simple earth attribute. He had integrated the 5 elemental forces. Each time he utilized this power, it contained elements of metal or water, with the most pronounced being the spatial attributes unique to an 8th-level elemental manipulator from the post-apocalyptic realm. In that desolate world, individuals harnessed brain cores to absorb and compress the elemental forces within space. The comprehension of elemental abilities ranged from levels 1 to 4. The ability to wield one elemental power was classified as level 5. Proficient use of one elemental power was classified as level 6. The transformation of elemental abilities into manifestations such as wind, thunder, ice, and marsh was deemed level 7. Mastery of spatial abilities, focusing on refining and manipulating a single elemental force, along with the capability to project mental visualizations, was recognized as level 8. The highest level, level 9, encompassed the manipulation of time, an ability shared by Tu Shaoyun and Biochemical, granting them the power of teleportation. If one were to deduce from this, the earth power in this realm, even at its zenith, could never match Tu Shaoyun's prowess. From the outset of his training in the elemental arts, he had pursued all 5 elements concurrently. His 8th-level mastery was not a solitary achievement, it was the simultaneous attainment of all 5 attributes at the 8th level. Before his mutation into a biochemical entity, Batu was a level 6 fire manipulator. As his abilities evolved, so too did his fire manipulation alongside his transformation. In the post-apocalyptic world, the elemental energies waned, significantly diminishing Tu Shaoyun's specialized control over the elements, rendering it challenging to showcase his true strength. Conversely, this world prospered from the devastation of the post-apocalyptic realm, with abundant elemental energy nearly liquidifying. For Tu Shaoyun, who specialized in elemental manipulation, this place felt like home. He could confidently assert that he feared no individual, faction, or nation. As they conversed, the group entered the elevator, and the doors slowly closed behind them. Batu, fixated on the blood of Tu Shaoyun, wore an increasingly fervent expression. This new blood was unlike the undead cells. It was not merely a mutation. Tu Shaoyun's cells appeared to possess an extraordinary quality, seemingly altered beyond the ordinary. By merely observing Tu Shaoyun's blood, Batu could discern its uniqueness. The vitality of these blood cells seemed remarkably strong, indicating that Tu Shaoyun's genes had undergone a transformation. Chapter 66. The Invaluable Gift of Life. Dr. Batu, filled with urgency, hurried toward the cold storage room, pressing the communicator on his glasses as he walked. Assistant Joe. "Doctor, where are you? Do not concern yourself with me. Please proceed to the 4th basement level and obtain a copy of the surveillance video from the monitoring room and deliver it to geoding. I have just utilized the blood collection device and replaced the collector. Have you notified the insurance company?" "Understood, doctor. I will take care of it. The insurance company has been informed, and the police are looking for you to clarify certain matters. I have no time for that. From now on, no one is to disturb me." Dr. Batu took the vial containing the blood of Tu Shaoyun and briskly entered the elevator. He removed the key from around his neck and inserted it into the keyhole beneath the elevator buttons, gently turning it. The dimly lit buttons for the 5th and 6th basements illuminated, and he selected the 6th basement option as the elevator began to close slowly. Yet, Assistant Joe had more to say. Dr. Batu interrupted him, stating, "I will handle it. You take care of the aftermath." With that, he ended the call, contemplated for a moment, and sent a message using his smartwatch. Tu Shaoyun, accompanied by Tu Feihu, Zhang Yu, and others, arrived at a building in the city center. This building was somewhat shorter than its nearby counterparts, exuding a weighty atmosphere. Upon entering, Tu Feihu led the group to a room on the 13th floor, giving a few instructions to Liu Yongming and Hao Sha, who then turned to attend to their tasks. Over the years, the once sociable fatty had grown increasingly reclusive. When family or friends visited, he would outright refuse to receive them, leading to a gradual decrease in visitors. Tu Feihu had a cousin named Tu Xiong, the child of Tu Shaoyun's second brother, Tu Shaoyun. These two children were notorious for their mischief in their youth, having once dared to collaborate in stealing a bicycle at the age of 10. Their act was captured by community surveillance, and the school was promptly informed of their misdeed. Upon learning of this, Tu Shaoyun and his elder brother intervened to prevent the punishment that the two boys rightly deserved. Suddenly, Tu Feihu smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget about fourth uncle? Little uncle, you've lived in the magic city for so long that I almost mistook you for a local. Well then, tomorrow, Xionggu and I will visit you." That little rascal has grown strong, mastering both supernatural abilities and inner strength. He has become the ace of our juding in Yenzhou. He used to brag about defeating you, but now it seems he may never have that chance, ha ha ha. As Tu Shaoyun reminisced about his youth, a faint smile graced his face. During Tu Feihu and Tu Xiong's childhood, he would often engage them in combat games, effortlessly defeating the two boys, who would end up in tears. Afterward, he would boastfully declare, "I am invincible. I await your challenge at any time." In their teenage years, Tu Feihu and Tu Xiong set an ultimate goal, to defeat Tu Shaoyun. Of course, these memories belong to a simpler time, before the apocalypse, a carefree era now long gone. Since returning from the end of the world, Tu Shaoyun had been forcing himself to assimilate into a peaceful society. Yet, he felt an inherent dissonance with everything around him. Perhaps he had only superficially integrated into society, while deep within, he harbored a strong aversion to the world. Tu Feihu suddenly asked, "Little uncle, are you interested in joining Joding?" Tu Shaoyun pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "No, I have grown old. I only wish to lead a tranquil life." Tu Feihu looked at his younger uncle, whose appearance was more youthful than his own, and complained, "Little uncle, how can you consider yourself old? You're still allowing us to live at all." "Little uncle, with greater power comes greater responsibility. You have already displayed your strength publicly. A peaceful life may not be within your grasp. Indeed, but when one regains something, will it still resemble what was lost?" Tu Shaoyun, once the leader of the last human stronghold in the apocalypse, understood that a leader must possess not only formidable strength and a firm hand, but also a heart capable of embracing others, a rational mind that knows how to exercise self-restraint and control over others. He had witnessed the fragility of life too many times and sought to comprehend its meaning. It is life that bestows humanity upon humans. It is through life that one becomes human. Although every life inevitably ends in death, the journey from birth to death is intricate and laden with significance, carrying the hopes, expectations, and concerns of loved ones. The preciousness of life lies in its illusory nature, yet it feels undeniably real. We often perceive life as fragile. However, at times, it can exhibit astonishing resilience. Life is unpredictable, yet it possesses an inherent order. Throughout its course, one may encounter injury, disappointment, helplessness, and misfortune. Yet these are the very elements that render life remarkable. The myriad experiences and hardships encountered throughout life contribute to its completeness. The passing of each life signifies the emergence of anguish. Humanity's essence lies in wisdom, the ability to discern right from wrong, and the capacity to suppress sudden malevolent thoughts. When one possesses the power to wantonly take another's life, only by grasping the value of life can one approach it with reverence, safeguarding rather than harming it. As each life draws breath beneath the rising sun, the leader of the survivors may exclaim, with gratitude to heaven and earth, "How wonderful it is that we all live." Seeing Tu Shaoyun lost in profound contemplation, Tu Feihu's eyes sparkled with clarity. "Little uncle, I just heard from team leader Zhang that you have not changed your information card in a while. We can replace it here. Would you like to do that?" Tu Shaoyun gathered his thoughts, feeling a flicker of doubt. Is Joding's influence truly so extensive? Can you really change the information card? Isn't this a matter typically overseen by the police department? Zhang Yu, standing beside Tu Feihu, hurriedly interjected, "Our internal system can also process information card changes. However, we focus on supernatural beings. You, Senior, are indeed a true master of such abilities, so naturally, this matter falls to us." Zhang Yu's explanation seemed somewhat tenuous, prompting Tu Shaoyun to narrow his eyes in contemplation. In the apocalypse, internal strife had erupted due to unclear power distribution among law enforcers. resulting in the loss of many innocent lives, despite being swiftly quelled. Jiuding and the police, as law enforcers, should ideally remain independent. Much like how police lack authority over military matters because the military possesses its own independent judicial system. In the event of a crisis, the military resolves issues autonomously, without local interference. Likewise, Jiuding is primarily tasked with handling supernatural incidents, and it should not overstep its bounds regarding matters of registration. Chapter 67. The shock of surveillance footage. The actions of Jiuding have somewhat overstepped their bounds. If this continues, a more severe conflict between Jiuding and the police department is inevitable. Tu Shaoyun is correct. Jiuding has no authority to intervene in local matters. The military, Jiuding, and the police are distinct enforcement agencies of the state, each with clearly defined roles. In exceptional circumstances, the military, Jiuding, and police collaborate to maintain stability. But during normal times, they do not interfere with one another. In the event of significant criminal cases, the police may seek assistance from the military, while in cases involving extraordinary abilities, they would turn to Jiuding. However, regardless of the incident, it is the police who are the first to engage with the public. Which is why Bai Jiozhang from the police force made every effort to apprehend the suspects during the Bata incident. They bear a great responsibility if they do nothing. They cannot justify their inaction to higher authorities before a conclusion is reached. Once Jiuding becomes involved, the handling of the incident only transfers to them when the situation escalates to a certain level. After Tu Feihu took on the responsibility for the Bata incident, the connection to the police diminished, and all responsibility fell upon Jiuding. Jiuding, like the military, possesses the right to alter an individual's identity, but only if that individual is an ability user and has been documented within the police system before being referred to Jiuding for further action. Tu Shaoyun glanced at Zhang Yu and Tu Feihu, wondering what these two mischievous young men were scheming. Tu Feihu took the information card from Tu Shaoyun and chuckled. "You need not do anything, just wait here. Wang Long, please reissue my uncle's information card." He then inquired, "Tu team, how should we classify this uncle's special status?" Tu Feihu shot him a stern look. "Is that even a question? It should undoubtedly be classified as S." Wang Long whispered in Tu Feihu's ear. "Uncle has undergone an ability test. I fear we can't mark him as S. Perhaps we should take him for a test. He is incredibly powerful and should easily qualify as S." Tu Feihu pushed Wang Long away, seemingly anxious that Tu Shaoyun might ask questions. He quickly replied, "What test? If S doesn't fit, just mark it as A. If that fails, then B. Whatever you choose, just hurry." Wang Long acknowledged and hurriedly exited the room. Tu Shaoyun turned his gaze back to the others, still curious about their mysterious activities. Tu Feihu nodded. "Send the footage to my smart brain." "Understood." As Tu Feihu received the transmission of the surveillance footage, he issued a communication directive. "What about Lu Yongming, Rongrong, and Yixiong?" Lu Yongming and Hao Sha, who had just left on business, were now in a room on the 11th floor filled with nutrient tanks. He looked at the well-prepared man and woman before him. "Tu team, they are both fine now." These two were the individuals who had their throats pierced by Bata outside the Genesis hospital. Tu Feihu instructed, "You all come up. The surveillance footage from Genesis Hospital has arrived." Lu Yoming replied affirmatively, and the four of them left the room together. With a clear sound, the video transmission completed. Tu Feihu activated the projection device in the living room, selecting the sharing playback mode, and several 3D projections appeared instantly. He synchronized the footage to the moments leading up to the incident, pausing at the image of the guard team aiming their weapons at the elevator entrance. At that moment, two men and two women entered the room. Tu Feihu said nothing more and gestured for the four to sit down before clicking the play button. In the footage, Bata's figure flickered as he began to slaughter the guards mercilessly. Zhang Yu and Tu Feihu's expressions darkened instantaneously. The abilities Bata employed were neither elemental powers nor internal energy, yet his lethality surpassed both. This was the very ability that had challenged our police department in the war with the East Island nation. Hands transforming into weapons, muscles projecting outward to kill. Such a peculiar ability had likely never before been seen in the world. Tu Feihu remarked gravely. Lu Yongming tentatively asked, "Could it be that liquid metal is implanted within, altering his physiology?" Tu Feihu's expression grew serious. Could it be that metal had been implanted in his body? If so, such technology might only exist in the realm of future science. Tu Feihu pushed the square footage aside and expanded the footage from the hall. In the video, Bata entered the hall and engaged in battle with four warriors from the Long family. Tu Shaoyun's focus was not on Bata, but rather on the four warriors battling him. The four moved around Bata with agility, their forms appearing ethereal and elusive. Whenever Batu attempted to strike one, that person would skillfully evade, causing blades and swords to unleash sharp energy that relentlessly battered the surrounding walls, leaving numerous scars etched into the surface. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into cheers as the footage reached the moment when Batu was pierced through the heart and back. Tu Shaoyun narrowed his eyes, surveying the four individuals in the footage. Batu was actually gravely injured in this world. Though neither Batu nor Tu Shaoyun would die from a pierced heart, they would still need a place to recuperate. Under normal circumstances, after sustaining such a lethal blow, Batu would surely seek to escape immediately. Yet, in the footage, Batu displayed no intention to flee. Instead, he retaliated fiercely, driving everyone back. Tu Shaoyun's confusion deepened. Could his confidence to counterattack stem from a secret ability to heal at will? What sort of monster is this? Where did those two warriors go? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. The 3D footage grew increasingly gruesome as Batu morphed into a bioorganic entity, slamming the two warriors to the ground, his fists raining down upon them until they were reduced to mere pulp, vanishing without a trace as they were pulled into his own flesh. Tu Feihu furrowed his brow at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu spread his hands. This is what I meant by him absorbing people. When I entered the hall, he was mercilessly hammering those two. Tu Feihu rewound the footage a few frames, paused it, and zoomed in. He circled the virtual projection of Batu, his eyes fixed on the area where Batu's heart lay, now pierced by a long sword. Everyone followed Tu Feihu's gaze, and upon closer inspection, they collectively gasped. What monstrous being is this, with a maw full of fangs, skeletal wings emerging from its back, and a visage transformed into that of a demon? A stab through the back caused no harm, and a heart pierced through did not lead to death. After only a brief moment of weakness, it quickly regained vigor. How could such a creature exist in this world? Is it truly a demon risen from the depths of hell? Chapter 68. National Martial Arts Training. Tu Shaoyun's gaze fixated on Batu's waist, where a pouch of moderate size hung, emitting a faint, ethereal glow reminiscent of glass. Was it the multicolored glass stone that was continually healing his injuries? It dawned on him that when Batu had rescued him years ago, he had taken the stone he had inadvertently acquired, mistakenly believing it lost amidst the encroaching horde. It had remained in Batu's possession all along, which meant he could self-detonate without fear of death, his shattered bones mending within mere minutes, all thanks to this multicolored glass stone. Tu Shaoyun pondered deeply. The 3D projection resumed, replaying the scene of the four surrounding Batu until his demise. A sense of suspicion arose in his heart. The movements of these four individuals were exceedingly peculiar, their bodies brimming with sword energy, their forms graceful and agile. The lethal brilliance emanating from their weapons was palpable. What kind of prowess could imbue blades with such formidable power, capable of leaving deep gashes without even the need for bullets? The footage progressed to the moment Zhang Yu controlled the unconscious Batu, who awoke to pursue Zhang Yu and his companions. Li Yunping, observing the confrontation between himself and Batu on the screen, felt a rush of shame, his face alternating between hues of green and white. Only after watching the earlier battle footage did he grasp the extent of his own ignorance at that moment. Tu Shaoyun glanced at Li Yunping, the prodigious wood element user who had been the first to apply his abilities in real combat during the apocalypse. His cerebral core, akin to Ren Xinyue's, now resided within Tu Shaoyun's mental universe. Tu Feihu switched the monitoring display to an outdoor scene, with both palms directed towards the ground. Two broadswords swiftly materialized in Tu Shaoyun's hands. After exchanging a few strikes and words with Batu, Tu Shaoyun erupted in fury, conjuring a whirlwind of soil and stone that surged toward Batu. The footage came to a halt as the whirlwind he had summoned obliterated all outdoor 3D capture devices, rendering the external surveillance inoperative. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the final frame of the 3D imagery. In unison, their gazes turned to Tu Shaoyun. When Zhang Yu had mentioned this incident at the Genesis Hospital, they had dismissed it as an exaggeration. However, having witnessed the footage, they now understood that it was not an embellishment. Rather, Zhang Yu's account had been understated. Who could have foreseen that the seemingly calm and indifferent giant before them possessed such monstrous strength? Batu was formidable and terrifying in his own right. Yet he was utterly powerless against Tu Shaoyun. Just how powerful was Tu Shaoyun? Tu Feihu, having closed the 3D imagery, gazed intently at Tu Shaoyun. Uncle, I jested earlier that Brother Xiong would never have the chance to defeat you. Now, I solemnly declare that you, Hero 2, will never be bested in this lifetime. Tu Shaoyun shook his head. Enough with the jesting. Who were those four combatants? What made them so formidable? Tu Feihu steadied his emotions. Uncle, are you unaware of inner strength? Inner strength? The martial arts of Huagua? Tu Shaoyun inquired. Tu Feihu nodded. Indeed. We have all been recluses from such matters over the years. Tu Shaoyun's voice grew serious. No wonder I only saw you utilize your abilities and not your inner strength. The martial arts of Huagua are a simplified version designed for the general populace, allowing them to cultivate inner strength only up to the 6th level, with subsequent methods of inner energy circulation not clearly defined. However, this foundation is crucial. Once the public cultivates inner strength, they may study ancient martial arts manuals like the Dragon Elephant Technique, the Frenzied Blade Method, and the Dripping Water Swordplay, each possessing unique cultivation methods. The 4 individuals in the video were all top-tier masters. The one carrying the sword case is named Wang Yangshi, a preternatural being of innate talent, while the burly man wielding a staff is called Wang Batian. They are part of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Kyoto. Wang Yangshi's swordsmanship is a royal technique passed down from the Wang family's ancestors over a decade ago, while Wang Batian, a brute, seems to have undergone a second awakening without fully comprehending its implications. The swordsman, Hitsong, and the swordsman, Yang Kai, are both friends of Long Xingxing, with their combat prowess rated at level 9. Long Xingxing? Tu Shaoyun mused, is he the Long Xingxing of this world? Indeed, Long Xingxing is the heir of the Long family, another of Kyoto's 4 great families, also rated at level 9. It is said he acquired an ancient martial art, the Dragon Tiger Fist, which contains detailed methods for inner energy manipulation. His strength ranks just below Wang Yangshi among the 5. They are sworn brothers, referred to internally within the Dragon Shield as the 5 Tigers of Kyoto, though only 3 remain now. Tu Feihu sighed. I understand that the populace is now practicing inner strength, but where did this Huagua martial arts originate? Is it truly suitable for everyone to cultivate inner strength? Tu Shaoyun questioned. Tu Feihu chuckled. When a common man is enraged, blood can spill within 5 paces. Within 10, an entire nation can perish. The practice of inner strength in martial arts by the general populace is indeed perilous. You fear that some may wield their formidable skills to oppress the weak. Tu Shaoyun nodded in silence. You worry too much, uncle. The uniqueness of Huagua martial arts lies in its origins in a practice known as the I Jin Jing. This method is founded on the heart. Those harboring malevolent thoughts, greed, or violent rage cannot succeed in their cultivation. The only outcome for those unable to cultivate is organ failure and death. Thus, those who cannot practice turn to prayer. And only when they discard malevolent thoughts can they achieve success. Organ failure and death, Tu Shaoyun murmured, aware of the perilous consequences of human evolution and the global crisis of organ failure. Once the heart is calmed, the populace can practice this technique, which subtly dissolves negative emotions during cultivation. As for martial techniques, you need not worry. The common populace lacks the means and access to martial arts manuals. Any practitioner with a combat prowess of level 6 or above is registered by the state. Tu Feihu continued, the adage the poor are cultured, while the rich are martial holds true. An ordinary martial artist, lacking substantial resources, cannot hope to reach advanced levels. That is but a pipe dream. Yet, despite this, the widespread practice of inner strength does carry certain risks. We have delved into extensive historical records and discovered that during the late Northern Song dynasty, nearly 900 years ago, many martial artists found their inner strength inexplicably vanished, unable to cultivate any sensations, leading to an era of waning martial prowess in Huagua. The descendants have long doubted the historical accounts of miraculous feats. With the emergence of modern inner strength and abilities, speculation arose that ancient records of deities summoning wind and rain may have been descriptions of a fusion between extraordinary abilities and martial prowess. Tu Shaoyun was astonished. He had meticulously studied history during the apocalypse, yet none had documented the disappearance of inner strength 900 years prior. He spoke solemnly. If humanity could not cultivate inner strength for 900 years, why is it possible now? The topic of inner strength inevitably leads us to the Great Evolution of 2012. Tu Feihu explained. During that evolution, 99% of humanity experienced cerebral awakening. People believed that this second evolution marked the physical rebirth of humanity. However, the initial awakening had already initiated the first stage of this rebirth, greatly enhancing human physical function. These beneficial enhancements have propelled society toward an overall trend of evolution. It seems humanity has truly entered a glorious era, Zhang Yu interjected, a hint of sadness in his tone. The assembly fell into a contemplative silence, each person seemingly reflecting on the implications of what had been discussed. Chapter 69. The war in Asia. The attendees seemed to have been struck by a sudden realization, descending into a profound silence. He Hui, the illustrious figure of the era, let out a soft sigh. In the initial 4 years of awakening, Humanity indeed entered a golden age. During those years, an abundance of brilliant scientists emerged. The advancements in various fields of technology were nothing short of revolutionary, as numerous long-standing scientific challenges were resolved. Some scientists had yet to publish their groundbreaking findings when another scientist unveiled similar research. The world was engulfed in a fervent atmosphere of technological competition and reform. The entire planet thrived, and many inhabitants of Earth were poised to venture beyond their home. Such a splendid aspiration. Once humanity truly set foot beyond Earth, the persistent issues of population and resources would cease to be dilemmas. Extraterrestrial lands and energy resources would be inexhaustible. Tu Shaoyun, with a hint of self-mockery, chuckled softly. While everyone reveled in the joy of technological progress, they remained oblivious to the imminent catastrophe looming on the horizon. As the saying goes, no flower blooms for 100 days. Just as humanity was steadily approaching the pinnacle of technological achievement, in March 2016, it faced the most catastrophic existential crisis in history. In the memory of the Fat Man, the complete account of this event was etched vividly. On the day of the Spring Thunder Awakening in March 2016, nearly 8 billion awakened minds worldwide suddenly found themselves ensnared in a crisis of organ failure overnight. In that brief span, nearly 1 billion lives were extinguished globally, with around 300 million perishing in China alone. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Zhang Yu rose to pour several glasses of a dark beverage for everyone present. He spoke gently, "Do not mourn. That crisis of organ failure was indiscriminate, beyond our control." The group composed themselves and turned their attention back to Tu Shaoyun. He continued, addressing Tu Shaoyun, "Little uncle, you must be aware of the organ failure crisis, although it seems you were not yet awakened at that time." Tu Shaoyun nodded. The period from March 2016 to December 2017 marked a golden era for the Fat Man, as the awakened individuals faced the brink of death. With casualties from organ failure occurring daily, the world was plunged into a state of paralysis, while the remaining 1 million unawakened individuals were spared from this threat. 72 hours post-crisis, the rapid pace of research led to the swift identification of the cause. American neurologist Michelle and biologist Felix jointly published a paper discussing brain evolution and organ failure. The paper elucidated that following the evolution of the human brain, a significant qualitative transformation occurred after nearly 4 years, culminating in March 2016, when the brain commenced a new phase of growth. This rapid cerebral development caused the body's energy consumption to surge tenfold, depriving vital organs of essential energy and nutrients, leading to organ failure. If humanity could not devise a method to halt this cerebral growth or provide sufficient energy for brain evolution, the emergence of a new human species could very well become the catalyst for the extinction of humanity. The publication of this paper did not incite panic across society. As time passed, people realized that the severity of organ failure varied. Individuals with robust constitutions experienced milder symptoms, while those already frail suffered more acutely. The billion who perished were predominantly the physically weakened. At that time, Tu Shaoyun was preoccupied with caring for his wife and family, all of whom were awakened individuals and thus could not escape the impending crisis. In March, Wang Rui received an opportunity for a break, and both he and Tu Shaoyun planned to return to the capital to visit their parents and seek a solution for the unawakened Tu Shaoyun. However, just a day before their departure, the global organ failure crisis erupted, and Wang Rui fell ill that very night. In a frantic rush, Tu Shaoyun took Wang Rui to the hospital, only to discover that everyone there was afflicted with similar ailments. The chaos of the hospital left Tu Shaoyun uneasy, and reluctantly, he brought Wang Rui back home. 2 months after the crisis unfolded, neurologist Michelle released another paper, which finally bore practical significance. In this document, Michelle asserted that human organ failure was not a permanent condition but rather a temporary one. If individuals consumed ample energy and maintained physical activity to ensure proper blood circulation, they stood a chance of surviving the crisis. As time progressed, the efficacy of artificially cultivated ginseng diminished for Wang Rui, compelling Tu Shaoyun to purchase wild mountain ginseng at exorbitant prices. As expenses mounted, Tu Shaoyun was driven to seek additional employment. During that period, finding work was remarkably easy for healthy individuals like Tu Shaoyun. In the bustling metropolis, the number of paralyzed individuals requiring care was staggering, and affluent families were plentiful. Some specialized caregiving positions offered astonishing daily wages of 1 million yuan. Yet Tu Shaoyun had to prioritize caring for Wang Rui, which made it impossible for him to undertake time-consuming jobs. Once the crisis subsided, Tu Shaoyun calculated his earnings over the past year. Realizing he had amassed over 60 million yuan, more than the total income and expenses of his previous life combined. In January 2017, war erupted in Asia. The neighboring nation of Dongwa, in a frenzied state, launched an invasion against Han and Huagua during this period of global paralysis. In less than a month, Dongwa had completely occupied both Han and Biochemical. Outrage swept across the globe, and scrutiny rapidly focused on Asia. Amidst the collective fury, a perplexing question began to circulate. How could Dongwa, untouched by the paralysis that gripped the world, seize two nations in such a brief time frame? Chapter 70, Offend our vast and majestic China, and though distant, we shall pursue retribution. The celestial empire gazes coldly upon the East Island nation, which displays its fangs and claws with unmistakable intent. Its aspirations for aggression toward our land have become all too evident. The covetousness of the East Island nation has been a lingering sentiment, tracing back over a millennium. This nation, long beset by natural calamities and resource scarcity, has indoctrinated its citizens with the belief that their living conditions should not be inferior to those of others. Thus, the notion of invading foreign lands, plundering their wealth, and enslaving their peoples has taken root in the hearts of the East Island nation's populace through generations. China, vast and rich in resources, has historically been viewed as a hypothetical adversary by the island nation. Now, an opportunity has arisen once more, revealing their predatory nature. Upholding the doctrine of moderation and valuing peace, China has long prioritized the welfare of its citizens and sought peaceful resolutions in the face of numerous provocations from other nations. With a population exceeding 1 billion, it is imperative for the state to ensure a stable and harmonious environment for its people. This benevolence, however, may have been misconstrued as weakness by others. The moment the citizens of the East Island nation trespassed upon Chinese territory without government sanction, a third-generation black projectile descended upon their capital, Jingdong, obliterating it within minutes. The World Federation Organization swiftly condemned China's actions, asserting that the use of such a projectile contravened international treaties. As the first nation to deploy a black projectile post-World War II, China faced scrutiny, especially as the world grappled with the crisis of resource depletion. The island nation, amid this turmoil, sought to invade another sovereign state, earning its just deserts. The World Federation issued a stern ultimatum, demanding China refrain from further use of such weapons and urging the East Island nation to cease all acts of aggression and provide solutions to the ongoing crisis. Under the assault of black weaponry, the East Island nation appeared indifferent to its own fate, resolutely advancing into Chinese territory with the intent to conquer swiftly. Their strategy involved executing a decapitation campaign against the leaders of various provinces and towns within China, akin to their previous assaults on Korea and Xinjiang. Yet, fate intervened. A multitude of ancient martial practitioners emerged, undeterred by the threat of resource depletion. These individuals transcended modern understanding of strength, revitalizing the spirit of China's rich martial heritage. The country's revered mountains and 200 ancient sects, alongside long-hidden noble families, rose to the occasion, united in their resolve to expel the East Island nation, which had transformed from a benign presence to an aggressor. The ensuing battle lasted 3 months. The East Island nation unexpectedly acquired a unique method of cultivating internal energy, resulting in nearly 200,000 individuals mastering this force within a year. This internal energy, a potent essence residing within the human body, bestowed remarkable physical prowess. Those who harnessed it could perform feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. As the world observed the conflict between the East Island nation and China, it became apparent why the islanders had so swiftly invaded two countries. Korea and Xinjiang were both in a state of decline, their populations lacking even a sufficient number of able-bodied citizens to withstand the onslaught of the empowered islanders. Thus, the island nation's confidence soared, seizing upon the moment when global powers were incapacitated, believing it to be their prime opportunity for domination. China, despite suffering casualties amounting to 300 million, still boasted 1 billion citizens, among whom nearly 1 million martial practitioners remained hidden, honing their skills. The names of these warriors were known only to China's leaders, who had long anticipated the island nation's ambitions through their network of spies. The deployment of the third-generation black projectile served as a final warning to the aggressors. However, blinded by greed, the East Island nation unveiled its hidden trump cards, 150,000 warriors trained in internal energy. For too long, the East Island nation had perceived China as a mere sheep, ripe for the taking. In the aftermath of the Second World War, its standing in China's eyes shifted from a hypothetical adversary to a cautious technological nation, and now a mere neighbor to be regarded with suspicion. This evolution reflected the island nation's diminishing capacity to challenge China, a testament to China's growing confidence as a technological powerhouse. China possessed two formidable deterrents, the fifth-generation black projectile and the atomic collider. Should an insurmountable threat arise, these weapons would be wielded as ultimate instruments of power. The East Island nation was not naive. They understood the technological arsenal at China's disposal. They gambled on the notion that China would hesitate to unleash the full extent of its destructive capabilities. Divided into two factions. The East Island nation dispatched 100,000 warriors into China and another 100,000 into Russia, with the former swiftly fragmenting in an attempt to penetrate deeper into Chinese territory. The disparity in strength between the East Island warriors and the defenders of other nations was akin to an adult overpowering an infant. Yet, China was no ordinary nation. It boasted a comprehensive martial arts system, encompassing a myriad of techniques and weaponry. The resurgence of internal energy had rekindled the power of Chinese martial artists, heralding a new era of strength and resilience. In a mere month, the 10,000 warriors from the island nation were decisively vanquished by the martial artists of Huagua. Ultimately, the last 7 warriors sought refuge, evading capture in the vast expanse of Huagua, but they could not escape the relentless pursuit of 1,000,000 determined seekers. The people of Huagua cherish peace, yet they are unyieldingly resolute in their defense against the scourge of invading warfare. The stance of Huagua towards the 10,000 island warriors was unequivocal: annihilation. The leaders of Huagua have made it abundantly clear to the world that they shall never, under any circumstances, compromise with aggressors. Any nation that dares to invade Huagua must be prepared for total obliteration. With the complete annihilation of the 10,000 island warriors, Huagua dispatched 300,000 of its own martial artists into Russia to intercept and eliminate the remaining warriors. In a grand display, Huagua then mobilized another 300,000 warriors to advance upon the island nation. Faced with the imminent approach of Huagua's formidable forces, the island nation hastily sought to surrender. However, Huagua steadfastly rejected their capitulation, vowing to eradicate the lurking menace of the island nation once and for all. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, the island nation turned to the World Federation for assistance. In response, the World Federation condemned the island nation once more and intervened to facilitate peace negotiations with Huagua. Amidst the island nation's incursion into China's northeast, specifically the Qianbai Mountains, the Qianbai Treaty was brokered in April 2017 under the auspices of the World Alliance Organization. The treaty, comprising 60 articles, stipulated the relinquishment of complete sovereignty, the right to self-defense, and independence by the island nation. Furthermore, it addressed the unresolved reparations from the war 8 decades prior, asserting that the decisions made by Bao Dao were not representative of China's stance. Consequently, China sought to consolidate the reparations from both the historical conflict and the present aggression. The treaty mandated that the island nation remit $805 billion in reparations to China, encompassing losses sustained in the recent invasion. The subsequent clause pertained to the future governance of the island nation. Given its history of aggression against other nations, the World Alliance Organization unanimously resolved that China, as the principal victim of the recent events, would assume jurisdiction over the island nation. This stipulation encountered vehement opposition from various countries, notably Russia. Despite the island nation's audacious simultaneous incursions into China and Russia, the latter bore the brunt of the devastation. However, China presented nations with a binary choice: accede to China's terms or face a legitimate act of self-defense culminating in the annihilation of the island nation. China disregarded Russia's objections, underscoring that without China's timely intervention, Russia might have suffered the same fate as other nations. The island nation's invasion was a desperate gambit. Had it channeled its ferocity into bolstering its national strength or consolidating its forces to invade another nation, it might have achieved ascendancy. However, it chose China, a populous nation teeming with martial artists and harboring deep-seated animosity toward the island nation, thus sealing its tragic destiny. The martial artists who valiantly defended China during its time of peril were lauded by the government and revered by the populace. They not only safeguarded China, sparing its citizens the ravages of war, but also upheld its dignity. The martial artists who participated in the conflict were honored by the nation, with the Wang family, an ancient martial arts lineage, taking the lead. The Chinese leadership jestingly suggested that the Wang family be dubbed the martial god family, an epithet the family declined. Instead, the head of the Wang family proposed the establishment of a martial arts alliance to unite Chinese martial artists and bestow the honor of martial god upon all who fought valiantly. On May 5, 2017, the Martial Arts Alliance, christened Dragon Shield, was inaugurated, its sole purpose being to safeguard China. Amidst the organ failure crisis, Chinese leaders had deliberated with prominent martial artists regarding the potential for nationwide martial arts training. However, the outbreak of the Asian War preempted the implementation of a comprehensive plan to address the organ failure crisis. China's hidden contingent of nearly 1 million martial artists astounded the world. The capacity of internal energy cultivation to mitigate organ failure was no longer a secret. The island nation submitted an internal energy cultivation technique known as the Carefree Treasure Mirror to the World Alliance. Within a month of acquiring the technique, the World Alliance organization translated the Carefree Treasure Mirror into various languages and disseminated it globally, prioritizing the resolution of the crisis. After 3 months of experimentation, only 1.5 billion of the world's remaining 6 billion people successfully halted organ failure through internal energy cultivation, with most of these individuals being of Asian descent. The remaining 4 billion people continued to grapple with the organ failure crisis, resulting in daily fatalities. An atmosphere of despair and dread permeated other continents as scientific endeavors were suspended in favor of developing drugs to combat organ failure. Following the island nation's invasion, various countries dispatched agents to China to gather pertinent information. On October 1, 2017, a U.S. biological research institution announced the development of a drug to combat organ failure. Dubbed Rescue. The drug's formulation was derived from Chinese herbs such as angelica, safflower, licorice, ginseng, corydalus, and Artemisia anomala. Administered orally. Each 350 milliliters dose of Rescue immediately halted organ failure. Monthly consumption of the drug for 10 consecutive months facilitated complete organ restoration. However, the restoration was not permanent. Cessation of the drug's consumption resulted in the recurrence of organ failure within a month. Therefore, individuals were required to consume the drug monthly to maintain organ vitality. The organ failure crisis that plagued China had been resolved as early as August. China observed the U.S.'s global launch of the Rescue nutritional fluid with amusement, as Chinese citizens had already begun using the nutritional fluid in July. The advent of the nutritional fluid alleviated the organ failure crisis that threatened humanity, enabling the world to return to normalcy within 6 months. A year later, China's public order deteriorated as an increasing number of citizens cultivated internal energy, acquiring superhuman strength and agility. This newfound power led to altercations and a surge in crime rates, contravening China's peaceful development trajectory. The root of the problem lay in the Carefree Treasure Mirror. The internal energy cultivation technique comprised 7 volumes, with only the first 3 minor layers of the first volume being distributed to the public. Despite anticipating such a scenario, the leaders of various nations were astounded by the sheer number of martial arts experts that emerged from these 3 minor layers. In September 2018, China promulgated a ban on martial arts, prohibiting citizens from practicing the Carefree Treasure Mirror and its associated martial arts techniques. From the date of the ban, citizens were only permitted to practice Chinese fitness exercises. Individuals who had already cultivated internal energy would have it dispersed by Dragon Shield, with the necessary nutritional fluid provided by China free of charge until new internal energy was cultivated. Chapter 72. The Awakening of Natural Abilities. The rectification process has continued for 2 years, and once again, the nations of the world have turned their gaze towards Huagua. The physical cultivation methods of Huagua are publicly available, easily accessible to other countries. Upon experimenting with Huagua's physical cultivation techniques, nations were astonished to discover that this system of internal power cultivation is universally applicable worldwide, meaning that anyone in the world can practice it. Consequently, various nations rebranded Huagua's physical cultivation methods, renaming them as American Physical Cultivation Techniques, Eagle Nation Physical Cultivation Techniques, and so forth. In 2020, the world received momentous news. All awakened individuals had completed the development of their brains, even without practicing internal power or consuming nutrient solutions. Humanity could entirely evade the crisis of organ failure. Human physicality underwent a monumental transformation, and the nutrient solution that helped them through this crisis became revered worldwide as holy water. Upon the complete maturation of their brains, individuals discovered that continued consumption of the nutrient solution could enhance their physical condition, allowing those with internal power to further amplify their abilities. This significant transformation of the brain has been referred to by humanity as the Second Awakening. Life for humanity has once again entered a period of stability. The door to the room where several individuals were gathered swung open, and Wang Long entered, holding a purple information card. Tu Feihu glanced at Wang Long, surprised, and remarked, "Did you finish that so quickly? Don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us." Wang Long, with a mysterious air, replied, "Today, Xiaobai is resting. Later, General Miao asked me for some information, and I provided him with a brief overview. Then, General Miao had Shaoyun assist in completing the information card. You can check the specifics for yourself." Zhang Yu and the others gathered around Tu Feihu, all staring at the newly updated information card on Tu Shaoyun's LCD screen. Name: Tu Shaoyun, S-Class Category, Awakened Individual Ability Information, Earth Element Ability, Level 9, Metal Element Ability, Unknown, Wood Element Ability, Unknown, Internal Cultivation Method, Huagua Physical Cultivation Technique. Level Unknown. Social Security Information Integration, Contribution Integration, Personal Asset Integration. Tu Feihu noted, S-Class Category. Did General Miao specifically request it to be filled out this way? Yes. Minister Miao has already reviewed the surveillance footage from Genesis Hospital. Tu Shaoyun also rose to observe the image displayed on Tu Feihu's arm, which showed a three-dimensional representation of him. The simulated figure now reflected his current appearance, with a lengthy array of personal information beneath it, most of which bore a confidentiality label and submenu. After Tu Shaoyun finished reviewing the information, he noticed the bottom row of the personal profile read, Special Instructor, Jioding. Yinzhou Division, Shuzhou Division. Special Instructor? When did I become your Special Instructor? Tu Shaoyun questioned, looking toward Tu Feihu. While Zhang Yu and the others awkwardly retreated to the side, drinking from their cups, which seemed almost comically small against their faces. Tu Feihu chuckled awkwardly. "Well, little uncle, since you have some free time, why not come teach us juniors at Jioding?" Tu Shaoyun, observing the odd behavior of the others, understood why they had been so cryptic earlier. It turned out they had conspired to pull him into this situation. It was not a significant matter. They could have just said it plainly without all the subterfuge. Tu Feihu, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Little uncle, you agreed? That's wonderful. We, the awakened, have always been exploring on our own, and our ability system has reached its limits. Jioding, now stripped of its initial mystique, has become as ordinary as the police force. And the strength of awakened individuals is beginning to be undervalued." "You awakened individuals are undervalued? I perceive your abilities as quite formidable," Tu Shaoyun remarked. "Relatively speaking, yes. We may appear strong compared to ordinary second-stage evolvers and some police officers, but against the high-tier warriors of Longdu, we are significantly outmatched. Take those 4 individuals from earlier. Any one of them could easily defeat me," Tu Feihu lamented. "That seems improbable. While warriors are indeed powerful, based on your ability fluctuations, you should possess the strength to contend with them," Tu Shaoyun replied. Tu Feihu shook his head. "Our abilities are impressive when utilized, but if we exert ourselves fully, the stored energy within our bodies depletes in mere minutes, leaving us in a state of vulnerability. In the past, when ordinary individuals first awakened, warriors began their internal cultivation, and their strength was not as terrifying as it is now. In a swift confrontation, defeating them was feasible, but over time, warriors have become increasingly formidable. In battle, if an awakened individual exerts overwhelming force, the warrior can simply evade until the awakened individual exhausts their energy, at which point the warrior can easily overpower them. The second awakening warriors possess tremendous talent in internal power cultivation. Their stamina is enduring. If an unabridged version of the Yi Jin Jing is cultivated to level 9, a warrior could undoubtedly defeat 2 level 9 awakened individuals, especially when combined with advanced martial arts or unparalleled weapons. Annihilating our team of 9 would scarcely pose a challenge." Tu Shaoyun furrowed his brow. In a post-apocalyptic world, a level 7 manipulator could move mountains and fill seas if they access the spiritual energy of this world. How could a level 9 awakened individual fail to match a level 9 warrior? Stored energy within the body? Does it exist in the limbs and bones? Why not directly extract the elemental spiritual energy from the air? Tu Shaoyun waved his arm, causing a slight distortion in the air around him, as an abundance of spiritual energy began to converge towards his body. Everyone rose in astonishment, and Tu Feihu's eyes sparkled as he stared at Tu Shaoyun. So awakened individuals can directly extract spiritual energy. It seems we were simply misguided. I knew awakened individuals couldn't be this weak. With a grand gesture, Tu Shaoyun dispersed the gathered spiritual energy, restoring the space to normal. The elemental spiritual energy in the air is so dense, it could almost coalesce into water. How could there be a situation of depleting energy? Everyone fell silent, and Tu Feihu forced a smile. "Little uncle, we shall rely on you at Jioding from now on. What is difficult for the unskilled is easy for the skilled." You can effortlessly extract elemental spiritual energy, yet among our over 30,000 members in Jioding, not one can utilize elemental abilities like you. When did you all comprehend your abilities? Tu Shaoyun suddenly inquired. Tu Feihu was taken aback. Abilities are not learned. They awaken naturally. There is no fixed pattern. Following the crisis of organ failure, some individuals suddenly awakened their abilities, and once awakened, the organ crisis was directly resolved. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, all survivors developed brain nuclei. After the death of individuals in the apocalypse, unawakened individuals naturally awakened their abilities, and upon awakening, they also automatically manifested elemental powers. It seems the deceased warriors of the apocalypse brought their elemental abilities into this world. Chapter 73. Matters of work. Can individuals with extraordinary abilities cultivate inner strength? Tu Feihu replied, certainly. Our understanding of cultivating extraordinary abilities is rather superficial. The lower dantian allows for the communication with external spiritual energy. We enhance our elemental abilities through the practice of inner strength. However, the progress of extraordinary individuals in mastering inner strength pales in comparison to that of ordinary individuals who have undergone a second awakening. Tu Shaoyun nodded, realizing that in order to assist them in enhancing their elemental abilities, a thorough understanding of the extraordinary ability system in this world was essential. At that moment, Tu Feihu's communication glasses received an incoming message. Director Miao? Is something amiss? Meet with our colleagues from Shuzhou on the 3rd floor for a meeting. This incident has significant repercussions, and we must swiftly apprehend the terrorist. You are the commander of this operation and need to devise a capture plan promptly. Also, bring along your specially appointed instructor. A crisp voice emanated from the sonar collector. Tu Feihu glanced at Tu Shaoyun and said, understood, Director. We will head down immediately. However, the appointment of the special instructor is my personal initiative. Mr. Tu Shaoyun is merely a guest instructor at our Yenzhou Jioding, and we have no authority to compel him to undertake any obligations. Tu Feihu and Zhang Yu had previously discussed bringing Tu Shaoyun on board as an instructor at Jioding. While they were still getting to know Tu Shaoyun's character, it was evident from his spontaneous nature that he did not appreciate constraints on his freedom. Additionally, Tu Shaoyun was Tu Feihu's uncle, and Tu Feihu merely sought to provide him with a legitimate identity to guide others in cultivating their extraordinary abilities, without any intention of restricting his liberty. Director Miao spoke earnestly. Feihu, I have reviewed the surveillance from the Genesis Hospital. Your uncle possesses tremendous strength. Such experts are invaluable and should not be allowed to slip away. Find a way to keep him at Yenzhou Jioding. Even if he does not serve as an instructor, he could become our ace. Tu Feihu pondered for a moment and replied, Minister, I will carefully consider your suggestion. After ending the call, Tu Feihu clapped his hands and announced, Everyone, let us proceed to the 3rd floor conference room. The group acknowledged him, greeted Tu Shaoyun, and exited the room. Tu Feihu turned to Tu Shaoyun and said, Uncle, while your current role is that of an instructor at Jioding, your freedom is not restricted by Jioding. Our Yenzhou director wishes to meet you. What are your thoughts? The incident involving the fat man, who had perished and transformed into a zombie carrying an infectious virus, weighed heavily on Tu Shaoyun's mind. In the apocalypse, zombies did not possess any infection capabilities. They merely underwent mutations, driven by an insatiable thirst for energy. Although both Tu Shaoyun and Bada possessed biochemical bodies, they too were devoid of infectious traits. From their earlier encounters with Bada in this world, it appeared that Bada was a scientist specializing in genetics. While scientists of this caliber were not entirely absent in the apocalypse, environmental and survival challenges had hindered any geneticists from unraveling the genetic relationship between humans and zombies. When Bada proposed extracting Tu Shaoyun's blood for research earlier that morning, Tu Shaoyun had consented only after considerable contemplation. The blood transfusion performed during the fat man's treatment confirmed that his blood posed no infectious or toxic threat to the populace of this world. However, it was evident that the genes of humanity in the apocalypse had undergone mutations. Tu Shaoyun hoped that Dr. Badu could uncover these specifics through his blood research, even if it only scratched the surface. Tu Feihu nodded and retrieved Tu Shaoyun's information card from the card reader on his arm, returning it to him. Come on, uncle. Let me escort you out. Tu Feihu accompanied Tu Shaoyun out of Yenzhou Jioding and quietly inquired, Uncle, Zhang Yu mentioned that you possess the ability to fly. Is that true? Tu Shaoyun observed Tu Feihu's earnest expression and suddenly chuckled. What level of extraordinary ability do you currently hold? Level 8, came the reply. Tu Shaoyun nodded and remarked, I shall teach you to fly one day. Near Shilu Road in Kyoto, numerous office buildings towered, predominantly housing the regional offices of listed companies. Suhang Technology had its own prominent office building here, comprising 40 stories, each standing 5 meters tall, allowing for ample air circulation and an absence of the oppressive feeling associated with lower floors. On the 17th floor, a middle-aged man sat comfortably in a parlor, casually sipping a beverage while perusing current events displayed on a 3D device. The door to the parlor creaked open, and a well-dressed woman with a dignified appearance entered, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Uncle Tu, for keeping you waiting." The man set down his cup, offering her a warm smile and shaking his head. "It's no trouble. Company matters take precedence." Taking a seat opposite him, the woman presented a gentle smile and said, "I've already heard from my grandfather about your situation this morning. I understand your brother graduated with a degree in computer science, correct?" The two conversing were none other than Tu Shaoyun's father and Su Qishui's granddaughter, Su Qiqi. The previous day, Tu Yimin had entrusted Su Qishui with a message to arrange for Tu Shaoyun to join the Information Integration Department at Suhang Technology. Su Qishui, with remarkable efficiency, promptly contacted Tu Yimin within the same morning to summon him to meet his granddaughter. Tu Yimin sighed with a wry smile. "Qiqi, I won't conceal it from you. Your brother is an extraordinary individual who has undergone a second awakening. He has long since abandoned his studies in computer science, and I fear his knowledge may be quite outdated." Su Qiqi pondered briefly before shaking her head. "That's all right. A solid foundation is sufficient. I've already informed the HR department about him. Please have your brother report there tomorrow. As long as he is eager to learn, he will quickly adapt." "Then I must express my gratitude," Tu Yimin said, rising to shake Su Qiqi's hand in appreciation. "Please, no need for such formality. You and my grandfather share a close bond, and everyone acknowledges the contributions you've made to Suhang over the years. Such trivial matters can simply be discussed between us," Su Qiqi replied with a smile. Tu Yimin insisted, "We cannot view it that way. That young man has no work experience in our industry. Opportunities like this are rare, and there may not be another chance. After work, let us have dinner at my home, and I shall ask your aunt to prepare some of her signature dishes." Su Qiqi politely declined. "Uncle Tu, let us save it for another day. I have an appointment for lunch and cannot stay long." "Very well. I shall arrange for your brother to personally express his gratitude another time." "Uncle, you are being too modest. It is unnecessary. As long as your brother fulfills his duties well, I may end up gaining a valuable asset," Su Qiqi replied warmly. Chapter 74. Yu Hongyuan comes to settle scores. Su Qiqi chuckled lightly and nodded. The two exchanged a few more words before Su Qiqi instructed someone to escort Tu Yimin out of Suhang building. As Tu Yimin stepped out of the office building, he immediately dialed a number. In the agricultural plantation's guardhouse, a middle-aged man with a sharp face and a robust physique was handling some sealed flasks in an underground laboratory. Beside him, a woman sighed, covering her forehead. "Dad, you've repeated that statement a dozen times. Can you say something different?" A girl in green standing nearby chimed in, gritting her teeth. "That deceitful scoundrel is a double-faced villain. He took 2 jars of our monkey wine and promised to exchange them for 2 jars, but within minutes, he snatched them away. It's outrageous." Xian glanced at her amusingly foolish father and sister and said, "The essence of the moon contained in that small cup is worth enough to exchange for dozens of jars of our monkey wine. Please, the two of you, cease your grievances." Yu Hongyuan still wished to say more when suddenly a call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, he let out a cold chuckle. "Old Tu, you dare to call me?" He paused, pondering whether it was an apology. When Yu Hongyuan answered, a hearty laugh echoed from the other end. "Brother Yu, where are you?" "Ah, Old Tu, have you found money on the street? Why are you so cheerful?" Upon hearing this, Yu Hongyuan's expression darkened immediately. "You old rascal. I thought you were calling to apologize, but instead, you wish to plot against my monkey wine again? I have plenty of monkey wine. What do you intend to offer in return?" Tu Yimin was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a chuckle, "Brother Yu, what's wrong? You need something in exchange for the wine? What do you want?" "My life." Yu Hongyuan let out a cold laugh. "You're overthinking it. As you know, I only share my monkey wine with friends. I rarely sell it. 1 jar of monkey wine can be exchanged for 10 grams of moon essence, and currently, 1 gram fetches over 100,000. We are brothers. Let us keep it straightforward. I provide you a jar of monkey wine, and you give me something in return?" Tu Yimin's jovial demeanor faltered, and he sensed something unusual. "Brother Yu, is there something you wish to discuss? Have I wronged you in any way? Your tone today is quite peculiar. If you're in need of money, just say so. Don't make it seem like I'm taking advantage of you. It's not about money. How about this? I'll trade you for something. Just say yes or no. What exactly do you want to exchange?" Ah, don't ask. Just answer me, yes or no. Brother you, we have known each other for over 20 years. Please don't play these games. Your attitude today is quite abnormal. If you don't tell me, I'll hang up, and I won't need the monkey wine either. Tu Yimin understood there was definitely more to this situation. Yu Yixuan, upon hearing her father mention being beaten by Yu Shaoyun, felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly exited the laboratory. Yu Yiwen, with a cold laugh, remarked, "That scoundrel. Did you think you could escape the consequences? Perfect, that is exactly what I wanted to hear. We are both connoisseurs of fine wine. I want to ask how your son will explain himself. I'll give you another jar of monkey wine. And you provide me with a pound of that apricot blossom village wine. Afterward, this matter will be forgotten. What do you say?" After ending the call, Yu Hongyuan turned to Yu Yiwen and smiled. "Wen, let us go settle the score. Whatever he consumed, he must regurgitate. Oh, my two clever and kind-hearted daughters, very well. Since neither of you wishes to extort him, we shall forego the wine. However, this scoundrel must provide an explanation for laying hands on you both. Let us go call your sister and seek justice." Yu Yiwen readily agreed and hurried out to summon Yu Yixuan. As Tu Yimin was about to call Tu Shaoyun to inquire about the situation, Su Qishui's call came in. Though he hadn't seen his son in years, he could not believe that his son was as Yu Hongyuan described. There must be some misunderstanding, and Yu Hongyuan was known for his mischievous ways, often exaggerating his words. Upon answering the phone, he cheerfully said, "Brother Qishui, how wonderful. Thank you. Just cut the banter. Where's my monkey wine? I was about to call you. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. I just called Yu Hongyuan, and he's south heading to my place." Recalling the sweet taste of monkey wine, Su Qishui couldn't help but smile. "No need to pick me up. I'll take a taxi. All right. I'm hanging up." Seeing Su Qishui abruptly end the call, Tu Yimin shook his head helplessly, muttering about old wine enthusiasts, before dialing Tu Shaoyun's number. Just as Tu Shaoyun exited Juding, his father's call came through. "Dad, what is the matter? Shaoyun, when you visited the plantation yesterday, did you really take 2 jars of wine from Uncle Yu's daughters?" Tu Shaoyun paused for a moment before admitting, "Yes, I did take 2 jars of wine." He furrowed his brow, lost in thought about how the situation escalated to theft and violence. Noticing his son's prolonged silence, Tu Yimin exclaimed, "You didn't actually do something so foolish, did you?" Chapter 75. The wine gourd on the table. Who told you about this matter? Tu Shaoyun's expression darkened. These 2 girls had recklessly attacked him without discernment. With his prowess, if he truly intended to strike them, a mere finger would suffice to render them powerless. So, is there indeed such a situation? Are you planning to take revenge? Seeing Tu Shaoyun's tone grow somber, Tu Yimin mistakenly believed his son was incensed. Tu Shaoyun shook his head, remaining silent. He had initially intended to settle down and brew a batch of wine as an apology, but unexpectedly, these 2 girls had turned the truth on its head and reported him to Tu Yimin. Tu Shaoyun could only shake his head in resignation. His father, a seasoned professor for decades, though specializing in geology, could articulate his points so convincingly that one might easily mistake him for a political instructor. Dad understood. Tu Shaoyun dared not speak further. If he said a few more words, Tu Yimin would likely launch into one of his lengthy discourses again. During the drive, Tu Yimin casually ordered lunch, and as they approached the villa, he spotted Yu Hongyuan and his 2 daughters waiting outside the gate. After parking the car, Yu Hongyuan greeted him with a smile. Before Yu Hongyuan could utter a word, Tu Yimin bowed deeply and said, "Brother Yu, I, Tu Yimin, have failed in my duties as a father, allowing my 2 precious daughters to suffer grievances." Tu Yimin spoke with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. Enough, enough. I can hardly bear your lofty rhetoric. It is merely a trivial matter concerning 2 jars of wine. Please, rise." Seeing that Tu Yimin was reluctant to stand, Yu Hongyuan exerted a bit more strength, finally helping him up. Just as Tu Yimin stood and was about to continue expressing his apologies, a taxi came to a steady stop in front of Tu Yimin's home. A short old man, no more than 5'3", with a rosy, alcohol-stained nose, cheerfully stepped out of the car. "Tu Zayatsi, old monkey. Are you 2 here performing a ritual at the gates?" Feeling somewhat awkward, Tu Yimin turned to the old man and said, "Brother Qishui has arrived." Su Qishui waved his hand dismissively. "Stop with the pleasantries. Where is my monkey wine?" Upon entering, Su Qishui could hardly contain himself and swiftly removed the seal from the wine jar, releasing a rich aroma that filled the living room. He inhaled deeply, letting out a strange moan of delight, exclaiming, "Ah, what a pure and crisp fragrance! Old monkey's monkey wine has truly ascended to new heights." As he attempted to drink directly from the jar, Yu Hongyuan swiftly intercepted him, the exquisite wine now secured in his hands. What do you mean, old monkey? Su Qishui exclaimed angrily. Su Lao, this wine is quite precious. It cannot be squandered in such a manner. Tu Yimin interjected. Nonsense. Old monkey. Are you hoping to experience the fiery wrath of my grandfather, water? Return my monkey wine. Seeing the two eccentric individuals squabbling, Tu Yimin hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Brother Qishui, do not fret. The wine is right here. How could I possibly deny you? Just wait a moment. I have ordered a banquet, and it will arrive shortly. We shall compete in our drinking prowess at the table. Neither man responded, as Yu Hongyuan led his daughters upstairs. Tu Yimin quietly urged Su Qishui, Brother Qishui, you adore old Yu's monkey wine. Why do you always seek trouble with him? If this continues, what will you do if you can no longer obtain it? Su Qishui rubbed his alcohol-stained nose vigorously, that old rascal. He willingly shares his wine with anyone who asks, but when I do, he ignores me. I have no fear of him, even if I cannot drink his wine. Tu Yimin could only smile wryly as he guided Su Qishui upstairs. Upon reaching Tu Yimin's study, he pressed a protruding spot on the wall, causing a buzzing sound as a hidden exhibition hall of approximately 100 square meters revealed itself. Yu Hongyuan disregarded everyone, engrossed in exploring Tu Yimin's collection. Although Su Qishui feigned disinterest, he wandered about aimlessly. Yu Yixuan obediently responded, while Yu Yiwen shook her head and gazed toward the door. Tu Yimin descended to make a phone call, and once Yu Yiwen saw him vanish, she turned to Yu Yixuan and said, Sister, I feel a bit scared of meeting that big liar. Yu Yixuan chuckled and replied, You can't keep calling him a big liar. You must refer to him as Brother Tuesday honestly. Aside from his later antics regarding the wine, he hasn't wronged us. It has been us who have clung stubbornly to this matter. Yu Yiwen pouted, remaining silent as she exited the room. After a brief exploration, she exclaimed, This big liar's home is truly luxurious. Sister, why do you think he lives alone? Do not wander aimlessly. It is impolite when the host is absent. Yu Yixuan called out, chasing after Yu Yiwen. Yu Yiwen pushed open a half-ajar door, saying, Uncle Tu said we could explore freely. What does it matter? Suddenly, she spotted a wine gourd. The room she had entered was Tu Shaoyun's bedroom, where a uniquely crafted wine gourd rested on the desk. This was the gourd from which Tu Shaoyun had drunk monkey wine the previous night. Lost in thought, he had carelessly left it on the table. After cleaning another room in the morning, he had received a call from Dr. Badu and departed through the window, forgetting to put away the gourd. Yu Yiwen excitedly snatched up the wine gourd, pulling out the stopper. A sweet and delicate aroma wafted from within, reminiscent of the monkey wine Yu Yixuan held, but lighter in essence. To their amazement, this fragrance, though subtle, lingered longer than that of the monkey wine. In an instant, the aroma enveloped Yu Yixuan's monkey wine, the two scents contrasting like gaudy makeup against the ethereal beauty of a celestial maiden. Chapter 76. The brewed elixir of brain fluid finally causes trouble enticed by the intoxicating aroma of the liquor. Yu Yiwen recklessly seized the wine gourd and began to gulp it down voraciously. Yu Yixuan, alarmed, discarded the monkey wine in her hand and rushed to pry the gourd from Yu Yiwen's grasp. At that moment, a figure darted past, and before Yu Yixuan could intervene, the newcomer swiftly snatched the gourd away. It was Su Qishui, who had been meandering through the storeroom when he caught a whiff of the deeply alluring scent of the liquor. Upon locating the source, he found Yu Yiwen indulging herself, and in a fit of urgency, he lunged forward to seize the gourd. Su Qishui showed no disdain for the fact that Yu Yiwen had previously tasted from the gourd. He mirrored her actions, raising the gourd to his lips and drinking with wild abandon. Though their movements were similar, his were more exaggerated. While Yu Yiwen waited for the liquid to flow down, he eagerly inhaled it, as if he were a whale consuming water, seemingly intent on swallowing every drop within. Just as Su Qishui gulped down another mouthful, a fist suddenly struck his chest with force. With a splutter, he expelled the liquor he had just consumed, stumbling backward and landing on the bed. The wine gourd was clutched tightly by the suddenly appearing Yu Hongyuan, who wasted no time in raising it high, allowing the liquid to pour out in torrents. As he tilted his head back to catch the flowing liquor, he deftly evaded Su Qishui's retaliatory strike. Beast, leave me some. Su Qishui glared at Yu Hongyuan, who had absconded with the gourd. Frustrated, he turned and elbowed Yu Hongyuan in the throat. But Yu Hongyuan parried the blow with his forearm and countered with a swift kick that pushed Su Qishui away. The liquor continued to cascade. Having tasted but a sip, Yu Hongyuan realized that the monkey wine was laced with the essence of the moon, an extraordinarily pure essence at over 1,000 concentration. Su Qishui, watching the precious liquid dwindle, felt a surge of rage. A fiery blaze erupted from his palm. Just then, Yu Yuan suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning, causing both contenders to momentarily pause. A flush of color rising on their faces. As the phone rang, Qin Qing had just finished her shopping and was heading home. After Tu Yimin relayed the events involving Tu Shaoyun at the plantation, Qin Qing erupted, her voice sharp as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I know my son's character better than anyone. The qualities of loyalty and integrity are ingrained in the offspring of the Tu family. That child has always been kind-hearted and forgiving. Not only would he never betray someone over 2 jars of mediocre wine, but he would willingly give away all he has to those in need. Tu Yimin, hearing his wife's fervent words, shared her sentiments, his own doubts beginning to form. He offered a few reassurances before ending the call. Just as he hung up, Yu Yixuan rushed down the stairs in a panic. Uncle Tu, something's wrong. My father, my sister, and Grandpa Su have all fainted. They drank a pot of wine upstairs and now they're unconscious, their bodies flushed red. I saw my sister's pupils dilating. Her voice trembled with the onset of tears. Tu Yimin, alarmed, wasted no time in dashing upstairs. Upon witnessing the 3 incapacitated figures, dread filled him. He called to Yu Yixuan, and together they hurriedly carried the unconscious trio to the car, the engine roaring as they sped down the mountain. Meanwhile, Tu Shaoyun, having just ended a call with his father, stepped into the hovercar station when his mother's call came through. Qin Qing inquired about the same matter Tu Yimin had previously discussed. Wishing to spare his mother further worry, Tu Shaoyun patiently recounted the events from the plantation, emphasizing that the wine was not merely valuable but contained a lethal toxin. Had he not arrived in time, the 2 sisters might have perished. Just as he finished explaining, his mother's call came again. Tu Shaoyun answered, but before he could speak, his mother's anxious voice filled the line. Shaoyun, 2 guests your father invited have fainted after drinking the wine from your room. You mentioned there was a deadly toxin in it. Could they be in danger? At her words, a thunderous ringing echoed in Tu Shaoyun's mind. In a fleeting vision, he perceived a future overrun by hordes of zombies, mercilessly ravaging the world. The injured in hospitals transformed into new undead in an instant, spreading the contagion until the entire city, and eventually the world, fell into chaos. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Tu Shaoyun's forehead. Did my father drink any? Your father is fine. He didn't drink. He was just with them. Without allowing Qin Qing to finish, he interrupted. Where are they now? They're at the Minghu Hospital at the foot of the mountain. I'm on my way there. Qin Qing slammed on the brakes, halting the car by the roadside. From her son's voice, she sensed an overwhelming panic. Tu Shaoyun's expression hardened. The indifference that had just begun to fade resurfacing. No one is to leave the hospital. If anyone steps outside, they will be dealt with ruthlessly. No matter what. I will not allow this world to descend into the depths of despair. At Minghu Hospital, on the 7th floor in 3 emergency rooms, a dozen doctors worked methodically to revive the trio on the beds. 2 senior doctors emerged from Yu Yuan's room, and the waiting crowd surged forward. Tu Yimin approached, anxious. Director Liu, how are they? Director Liu nodded at Tu Yimin. Mr. Yu and Mr. Su's conditions have stabilized. Beside him stood a poised woman in professional attire. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her features taut with concern. Upon hearing Director Liu's words, her expression softened slightly. My grandfather is a level 9 fire element ability user. How could he suddenly fall into a deep coma? Have you identified the cause? Director Liu dismissed her tone, accepting the test results from a nearby doctor. Miss Su, please don't be alarmed. We have determined the cause. They must have inadvertently consumed a substance containing immense compressed energy, which may have volatile properties. While the 2 gentlemen possess exceptional physiques that prevent immediate danger, the real concern lies with this young girl. Her constitution is insufficient to contain this energy. We have implemented limited emergency measures, but they won't hold for long. I recommend transferring her to another facility. Chapter 77. To quell the apocalypse crisis upon witnessing her sister's pupils dilate in fear, Yu Yixuan nearly lost her composure. Hearing Director Liu declare her sister's condition as dire and necessitating a transfer to another hospital, she urgently implored, Director, will my sister be able to hold on until the transfer? Which hospital can save her? Are you a relative of this girl? Director Liu inquired. I have already contacted the neurology department at Kyoto 221 Hospital, and a pressure-free helicopter is prepared to ensure her safe transfer. He then extracted a page from the examination report and handed it to Yu Yixuan. Please sign here. The patient's condition cannot be delayed. I will arrange the transfer immediately. At that moment, a middle-aged man, not yet 40, strode toward the crowd, flanked closely by 8 bodyguards. He approached Su Qiqi and asked, "How is your grandfather?" "Dad, you're here. Grandpa is stable for now. The doctor said there is no immediate threat to his life. It seems he sneaked a drink from Uncle Tu's home. And that liquor was laced with an extraordinarily high purity of lunar essence. Could the purity have surpassed 220? Even if he ingested high-purity lunar essence, it should have been beneficial to the body. How could it have led to this situation?" Yu Yixuan hastily scribbled her name on the consent form and handed it to Director Liu, who promptly called the medical staff to arrange the transfer. Tu Yimin shook hands with the man who had just arrived, saying, "Su Tong, you're here. It's my fault for being careless." Su Ting shook his head. "Don't blame yourself, brother Tu. It's my father's gluttony that caused the trouble, and it's not your fault." Su Qiqi glanced at Yu Yixuan, who was anxiously watching Director Liu. That girl mentioned the lunar essence in the liquor had a concentration of over 1,300. Su Ting and Tu Yimin's hands froze as disbelief washed over their faces. "What percentage?" 1,300. The exact figure is 1,375. That is preposterous. We expended substantial resources to achieve a purity of 120, and you claim your grandfather consumed lunar essence at 1,375 purity? That is utterly ludicrous. Su Tung dismissed the claim, still incredulous at the notion. As the conversation unfolded, a thunderous crash erupted outside the hospital. A robust man with wings descended, causing a significant portion of the ground to collapse upon his landing, scattering debris far and wide. Tu Shaoyun's eyes turned bloodshot, a fierce and violent aura emanating from him, prompting those nearby to flee in terror. Several security personnel, alerted by the commotion, caught a glimpse of him and felt a chill run down their spines. The guards dared not approach as Tu Shaoyun stood still, unleashing his consciousness to survey the hospital's interior. Moments later, he detected numerous psychics and martial artists on the 7th floor, where 3 individuals lay in separate rooms, while his father conversed with several of them. Tu Shaoyun's anxiety eased slightly. A catastrophe had yet to unfold. He swiftly ascended, charging toward the 7th floor, and with another deafening crash, he punched through the building structure. The conversations halted as the attendees recoiled in shock, their gazes drawn to the source of the sound, where a towering man with wings emerged from the swirling dust. The 8 bodyguards accompanying Su Ting recognized the threat and positioned themselves defensively in front of the others. Tu Shaoyun clenched his fist, reaching out with a claw-like motion toward the 8 individuals. As they perceived his intent, they drew their weapons, but Tu Shaoyun's mind raced, recognizing the formidable abilities of those in this world. Time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative. He swung his arm, and the 8 men were lifted off the ground, propelled out through the opening he had created. Outside, the anguished cries of the bodyguards echoed, and a murderous glint flashed in Tu Shaoyun's eyes as he disregarded the chaos and strode toward the 3 patient rooms. "Shaoyun, what do you intend to do?" A thunderous voice halted his advance. Seeing Tu Shaoyun throw Su Tong's bodyguards from the building, his father, filled with wrath, glared at the 3 emergency rooms as if to ward off intruders. Tu Shaoyun raised an eyebrow. "Did they drink the liquor I left in my bedroom?" His father, brow furrowed, replied sternly, "It's just a bottle of liquor. What are you doing? Even if your liquor is precious, it pales in comparison to human life. You storm in here like a demon, disregarding your father's presence." Tu Shaoyun gritted his teeth, gravely stating, "My liquor is poisoned. Ordinary people who consume it will die and then transform into the undead. This undead not only perishes, but is highly infectious. If anyone is bitten, they too will become one of them, and the entire world will be plunged into despair. Father, step aside. While they have yet to transform, I must eliminate them." Suddenly, a woman guarding one of the patient room doors exclaimed, "Tu Shaoyun, do you still intend to spout nonsense at this point?" Tu Shaoyun turned to the girl at the door, recognizing her as Yu Yixuan, the sister he had encountered previously, while the other woman, with a frosty demeanor, was unfamiliar to him. Furrowing his brow, Tu Shaoyun ignored Yu Yixuan's words and remained fixated on the patient room, his murderous intent intensifying. Yu Yixuan, seeing Tu Shaoyun's unyielding stance, coldly addressed Tu Yimin, "Uncle Tu, won't you intervene? Yesterday, he wreaked havoc at the plantation. My father, considering your long-standing friendship, overlooked past grievances and visited your home. Now that this incident has occurred, will you truly allow him to act recklessly?" In her desperation, Yu Yixuan spoke without regard for decorum, clearly expressing her disdain for Tu Shaoyun's character, which eroded her respect for Tu Yimin as an elder. Tu Yimin felt humiliated by Yu Yixuan's words. He replied solemnly, "Shaoyun, both Uncle Yu and Grandpa Su are my close friends. Regardless of the truth of your claims, They were invited to our home for your sake. Your current demeanor is a disgrace to me. Tu Shaoyun remained unmoved, understanding that this situation could threaten the entire world. If he allowed these three potential dangers to persist due to personal connections, he would not be worthy of being humanity's sole leader. With a flick of his right hand, the two women blocking his path felt a sudden gust of wind, which did not disperse but instead ensnared them, rendering their bodies immobile. With a swift motion of his left hand, three golden fireballs began to coalesce in his palm, growing larger with each passing moment. These fireballs were highly compressed elemental fire. Even the most formidable steel walls would melt under the intensity of their heat. Chapter 78, Heart of a Child When Faced with Others. Tu Shaoyun consistently exhibits a touch of humility and kindness, beyond his inherent nature. This demeanor is further influenced by the apocalyptic reality in which the global population of over 6 billion has dwindled to merely a few million. Such a ratio scarcely reaches 1 in 1,000, rendering these survivors exceptionally precious in the eyes of humanity. Contrary to the common perception of leaders in the apocalypse as ruthless tyrants who would mercilessly eliminate entire families over trivial disagreements, the true leaders required in this dire time are not of such a nature. Indeed, the survival environment in the apocalypse is harsh, and death is a daily sight for humanity. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that humans yearn for a leader who cherishes them from the depths of their soul, not a despot who exploits their strength to oppress the weak. The leaders needed in this era are those who remain steadfast, who nurture humanity, who prioritize the needs of others, and who would willingly sacrifice their lives for the sake of others' survival. The principles of compassion, emotional detachment from military matters, financial integrity, and the avoidance of corrupt governance are ideals that Tu Shaoyun has not only embraced but has woven throughout his existence as a leader in these troubled times. Although he has matured significantly in his role, he has not become cruel or heartless. Rather, he displays greater tolerance and benevolence than the average person. For he understands the fragility of life and the reality of confronting vibrant lives amidst devastation. In this apocalyptic world, what humanity truly requires is hope. Regardless of what others may say, he firmly believes that all humans are born equal. Strength does not confer superiority, and he will not recklessly take a life. Should he do so, he would accept the consequences, much like in contemporary society where wealth does not imply dominance over others. This perspective sharply contrasts with that of Bada Monk, leading to profound disagreements between them. In his interactions with humanity, Tu Shaoyun exhibits no arrogance. However, when confronted by mindless zombies that threaten humanity, his ruthlessness becomes evident. In the apocalypse, he seldom employs two particular skills. One is his biochemical ability, which he once deemed a stain on his life, and the other is his formidable fire-based powers, which represent absolute destruction, a force that can be uncontrollable. Therefore, he refrains from using his fire abilities unless absolutely necessary. In the presence of companions, he radiates warmth akin to spring in the face of adversaries. He embodies the harshness of winter. At last, the fireball in Tu Shaoyun's hand coalesced with a swift motion. He hurled 3 blazing orbs towards the walls of 3 adjoining rooms. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly leaped towards the fireballs. Tu Shaoyun, his father. Startled, Tu Shaoyun swiftly manipulated the fireball aimed at his father, halting it mere centimeters from him, and with a deft motion, made it vanish. Su Ting, who had remained silent by his side, witnessed the rapid manifestation of flames and clapped his palms together, forcefully striking the ground. With a fierce shout, 3 earthen walls erupted, stacking upon one another to intercept the trajectory of the fireballs. Although the fireballs did not collide with Tu Shaoyun, the intense heat scorched him black. In a frenzy to protect his father, Tu Shaoyun relinquished control over the other 2 fireballs, which, propelled by inertia, collided violently with the wall formed by Su Ting's powers. Though the fireballs appeared diminutive, upon contact with the earthen walls, they swiftly pierced through, continuing their destructive path until they struck 2 more walls, creating gaping holes as they dissipated. The walls melted into a puddle of sludge due to the searing heat, causing the temperature in the rooms to surge dramatically. As Tu Shaoyun entered the hospital lobby, the bodyguards accompanying Su Qiqi raised their firearms. Observing Su Ting's actions, they immediately aimed and fired at Tu Shaoyun. In a swift motion, he leaped in front of Tu Shaoyun, releasing his mental energy to assess his father's injuries. The bullet struck Tu Shaoyun's back, yet he remained unperturbed, channeling a surge of green light towards Tu Shaoyun. Meanwhile, Su Qiqi and Yue Xuan, who had been restrained by him, regained their freedom. As soon as Su Qiqi broke free, she unleashed a barrage of icy blades aimed at Tu Shaoyun's throat and eyes. He turned sharply, glaring at her, causing the blades to vaporize into thin air as they neared his face. Tu Shaoyun, now collapsed on the ground, whispered weakly, "Unfilial son." With a flick of his hand, Tu Shaoyun swatted away another incoming bullet, then stomped down hard, causing the floor beneath the 4 bodyguards to collapse. Su Ting narrowly evaded the disaster, while the bodyguards fell, screaming, to the 6th floor below. Tu Shaoyun's expression remained cold as he surveyed the fearful onlookers. Su Ting, shaken, stared at the imposing figure of Tu Shaoyun. In the brief silence that ensued, Yu Hongyuan, lying in bed, suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit. Yu Yishuan cried out, "Dad, are you all right?" Tu Shaoyun swiftly pulled his father behind him, silently gazing at Yu Hongyuan. At this juncture, words were futile. His father had already deemed his actions as treasonous. Thus, let the truth unfold, for in due time, his father would comprehend his struggles. 2 insignificant zombies posed little threat that could not stir up any significant turmoil. Having received Tu Shaoyun's assistance, Tu Shaoyun, though appearing disheveled, was no longer in critical condition. Yet, he was firmly grasped by Tu Shaoyun, anxiously addressing Yu Hongyuan, "Lao Yu, are you awake? How do you feel?" Tu Shaoyun regarded him with a cold stare, softly replying, "He is fine. He has merely become a bloodthirsty, soulless creature. Last week, my editor graciously provided me with a recommendation, for which I am immensely grateful. On the following Friday, I received another reminder of the recommendation, leaving me truly astonished. To have produced such a flawed piece of writing and yet receive consecutive endorsements is beyond my comprehension. Thank you for your recognition. I shall strive to improve my writing and not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 79. The War Among Cells. Tu Shaoyun gazed in astonishment at the laboriously rising Yu Hongyuan, while Yu Yishuan sprang forward, only to be seized firmly by Tu Shaoyun, who would not allow her to approach even an inch. Yu Yishuan exclaimed in anger, "Let me go? Did you not say my father would turn into a bloodthirsty zombie? I see you are the true undead." Tu Shaoyun pivoted and, with a forceful kick, smashed a large hole in the adjacent wall. He leaped inside, gripping the wrist of the besotted Su Chishui. Upon recognizing the figure on the bed, Tu Shaoyun gasped. "Old winebug." Regaining his composure, Tu Shaoyun continued to probe with his mind, receiving the same troubling feedback. Seeing Tu Shaoyun's ferocious entrance, Su Chichi cried out, "Assistant." It became evident that he had not transformed into a zombie nor succumbed to toxic blood. Tu Shaoyun exhaled a breath, feeling somewhat disoriented and wistful. What did the death of that rotund man signify? While Tu Shaoyun was lost in thought, Yu Yishuan hurried to her father's side. "Dad, how are you? Are you feeling better?" Tu Shaoyun glanced at Yu Hongyuan, who was nodding in a daze. It was apparent he was still somewhat disoriented. As Yu Hongyuan opened his eyes and looked at Yu Yishuan, he suddenly stated, "What are you all talking about? Regardless, could someone please turn on the air conditioning? I'm about to roast." Tu Shaoyun glanced at Yu Hongyuan again, then waved his hand gently. The oppressive heat in the room vanished instantly, followed by a refreshing breeze that cooled the atmosphere significantly. The redness in Yu Hongyuan's face lessened as he inhaled deeply, letting out a contented sigh. Tu Shaoyun, with a face as dark as a crow, approached Yu Hongyuan with a contrite expression. "Brother Yu, I have failed as a father. Today's events are my fault." Yu Hongyuan looked at the man, astonished. "Who are you?" Yu Yishuan glanced at Tu Shaoyun, finding it somewhat amusing that her son's actions nearly turned her father into a charred relic. "Dad, this is Uncle Tuesday. If it weren't for him intervening just now, Yuan would have." At this point, Yu Yishuan gasped, "Yuan." Previously, Yuan's condition had been precarious, awaiting Director Lu's arrangements for her transfer. However, with Tu Shaoyun's chaotic intrusion, the medical staff had long since fled. It was Tu Shaoyun's intent to incinerate all those in the 3 hospital rooms. Tu Shaoyun, in a desperate effort to save Yuan, had thrown himself towards the fireball that had engulfed her room. Yu Yishuan, preoccupied with her father's safety, had not considered her sister's peril. Now, recalling the incident, she was drenched in cold sweat. After nearly half an hour of uproar, could her sister still endure? She leaped from the room and hurriedly pushed open the door to Yuan's emergency room. At that moment, Yuan's once fair and delicate features had turned a fiery red, with wisps of mist continuously rising from her body. The medical devices connected to her, due to her agonized writhing, had become tangled and chaotic, while torrents of sweat streamed from her body, evaporating into tendrils of vapor under her searing heat. Tu Shaoyun furrowed his brow. Was the transformation into a zombie a random occurrence? Did those with stronger physical constitutions resist the change, while the weaker succumbed? Without dwelling on it further, he moved swiftly into Yuan's room. "What do you intend to do?" Yu Yixuan exclaimed in a mix of anger and fear as Tu Shaoyun appeared in Yuan's chamber. Tu Shaoyun waved his hand, binding Yu Yixuan to prevent any interference. With his other hand, he grasped Yuan's thrashing arm, and his consciousness surged into her body. Inside Yuan, the temperature soared. His mental probing provided a perspective more refined than any microscope. Within her, vast amounts of pale white liquid enveloped nearly 10 billion cells, attempting to permeate and devour them. The cells resisted this encroachment, with the DNA within their nuclei issuing frantic commands. Proteins surged forth like soldiers forming a chain-like battalion, fiercely assaulting the outer membranes. At that moment, Yuan's cells abandoned their designated duties, focusing solely on the struggle against the membranes. The heat generated from this conflict accumulated within her, causing her bodily functions to enter a brief state of dormancy. As Tu Shaoyun's consciousness penetrated Yuan's brain, he discovered that the battle amongst her brain cells was even more frantic. The pale liquid was evidently denser here than in other parts of her body, and the cells were more active. The turbines within the mitochondria spun wildly, as the energy within Yuan was aggressively siphoned by motor proteins, dispatched to various proteins. The DNA strands within the nuclei acted as seasoned generals on a battlefield, directing the proteins to regroup and counter the pale liquid. Tu Shaoyun shook his head slightly. It seemed that if he did not intervene, this clash would soon reach its conclusion. 1/3 of the cells in Yuan's brain had already been consumed by the pale energy. After devouring a cell, this energy would immediately reinforce the neighboring fronts. With Yuan's limited energy supply, how could she win such a war of attrition? Pure elemental energy flowed steadily from Tu Shaoyun's hand into Yuan's body. The disadvantaged cells, upon receiving this energy, surged with renewed vigor. The turbines, which could only rotate 1,000 times per minute, began to operate frantically. The DNA in her cells became invigorated, and the number of proteins multiplied exponentially, as if a replication skill had been activated. The pale liquid, which had previously enveloped the cells, was swiftly countered, nourishing the DNA within the nuclei. A cellular war concluded with Yuan's overwhelming advantage after the pale liquid was consumed. The strength of Yuan's cells had increased at least tenfold after devouring the liquid. Each cell now akin to a victorious general, orchestrating their soldiers to supply energy to Yuan's body. The energy harvested from the pale liquid was entirely stored in chemical batteries known as ADP, and as the billion-strong army mobilized, energy began to flow continuously from the motor proteins. Yuan's body, once as hot as a furnace, gradually returned to its fair complexion, her previously labored breathing stabilizing. With a soft murmur, she gently fluttered her long, neatly arranged eyelashes. Moments later, Yuan slowly opened her eyes.